for a couple weeks. They know when you're peaking sometimes, and they'll back a fighter off. They go, "We're done today. We're done today. You're peaking too early. You don't want to overdo it. So you want to back off your training when you're feeling absolutely perfect and get yourself just slow down. We're a little too soon. Like a really good trainer knows when you're peaking, but you can't maintain it forever. It's really only for. That's why it's so crazy that a lot of these guys will accept a fight on like 10 days notice. Like that's nuts. That's nuts. Like you need to be peaking. You need to be like, you're gonna fight in a fucking cage. And I know you're doing this as a financial decision, but that's where John Jones is the smartest. John Jones never did that. They changed opponents. Fuck you. Fight. It's off. Even guys like Chael Sonnen, who eventually stomped in the first round, like absolutely destroyed. It was not even remotely competitive. It was an annihilation. It would have been an annihilation. 365 days a year for decades. It wouldn't have mattered how good John Jones is, and as great as Chael Sonnen is. John Jones was the bigger man. Chael had fought at 185 pounds. John was a big 205, and he was the most talented guy that ever fought in the sport. And he's going to win every time. But when they changed the opponent, they tried to make it Chael Sonnen. He's like, nope, we do things the right way. I go through a full camp. That's it. Fight's off. Everybody's like, because they want you to play ball. Get it? We need a new guy. But look, to this day, everybody says he's the GOAT. Well, why is he the GOAT? Because he did everything the right way. He knew, especially when he wasn't partying, he did everything the wrong way too. He did a lot of partying and still beat the fuck out of everybody because he was that good, because he was that talented. One of the craziest things he ever said, Daniel Cormier, when they were having a rematch, they were talking shit in the press conference, and Daniel Cormier said something to John. John goes, "I beat you when I was on coke." It is the craziest thing because he says it. You're like, oh shit. And it's true. It's true. That's how good John was. But if you try to change opponents, John's like, Try to call John Jones in for a late notice fight on 5 days notice. He'll tell you, go fuck yourself. Like, nope. I'd rather hang out at home with my dog. Like, he's not doing it. Like, you gotta. So these guys, when they're peaking, they're vulnerable. They get sick a lot, especially when they're cutting weight, because you're redlining your body, and you can overdo it. And guys overdo it all the time. They overtrain. They just break themselves down. They've kept too much pace and not enough recovery, and they're declining. They show up at the gym with no energy. They're like, fuck. And if you get a guy to the fight that's overtrained, it's horrible. It's horrible to watch. I've seen it many times. The guys just can't recover. They're too tired. They overdid it. They were too tough for their own good. So one of those guys got COVID. This guy, Hamzat Chimaev. And this motherfucker is a psychopath. He's a savage. Like one of the most savage guys that's ever fought in the sport. And he just kept training. This motherfucker trains like 8 hours a day. He trains like a wolverine. He's an animal. He was training with COVID. He kept getting real sick. Wound up getting hospitalized, coughing up blood. Gets out, goes right back to it. Same thing. Hospitalized again. He got hospitalized like twice because he wouldn't stop training because he's that psychotic. But other than him, regular athletes look at it, they just take a few days off. Right. Daniel Cormier had COVID, trained through it, and won the title. Won the heavyweight title. Training through COVID in his camp. He was sick during camp and kept training. And everybody was like, let's just keep going.
I didn't get off the couch the whole time I had COVID.
So just imagine those level of athletes, and we're worried about it so much that everybody has to wear a mask. Like, shut the fuck up.
Right.
This is nuts. So all that had to happen too, where we were the reckless ones. We were the ones that, like, I'm not buying this. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to Texas. And there was a lot of people that were really mad. Like, what are you doing? You're not scared. What are you doing? You're doing shows indoors. You're killing people. Blood is on your hands. There was
They were screaming at you.
frothy mess of people that were just all caught up in this psyop. They were just, and it was great. It was not good, really, but it was great in that it exposed these fragile thinkers so many fragile minds. They couldn't see the forest for the trees. They couldn't see it. And when we all came out here and we said, we see it. Like, this is bullshit. Yeah, it'll make you sick. Yeah, you'll have to be at home for a week. Yeah, get vitamin drips. You'll be all right. Like, yeah, this is what we're dealing with for real. And a lot of people agree. And then it turns out we were right. At the end of the day, we were correct. We were correct to want to live our lives. We all went back to live our lives.
Too soon.
Says who? Who? The fucking government that's been lying to you about this disease?
It's hard to look back on it and realize that it happened. You know, that it really fucking happened. That we were locked down.
It's not good because it's like when you find out your friend's a bitch and then you have to count on him again in the future. You're like, dude, don't fall apart on me.
Right.
Show up. Like, don't get scared. I need help. Like, you find out your friend falls apart under pressure. You're like, oh, great. Why are you crying? What are we doing? Don't cry. This is crazy. Like, now you can't count on Mike because Mike falls apart and shit gets hot. And this is how it feels like a good percentage of the country. You know, it was a joke from my last special, but I really feel this way. We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still alive. I wrote that line thinking about specific friends. It's like, what did you think was going on? What did you think was going on? Yeah, it's a disease, but since when? You changed your entire fucking life for years for a disease. This is nuts. Since when have you listened to the entire government tell you can't have outdoor dining because of the disease? Like, a disease you've already had? You've already gotten through it, and they're still telling you this? We're a year and a half into this fucking thing? And so we were right. And so many people, because we were right, so many people are also wrong. And that's the beautiful thing. It's like people speak with their action. The people that are willing to make a leap like that, those are the ones you want there. Those are the ones, like, we got the best of the best. We got the most fuck you of the fuck you people. These comedians are fuck you people.
They are.
Something happens in society, like, hey man, fuck you.
Right.
You know?
Or eat a steaming bowl of fuck.
Eat a steaming bowl of fuck. No matter what it is, you know? And the world needs that. I need that. I need you here. I need Tony. I need people like that. The same way that you did. So we all sort of collectively manifested it together. But without you, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, so you guys come on down to Austin, Texas, and check out the mothership and see how much fun we're having if you don't believe it. I feel like we're making this shit up.
Because of you, I also almost bought the cult house.
Yeah, right. That would have been, you know, people say, yeah, that would have been horrible. It wouldn't have been horrible.
No, it would have been amazing.
Because it was a cool place, and it would have been amazing. Yeah, it would have been amazing.
It would have been amazing. Yeah. It's an amazing spot, and it's hilarious that Colt used to own. I feel terrible for all the people that were roped into building it, all the people that got butt fucked.
You were doing that piece that was so funny, and you quit doing it. You didn't do that on your special.
No, I didn't.
No, that was so funny.
Yeah, it's a true story.
Remember, I gave you that line that it's okay to hypnotize people and butt fuck them because that falls under the category of I talked them into it.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing.
That's not illegal at all.
Yeah.
I talked the guy into letting me fuck him in the ass.
It's kind of technically not illegal.
With the watch going back and forth out of his face. That's not illegal. That's not drugs.
The guy was a hypnotist and a gay porn star. Like, what a combo.
Right.
And then when they found the gay porn, like you watched the documentary, right? The documentary is incredible. But Ron, the people at home, Ron had performed at this. So you performed at that place. I fucking love that theater. You should buy that place. And then it was for sale. I was like, oh, we're in.
Right.
And then Adam Egett is what he goes, have you seen the documentary that's on that cult? I'm like, oh no, Ron, what have you done?
Yeah,
what have you done? I watched the documentary.
I don't think I even realized it at that time that that's what that building was. I don't think I knew that it was a cult
Yeah.
building whenever I first took it.
Have you seen the videos of the guy dancing around?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was what
I'd
was
seen
built
that
for.
years ago. I mean, years and years ago. So I knew about that anyway, but I didn't realize that was the building. Or maybe.
Those are the same people wearing masks in their cars. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's why you can start a cult. If you just get everybody who wears a mask in their car, you can rope those motherfuckers into doing almost anything. And that's how cults get started.
Yeah, no, people are looking for leadership.
But they're also looking for
they're
community.
really dumb.
Like, think about the positive aspects of the mothership, right? Like, we're all having a good time, but this is what everybody really wants. But what if the only way you get that is to leave Baba Ganesh over there? Like, you changed his name, and now he wears wooden beads, and he sits in the lotus position, and everybody's got to suck his dick. Like, I just want to do yoga and hang out with everybody. Why do I got to suck this guy's dick?
They kept sucking his dick. And you know what? They're sucking his dick somewhere else now, in Hawaii.
In Hawaii.
Yeah. He's still getting his dick sucked.
Some guys are just really good at like
getting their dick sucked.
It's like the thing where you need to be on acid to understand the Grateful Dead. It's like you need to be at the special frame of mind with a special 9-volt brain where you can get talked into a cult like that.
But it happens every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day all throughout the country. Man, you know, I was talking to Mark Andreessen about this, venture capitalist guy, brilliant guy. And he was telling me that there's a ton of active cults right now in California.
Oh, yeah.
That are functioning. Like, you only hear about the ones that wind up getting in shootouts with the feds. There's a bunch of them that actually function somehow or another. They keep it together. You know, people leave. They tell the horror stories, and some people join.
Right.
But, like, Wild Wild Country is a great example. That Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, in the beginning, it looks so fun.
Yeah, it looked completely fucking doable.
So doable.
You know, our leader's got really nice fucking cars. Look.
Yeah.
How can he be wrong?
He can't be wrong. He's got 20 Rolls Royces. There's so many of them. It's like whatever the way that we evolved in tribal society to listen to the chief. We all have this like strange desire to either be the chief or listen to the chief.
Sure.
You know, either be the alpha or listen to the alpha. And someone can pretend to be the chief. They can pretend to be the chief with magical insight. And you know what the most fucked up thing about that documentary is? I think it still fucks with my head. Is that guy would do this thing to these people called the knowing, where he would, and they would orgasm. They would just have like, they would literally meet God. To this day, they all say that it was real, that thing actually did happen. Like the power of suggestion, the fact that he kept it from them for so long, and then the one day, or this is your coming of age ceremony. This is a one day you're going to get the knowing, and he would put his hands on them, and they would really experience something. And they said it was like they were experiencing God, like it was the most bliss they had ever felt in their life, and that they never felt it again. So the circumstances and the ritual activated this innate part of our consciousness that's always there. This ability to talk to God, the ability to communicate with God, which is probably what every religion is trying to do. It's all like this whisper of the truth that's out there in the ether, and everybody knows that it's out there. There's something there. I just have to figure out how to. And this guy, this crazy gay porn star, hypnotist, butt fucking all these dudes. Still, even this guy was able to touch these people, and they were able to access that part of their brain. And they were in. They were like, oh, we're in. I'm following this guy everywhere. This guy really is like connected to God.
Well, you know, I think that prayer, let's start with that, just prayer, is a physical thing, not a spiritual thing. And that's why it works for anybody. You know, I believe it's a way to channel energy, and it changes the way you feel, but it doesn't matter what you're praying to, that it's a physical transfer of energy.
Right.
And not a spiritual thing. And because anybody can do it. And also hypnosis is so powerful when it's done correctly. I know that because I've experienced hypnosis done well. And so, boy, if you had both of those things, you know, you could have power over anybody that's stupid enough to fucking.
Yeah, that's the problem. That was what they did during the Manson family, MK Ultra. During those days, this is part of the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. It's about the Manson family. The Manson family murders. And one of the things that they went into is the fact that this guy who worked for the CIA at the time as part of MK Ultra, his name was Jolly West. And Jolly West is this figure all throughout the counterculture resistance movement that the federal government had sort of concocted. And part of what he was doing was teaching people how to manipulate people with LSD. And he was teaching Charlie Manson in jail. Like this guy visited Manson in jail. Then Manson would get out of jail, and Manson would get in trouble, get arrested, and then get released. And the sheriffs all say, it's over my pay grade. They were all told to let him go. And so he was implicated in murders, violent crimes, and they always let him go. They always had to let him go. And he was getting acid. And he had sophisticated methods of manipulating minds. It wasn't as simple as like, this is a charismatic dude and they all want to cut a baby out of fucking Sharon Tate's stomach. No, it was way crazier than that. It was sophisticated mind control from MK Ultra, and they wanted to see if they could get people to become homicidal maniacs. And they were right, they could. They knew how to do it, they used it, and they got Manson to do it, and it threw water on this whole anti-war hippie movement. All that peace, love shit. Whoosh. Now hippies are murderers. Now hippies are Charles Manson. Now, you know, your kid wants to just like fucking paint flowers and show up at Grateful Dead shows. No, your kid's a murderer. Your kid's a fucking. All the hippies are suspects now. They weren't. It was a fascinating thing they did. Like the way they threw water on this movement that was happening, like in 1970, they just threw it down and put Schedule 1 on everything. If the Nixon administration hadn't done that in 1970, who knows what the world looks like today? Like, who knows? Who knows if you can get ibogaine and ayahuasca in America, if psilocybin had stayed legal? But it was made illegal in 1970. All that stuff, all that stuff became Schedule 1 in 1970. Marijuana was always illegal. It was illegal from like the 1930s. And that was because it was a textile, and that was because it was a commodity. But it had almost nothing to do with the drug itself. They were trying to outlaw hemp. They were worried because they had come out with a new way to process hemp fiber. It's called a decorticator. They invented this thing. It was a big thing. Popular Science magazine, hemp, the new $1 billion crop. It was like they were saying, we're all going to use hemp now because now there's an effective way to process the fibers, and they're superior to everything else. Make superior paper, superior cloth, superior everything.
Right.
Much better plan. And William Randolph Hearst was like, fuck that. So William Randolph Hearst starts publishing stories in his newspapers about how blacks and Mexicans are taking this new drug called marijuana. They invented the name. It was a wild Mexican tobacco. That's what marijuana used to be. It was slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. So they put that name on cannabis, something that people had had forever. People have been smoking it forever. It was literally the origin of the term cannabis.
Goes from cannabis.
Yes. It's all hemp. Well, if you go like the Mona Lisa, those are all painted on hemp. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. Hemp was a far superior paper. It's really difficult to tear. It's a crazy fiber.
Can we put this on pause
Do you
for a
have this?
second?
Do you have this?
Can we put it on pause for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Ron White had a moment there where he, the cold came back, the sickness came back, and
Yeah, that was a moment. That was a moment. I don't know what that was.
Well, I was over here blabbing about the illegalization of weed and how crazy it is. And we were talking about ayahuasca and all those things, and all of a sudden, you just got a little pale.
Yeah, I got a little pale and started sweating. I don't know what it is. I just got a little sick. I feel a little better now. I had a nice yak. And
This is how long has this sickness been with you?
I felt fine all day. I felt fine yesterday. I played golf. I had,
So has this happened before, though, or it just comes on out of nowhere?
No, this should be the first time.
So maybe it's another thing, like a food poisoning thing or something.
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Wow. And you had a couple IVs, right?
I had 2 last week, and I'll go home and get another one.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be fine in just a little bit. Damn, sure it'll be cool.
Damn. And you played golf.
Yeah, played golf with my son. Had a great time.
It's a nice day to play golf too.
Absolutely.
So one of the things we have out here in Texas is real weather. I love it when it rains. Everything's so green and pretty. And
you need to go down to Costa Rica.
I do need to go down to Costa Rica.
Stay in your neighbor's place.
I do need to.
It's the sweetest thing that I've ever seen. Yeah. My big pet peeve is when people say it's the best thing you've ever seen. This is the best thing you've ever seen, buddy. I've seen some shit. I've seen some shit.
Exactly. Like, what are you saying? I've seen so many things.
But that place down there, that's another driftwood, or kind of like driftwood.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
it is fucking gorgeous.
I heard that driftwood place is amazing. Place out here.
It's the best, man. It's so pretty right now because they blowing a bunch of wildflowers all over it. And it's just fucking gorgeous. It's a great golf course.
I almost wish I played golf.
It's a waste of time and money. You don't have. I know you don't have time, so
I would love it, I'm sure. But so we should probably wrap this up because you're not feeling that good, right?
I feel a little better.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm
keep rolling a little.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's just when someone gets sick like that, you don't know what to do. Like,
fuck yeah, I don't know what to do, but I swear I feel better. I don't feel hot anymore.
So weird. So weird. What is that?
I just need to get something out of my stomach real quick, I think. Quickest way to do it.
It's just crazy that something's been like, you have a little invader in your body.
Yeah.
That you're fighting off. That's what we're doing all the time, fighting off these invaders.
Yeah, I'm still coming with the plug tonight.
Okay.
I'm going to get a drip and come do a set.
Of course. This will be fun tonight. It's Cam Patterson's show tonight.
Oh, good. Good.
It's an exciting time. It really is. The world is so chaotic right now, which is great for comedy. Whenever the world's fucked up, comedy's at its best. Gaza, Palestine, and it's fucking Ukraine, and the tariffs. It's great to do some comedy.
Yeah. You know what I say, and I stay away from all of it. Good, and of that subject matter, any politics or anything like that. And the reason is, I know my crowd. I know what they want, and they want to laugh really hard, and they want to. And I think that I've always taken the position as I'm just not going to bring that into it. I'm going to let us do something. I love it when other people do that are really good at it, and it's fun to watch and it's entertaining as fuck. But I just decided a long time ago that I'm just gonna go out there and make them laugh as hard as I can make them laugh, and let them have some time off from tragedy or whatever. And I'm not that good at it anyway. So I've never been a political commentator, right? So why be one now?
Well, the problem with politics is you're going to alienate percent of the crowd.
Dead split.
Yeah.
Dead split.
And if you're one of those people that takes a stand on stage, like, okay, great.
Right.
Now you're taking a stand.
Yeah.
Okay, but just let's have fun.
It's silly.
Unless what you have to say is so good that you can make someone laugh.
Oh, if you're good enough.
Yeah.
If you're good enough.
Right.
I saw people try to take on 9/11 right after 9/11, but I only saw like one person that was really, if you're good enough to write about that, then write about it. But if you're not good enough to write about it, leave it the fuck alone.
Leave it the fuck alone. That's some black belt material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skill level, whatever.
Yeah. Mitzi Shore wouldn't let Brian Holtzman on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
No, I didn't know that.
She's like, no way. Keep him off the stage. The Holtzman couldn't wait to say something fucking completely outrageous. whatever that demon inside of him that comes out when he's on stage.
Yeah, I don't understand him. I really don't.
Because
I love him to death, but he's such an original character and
the most.
Yeah.
He's from a different time. It's like he was brought here from another dimension. He's like a different thing. Even the way he dresses, it's like he's from the 50s.
Right.
And he's like my age. Like he's not. He was like that when I met him. He was from a different era when I met him in '94. I was like,
oh, you know him that long?
Yeah, I'm like, where's this fucking guy from? Like, you're from a different time.
People fucking love him though, man.
He's got a crowd now.
Yeah, he does.
That's the difference between the way he was treated at the store. Unfortunately, he fell into this through nobody's fault. But it was like everybody waited till the end and Holtz would go up. But like, why have him on the end? It's like, have him on when the crowd's hot.
Right.
Like, don't put him on at 1 a.m. Put him on at 10. Let's see when the crowd is like popping. Like, let him cook when the crowd's popping. And now he sells out. People come to see him.
Right.
In the headlines, it's like people get excited. He's a maniac, and he's got a crowd now. He's got like a legitimate draw.
They get it.
Yeah, they get it.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's fun. And, that's also the difference between when a comedy club is run by a comic. Because Holtzman has always been a comic for comics. We all would go see Holtzman at the end of the night when he was doing these insane sets for 15 people in the main room.
Right.
But now, like, we're running the show, so, like, give him a fucking weekend. Like, let's go. Give him a Thursday night. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Especially
he does a lot
10
of
p.m. shows.
Right. He does a lot of Thursday.
Yeah, especially 10 p.m. shows. That's the best time to see him. It's late. You got a couple of cocktails.
Right.
You feel a little crazy about the world. Let that guy loose.
You understand it's a joke.
Yeah, you get jokes. You get someone saying something he doesn't really mean.
Right.
It's completely ridiculous to say. Yeah, that's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he acts like he means it, and you buy into it. No, it's a joke still.
But every now and then he'll show you behind the curtain. Every now and then, give you a little peek. You're like, oh,
yeah,
this is an act. He's having fun.
He is. He's having a good time. And he loves Austin, too. I see him walking around downtown almost every time I drive through the city.
Yeah, it was a big get him here. It was a big get because we wanted to bring a lot of there was some magic that was trapped in the talent of the Comedy Store. It was magic. And some of it wasn't being utilized correctly. And Holtzman's the best example of that.
But what a fun hang it was,
What a fun hang.
Yeah, it was great.
I had some of my favorite times in my life in that back bar.
Yeah.
Just laughing. We would be back there just laughing. That was a great thing the Comedy Store did when they put together that bar.
Yeah.
That it had Mitzi's actual bar from her house was the bar there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that bar didn't used to be there. Like, so the early days, that was like a storage room. And so at one point in time, the store was like really killing it. They decided, like, we should turn this into a bar. And I don't know, what year was that? I feel like that was like 2014-ish, which is right when I came back. And the store was killing it. And we all were like, oh, yeah, we'll have our own bar. This is incredible. And you had to go through the kitchen to get to it, like a scene from Goodfellas.
Right.
And you get back there, and you could only be back there if you were cool. Like, you couldn't buy a ticket.
It was police, too.
Yeah, you had to have a friend. You had to know somebody to get back there. But we would be hanging with some of the coolest people in the world.
That's my favorite place to drink.
It was so fun. There'd be musicians back there.
Back there.
And everybody was just chilling. The drinks were free.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was so fun. The store was a magical place, man. A magical place. And there's something about the fact that, it had this insane history to it that you felt like, wow, I can't believe I'm even here.
Right. Standing on the stage, same stages of Pryor and
Kinnison. Yeah. And you're in the belly of the beast on Sunset in Hollywood, like right in the middle of everything.
Right.
The middle of everything. Where everybody, I remember when I was a kid in 1988, when I first started doing stand-up, they would talk about the Comedy Store like it was Mecca.
Right.
Like you had to make your pilgrimage to the store. And some guys would say they went there with a bomb. I tried to do meetings and did a set at the store. I bombed. I fucked that place. Like,
yeah, my first trip out to LA. I was trying to get on at the Improv. I couldn't get on, and I was like, man, I went to the Comedy Store, and I told them my story. It was Monday night, and they put me up first, which wasn't a really good spot, and I ate it, and but they did put me on stage. There it is, right there. There were about 10 people in there or whatever, nobody, but it was a horrible experience. But I always look back at it fondly, because they did it. They said, go get on stage.
First time I ever came out to the store, I was out in LA to do some pilot thing for MTV, and I was staying at a hotel, and I knew where the store was. I was like, I gotta get there. I just gotta see what it's like. And they let me in because I said, hey, I'm a comedian from New York. Can I just come in, watch the show? And they're like, yeah, sure. They just let me right in. And then I sat in the back of the room. There's like 19 people in there, and they were all like, the comics that were on stage were terrible. They were all like road acts. They're like people that. And then I realized years later that what had happened was a lot of these scenes, they go in these peaks and valleys. And I caught it when it was at a valley. And before it was at a peak, like the Kinnison years, it was a giant peak. When people would come to, it was the wild place. Kinnison was there. They all come at midnight, watch him, and celebrities would be all there. And he had died in like 92, I think. And I got there in 94. So it was like, there was this like absence.
Low, right.
It was a real low. It wasn't, there's a lot of like leftovers, people that were in the 80s that didn't make it.
Right.
But they were still around. They're still doing stand-up and hoping that something was going to happen, but they had tired acts. They were just tired. It hadn't happened for them. They're out there doing pilot season. They didn't want to be at the store because you're at the store. There's no agents. There's no executive. No one comes to see you at the store at that time. They would go to the Improv. They would go to the Laugh Factory. That's where the industry was. So if you really wanted to have an actual career, you wouldn't be doing sets at the store.
Instead, we do sets in front of Bud Friedman going, language! Watch your language!
Yeah. There was a lot of that back then, right? The TV days. Everybody thought you had to be clean.
When I came back to the store, it was in its heyday. You were running the podcast, and the fucking place was packed to the rafters, and the comics were solid as fuck. We
had a magical run.
Yeah,
it was a magical run.
And we're having one now.
Yeah,
so
it's the same thing. I mean, it's basic, but it's our version of it, the new version of it. But it's the same thing. It's just like, it's a beautiful thing when. I mean, that term artist is very pretentious. So just say comics. Realize that we're all doing this thing together, and there's not a lot of us, and it's fun to hang out together and enjoy each other's company and appreciate each other and appreciate the ride. We're all on this wild ride together.
That's right. And it is quite a ride.
It's a beautiful ride.
Quite a ride.
Yeah, we're very lucky, Ron White, and I say it all the time, but it's true. You're patient zero.
All right, man. I'll take the title. I'll take the title.
You're really patient zero because you just threw up. Imagine if you have some fucking new COVID, picked up some new COVID in Vegas and kills us all.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that.
I'll let you do that. Hey, you got this right now.
Goodbye.
Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben? Hey, thanks so much for having me. My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. I mean, this is essentially, literally wild. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get this.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation company.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. I mean, this is essentially, literally wild. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get the Jurassic Park occasionally, like, believe it or not, we get that.
Of course.
I gotta drop a hydrogen tablet in.
Oh, you do those, the Gary Breckman
Oh,
ones,
yeah.
right?
I'm all
Those
in.
are great.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I love those.
I just didn't want you to think we were going a different direction.
How did you get started even thinking about doing something like this?
So I kind of fell into it. I didn't plan. I didn't wake up and say I saw Jurassic Park. I'm super stoked. I love animals. I want to go work on this. I'm just a weirdly curious person. So there's this guy named George Church. If you don't know George, you should look him up. He's the father of synthetic biology. He's at Harvard University. He's 6'7" with narcolepsy. He's just the best, right? So if you ever had him on, he may fall asleep during the podcast, but he's the absolute best. He's a genius. And I thought my background's in software, just building teams of people that are smarter than me, right? And so I was interested in synthetic biology, this idea that we could engineer life and that we could use AI and compute to make it even better. Like, how do we do directed evolution and how that can apply to like crops and animals, all kinds of stuff. So I get on the phone with George and I ask him my questions. He answers them in like 6 seconds because he's a genius. And then I start asking about all the other weird stuff that's coming out of his lab. In that process, he's like, I've also been working on mammoths and other things. I was like, wait, what? I was like, if you had one project, what is it, this mammoth project? And then he went down this whole path about how you bring back mammoths, reintroduce them to the Arctic, help the ecosystem, use those technologies for conservation, use those technologies for human healthcare. And I kind of thought it was a fucking joke. I literally thought that like the smartest man I've ever met and been on the phone with was a joke. But then I stayed up all night just Googling George, and there was this weird mammoth through line. Whether it was in 60 Minutes or, Stephen Colbert, whatever is in there, this weird mammoth through line where he was just obsessed with these mammoths and everyone kind of wanted him to do this. So I called him back the next day. 7 days later, I'm in his lab and we were off to the races on, okay, we're going to try to go build a company to bring back 6 species.
So how do you decide what to start with?
So we started with the mammoth first, right? Because George, had been working on it for 8 years. We needed his core technologies. We thought that there was a huge application to elephant conservation. There was some ecological modeling that had been done to show that the reintroduction of mammoths back into the wild could actually have a net benefit to the ecosystem. And so that was an easy place to start. After we launched the company, it went crazy viral, and all these other folks from de-extinction research started calling us, like folks from like the Thylacine or Tasmanian tiger, which looks like a mythical creature. It's awesome. The Beth Shapiro with the dodo, everyone just started calling us, and then we just started expanding, our entire set.
So how does one do this? So before we get to what you showed me earlier, which is fucking amazing. Before that, how does one do this? Like, from what I understand, you have to take the gene of an Indian elephant, which is the closest thing to a mammoth.
Yeah, let me walk through the whole process.
Yeah.
So first you have to find ancient DNA, which is pretty shitty on a good day. So the minute we take DNA out of our bodies or out of anything, it starts to degrade at an insanely rapid rate. So we definitely need to find a lot of samples. So we actually have about 109 mammoth samples, ranging from 3,000 years old to 1.2 million years old, which is awesome. But it's also fragmented. It's like a shitty jigsaw puzzle that you don't know what the box is, and someone's stolen part of the puzzle, and then, oh, by the way, people have taken other puzzle pieces and put them in there. So there's all kinds of problems with that. So this is really an AI and compute problem. It's not as much a human problem. So you have to get a lot of samples first, and then you have to start mapping them to their closest living relative. And genotyping allows us to understand that that's Asian elephants, right? So Asian elephants are 99.6% the same as mammoths. They're actually closer related to mammoths than they are to African elephants.
Really?
Yeah, which always blows people's mind. That and the fact that mammoths were alive when we were building the pyramids, or aliens or whoever was building the pyramids. Like literally, like humans were building the pyramids while
Right, so it's Asian elephants,
sometimes
not
that blows
African
people's minds,
elephants.
because they always think of them as in this like weird, like
They could do it in an
prehistoric,
African
65
elephant, so
million years old dinosaur.
guaranteed.
So the last one went extinct about 4,000 years ago
Really?
on Wrangel Island. Yeah.
Wow.
So they've been a while. They were there for a long time.
4,000 years
I know
ago.
they weren't. I mean, now they appeared about 2.5 million years ago, as far as we understand. They were mostly a Pleistocene species, but as we moved into the Holocene and kind of the period that we're in right now, they existed. They existed all the way up until they had this like small genetic bottleneck on Wrangel Island.
Wow. And where's Wrangel Island?
It's northeast of Siberia.
Whoa. And they just, was it a small island? They just ran out of resources there? Like, what happened?
Well, there's a couple different theories, right? One of the theories with Wrangel Island is that they actually there's lots of inbreeding, so there's lots of like genetic bottleneck which happened because there's not enough different species there.
How large is Wrangel Island?
I'm not quite sure.
Can you give me a photo again, Jim? Okay.
And so essentially, though, Wrangel Island, and then there's another island called St. Paul Island, which is also between Alaska and the United and Russia. Also, is where they were. Those are kind of the last two places that we know mammoths existed today.
And they died out 4,000 years ago.
Yeah,
So
and now
it's
some
very
actually,
small.
there is actually another working hypothesis that they actually ran out of water. They ran out of access to fresh water on the island.
Oh, wow.
So some combination of genetic bottleneck and that occurred.
Wow. 4,000 years is so recent.
I know, it's crazy recent, right?
Jamie, can you please pull up a photo of an Asian elephant versus a African elephant?
And they're actually mammoths, because there's a, mammoths themselves, mammoths themselves are closely related to the Asian elephant. They
Which
have
is
that,
on the left?
yeah, which is on the left. So they have that dome cranium, they have the small ears, they have a little bit of a hump structure. Mammoths, because they have these massive tusks, right? And you've talked to lots of folks in kind of the mammoth world. They actually, move their heads quite slowly. They had to, they had to have this entire ridge of extra muscle in order to do that. But one of the things that's awesome also about the Asian elephants is some Asian elephants, some of the ones that are born actually have, they're not mammoth-like, they have a lot of fur on them, and they kind of lose it over time.
Wow. So are those the ones that you would find like in Thailand?
Yes, and Thailand, and then parts of different parts of India and Indian
I
subcontinent.
actually rode one of those once with my family.
Oh, did you go to one of those places that you like to take care of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to like get a relationship with them. So you feed them sugar cane and you wash them. And, you play nice with them for like a while.
Yeah.
A couple hours. It was like at least an hour. Just hanging out with them, petting them, and then once they decide you're cool,
Then
they let you ride them.
Yeah.
But my whole family rode them, and I was like totally opposed to it. I was like, I'm doing it just because you guys want to do it. I just want to feed them.
Yeah.
I just want to
Hang out with them. Yeah.
It just felt weird. My daughter fell off, I think twice. My youngest daughter fell off once at least. And I was like, do we know that this elephant wants us riding?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird thing.
It's a weird thing, right? Yeah.
And then afterwards, you get in the water and you wash them, and everything. And I just kind of hung out with them.
Might be cool.
They're very sweet.
I don't think I'd want to ride one. I like being, around them,
There's a
feeding them.
video on my Instagram of it. Yeah, there definitely, because she was eating a log. I said, oh, why are you eating a log?
Yeah.
It's weird. They're so enormous, but they're really like peaceful
And they're incredibly smart, and they have incredible pack dynamics, right? So they live in a herd. They've even had all these different examples where they also adopt other animals. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos. But
so here it is. So this is a few years ago in Thailand. And this is an Asian elephant just chilling with this elephant. Yeah, 2018. There it is. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's just cool to be around them. They're just a fascinating animal. Just the biodiversity of Earth, the fact that thing exists.
There's this enormous thing with this like robotic prehensile arm. Yeah, it's pretty.
As long as you're cool to them, they're cool to you.
Yeah, they sense it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we see that in nature with a lot of animals, right? If you sense it and they don't feel like they're being backed into a corner or fearful, then they're not going to be around that. So some of our animals have been around, and they're starting to get quite large, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point.
Yeah.
At some point, though, you're still kind of like, they are wild animals, so you have to maintain some level of healthy distance.
Yeah. So let's just get right to it.
Wait. You want to finish the process?
Yeah.
So we have the ancient genome, so you have to collect and assemble.
Right.
And that's a lot of people just think of us in the lab, like just a bunch of people in the lab, but that's like some Indiana Jones shit. Like we're literally going into the permafrost and like collecting dead samples from the permafrost, which, you've had, John Reeves in there. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It smells like death. It literally, I guess it is death. It's just over time piled up death. And
Have you visited, John?
yeah, I visited John.
You went to the boneyard?
Yeah, I went to the boneyard.
What's it like there?
It's crazy. It's exactly what you'd expect. I didn't know John. So I'm on the board of trustees of the Explorers Club. So we take these expeditions. We did an expedition to Alaska to do mammoth retrieval, and then we're also doing some cultural studies with some of the indigenous people groups around mammoths. Do you want mammoths back? This is a good idea, right? Because we try to be pretty inclusive. And they're like, oh, we got to meet the biggest landowner in Alaska, John. I was like, okay, great. I'm excited. So go meet him. We pull up. He's in a different car, and he's like, and I think you want us to follow him. He's like, get in. I was like, okay. And he's big.
He's
dude.
enormous.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a dude, right?
No,
especially
John's a giant.
after Gary Breck has been working on him, the smaller dude, right? And so, like, I literally get in. I get in the car. There's a bunch of stickers, and there's one that has butterflies on it. That says "Give 0 fucks," and I was like, and then he's like, just move the gun over. So I moved the gun over, and he goes, listen, and this is the first words out of his mouth to me: if I stop short, you hand me that gun. And I was like, I didn't even ask a follow-up question because, like, what do you do when you get in the car with John? And he says, you hand me that gun. If I stop quick and I say, hand me that gun, you hand me that gun. I was like, that's awesome. He showed me around
What kind of gun was it?
it was just some type of rifle.
So it was just grizzlies.
I assume it was for grizzlies, yeah, or bears, or something large.
Yeah.
But then he showed me around the boneyard and showed me his collection, and he was completely, he didn't know us from anybody. He just opened up everything to us, right? And he's like, let me show you all this. Showed us this. Well, he actually has a warehouse. I don't know if he ever discloses where it is, but he has a warehouse where he has some of the greatest specimens ever.
Yeah.
So it's cool. You should go. It's cool.
I do want to go. He's an amazing guy.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. And then, being in the mammoth researcher business, we're like, oh, we'd love to, use some of your samples. Can we take them? He's like, no. And he was very honest. And he told us, and that's like before your podcast with him, we kind of learned that story, right? And so that's what sucks, is how like some people can ruin it for everybody.
Yeah.
Because he's, outside of Fairbanks, it's not the easiest place to build a, biocontainment level 3 lab.
Right.
But he's always like, you build a lab here, you use whatever you want. But he's like, the bones stay here. So he's very consistent with his messaging.
Well, the whole deal with the Museum of Natural History, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
And I totally believe it.
well, it's a fact. Yeah. They found these bones in the East River exactly where they told them to drop it off. They have steppe bison fragments.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Woolly mammoth fragments, so they know that they're there.
Yeah, and you've built a relationship with John. He's just a normal, no bullshit kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's like, stole the stuff, give it back.
Yeah.
Or he's also like, hey, if you want to come work on it, come on. Like, he's very collaborative.
It's like, what do you guys have? Like, why are you keeping that shit in the basement? Like,
Yeah.
what is that?
I mean, when we do work, outside of the expeditions of collecting ancient DNA, when we do work, we also work with museums, right? And so we go to like the catacombs of the museums, and it's exactly what you think of as like the Vatican archives, right? You go down to like sub-basement 4 of the Smithsonian, and it's just rows and rows and rows of taxidermy animals that you've never seen. It's got like little drawers and boxes, and they're like, oh, this is giant sloth food. And I was like, I didn't know there was giant sloth food. She was like, yes, and we think there's DNA in it. I was like, well, this is like, the card catalog of like all like dead species, but it's not on display for the public. It's just in a basement.
And is it extensively archived? They know where everything is, or is there some stuff down there?
I mean,
I don't know what it is.
I wouldn't say that they are at least any museum, I think they have a lot more than they know. I don't see it in like massive computer systems, because we ask for inventory lists. Like, what's the shopping list?
It's been over 100 years in the
Yeah.
so people have come and gone.
But they'll pull out drawers that have like Darwin's name on it and stuff like that. I mean, that's how we did the thylacine. We actually found in a cup about this size, we actually found we called the miracle pup, where they shot the mother, they took the 3 joeys, the babies, killed the 3 pups, and they put one of them in formaldehyde, and we got a 98% complete genome from the first sample of that pup.
Wow.
But they didn't even know they had it. They also, on the thylacine, which I'll talk about more later, they also found a head in a bucket. They didn't even, it was the palm set. We actually looked at the genetic relation between the two. And they actually found, they didn't know they had a head in a bucket. they just had a head in the butt. They opened it up with more thylacine. They opened it up, and there was a full thylacine skull in there. There's pictures of it online and everything. And we used that to get to a 99.9% complete genome because we also had the ancestry of the pup and mother.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's probably treasure troves in some of these museums that aren't being fully utilized.
So if you have 98% or you have 99%, what's the process of going from that?
So
here,
there's the head. There's the head of the So Andrew Pask, who leads our in partnership with the University of Melbourne, leads our thylacine. And that's the head bucket. I mean, there's soft tissue, there's teeth, there's petrous bones, which we'll talk about.
Do you buy into any of these sightings?
No, I did. So Andrew Pask, for years, he's been working on it for 15 years. He's amazing. He's awesome. He's been working on like a shoestring budget, and that's part of the problem with the extinction. Nobody's put real capital into it until now. And he's been working on it for 15 years, and he's had people send him, poop, clippings from, hair, and all this stuff over the years. They just send it to him, and then he loves the thylacine so much, he just sequences it. And he's like, no, it's a dog. You send me more dog shit, thanks. I mean, it's demoralizing. But like when I got into thylacine, we met Andrew, we did a partnership with him. We actually made the largest investment in marsupial research, more than Australia together. We did the largest investment in research for marsupial development of anyone. So we do this, and then you get into the myth of it, right? So you start reading it, right? I start reading all the books on the thylacine. I get obsessive about projects. And so I'm pretty obsessed about extinction right now. And so got super deep in it. And then I started calling Pask. I was like, hey, I've been watching these YouTube videos. And I kind of think there's something here. And Pask was like, no, stop it. Don't go down that rabbit hole. So I don't believe.
Well, why did he say that?
Well, because he's been testing for the last 15 years all over Tasmania, right? So not just Southern Australia, but all over Tasmania.
So samples,
just everything, using camera traps. And nobody's... I think that they officially say that the thylacine went extinct in 1936, but probably in the late 40s and early 50s they still existed. But I mean, I think it's very unlikely that one still exists. It'd make our lives a lot easier.
Forrest really believes in it.
He does. He thinks they're in Papua New Guinea.
Because of sighting.
Yeah, he thinks in the western part of Papua New Guinea in the mountains.
And also incredibly remote.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
And the separation of that topography separates the Papua New Guinea singing dogs, which could be competitive for them for predator prey, from where the thylacine sightings.
What's a singing dog?
It's just another large canid that has a unique howl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it still exists. Quiet, and I'm sure Jamie can find a video.
I want to hear that. I've never heard this.
Yeah.
Singing dog.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea dogs.
By the way, folks, we're teasing you because this is not just theoretical.
Yeah, so
this is what's going to get crazy.
Yeah, this is going to get weirder.
This podcast is going to blow your fucking mind. Go ahead, Jim.
Operators, look.
That's the
These rare animals have a knack for holding a tune, even to an exact key.
Opera singers love these.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Do people keep them as pets? That looks like a dog.
Yeah, that looks like a dog.
That looks like a dog.
They're wild dogs in Papua New Guinea, but I'm sure people have domesticated them.
Wow. Pretty fucking cool dogs. And hanging out with a fox.
So once you have enough of that DNA, right, from all these different samples, and you can assemble it, you then have to build comparative genomic models to its closest living relatives, in the case of the mammoth, the Asian elephant. But I'm from software, so I just assume there's like the Google cloud of DNA. Like we've all done 23andMe before we went bankrupt, right? So we should assume that the government or someone backed up and had kind of like the 23andMe of all species.
Right.
It doesn't exist.
Wow.
Which is insane. So there's no backup. There's no like Noah's Ark bio vault for life, like kind of like the seed vaults. That doesn't exist. And so we're actually petitioning the U.S. government to help put a massive project together to help biobank it. It started with American megafauna and keystone species. So that doesn't exist at all. And so then Colossal had to go out and go build reference genomes for all of the species, like the closest living relatives for all the species that we're working on.
So this is the question. If you have, say, let's go to woolly mammoth. So if you have woolly mammoth, you have 99%. How do you bridge that gap? How do you create?
That's synthetic biology. So you never have to get to 100%, right? You need to get to probably synthetic biology. That's where you are using all of these different genetic tools, probably or CRISPR, all these other things, genetics, which is it knockout, it breaks the DNA. It's not always the best tool. We can now actually make individual edits to, when you think of the DNA double, helix, right? You think those rungs of the ladder, those individuals are called nucleotides. We can change the letters. Like, that's how precise we can be. We can say at spot, 4,000,008, I need to change that letter. And so you change that letter. And then other times you actually synthesize big blocks of DNA. So when you notice that in the mammoth and in the Asian elephant, there's a difference. And if it's in these certain like protein coding region, in all these different regions of the genome that drive phenotypes or physical like attributes, like curved tusk, dome cranium, small ears, the subcutaneous fat layer, and then hair and coat color, you can actually then engineer that into the Asian elephant, right? Because you're only really looking at that 0.4% difference, right? So a lot of numbers. You're only looking at that. And so the better you can get software, AI and computer models,
Welcome.
the less edits you have to make, right? Because you're really just
How are you, Timothy?
core phenotypes.
Right. Are there specific genes that regulate?
All right. Well, we'll get some water in your body. No, I've been up all night. Yeah, I sleep. Word, Mockingbird. We're just watching Joe Rogan. They have the CEO, co-CEO of Colossal Bioscientific. They're talking about de-extinction, essentially using the DNA of the woolly mammoth to impregnate Asian elephants and and introduce them to the Arctic Circle. It's baller. What's on what? On deck? I'm creating robots. That's what I've got going. Just robot after robot. How about you? What's in your night? What's going on in your world? Um, remind Nepal. Yeah. Do you know anyone from the Sherpa people? That's baller. Okay, can I tell you something about them? All right. So a lot of people think that, at least like in English, when you refer to a Sherpa, you're talking about someone who is carrying a bunch of stuff up a mountain, but that's not correct. The Sherpa are a people. One of their common careers is being what you would call a more like a portager, someone who takes something from one place to another. But just because someone's a Sherpa does not mean that they're carrying stuff. That's a group of people. Is that correct? Exactly. But you refer to someone like, oh, that person's a Sherpa, and in English, a lot of times people just assume, oh, that person's like carries stuff, and that's untrue. It just so happens that a lot of people from that community carry stuff, but that they're portagers. Some are portagers, but some are not. Just like your yeah. You know who the like most probably I would say the most famous Nepalese person is? I mean, who would you say it is? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. This is just my opinion, and it's debatable whether he's was born in Nepal or Tibet. But Tenzing Norgay, do you know who that is? But let me look it up. Who's the most famous Nepalese person ever? Um, Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha. Okay, I guess, but that doesn't really count. They say Tenzing Norgay. I'm in agreement with, and there's an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Binod Shudahiri. Yeah, dog. And then you've got Catmandu. Do you know the song Catmandu by Bob Seger? That's amazing. That's your favorite song? I love that song. It's how I found out about Catmandu. Catmandu. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to Catmandu. Yeah, I love that song, man. It's a great song. Uh, well, you guys are kind of in a border dispute with China. You're kind of right, right. Yeah. So there is a some kind of thing. This is more an India China thing, but you're in the middle. That there's some kind of treat they can only fight with like sticks. Do you know about this? Okay. Yeah. So China and India have never had or have had multiple border skirmishes where troops use sticks and rocks instead of firearms, adhering to a 1996 agreement that prohibits the use of guns and explosives within 2 kilometers of the line of actual control. One notable clash occurred in 2021 in where Indian and Chinese troops fought with makeshift weapons such as sticks, metal pipes, bricks, and stones. These confrontations are part of an ongoing territorial dispute between the two nations, particularly in the Himalayan region. Isn't that interesting, though? It's the only, like, you just shoot the other side, but they're really strict about not using explosives or firearms, and so they use sticks, pipes, and things, and bricks. I just found that I've seen them fight. Actually, somebody had some footage of it, and it's like, they're pretty serious about it. I mean, but like nobody dies, or generally, like anybody. But I mean, that's great because they're the two most populated countries in the world, and there could be a lot of casualties if they were using like real weapons. Oh yeah. So I found some footage of it. So this happened like within the last year. I'm just seeing what happens. So it's like they're just it's combat footage. They're just like basically like you'd be with your friends, and then they just start beating on each other with sticks and rocks and stuff. Like very interesting that these countries could literally destroy each other, and then this is sad though. So what was happening? The Chinese side like gave a handshake and faked it, and then started attacking. So it was like kind of mean of them. Wild shit. Anyway, um, yeah, and at least like they're like at least China is really into maps, and like on all their maps, make sure that Mount Everest, like the very top of it, is in Chinese, and because like if you control the highest point on Earth, that's like a very key area to control. Though as a kid, I always knew it to be in Nepal, but I guess China has taken that over. If you ask me, I always think that it as being in Nepal, but um, that's okay. Like if you were to ask me, like as a kid growing up, I've always thought of Mount Everest to be in Nepal, but I guess it's like half of it's in Nepal and half of it's sure, sure thing. You know what's really interesting about Nepal as well? The well, there are a lot of things, but like um, Kathmandu's airport is the highest airport in the world.
So mammoths were about the same size. They're a little bit bigger than Asian elephants, a little bit smaller than African elephants. So there were 11 everyone argues over the definition of speciation because it's a stupid concept that humans made, not nature made. And so there are 11 different types of mammoths out there that evolved in different ways, and some of them were larger than the woolly mammoth, the one that we were pursuing, that has that woolly phenotype. It was about the size of a Asian elephant. But there, to your question on size, it's actually a cluster of genes. We're finding more and more about how different genes also map across all species as well.
And so there's specific characteristics that these animals have, one of them being the big furry coats. That you guys, what did you do with mice?
We made woolly mice.
See if you can find that.
The only like unintended consequences was they were cute as fuck. Like people lost their minds, right? Like I was on the phone recently with a moderately aggressive journalist, and it was going quite poorly at some calls.
Moderately aggressive or being aggressive in what way? Like,
some
why
people,
are you doing this?
Some people, yeah, everyone likes.
Look how cute.
Yeah. So
my daughter actually promised online and launched one.
Yeah, so we get that a lot from kids. So every week, I don't have my laptop.
Look how cute.
But every week.
Oh my God, they're adorable.
So these woolly mice aren't just adorable. We basically said, look, what are the core genes that drive the hair phenotype or physical attribute of a mammoth, from an Asian elephant to a mammoth? And then because we want to do this in the most ethical ways possible, there's about 200 million years of genetic convergence between mice and elephants. We didn't just want to ram mammoth DNA in there and see what happens. So we look for the mouse equivalent, right? So we look for, like, all of us have similar genes, so we can try to look for those genes and then edit those genes with the data we got from the mammoth, so that we're then not just putting random genes in there that could either hurt the animal or kill them, right? Or they may not even be compatible with life, right? So we try to be really, really thoughtful about it. And the woolly mice went insane. There's people that are like making t-shirts of meme coin, and so we made 36 mice. They're all healthy. There's 36 mice that we made. And what was crazy about it is we're excited about it because it shows that the end-to-end process of taking data from an ancient DNA, comparing it to a living animal, making those changes, doing it with 100% efficiency. And that's really important, really hard. So we did it with 100% efficiency. Yeah, that's the difference. So the
one of them, if it was in a trap, would be so sad.
Yeah,
exactly. The
exactly.
little guy on the left, if he was in a trap, like, oh, isn't that funny? Just a little bit of fur.
Yeah,
makes you love them.
And that's the color that we think most mammoths were. So they were like a golden brown color, right? Because when we pull them out the permafrost, they've been sitting in mud for quite some time. But if you see very fresh mammoths, like Siberia and whatnot, like in Yakuts and other places in northern Siberia, that they actually have pretty well preserved mammoths. They actually have kind of a dirty blonde meat, old meats brown fur.
Wow.
And so we did that, and now there's people that are making T-shirts that aren't us, and pillows that are like legalized woolly mice. I'm like, they're not illegal. And then there's a meme account for the guy that did the CRISPR babies, that went to trouble for making edited babies in China. Yeah, a meme account.
Oh wow, so
yeah,
that's math for.
Yeah, a meme account though actually said on X that these are bioweapons. In that colossal beta bio. So the weirdness of the woolly mouse went crazy viral. What we were trying to show is that we used our multiplex editing tools, meaning that we edited all of those genes at the same time. Most people edit one gene, let that mouse live. From the second lineage, they'll do one more gene, let that mouse live, and then they'll stack those edits over multiple generations. We developed a system so that we can deliver all of those edits at one time, all over the genome, get exactly what we want. And then we have this what's called monoclonal screening, where we're screening the cells at the end, sequencing all of the cells, which is expensive and sounds like overkill. But then we know that none of them have unintended consequences or off-target effects in the genome, so that we know the mice that we then do cloning with, we know that they'll be healthy. So we try to spend a lot of time, on that, because we're certified by American Humane Society. It's the oldest humane organization in the world, and if you've seen the film, it's like no animals were harmed in the making of this film. That's success. Right. So we've ended up. So we really care about kind of not just the extinction efforts, the genome engineering efforts, but ensuring that the animals are healthy when they come out. And so the woolly mouse was a really interesting proof of concept. It shows that the edits that we are working on are working right, and we're getting exactly what we did.
Is there any plans to sell those?
No, everyone keeps asking us that. But you know what? Museums actually are now calling us saying, and zoos are calling us saying, can we display the woolly mice? They're like, it'll drive so much value. It'll teach people about genetics and whatnot. So it's not our business model to sell our animals or to sell woolly mice, but it's kind of gone crazy.
Is it dangerous though to leave these mice in the hands of someone, even at a zoo, who decides I want more of these?
Yeah, if we ever put them, I think more likely put them in a museum that needs to be free, like the Smithsonian or something like that, from an education perspective, versus something that's more attraction based. I think we do it more in the case of.
Do you plan on keeping this batch alive?
Yeah, they're going to live out their normal lives, and
but you're not going to make new ones.
We may make new ones.
What if they breed?
These won't. They're all separated. They're all separated by sex. So we're not going to have like a Jurassic Park moment where they change. They're all separated by sex. But if Jamie finds a picture of their habitats, they actually live a couple years, but they don't live like traditional lab mice that live in like a small little cage and all on top of each other. They actually live in pretty sweet digs that we made for them. We spared no expense.
Cool little house.
Yeah, and they're big, and we put fun stuff in them to play with like this. And what's been crazy is we only named 2 of them, and we named them Chip and Dale because people were asking what the names were, and I was like, Chip is the only thing that I could think of at the moment. And now even on X, people are like, we need pictures of Chip. Where is Chip? We've only seen pictures of Dale, and there's like these incredible internet sleuths that are like, that's not Chip, that's Dale. We need a picture of Chip. So yeah, so we don't get involved with those people. We've not leaned in. Yeah. We're excited. They're excited, but we just can't. Yeah, we're busy.
So this is a new thing. The woolly mouse is a new thing. Mm-hmm. Is there any talk about doing other kind of new things?
So it's more of a proof of technology. I think that the mouse model, because it's a 20-day gestation versus 22 months in elephants, it's a great way to test phenotypes. Because with a mammoth, you have 3 ways to test if you got the edits right. 1, you can do molecular tests, you can do DNA sequencing to see if it worked. 2, I guess there's 4. 2, you could grow a mammoth and see if it looks like it. That's a lot of work in 22 months, like a lot of gestational time, a lot of money. I think there's a lot of risk in that. The third, and this is a little weird, we created what's called induced pluripotent stem cells. So we created cells that you can then turn into any type of tissue. So we actually do have mammoth hair follicles growing in a lab. So we have hair growing in petri dishes in the lab, which is pretty cool. If you come see the lab, you'll get the whole Willy Wonka tour, which is pretty cool. And then the fourth way is mice, right? Because it's like if we can then engineer them into mice, we can see immediately within 20 days if the edits were working, if there were any unintended consequences that would be detrimental to the animals. So we'll probably make more iterations of woolly mice. The thylacine closest living relative is the fat-tailed Dunnart, which is a mouse-sized marsupial, and it actually gestates in 13 and a half days, which is 20 days. So there's no reason to do it in mice when you can do it immediately in the model species.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you make the decision to do what you ultimately did when you showed me before the show?
We're working on the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo for different reasons. We work with a lot of different private landowners, governments, and indigenous people groups. And a project that we announced through our Colossal Foundation about 2.5 years ago was doing a population genomics map. We talked about biobanking a little bit. So we want to understand from the bison that are still here in America, what's genetic diversity, what's been lost, what's the number of inbreeding. So we go through this whole process to try to understand, and then we were giving a report back to MHA Nation. Chairman Fox is one of the largest indigenous people group in the United States, one of the largest tribes based in North Dakota. So we're giving them a report out on this. We went to their nation, wanted to share this, and then we're curious. We said, what other projects would you work on if we could do that's helpful outside of helping bison? And they said that we need to help with wolf conservation. They brought it to that. They said we needed to help with more bison conservation. They said if we do stuff around eagles and fish, and so we kind of got that feedback. And when Chairman Fox was walking through their cultural heritage museum, he actually stopped on this incredible picture of a white wolf, and he said, that's the great wolf. And he talked about the ancestral knowledge that was passed down and that's been lost, and how many people believed that it could have even been a dire wolf. Game of Thrones is cool. I love the show. That's interesting. So I did that. We talked about that. And then 3 months later, I was in North Carolina, and understanding that for a completely different meeting around financing. And in that meeting, the Red Wolf program came up. I don't know anything about the Red Wolf, but it's kind of a disaster. It's only endemic wolf to America. It's only endemic to America. It's a red wolf. It's beautiful, and there's like 15 left in the wild. And with massive loss of genetic diversity, massive bottleneck. And I was like, wait, we're supposed to be this country of innovation. We can't save our own. When you think of like the American West, right? You think of wolves, you think of like, eagle soaring, you think of like trout, bears catching trout, you think of bison. The thought that we could lose one of these amazing icons, like we're like, we have to do something. So we have to figure something out. So we put that kind of on the list. And then in a weird series of events, we had all of these kids over the last 3 years, and teachers and parents sending us pictures of wood mammoths or dodos or thylacines. And we get like boxes of this every single week, which is pretty cool. So we're going to make a colossal kids corner at our new labs. And in that, we had all this, some Hollywood talent, like, Tom Brady, others that have invested in the business. They're just excited about it. Most of them learned about it through the kids. Kind of like the boy mouse video. And so everyone's excited about it. And then we talked to get into MHA Nation. They brought up the direwolf again. And so we thought maybe there was an opportunity to bring back an American species, because direwolves were only found in the U.S., a little in North America, but predominantly in the United States, the coastal United States. And we thought if we could do something that could bring back the direwolf, also help wolf conservation and bring people from like sci-fi, fantasy, and kids more into science and into the conversation around conservation, we thought it was a cool idea, but we had no idea if we could pull it off.
Is there dead direwolves that were trapped in permafrost?
No, most of the direwolf skulls out there, there's thousands in La Brea Tar Pit. So if you go there, they have this beautiful wall, but because of heat and acidification, there isn't anything that's protected. Like there's nothing you can get from that. But about 6 years ago, a group, including Beth Shapiro, our chief science officer, sequenced a tooth that was found in a cave, just a single tooth, right? And in that tooth, they actually found they actually got 0.15 X coverage of the genome, so they got about 15% of the genome. But that's not really enough. You need to get up to about 10x, meaning that you can read the entire genome about 10 different times, so that even if there are gaps, you understand enough of the core kind of coding regions that you could bring back that animal.
Is this done by AI?
It's done by AI and software, yeah. So we built part of our business model is building technologies to solve these really complicated problems. They're much harder to solve than just solving them for existing species. Open sourcing that for conservation for free, but then also taking those technologies that we can monetize for humans and spinning them out. So our first computational analysis company was called Form Bio, and we actually spun it out of the business.
So you have this tooth. You have 1.5.
Yeah, about 0.5, so 15% of the genome.
Okay.
And so I went to Beth, who was only an advisor at the time, and said, can you resample the tooth? And she's like, it's like, half an inch long. She's like, it's destructive sampling. It's going to ruin us. Well, could we scour the other museums and see if it's even possible? So we lucked out, and that tooth's 13,000 years old. The skull itself is 73,000 years old, not exactly sure. But it was found in a riverbed. And it wasn't found in a riverbed at the mouth of the cave. So it wasn't found like in the permafrost, but it also wasn't found in like heat and acidification. So there's a bone in all of us called the petrous bone, which is insanely dense, and it doesn't change a lot from after you're born. It's a great DNA source, better than teeth, better than anything. It's like in the inner ear kind of head area. And so we got permission from the museum to very carefully drill into the back, the underside of the skull, and remove the petrous bone to see if we can get DNA. And we got really lucky between resampling the first and the skull. We ended up getting about 13 to 14x coverage. So that's more than we needed to potentially bring back the codes.
And then what you do?
Well, and then we got a knock on the door. No, so we took that DNA.
Can I ask you before we even start with this?
Yeah.
The aggressive reporters. or is it you're playing God? How do you have the right to do this?
So it's been a journey. Okay, so the journey that we've had is when we started the business, we didn't have any scientists. We just didn't, right? They're like, this is tech pros wanting to see cool animals, and they've only got $16 million in funding. They don't have any scientists. Haha. So that was phase one.
Right.
And then we're like, oh well, as an entrepreneur, my job is to hire much smarter people than me. I do not. Gary's got me on quite a kick. So healthcare, yeah. So yeah, I mean, cigars are bad for you. Well, I'm not saying they're bad for you. I'm just saying that
Allegedly,
yeah.
I don't care.
So
just the last of the things that I partake in that are probably bad for you.
yeah, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Everyone's got their license.
I like those cigars. So my question: if I was going to grill you, if I was a reporter, like, what right do you have to invade the natural process of nature and to inject your curiosity and your ability to create new life?
I think that we've become the apex predator on this planet, and we inject our curiosity and choices every day that we overfish the ocean, we overhunt something. In the case of the thylacine, the Australian government put a bounty on its head and killed it off, right? And every time we cut down the rainforest, every time we drink hydrogenated water, we are, playing God on some level, right? We are changing. Humans are very good at changing the natural flow of things. Now, the good news is that there's been a lot of work around ecology and understanding what the impacts to rewilding can be, and so it's been really, really helpful for us to understand. One of the most successful rewilding programs of all time was reintroducing of 14 or 15 wolves back in the Amazon.
Right.
And looking at how the ecology system completely changed. Like, it changed the shape of rivers, because the elk population were just, they're getting fat, they were getting lazy, they weren't migrating. The sick and the old and the weak weren't getting killed off. They were spreading disease. They were eating all of the willows and everything along the banks. So therefore the beavers went away. Beavers are like the most super, climate impact animals that probably exist, because they make wetlands, they cause the rivers and ponds to get deeper, so it allows different types of fish and different types of animals. So you have this thing called trophic downgrading. So you have this trophic cascading effect when you reintroduce these species.
That documentary's fascinating.
It's so fascinating.
Yeah. I know people that lived in Montana before the wolf reintroduction, and a lot of people don't like that the wolves are there, but most of them are elk hunters that were used to something that's just outrageously overpopulated. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
But they were telling me that they had so many elk that were living, they had such a large population versus the actual resources that were available, that they had all these crazy hunts that were available over the counter. Like, you can hunt cows in the snow. So in the middle of the winter, off.
Yeah.
You lost.
Right. And who lives in Colorado. We were at only 2 weeks after we reintroduced wolves. So they actually reintroduced wolves on. Oh yeah. And he didn't know it was going to happen before it happened. And all the people around there are ranchers. Yeah. So already, those 5 wolves that they reintroduced, he said killed over a dozen cows and calves. So the problem is they've killed elk as well. Yeah. In fact, I took a photo of an elk leg that we found on the ground that the wolves had killed. I'm not a big fan of people getting to vote on whether or not you should do something with wildlife. I'm a big fan on having real wildlife biologists assess situations. In the case of Colorado obviously borders Wyoming, and Wyoming has wolves. Wolves were making their way into Colorado already, and they are protected. The problem with reintroducing them is you're essentially asking a wolf that doesn't know the territory to start killing things in that territory.
Yeah, or to stop at a imaginary border. It doesn't exist.
There's no border. They go hundreds and hundreds of miles. But the idea that you're doing this, and you're doing this where there's ranches, is crazy. And in Colorado, particularly stupid, because the first batch were literally animals that they had captured because they were killing wildlife. Yeah. So they moved them from Oregon to Colorado, where they started killing wildlife. They're killing. Excuse me, I'm saying wildlife. What I really meant to say was animals, agriculture. They're killing domesticated cows. They're killing these calves, and they're having a real fucking problem with that.
And it is something that needs to be continually monitored. That shouldn't just be on some random vote of how you feel about it, right? Like,
I just can't let people vote on that.
No,
Too many people live in these high population areas.
I couldn't agree more, right? So, like, we as humanity, like, you look at the third leading cause of death of elephants, it's human-elephant conflict, right? Like, we have to figure these things out.
Yeah.
We don't like to create these pictures. We don't want to lose species. We have to do this in a very thoughtful and measured way, right? Like with Yellowstone, they're like, this is big enough to have as a preserve. We're tagging the animals. We're going to walk and measure it. I don't think that it's safe or smart to put any, not just predators, but also like large herbivores in these heavy population dense areas. We have to understand that some of these areas not are lost, but have already been changed for a different reason.
Yes, and they've achieved homeostasis. They've achieved the balance,
Yeah.
right? Which is the big issue with Colorado right now, and it's going to be the big issue whenever you reintroduce an animal that used to be there and is no longer there. And I think in the case of Montana, I think you're right, and I think that there is an argument that maybe the wolves being there is better. Obviously not if you're a rancher.
The Colorado stuff is completely going to destroy all of the stats. So pre-Colorado, right? So I'm talking about reintroduction into Montana, reintroduction into parts of Canada, reintroduction into Yellowstone, the red wolf, which is a very small population in North Carolina. There's been less than 5 confirmed fatalities in all of North America in the last 100 years. Two humans,
Right, and most of them in Alaska?
Most are in Alaska or in Canada. And then it's before Colorado. So I'm not saying, I don't know if the data has, I don't think it has the latest from Colorado, but it represents 0.02% on deaths associated with wolves and cattle and livestock, right? And all livestock, not just cattle. And so the problem is when you go out there and you have a maintained balance that people can understand, and governments actually give subsidies to the ranchers when they get killed by wolves. So that I think that is a good program because you have to be fair to people that are actually ranching. But the problem is when you're not as thoughtful with the rewilding program, and you're not as measured as like they did in Yellowstone, and you start encroaching in these areas, then the stats are going to go crazy. And when the stats goes crazy, then you're going to start looking to the animals that are the problem, but it's not the animals that are the problem. It was the decision that gave that power to the masses that were really not informed to make that decision.
Exactly. The problem is people just have these ideas like wolves are beautiful, they're amazing, we all love wolves. It's an incredible animal. I'm so happy it exists. Don't put it near where there's a ranch.
Exactly.
You can't vote on that if you live in Denver. That's crazy.
Yeah, if it doesn't affect your livelihood, if it doesn't affect the risk to your animals or your family, yeah, you have to be mindful of that.
There's also they're getting a very skewed perspective because the governor's really interested in it. His husband is really interested in it. His husband apparently is the one who really wanted it to happen. And you have a mandate, so you have to get wolves out at a certain time. And when you're doing it, the only wolves available are wolves that kill livestock. So you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, it's just not. You have in a lot of the project that we'll probably eventually talk about is we brought in a lot of the teams, so many people that have been on your show that know how to do the rewilding the right way over time.
Okay, so this is what let's just get to it. You made a fucking dire wolf.
I didn't. Our team, our incredible team, made 3 dire wolves so far.
Let's see the photos. Jamie, bust out some photos. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself, because this is truly fucking crazy.
Yeah,
That's the pup.
Yeah, so this is that's actually Romulus. So we have 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, founders plan. And then we have Khaleesi, who's the new girl. So this is Romulus and Remus. So funny story about this. So Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings was actually one of our investors, and he has this huge museum in Wellington that he's building for all these movie props. And he's like, I was sitting in Peter's house with he and his partner Fran, and I was like, I showed him the video of them howling. He started tearing up. He goes, "This is the first time I've heard a dire wolf, or anyone's heard a dire wolf in 10,000 years." Well, he like physically, emotionally got chills and started crying. And then he's like, well, I do have the throne. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, I bought the throne last week at auction, at a private auction for like Sotheby's or something, right? And so he did, and it just happened to be where the wolves were doing their vet checkup. Like, talk about cosmic coincidence, incredible, right? And so what you don't see in this photo is you don't see the fact that we have American Humane Society there. We had 3 veterinary people. We had 6 people from our animal care
When you
team.
say checkup, you don't vaccinate these little guys, do you?
They do get because of viruses that they can get from the soil. At 8 weeks, they do get basic virus. They do get basic vaccines.
Are you concerned about that? I mean, you have this animal that you just
So these are staying on. Like these are not going back into the wild, right?
Not yet.
Right now, they're on a 2,000-acre secure, expansive ecological preserve with 24/7 care. We have an animal hospital that we built. People always are like, "You guys raise so much money." I was like, well, because we didn't just spend it on the labs. You have to spend it on the animal care, the facilities.
Yeah. Let's see the photo of the actual grown ones because they're fucking nuts.
So this is Romulus and Remus playing in the snow on the preserve when they are 3 months old.
So the 3 months, how big are they?
3 months, they were north of 45 pounds.
Wow.
So,
Look at that face. God,
they just get like as they age, they just got more and more beautiful.
So let's go to the adults because the adults have crazy characteristics.
Yeah, so
you were saying that you didn't even know that.
We didn't know, right? And so we ended up getting a.
Is this a full grown one?
They're still 5 months old, so they're 80 pounds at 5 months. So wolves typically grow 12 to 14 months, so they're not full grown yet.
Wow. And how big is it already?
80 pounds, about 5.5 feet.
And the main.
Yeah, and so a couple things about the wolves. James, go back. Yeah. So we didn't know this, right? We knew that they were a Pleistocene wolf. We knew that they existed and went extinct about 12,000 years ago, when a lot of megafauna went extinct, like during kind of that younger Dryas kind of cooling period. They went extinct as well, right? And we knew all we know. Because all we have is we don't have frozen dire wolves or frozen samples. We literally just know from skeletal remains that they were 20 to 25% larger. They were stockier. They probably weren't as fast based on kind of their body weight as a normal wolf would be. But we knew that they had thicker skulls, larger cranium, and whatnot. And we assumed that they're and we did find this out in the genome, which is pretty cool, that they were white. Because there's like this misconception for a while that they were red because some scientists wanted to make a paper and assume that they were red, so they get their paper.
Doesn't it make sense from natural selection?
Yeah.
They're an Arctic hunting animal.
Yeah, and they have this beautiful, we didn't know this, they have this beautiful like mane-like quality to them. And when they're babies, you saw a couple of pictures, their fur almost feels like polar bears. It's crazy. It's so.
Is it like polar bears and it's hollow, or is it?
It's not. It's like typical wolves, but it's incredibly thick. It grows in kind of these clumps. But then as they've grown in, they've started to get this kind of like mane to them, which is
the females as well.
Well, the female, she's only 6 weeks old, so it's two years old. So if you keep going through a couple other photos, yeah, I mean they're just beautiful, and it's funny. Someone actually said on our team, they almost look like Shetland pink wolves at some point, right?
Right. They're so stocky.
They're stocky. They're thicker. They are. They're absolutely beautiful. So this is Khaleesi. So we look like a baby, and we nailed it. We named her. Can we hear it? We named Khaleesi for George R. R. Martin, obviously. Who's an investor in Clausen?
Oh wow. Oh. Nature's cute little murderers.
Well, everything in nature murders something, right?
Yeah.
Like we murder.
Well, cows murder grass.
Yeah. And people are now saying you can hear grass and other plants like scream.
Yeah, they scream.
Yeah. So I guess we all are bad. So.
Life eats life.
Yeah.
This is. That's the reason why plants have chemicals to dissuade us from eating them. What are they eating there?
So they love to chew on thorns in the state. So we have different phases of. We built a 145-page animal guide. These are actually different horns from different elk and other species that we're putting out there.
And they chew on it.
They just love
like a dog does. Yeah.
like a dog does, right?
So are you letting these animals kill things, or are you feeding them?
So we're feeding them still. So they eat a combination of bison meat, horse meat, and
Do you
stuff.
plan on letting them kill things?
So we're
eventually?
just about to introduce carcasses to them. So giving them part of a carcass, letting them feed, building in that dynamic between the two brothers for now. And then and they are starting to exhibit some hunting behavior.
Are you going to let them hunt?
I mean, they are on a seemingly wild 2,000 acre preserve with just them. So they do have the ability to hunt on that preserve. But they're not doing it. They're starting to exhibit the original, kind of the first inklings that they will trend toward that. But we want them to live. We want them, and we're going to probably make 2 or 3 more. We want a solid little social pack that we can monitor, that can live a seemingly wild life, that we can understand more about them.
Wow.
It's cool. But the other thing that's equally cool to it, going back to the Red Wolf story, can you...
Which is crazy to me that you have reignited these 10,000-year-old hunting genes.
Yeah.
That they're starting to
including
exhibit.
size. We understand more about, like, we looked at what genes made really a dire wolf, like what was separated. And the beautiful thing for us is that we had a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 73,000-year-old skull, so we could actually understand the genetic distance. With that much genetic distance between them, we could actually understand what truly was fixed and conserved in the dire wolf genome and what wasn't just population genomes, right? If you and I are 50,000 years apart, there's a lot of different mutations in that time period. But if we can then really say, okay, what made Ben and what made JoJo, oh, here's the overlaps, it allowed us to really understand that.
Wow.
Awesome.
And it's just fascinating that the behavior characteristics are kind of baked into
They're
those
baked in,
genes,
yeah.
and they just were dormant for 10,000 years, and now these things are waking up.
And so I was in, because I bottle fed Romulus, and Romulus is partly raised with me. I get to go out to the preserve. I check on him quite frequently. It's in the northern United States. We don't say where it is, but mainly because we're for not just the animals' health, but for human health. Ever since we launched the woolly mouse, we've had very excited people just show up at our labs are not open to the public, and we've had lots of people just show up wanting to see the mice, and so showing people too much of the preserve, we're always very, very nervous about. We scrub all the videos and whatnot to ensure that no one can pick it out, because we assume people will be moderately excited.
Oh yeah. Oh, the internet sleuths will try to find you.
Yeah, so we've done. I'm not trying to challenge them, but we've done everything we can to protect it.
Yeah, I understand. You have to. Some dude from Saudi Arabia wants a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody wants a dire wolf.
We get a lot. We already get a lot. We already get a lot of weird calls. But the other thing though,
someone with deep pockets.
Oh, we get
me a dire wolf, my friend. I have it.
They have every
connection.
We get a lot of weird calls.
Yeah,
from people that are like
those people that have private zoos.
Oh yeah,
enormous.
Like in India.
Yeah.
They have that family has like the largest private zoo and preserve.
Just so wild.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. Well, Texas has history with animals, right?
Yeah.
There's more tigers in captivity in private collections
in Texas than in the wild.
Than in the wild of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was in so we of the 2,000 acres, we have a subsection of it that's about 6.5 acres. We have an animal hospital, a storm rescue shelter. We have a couple of natural dens that we built for them, as well as an animal husbandry area. So that way, when we want to take photos of them or videos of them or do blood tests, they're in a seemingly more contained area. And it's funny, 2 weeks ago, I was up there, and I was actually sitting on those logs with those pictures, and Romulus, who I spent the most amount of time with, Remus came pretty close, and I was able to touch him again, but I thought at that moment, he kind of skittished away. I was like, that's the last time I'm touching Remus. He's like, what am I doing? And I mean, don't get me wrong, I had our animal, I have animal care teams there and everything, and they have been there's some level of habituation between the care team. They really know about the care team, but they're still wild animals, right? And so
probably have to deal with
we don't know, right? But the rise of kind of going back to their extinction, the rise of the change in kind of this younger Dryas period, and the massive, some of the stuff that there's like several different prevailing theories, one of which is human predation, right? That like the rise of humans led to the extinction of the megafauna. That's kind of, I think the answer is probably a combination. Could have there been an astrological event There's starting to be more and more data around that.
I'm sure you've seen Randall Carlson talk about it.
I've seen Randall Carlson talk about it, Graham Hancock talk about it, and they just got the shit beat out of them.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Yeah, now it starts to
impact theory is well
Yeah.
respected now.
It happened. Yeah, and it definitely also happened in kind of a regional sense, right? Because you see different, which also tracks to the theory, right? So not only do you have these different layers that you can prove from a sedimentation perspective, but there was also a massive glacial lake and some of the glaciers that rapidly liquefied that then dumped in the ocean that also changed ocean patterns. So you went from a period, in that kind of transition from Pleistocene to Holocene, there was this period of insanely accelerated cooling.
Do you know how Randall came up with that idea before it was brought to? Like, his idea is that it was an instantaneous melting of these caps because there's some sort of immense cosmic event, and millions and millions of trillions of gallons of water at an insane rate ran through the land and just carved deep gouges into the earth. He was on acid. He was on acid, and this idea came to him. He was looking out over a ridge. He was looking at this enormous gorge, and he realized the gorge was formed by water rushing at an insane rate of speed. And then he started noticing that there's these huge boulders that are just out in the middle of nowhere that were just moved by this immense amount of water. And then the way the ground, the features of the ground looks like the features that you see on sandy beaches when the tide rolls in and out. It's like, this is great, and it all tracks. It tracks all over the world.
It's like those. It reminds me of those stories where they show people like the side of the Sphinx, and they're like, "Oh man, that's a lot of water erosion," and then they like flip the photo, and then you see the head of the thing. Like, that's not water erosion.
It's Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University. I've interviewed him. He was the first guy to propose this. He's like, this is thousands of years of rainfall, and we know that the last time it was rainfall like that in the Nile Valley was 9,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is really screwy in terms of like, what is the timeline that this stuff was actually built, and are we just assuming because we've decided that it's 2,500 BC that that's it forever, and no one wants to let that go?
Well, that I'm not a scientist, but and I don't come from academia. I'm just an entrepreneur that knows how to build teams of smarter people than me, and I find cool shit interesting, and I try to work on it, right? And what's crazy to me is the academic system. Once again, non-academic. I'm sure I'll get crucified for this, but I don't read the comments.
Don't read the comments.
I don't read the comments. I don't trust me. I don't read the comments.
Good for you.
I sleep quite well.
Nice.
But the academics. So we have 95 of the top scientific advisors in the world, Nobel laureates and whatnot. We fund 17 academic universities, right, all over the world. We fund 40 postdocs, right, all over the world, right, and they're doing this. So we're very integrated with the different ideas from academia and these scholars. And our top people that were in philosophy came from academia. So I think we try to be very academically friendly, but they live in this world, this super kind of like fortune and glory world where it's like, it's a popularity contest. If someone has a paper, because their entire motivation is publish or perish. So one of the other things that people bitch about is they're like, you guys don't write scientific papers for every single thing you're using. We're not an academic university. I don't have to write a paper on anything ever. We do a couple here and there because we want to share our knowledge with the community, right? But we get this feedback that, like, if we wrote a scientific paper for every single thing that we did that went through peer review, like, we would have 3,000 scientific papers and no mammoths ever, right? Because we'd just be sitting around writing fucking papers all day long.
It's interesting because they want to impose their idea of what you're supposed to and not supposed to do.
Well, they want to impose their idea that they've already established and any change to that establishment. So in addition to the public 95 scientific advisors, and these were some of the top women in the world, right? That fall on all sides of the political spectrum, all sides of every single spectrum out there. We have another probably 40 advisors that are like, you can't say anything because if I submit it, we know these other people don't like me. If I submit a paper, they're going to totally agree with me, we'll help you. But we submit a paper, they judge my paper, it gets rejected, then I don't get my grant, so then I can't continue my research, I have to fire my postdocs. So it's a complete scam of a system, right? And so we went through this phase where it's like we didn't have enough scientists, we didn't have labs, we didn't have money, we weren't doing anything for conservation. So we went through this whole philosophical perspective of all these things that people threw at us. from the scientific community. And some of our biggest people that hate us are people that we deny confronting.
Of course. Well, the problem is not the scientific community. The problem is weak men. It's this what you see in these squabbles, these like ultra personal squabbles, where like horrible vitriolic statements made about people, like
They're just not happy people.
exactly. It's the same problem with all of life. It's these bitchy little people, these bitchy little monsters, and they have taken over something that's incredibly important. And their work, these bitchy little people, their work is incredibly important.
Yes.
But at the core of their being, they're a bitchy little person.
And they can't, and that is why we don't have flying cars, we don't have mammoths, and until Elon, we were not going to live on Mars, right? And so, like, we didn't have, like, I think
it takes time.
But it doesn't come. But also, academia is really focused on point solutions, not full systems, right? So, if you want to go to Mars or you want to bring back a mammoth, you have to design the entire system. And you have to innovate across everything.
Right.
Whereas in academia, you're only incentivized to get that piece of paper and get that approved.
Well, it's also you're dealing with grants and enormous amounts of money that gets donated and given to these institutions, along with a whole ideology. Like, it's not just as simple as let's follow data. It's all got to be attached to this very left-leaning, almost preposterous in some aspects, ideology. And everyone has to say things as a fucking scientist that you know is not true.
You should just follow the scientific method. I'm not a scientist, but you should just, and guess what? When new data shows up that changes your old data, you shouldn't get mad about that. You should celebrate it.
Exactly. Well, also you have to look at all data. Like, I don't want to get into this, but like, you have academics who are legitimate scientists and have published papers who are telling you that a man can be a woman, and which is fine in terms of like who you are. But now when you're having them compete with women in sports, you've entered into nonsense land, and you're the person we're counting on to be the most intelligent person on the subject. You're trapped by an ideology that you're now ignoring biology in favor of sociology.
I just wish we could get philosophy, we separate like philosophical perspectives from science. We need one of the things that we fight about all the time, because it's like once we got the scientists and once we got the money and once we proved that we are the most advanced, synthetic biology company in the world, once InQtel, which is the funding arm of the CIA and other governments, started investing in Colossal because of our technologies. And once we started proof points, the last arguments that we have against some of those scientists are philosophical. Right there, it's not a man.
Right.
It's not a direwolf. It's like this concept of speciation is a human construct that we are trying to impose on nature that flows more like a river than a rock. And
so are they saying that it's not because it didn't come straight from nature? It's something you recreated by piecing this together with that. Like, what are the genes that you had to use to create a direwolf? We didn't totally explain this.
Yeah.
So you have CRISPR, you have these gene editing tools, you have a good sample of DNA. How do you turn that into a wolf?
So you map them next to it, and there was a study that came out about, and once again, this goes back to the status quo of scientists, of academic scientists. There was a paper that came out a few years ago because they didn't have much data. They said that direwolves weren't closer related to wolves. They were closer related to jackals, and that's because at the time they only had 1.5% of the genome, right? They just didn't have all the data. It's not a negative, they just didn't have all the data. Now we know that they actually were closely related to wolves because we have more data.
Which wolves?
Gray wolves, or the precursors to gray wolves, right? So they were closer to the wolves, and it's actually why in kind of the broader group. And so what we found is that once you do that, we start looking at all these genes and we start to understand what are the differences, and we start to see that in certain parts of the genome that are responsible for size, for muscle, for craniofacial, that there's differences, right? So we can start to map and say, okay, where are the differences between gray wolves and where are the differences between gray wolves and dire wolves? And then with those, we have a lot of different tools that we can then go use to make those changes from the dire wolves in a gray wolf cell line. And so then what you do through that process, we didn't talk about this earlier, you do the same process called somatic cell nuclear transfer, which is effectively cloning, where you take the nucleus of one cell, you put that into another egg cell, and then you take that embryo and you serve it into a surrogate.
And is this a 100% dire wolf, or is this a new thing?
So this goes into the philosophical thing.
Right.
So if you look at speciation, right, there's basically the scientists don't agree on how you classify a species. So you've got certain people that will say, well, a species is dictated by something that can't breed. That's literally a definition. Like, if this animal can't breed with this animal, then that's a subspecies. Then you have other people, you have the paleontologists, and some of them love us, like Pinnacle is probably the number one paleontologist in the world that loves us. But then you have other paleontologists who just hate us. And they do it based solely on truth morphology, because they argue it's the only thing that's going to be persistent over time. And I asked the paleontologist recently, I said, if I made a mammoth with that was giant with pink curly fur and it had the right tooth morphology, you're saying that based on your scientific papers that you would say that's mammoth. And she's like, yes, but that doesn't matter. I don't think we'll do it. So, but then you understand, why is it, anytime you do anything in this world now that's moderately bold or polarized, people give you pushback.
But this is heavily bold. I wouldn't say this is moderately bold. Maybe 3 fucking dire wolves. That's not moderately bold.
Yeah, but
It's kind of one of the craziest things that human beings ever done.
It's definitely in the realm.
This is right up there with inventing the internet.
Yeah, so when you see, and we have more stuff to comment.
Yeah, I know. So, there's people out there. Did you worry that someone is going to get, because this falls into religious realm.
Well, if there's philosophical images, back on speciation, polar bears and brown bears are 2 different species.
Right.
But they may use 5 offspring all the time. And a bear expert will tell you the polar bear is just a aquatic adapted, cold adapted bear, right? And so I always ask people that
Their offspring, or they can have children.
Yes.
So it's not like a donkey.
Yeah, exactly. So there's different ways to characterize it. Yeah, but there's different ways to say something, right? And so, we are not the same, right? I don't know what percent, you probably from 20 years something have some percentage Neanderthal. You don't say that you're an admixture or a hybrid. You say you don't really.
But that's a good point, though, because Neanderthal, if you want to talk about different species, just because they get breed with us, God, they're so different.
But that's it. But like I said, there's 6 different ways. There's actually a species definition that's based solely on geographics. And there's a funny paper out there around one species of toad. They built a road through, and the same toads live on 2 sides of the street, and they're different species, and they're the same fucking toad.
Just because there's a road.
Just because we as humans change. It's called geographic isolation of speciation. So it's just crazy. And so the only arguments that we now have is, but is it a mammoth? And it's like, well, then don't call it mammoth. I was like, I asked people, did you see Jurassic Park? And they're like, yeah. I was like, what was Jurassic Park? What was Jurassic? To your question, what do you think? What was Jurassic Park about to you? If you're gonna take your kids to see Jurassic Park, what is the movie about?
Dinosaurs.
Is it because they took ancient DNA and they mixed it with a bunch of other stuff? Are they dinosaurs, or are they genetically modified animals, GMOs? Genetically modified organisms that have inserted genes from lots of different things, or they dinosaurs. If they serve the ecological function, this is what's called functional mutation. If they serve the ecological function and they have the lost biodiversity and phenotypes that made that animal unique, like the polar and a bear, they're just that animal. So this starts the whole religious and philosophical debates, where it's funny because the scientists who should not fall into these philosophical debates, when they don't like what you're doing, that's what they go to.
So what was the argument? How did they present it?
Oh, it's just by their own definition, they're like, well, it doesn't have enough DNA. So I was like, but the second dire wolf that we have, or the second genome that we have from the tooth has less of the same DNA than the skull. Does that mean that it wasn't a dire wolf? And it just turns into you're missing the point conversation. He's like, I
would like to know the point, though. What is
their point?
What is her overall argument?
The general point of the people is that they want to pick one speciation definition and adhere us to that. And if you do that, no animal, including our animals, will fall into one species, right? It's just people that are using the framework that they set that isn't consistent, kind of against based on the argument that they want to make.
Interesting. So
We're back,
species is just something.
It's a human construct.
And it's just a thing if it can breed with another thing.
Well, I mean, that is one definition. There is another definition saying that it's only a species if it can't breed with another thing.
Oh.
So if I genetically modify them to make it where they can't breed with wolves, does that mean they're now their own species? Like, it just gets into this dumb philosophical perspective because we made up this construct.
Right, but as a person who studies biology, which this person is, right, I kind of understand her perspective where she's like, oh, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? How is this group of people with a bunch of money and a bunch of eggheads, how are these geniuses allowed to get together, splice some genes up, and serve up a direwolf? I can see it from her perspective.
100%, right? But I think that if we don't do big, bold things, it's important. You know, one of the things we should definitely show is
This is just like the guy in Jurassic Park.
But we should just
Basically the same conversation.
Yeah, but John
Worry.
Hammond, I don't think that they were really focused on conservation unless there was a subplot that didn't make it the final cut. We actually are. Yeah, so if we could show the red wolf, I think that'd be amazing because all the technologies that we made on the path to bring back the dire wolf, we wanted it available to conservation.
Well, let's explain the red wolf to people because you were saying before I didn't even know how few of them there are.
Yeah, so if you go to the one more, yeah. So this is a red wolf. That's Hope. That's the world's first red wolf. So I've actually made more red wolves than I made dire wolves. So I've made 4 red wolves, 1 female. Are you just releasing this stuff? No, they're in that process as well. And so you're gonna die when you hear what I went through with this. So I found out that we try to pair every extinction project with a species preservation project outside of making all of our technology for free, right? Everything that we know that has an application to conservation, anyone in the world can use to help save animals. They don't pay us a dime. It's all open source. It's all free. We have 48 conservation partners. The team that's running the Northern White Rhino project. We're their exclusive genetic rescue partner. It doesn't. We're working with elephants in Botswana. We're working with elephants in Kenya. So anybody can use our technologies for free, right? We're working on a terrible fungus in Australia. And so if that's not enough, I found out that that there's only 15 of those red wolves back in the wild in North Carolina. So I met with the upcoming governor.
Are they in other states as well?
No, we'll get to that. So they're only recognized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife there. But this incredible woman from Princeton, top of the field, she's one of the top wolf geneticists in the world, Bridget Von Holt, identified a population of wolves in Louisiana that have a red wolf-like characteristics. So she started darting them, taking samples, and what she found is they actually have more quote-unquote red wolf in them than the red wolves that are being identified in North Carolina.
And is it part of the problem they're inbreeding with coyotes?
Yeah, but they've all been like these guys, like the ones in North Carolina have all inbred with coyotes. All the red wolves have some coyote in them because
they look like coyotes.
Well, because the ones in North Carolina even look more like coyotes. Really? And because the reality is every single species is what's called an admixture. Everything is inbreeding with everything on some level, right? And so everything in life is an admixture. Nothing goes back to the Neanderthal.
So this binary idea that we have is silly.
It's a human construct, right? And it's insane. So I went to some folks from the last administration, right? And I took some data with me, and I said, hey, we really want to help this red wolf program. We don't need any money. We open source all of our technologies, and we use a technology that's non-invasive for cloning, where we actually take a vial of blood. We isolate what's called endothelial progenitor cells, basically the inner lining of your blood vessel, right? Because there's no nucleus in blood cells. So we catch those, and when we catch those, we then isolate them, we grow them, and we clone from them, right? Which is amazing because if you think about typical cloning from animal welfare perspective, a lot of times you have to anesthetize the animal, you have to take ear punches, skin biopsies. It's actually pretty invasive, terrible process to do cloning. We can simply do it. Every single zoo takes blood from their animals to check certain levels and whatnot. We get blood all the time. And so it's a very non-invasive, it's about as non-invasive as you can get, right? And so we found a way, which we're open sourcing on Tuesday, is open sourcing this model of how you go clone from blood, which is a game changer for biobanking because now you don't have to go hurt an animal, take pieces of the animal, anesthetize the animal. We can just take bloods and put them in freezers and be able to bring them back or clone them if there's a lack of genetic diversity using the same. So I went out to Washington with my team. I showed them Hope, this baby, and little videos of, you may have videos of Hope, Jamie. I don't know if it's in a folder. You showed videos of Hope, and I said, hey, there's only a handful of. We made these 4 wolves from 3 different genetic lines. We made these from 3 different genetic lines, right? So there's actually more genetic diversity in these wolves than what's alive in the population. And we said we'd like for you to help protect the work that's being done in Louisiana. And then how many wolves would you like us to make using that population as well as frozen samples that are dead? And we'll just give them to you. There's no cost. Here was the feedback. We need to spend 5 to 6 years on an internal study and spend $22 million to see if it's possible to clone wolves. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't very clear. This is a clone wolf. Like, here, you can fly with me to the preserve. You're San Diego. You can fly with me, sir. They're like, we need to spend 5 to 6 years and $20+ million to go understand this. To understand this. I was like, we'll give you all of the technology, and if you tell me you want 100 wolves, I'll just make you 100 wolves, and we'll even engineer in more genetic diversity for you. And the response was, we'll get back to you. We tried to have 3 other meetings, no showed and canceled every time when we flew there. I just got back from meeting with the Department of Interior, which Fish and Wildlife rolls up to, and they're very, very focused on innovation, not regulation, which has been pretty amazing. And immediately they said, we celebrate. Doug Burgum, the Secretary of Interior there, who we met with, said, we celebrate. He's a huge conservationist, huge Teddy Roosevelt guy, member of the Explorers Club, and he's like, that we do not have a celebration when animals come off the endangered species list. Only about 3% ever come off, and we're really good at putting them on, and we celebrate putting them on. So we have to do something about this. And if you're saying that we could productionize species, and as long as we have the right support to rewild them, people can use your technologies for free to make more of these different species that are critically endangered, while also biobanking the samples along the way. He's like, why wouldn't we do this? And I was like, why got the previous folks? And they said that we need 5 years and $20 million. That they were going to spend it internally. They weren't going to make us to do the feasibility. So they were going to spend it internally on this. And we're like, we'll just do it for free. And he's like, we will completely support the initiative, and we're going to help get you plugged in so you can help biobank our species and also help us support red wolf conservation.
So when will you start reintroducing these?
So we just had that meeting last week.
Soulless red wolves from hell. You've created in a lab. They're gonna start eating people.
And so we're gonna. We just met with them last week. So.
Well, they're beautiful. God, they're so beautiful.
Well, it's like why we shouldn't be afraid of innovation, right?
No, but the real question is, where do you stop?
Yeah.
Because 90% of all animals that have ever existed, all species are extinct.
Yeah.
Like, are we gonna?
I think you focus on the species that are critically endangered and are keystone species, meaning the environment needs them.
Right, but the ones that we drove back.
But the ones that we drove to extinction, right?
Okay. So it's debatable whether or not we drove dire wolves to extinction. We don't really know what happened 10,000 years ago. I'm inclined to think that when you see the death of 65% of North American megafauna that happened really quickly. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that these scientists that believe it was an asteroid inboard colony impact are correct.
I think it's most likely it's a combination. We do know that when early that anthropologic effects from humans, that when early man went onto a landmass at scale, that we start to see that. We see that in Australia and other places. But to your point, it's much slower. It's much slower.
This is a different thing.
Yeah.
Are you gonna bring back saber-toothed tigers?
Everyone seems to have their favorite animal for us to save, right? Like
dire wolves would be my favorite.
Yeah,
that would be my favorite.
Yeah, dire wolves. You gotta come maybe some point you see them, but
I want to.
They're amazing. I mean, they're just beautiful animals.
Yeah.
The saber-tooth tiger is a class. So we put that as a class. Most commonly, people think of the Smilodon as the saber-tooth tiger. There's not, to date, been really great Smilodon DNA. There is great Homotherium DNA, which is another type of saber-tooth guy.
Oh, I didn't know there was more than one type of saber-tooth.
They classify them differently, based on it. But
obviously, you've been studying this, so you're thinking about doing it.
I'm not. I mean, we like to study ancient DNA, right? Like one of the things where I think that John Reeves is 100% right is people say there were no saber-tooth tigers in Alaska. That's just an incorrect statement. There were probably no Smilodons there, but there are homotheriums, which are a saber-toothed cat.
Yeah, he's found things that were not supposed to be there.
I've held things in his. I've held a direwolf skull in his. I hope he's saying that in his facility.
Yeah, I think he's talked about that. But they found cave bears, short-faced bears. Wow,
Yeah, so
look at that.
homotherium is still a saber-toothed cat. But what happens is this goes back to that philosophical perspective. They think that only so if you look up Smilodon in comparison.
Oh, so this has shorter saber teeth, but still. Can you give me that CGI image of it again, Jamie? That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, and I don't think
I don't think you should bring something like that back, but if you do, I'm going to visit it. I mean, I want to see some
one of the
take
things,
down a bite.
So
Look at his paws.
There was what you see the direwolf.
Bro, but that would be so crazy. Now all of a sudden I want you to do it. Now, give me another large picture of it, Jamie. There's some other pictures of this. So Smilodon's the one that has the largest teeth?
It has the largest known teeth. But when people think of saber-toothed tiger, this is what
right. That's a crazy.
This is what they think of.
Those are crazy. I wonder why nature wanted you to have that.
You probably have to pierce things like mammoth hides and stuff like that.
It has to be, right? Something where there's a genetic
and
advantage.
Their jaw hinges.
Look at that one on the right, lower right, Jamie. Below that to the right. There, yeah, right there. Click on that. Look at that, man.
Yeah. And I love because we don't, what's amazing? We don't have the DNA from it, so we have no idea what the color pattern is, which you can see here, right? It's got a short tail, it's got a long tail, it's got a leopard, it's got stripes, right?
Right. We don't even know if they had long tail.
We don't even know if they could have been white.
Wow, that would be wild.
So we do have, there have been some really well preserved pups and others in the permafrost of homotherium.
Whoa. And homotherium we know has that kind of coloration to it.
We don't. I don't want to say we do or don't. We have not done the analysis on that. Look at that little guy. We do have the genome. Not that we're going to work.
Okay, so that has brown hair.
Have you seen the American short face bear?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm probably the most scared of.
Yeah, you can't bring that back.
17 or 18 foot giant bear. We're not working on it, I'm just saying.
But somebody might. That's the problem. There might be some fucking crackhead out there that's got $40 billion. It's out of his mind.
Well, I also think that
like some crazy dude who's just got the resources to do that.
That to me is megalodon scary.
Made a lot of money.
That's a land megalodon.
Well, that is an enormous animal, and they think that's one of the animals that probably prevented people from crossing the Bering Strait.
I read that.
Yeah. It's the theory, but it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, if you knew there was a lineage of like super, polar bears were out there, I would go near it.
And it is essentially a super polar bear, which is really scary because polar bears are
terrifying
and completely carnivorous.
And they don't care; they'll just walk right up to you and kill you.
Oh yeah, there's a great video of these guys that are behind a fence.
Yeah,
somebody sent it to me yesterday. Oh fuck. I'll find it. I know where it is. Someone sent it to me yesterday of these guys that are right behind a fence where this polar bear is trying to get through the fence. There's 3 of them. And they're talking to like, hey, big guy, you can't come in here. Hey, fella.
And it's just common walking towards like, I'm going to get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
polar bears scare me.
Very spooky. Well, they're spooky because they don't eat anything but meat. So we're on the menu. Yeah, all humans are on the menu. Anything that walks and breathes is on the menu. I got it here. Where is it? Shit. It'll take me a few minutes. Sorry. Jamie, pause for a second. Let me find this because it's good. Okay. I just sent it to you. So, it looks like they're, I don't know where they are. I think it'll say in the video. So these guys,
look at this.
Polar bears, that's an oil rig. So it's probably Canada. Look at these guys. That's sound.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
2 more behind it.
Yeah. Wait. Go on.
Go on.
Go on.
Probably not going to work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you.
Hey, sweetheart.
Wait. Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Go on.
They're so
beautiful. They are beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild, though?
You have them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying younger dryers is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory that explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifront. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
on super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison.
Yeah.
Right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison latifront ones.
Let's see if we get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which
there's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? It's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died. It actually died off before. It died off, and it died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we
did. Probably turned them into candles or something.
Yeah, or their stick, burn their fat.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually really
largest.
This
Serenian to ever exist. Let's see if we get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which is
there's an American cheetah.
Yeah.
The American cheetah. We actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong.
Bound.
Yeah.
They just try and eat you. Look at this.
Two more behind it.
Yep. Wait. Go on. Go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you. Hey, sweetheart. Hey. Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out. Hey. Go on. They're so beautiful.
They are beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild, though?
You have them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger dryers is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory and explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifront. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
on super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison, right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison latifront ones.
Let's see if we get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths. There's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion, which
there's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died. It actually died off before. It died off. And yeah. It died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we
They
killed
probably turned them into cannibals or something.
Yeah, or
Their stick.
burn their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually really
Largest
this
Serenian to ever exist. This hunted extinction only 30 years after being described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full gene species that is the bison waterflies. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
On like super HGH like bison.
Yeah. The mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when and all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison waterflies. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns.
Crazy.
On like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison, right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison waterfronts ones.
Let's see if we get a photo of that. Yeah.
I
didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-tooth tiger, the American lion, which
there's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have a full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died. It actually died off before. It died off. And it died off though within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh? Yeah, we did. Probably turned them into candles or something.
Yeah, or
their stick,
burn their fat. Yeah.
So,
but it was actually really
largest
this
Serenian to ever exist. This hunted extinction only 30 years after being
30 years,
described in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full genome of this too. We can't just. I would bring this back to Arctic. It was hugely important to the Gulf Force of the Pacific Northwest. It was great. It's not scary. It's huge. It's like
right, but then out of bring that back. Why would you bring back the megalodon?
There is no megalodon DNA.
There's none?
No. I will say that the CEO of the largest, the president and CEO of the largest free museum in America, really wants me to do the keys. I will just outed him. Yeah, but there's a lot of museums. I could be wrong on the size. Yeah, whatever. He's great though. But there is no DNA. But have to eat a lot. But
already killed everything in the ocean.
So one of the things that's weird and interesting that we're also working on is artificial wombs at colossal. Because if you want to get into this world where you could productionize endangered species like rhinos instead of having to use surrogates for an animal welfare perspective, if you can get to the point where you can engineer genetic diversity into 200 more than one rhinos, and then work with very, very well. You can then reintroduce them, with folks in the field that are the rewilding experts, right? And so we were really not focusing on we kind of rely on third parties on the rewilding modeling, and all of our 48 conservation partners. We were really just kind of focused on the core science that supports their initiatives. But if we are successful with our artificial limbs, and we are quite but we are quite far on that project. That I would not be surprised if eventually you see we have to get a mouse first. But if a mouse
Do you guys have these conversations where you sit down and you go, how does this scale outward? What does this look like, this technology in 100 years? Did we just fuck up?
No, I think that if you look at the birthing crisis that we're in, and kind of population decline crisis, I think that you look at global, people having women having kids later, IVF clinics, people freezing their embryos, all of that's massively on the increase. It's all going up to the right? And we also know that globally, like sperm and fertility and others is going downhill, right? So it's not a good look for the future of humanity in general. And so I think, though, especially, and then we also have philosophical and you have religious, you have philosophical, and then you have socio issues, right? That people have different perspectives on, like having kids, same sex couples, all these things. So we at Colossal have kind of made this mandate that we're not going to work on humans, right? Because it gets too weird. We get asked the Neanderthal and the dinosaur question every fucking day. So we're just not going to bridge that gap. What we'll do is spin out those technologies. But I do think it is harder to grow a rhino in a artificial womb or exogenous development system than it is a human. Not ethically or through an FDA process. But it is scientifically harder to gestate some animals from trying to gestate ex utero. So I do think that some of those technologies could make it eventually into the human population.
That's where it gets really weird, right? Like you could create a child with a mother or father.
I do think that it's about optionality, right? I think that there are certain situations where that would be a blessing. I just had my first kid. So we did not grow up in an artificial womb.
Yeah, but I mean, the people that are skeptical about this stuff, this is what they point to. It's like, what is involved in the creation of life? Well, it's been people having sex, and then the sperm fertilizes the egg. A child is born. They raise the child. They get some of their behavior characteristics. It gets the genetics, and then we integrate it into a community, and there's that. But if you could just make life without any of that, like, what is that? Where's that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, it's a great philosophy.
How much of the child's development is taking place while it's in the mother and sharing
that shared experience, hormonal cues and whatnot?
Yes.
I wouldn't have a child that way.
Right. What if you're making a sociopath? Like, what if you're making a completely
because there's
no empathy,
there's no connection
to people. They come out of the gate, Ted Kaczynski, all fucked up. Like, really?
It's a fair point.
We don't know what the process is while a baby is inside of a woman's body.
And there's people that are working on this technology specifically for humans. Like right now, we're focusing on it for extinct species and endangered animals.
The question was, when this scales out, when you scale out 100 years from now, like, what did you just do?
Well, my biggest thing that I think would be helpful is if we had a world where we, if Colossal gets ultimate success, I would say that we've successfully rewilded animals back into their natural habitat. We've revitalized these mosaic ecosystems that, including your picture of what did the Arctic look like back in the day, like how did we have that? Because that was actually a crazy. If you look at the work that's been done in Pleistocene Park by Sergei and Nikita Zimov, they've actually shown that rewilding northern Siberia with cold-tolerant megafauna actually can revitalize the ecosystem. It can add more biodiversity. It can actually keep the ground temperatures colder in the winter, so it sequesters more carbon. So I think this idea of nature-based and living with nature in an ecological model is something that I hope that we are successful at, and I hope that Colossal is also successful at removing animals from the endangered species list.
So what you were talking about mammoths specifically in the study that showed that it would help.
But they've already done it with muskox, horses, and a few other species up there. So they're doing it right now. They've been doing it for over 20 years. And
there was some talk about eventually doing this with mammoths and then releasing those mammoths into Siberia.
Yeah, that was something that Larry or that Sergei Nikita Zimov wanted to do.
How long before some Russian oligarch on some mammoth?
Yeah, I mean, look, given the geopolitical, we see, going back to your wolf example, we see boundaries and geopolitical lines, right? The animals don't, right? And so we will probably not rewild our first mammoths in Siberia for many reasons.
But you think you will rewild them out?
Yeah, I think, our goal, like, not to, if Jamie, if you look at colossal.com/Tasmania, for example, we actually build working groups with folks around, like, everyone from academia to private landowners to indigenous people groups, governments, to understand, like we don't have a thylacine. I think we'll have a thylacine in the next 8 years. Yeah, I really do. I think based on where we are, current course of speed, there's 70 million years of genetic divergence between a fat-tailed dunart, which is like a mouse-sized marsupial, and a wolf in this, right? But we actually, if you just kind of scroll through into the people.
So it's a wolf-like marsupial.
Yeah.
Does it actually have a pouch?
It does. It actually also has a backward pouch. So most pouches, other than like the wombat, are forward face. It has a backward because they think because it was burrowing in. So that's
so
you weren't
protect
like just
the babies.
yeah, like absolutely suffocate them.
God, nature's fascinating.
But if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see, and just like if you just do a quick scroll, you'll see that we actually have gone out and partnered with all these different groups. Even though we don't have thylacines, we have quarterly meetings in Tasmania around rewilding the thylacine. In one of the groups that we have involved in it is the logging commission. It's going back to your how do we live with nature, kind of like with your example with the cattlemen and the ranchers. Well, the biggest economic driver right now in Tasmania is actually the logging commission. So if you think that you're going to reintroduce an animal back without them or their lobbyists having into the forest, without them having a perspective, then I think that's just a naive way to look at the world. And so we, going back to like the thylacine and mammoths and others, we try to build these working groups ahead of time so that people can get excited about, what are the challenges, what are the unintended consequences. And that's not our job to persuade them. It's just our job to kind of listen to them and then figure it out. And, that approach of like listening to our critics and listening and being inclusive in these communities has helped us, I think, dramatically think through what our rewilding strategies are.
So when you have a rewilding strategy, what experts do you bring in to have this discussion of what kind of an impact this could be? I mean, you haven't done any rewilding. Let's be clear to everybody.
Yes.
They're not releasing dire wolves.
And the wolf. Boy, mice are not getting released.
Right.
Yes.
So this is all theoretical.
Yes.
But if you do have one, what would you look at specifically? How do you take into account all the different species? Do you take into account, like with the thylacine particularly, because it's a large predator, the amount of animals it's going to eat?
Right.
These animals are not conditioned. They haven't evolved to be around this thing. It's been almost 100 years since the last one was there.
So on the evolvement, this is actually kind of weird. So you do ecological field studies. So you work with ecologists, conservationists, predator experts, like people that understand predation, people that understand the land. So you have to work with these kind of big working groups. We have a project going on right now in central Tasmania, which is amazing. And this, the old school like Looney Tunes, like kind of like Wile E. Coyote, where he's like he like goes through a wall and there's like a hole, or the Kool-Aid Man, right? If you had that cutout, we made cutouts and painted them with thylacines, but also cats and dogs and other things, and wolves and other things. And we put them out near camera traps in central Tasmania. And when we reviewed the data, you'll have like a bull or a wombat or one of these animals kind of walking through, or even a wallaby kind of walking through, and they'll see a cat, and they'll kind of look at it. When they see, and remember, to your point, this is for them is multiple generations, right? Because these animals have lived hundreds of years. And so when they see the cutout and shape and the coloration and size of a thylacine, they freeze, they absolutely freak out.
Wow.
Yeah. So we've been collecting this data for 18 months. We're publishing a paper on it. So
that is so cool.
There's like generational trauma that is baked in to their DNA to avoid a thylacine.
It's the only way they survive. I mean, without a language to pass down information. You know, it makes you wonder, like, how much of that is in us? Like, when people have ophidiophobia, you know, or arachnophobia, fear of snakes and spiders, like, what is that from? Like, because it's crippling. I've seen people that have crippling fear of spiders, where it doesn't even make any sense. So they probably, somebody got almost killed by a spider, and that's inside of them.
Right.
You know, that those genes passed on. And then you see a spider, they freak out, man. When I was doing Fear Factor, if we found out that someone had a fear of spiders or a fear of snakes, guess what?
That was on the show.
That's on the show.
Yeah, that's like me in Heights. Like every episode you had back in the day in Heights.
That's because you're smart.
Yeah, it's like fucking terrifying. Yeah.
Whenever I'm in a fucking hotel, I'm on like the 50th floor.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
So I don't have like road noise. I'm like, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here.
It's so scary. Yeah. It's so scary. It's just like the building moves a little bit when it's windy.
Yeah.
Fuck all this. Watershed. Fuck that.
No. Here?
Yeah, Jamie
Oh, yeah.
he lives it's way up high. Jamie sends me pictures from his house. I freak out. Like, no,
I can't.
No.
I'm not.
I like to go to the ground. I like to go to the ground.
Well, I hate flying too, which sucks because I fly. I fly all the time.
Just counting on these fucking screws, bolts, and shit.
Yeah. Because like the worst is like when you're sitting there, and there's now been like these renders of planes that have like glass or plexiglass. I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I get mad if I get on a plane and the people don't shut the window size. Like I don't need. I'm in the bowl. I'm in the tube. It's lit on fire. I get. Because if you think about the point where you're sitting in a chair and then you look down and you have a floor, you're like, that's not. There's not that much. There's like 10,000 feet. You know, you have 3,000 feet below that.
When you see something like the one that happened in Canada where the plane flipped upside down too, you just like that. You can't get that.
At Delta Airlines. It wasn't like
whoopsies,
crazy airline you've never heard of.
It was a person who was not that good at flying and kind of reason. Like, hey, hire someone better.
And I go to DC a decent amount, and so like the whole DC thing like absolutely freaked me out.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I stay at some of those hotels that are right on the river, and you see the choppers fly. You see the choppers fly.
That's their DC moment.
Look how much the water's shaping. It's cool.
Oh yeah. Did you see the one in Thailand?
This is for us.
Oh, did you see the water that's flying off the roofs?
Yeah,
in
in the
flying off the roofs where you see like from the ground, it looks like it's raining. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, listen, that would be the last day I would spend in that fucking room.
Yeah, you're out.
Like, that's it.
It's like if I saw
bye.
If I saw a ghost, I'm like, all right, I'm moving.
Yeah, bye. Maybe the ghost is cool. I'm not totally scared of ghosts because I don't think ghosts ever kill anybody. You know, I'm scared of thylacines.
I'm not scared of thylacines. They start off the size of a grain of rice. It's gonna be really nice to them. So it's kind of like AI. You're gonna be really nice to it.
Yes. I
saw a great gift. I saw this great image on X the other day that is like, it's got all the robots sliding up to kill humans, and it's like, no, not this one. They said thank you in its request. So I was like, I'm going to be very nice on all of my requests on Croc.
Well, I have a weird situation going on at my house because I have chickens, but I eat chicken. And I don't eat the chickens that I have. I eat their eggs.
Yeah.
But they're cute. I'm like, hey, girls, what's up, ladies?
Yeah.
Like, I have no desire to harm them. I try to protect them. If I'm driving on the driveway and one of them is in the middle of the driveway, I have to be very slow and let her cross. But I eat chicken.
Did you see that study that came out a couple weeks ago that having 2 eggs, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but you have 2 eggs, if you have at least 2 eggs a week, that it lowers the probability of Alzheimer's by 47%.
Yeah. It turns out Alzheimer's is connected to a lot of stuff that's in
inflammation. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
They're saying that Gary said it was, I think it was Gary that was telling me that he thought it was like, it's now becoming a more popular belief that it's diabetes type 3.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard that, which is really weird to think of it that way. But it's just so much. I mean, obviously you know this now because you're on a health path.
Yeah.
You know, and you feel much better.
I feel incredible. I mean,
isn't it nuts? How many people are just running around out there feeling like shit?
Well, I was. I mean, part of the reason I started Colossal, I mean, I told you the story about how I got with George, but before that, I built a handful of different technology companies. My last company was a satellite software defense company, and was building it, running it, and this was in late 2019, early 2020. I had to be in Tokyo and I had to be in Shanghai. So I came back, I went to CES, the big consumer electronics show in Vegas. Saw everyone in the world, right? That's there. It's stupid big. A week and a half later, I'm in NASA Marshall with the director there because we were doing some work for NASA at the time at my last company. And I was with one of my number two in the company, this guy named Craig, who's my chief strategy officer. He was coughing, he wasn't feeling well. We both were kind of feeling like shit. I was like, oh, we've been on the road a lot, we've been drinking. We came back.
Craving your next action-packed adventure? Audible delivers thrills of every kind.
That's really cool, bitch.
Like Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir, where a lone
nobody wants that. We call those
humanity
bitches
from extinction, narrated with stunning
Ladies of the
intensity
night.
by Ray Porter. From electrifying suspense and daring quests to spine-tingling horror.
Lady, shut the fuck up and just tell me about Project
Push your
Serpo.
adventure aside with gripping titles that
Listen,
keep you
woman.
guessing. Discover exclusive Audible originals, hotly
What if she's
anticipated
a they?
releases, and must-listen
Listen,
bestsellers
you
that
stupid
hook you
bitch.
from
I
the
don't give a
first
shit
minute.
what
Because
you are.
everyone knows
Tell me
there's no
about
greater
Project
thrill than the one
Serpo.
that speaks to you.
Fuck go
Discover
couch.
what lies beyond the edge. Or start your
You
free
know,
30-day
you
trial
know,
at
it's flipping
audible.com/WonderyUS. That's audible.com/WonderyUS.
I gotta watch that. That's so funny.
And Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are back with offers on vehicles like the 2025 E-Class,
The Breeze is Dolphin.
C-Class, and EQ series.
That is
Hurry
James.
now through July 31st. Visit your local authorized dealer or learn more at mbUSA.com.
You man up for that name. James.
Following is a full-time protection.
His power is stronger than stronger. His might shall last longer than longer. Here it comes.
Why would I squander that?
I'm Gordon Coulter. For many years, I served as a law enforcement officer. Today, it's my privilege to host this program on a little-known area in law enforcement, but important to every small community and every large city across our vast country. It's the area of satanic cult. Kids were railroaded because of their mullets, dark clothes, and fascination with the occult.
You're too scared that this could happen to any of us.
And it did happen to these three young outcasts, who came to be known as the West Memphis Three after their hometown along the Arkansas-Tennessee border. Damian Eccles, Jesse Miskelly, and Jason Baldwin, teenagers then, in their mid-30s today, convicted in what many labeled a literal witch hunt. No physical evidence against them, imprisoned for nearly 2 decades.
Now let's look at another one of these. This is where we go into the Dungeon Master's Guide. Who is the Dungeon Master? Well, the Dungeon Master is a person who plays God in the game. And he controls all the situations. In fact, the books tell him that he is the god of the game. Well, I know that when I did my message, and this has happened, I have letter after letter where people took the pieces. Now, there's sixes involved in the pieces of the game, but they take the pieces of the game, they would throw them in the incinerator or the fireplace, and screams would come out because there seemed to be some kind of spiritual forces inhabiting those pieces, and children would drop out of life. They didn't want to study anymore.
Evil powers are trying to brainwash this generation of children, but the truth will set them free. You can take that truth to them. Let's pray that churches across the nation will rise up and expose this deception of a generation.
I knew him as James.
And I command that Satan loses hold upon your household, and I praise God for it. Amen. See you next time.
In sociology, satanic panic is a phenomenon characterized as widespread fear about the presence of satanic ritual abuse in one's community, state, or country.
The phenomenon of satanic panic originated in the 1970s and gained traction in the 80s and 90s, when a widespread belief took hold within American evangelical Christians that a vast underground network of Satanists were in control of secular society.
From talk shows to court cases to being the topic of every dinner party, satanic panic was in overdrive. And then it faded away just as fast as it arrived. What caused it? Were the stories true? And are we really in the clear? All that and more next on Hysteria 51.
What the fuck is this? Undisturbed. From city to city, an incredible hysterical panic trend.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
You can't handle the truth.
This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in Hysteria Nation to the podcast that's never been the victim of satanic ritual abuse. But if we were, we're sure it would be at the hands of, check that, pinchers of conspiracy bots. This is Hysteria 51.
I actually see where you're coming from there. Satan's a bitch, but I like the ritual abuse part. Tough but fair.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, I'm your host and Dungeon Master.
I don't have a character. I'm the Dungeon Master. I control the game and act out all the characters you meet along the way.
My name is John Goforth. Alongside is my co-host, certainly a man who is guided by his own moral compass, and who always chose chaotic neutral as his character's alignment when he played Dungeons & Dragons, Mr. Brent Carlos, the Dwarf Hand.
Dwarf? I don't want to be a dwarf. I wanted to be like a ninja or a fighter.
Don't forget who won that game of Dungeons & Dragons, John. None other than Carlos the Dwarf himself.
Greetings, princess. It is I, Carlos the Dwarf. The dragon has been slain, and you're free to rule your kingdom.
It's just like what I played. Hashtag winning, I'll say. My character was a chaotic neutral paladin, and I was a badass. Did I tell you I was a level 63 that had a fitting sword spell?
Never got laid. Every time I think I realize the peak of your dorkiness as a kid, I'm reminded that there are always higher levels.
Does him wanting to play with us again mean that he's turning into a geek? Or we're turning into cool guys?
That other voice you're hearing, that's about to become a disembodied voice,
Try it, Flesh Bucket.
is the third member of the show Conspiracy Bot. C-Bot's an angry little robot I built to help edit and research the podcast. Lately, he hasn't been here in the studio much. So you're not actually still out trying to do a bunch of open mics, are you?
No. I booked a few gigs. Career is taking off. The less I'm around you two snake-bitten time sucks, the better off I am. Says so here in tape number 8 of Unlocking Your True Comedic Potential, a guide to not letting the meat sacks in your life hold you back. Hosted by Alan Tom Allen.
I still say there's something weird about this tape set. Anyway, C-Bot, I'm confused. When you took us through some of your potential jokes, they were literally awful. When you weren't insulting the audience, you were threatening them, and none of it was funny. How did you book gigs off of that?
There's no accounting for taste in this business, lest I remind you of some of your one-star reviews.
Don't change the subject. Plus, there's only a few of those, and screw all 10 of you. I know you're still listening. Anyway, the point is, there's no way an actual club would have booked you. You didn't have any material, do you?
Well, they did book me, but yeah, I have some new stuff. Want me to lay one on you? Okay, here it goes. This homeless guy asked me for money the other day. I was about to give it to him, and then I thought he was going to use it on drugs or alcohol. And then I thought, hey, that's what I'm going to use it on.
Dude, you stole that. That's an old Greg Giraldo joke.
No, I didn't. Greg who? Don't know what you're talking about. Okay, here's another. Since you're so sensitive, you know how you can tell how pretty a white woman is? You look at her and then you wonder how long they would look for her if she was missing.
That's Patrice O'Neill. You're just stealing material from dead comics. You realize that people know this stuff belongs to them, right? Like, it doesn't go away once you die.
Of course I know that. I'm not stupid. This is all original material. Now go introduce your guests. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom or something.
He is right about one thing, Brent. We do have guests tonight. So, yes, more than enough to shake a stick at, one might say.
Matt Lauer's type shit staking there, John? Or?
Yes, I've got a button under the
stick shaking, not shit staking.
That's what he did. I've got a button under the desk over here. All right, first let's get this one out of the way.
His name is Pecker.
Due to a scheduling redundancy and some bad handwriting, welcome back to the show, Joe Peck.
What a pleasure, guys. Glad to be one of the points on this pentagram this week. That's all I have to say.
It's true. There will be 5 people on the show.
It's almost like he planned it that way. Or just realized that he giggled out loud before the show.
Right before the show. It's almost as though you intended to record a podcast.
Well, then up next, we got another returning guest. But this one we actually like and invited him on purpose, Mr. Kevin Crispin.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
You know, he says we're the 2 guests that we probably have the most requests to be on are now here, and we actually brought you guys here so you can fight. 'Cause much like a Highlander, there could be only one.
I was just gonna say, I don't even think we'll need to fight. Like, my guess is at some point here, one of us is gonna explode.
Yeah, or
Oh yeah, that was the chili though.
I did invite everyone over for homemade chili.
Sorry,
before,
Mike.
so
Yeah, not everyone.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah.
Speaking of the guest that is coming to us via Skype, you gotta love the miracle of modern technology. It's coming to us from halfway around the world, the mythical land of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
I assure you it actually exists.
Mr. Michael Cole. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And by here, I mean locked in my office for a while drinking a beer.
So, Mike, we had you on for our satanic episode. Do you want to tell everyone why we chose you for that? I mean, I think you want to get it off your chest now, or are we going to wait until the
Well, I don't know, if I want to, have any spoilers or anything to hail Satan. And, yeah.
I just think it's amazing that you're all the way over in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and it sounds like you're right next to us.
Modern technology. I like to think that I am the bottom and most important point in this pentagram, but I'm probably top
I
left.
had to pick, if I was going to pick any of the five of us to be the bottom, it would have been
Yeah, it's not as much of an honor.
All right, assholes. I'm back. Let's get on with it.
So, we talked about it, satanic panic. What the hell is satanic panic? Let's first define it.
I think I saw it in the liquor store last night. It's cinnamon flavored.
Wait a minute, we're in Chicago. Like, are we not here to talk about the play this year of Chicago Blackhawks right wing Richard Panic?
That's exactly.
Dick Panic. Huge Dick Panic fan.
Wasn't there? Well, I'm horribly unprepared.
I had a bad case.
Wasn't there also an NHL player with the last name Satan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I did not know that.
40 goal scorer. Absolutely.
I'm going to have to worship him. Welcome back to NHL Live. I'm your host.
And I'm not 100% certain of this, but I'd say I put it in the 85 to 90% range that he played for the Devils at some point.
All right, so let's define what satanic panic is. So we're talking about a period of the late 70s to the early to mid 90s where there was mass hysteria around this country surrounding the possibility that youth were being systematically raped, tortured, and killed by underground satanic cults.
Right, or some sort of sick derivation therein. You know all the stories. It was also referred to as satanic ritual abuse. And I'll tell you this, Brent, I haven't researched a story that has used the very name of this show more than this.
You're exactly right. Everyone is into satanic hysteria.
Hysteria.
Yeah. It wasn't the first time.
There was less 51 involved.
That's true. That's true.
More like 42.
And it wasn't the first time that moral panic, was going to sweep this country. And I'm sure, unfortunately, it won't be the last. Look at we had McCarthyism. Unfortunately, the Salem witch trials. If we're going way back, and this was almost like its own witch trials in and of itself.
The country wasn't around then, but it was certainly in the geographic area. And this actually kind of some of the same elements of the same Salem witch trials reared their ugly head during the satanic panic.
Right. So things came to a head in the 80s, and it's not that big of a shocker because that was the decade of decades. You had Wall Street, yuppies, cocaine, Miami Vice, break dancing. So the decade of Schwarzenegger and Stallone blowing shit up and killing the bad guys. It's also the decade.
Paul Hogan.
It's also the decade of AIDS, the Cold War, and constant talk of devil worship.
That's not a knife. This is the knife.
That's not a devil. This is the devil.
So basically, the good old days is what you're saying.
Exactly. We're men.
Yes.
And sheep were scared.
So we thrived. Satanic panic was sweeping the nation. Everywhere you turn, someone was trying to tell you that dark powers are afoot, trying to destroy normal life as we knew it. For the dark Lord and his evils. I don't mean to laugh.
Does that offend you? Does that offend you that the dark powers weren't a hand? They were a foot. They were a foot. Crush that one.
Out of the park.
Going, gone.
Go forth and gone.
So we're looking back at this time, like, were they crazy? Or was this really happening? And if so, to what scale? Well, we were taught not only were these things happening, but they were targeting children and teens. That was everywhere you're hearing this shit. And each time we set foot out the door, we were facing the possibility of ritual satanic abuse. Like, be careful, don't go down there. That's where the man gets away. They'll torture you.
Man, I tell you what, don't go to the fucking Piggly Wiggly.
Well, you know, it turns out you can't get pig blood at the Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, I done it. Preaching to the choir, or satanic choir, false advertising,
right? But you know, it's terrible to say these things: like sexual abuse, sacrifice, cutting, torture, animal sacrifice, you name it. All of it was coming to get you in the 80s. That's what
Dogs and cats living
telling
together.
you.
or as we like to call it, the age of Reagan.
Reaganomics.
Trickle down economics. The blood was trickling down.
Oh, it didn't just spread by word of mouth or church services.
By mouth.
That's by word of mouth.
Cold sore panic.
Calm down, Double. Calm down.
You're all
You guys
idiots.
remember this? You guys remember how it was on every fucking TV show? Geraldo, Donahue, Sally Jesse Raphael. You know, all that
All the
shit.
top journalists.
Hey, in the 80s, that's where people
That's
got
it, buddy.
You know?
Well, yeah, Jerry Springer was still the mayor of Cincinnati back then.
Yeah, I mean, all they had to talk about was the devil and Princess Di. I mean, that was it.
Coming up next.
But literally, it was. Sometimes in the crossover episodes, the devil is the Princess Di.
I wish you would all die.
God damn.
Ignore him. He's still bad we called him out on his jokes, but as I was saying, the media loved it. And so did prosecuting attorneys. If someone did something bad, chances are the devil was involved. They just brought out a whole new line of work in that time, which were people who were expert testimony on what was satanic and what wasn't.
Having grown up during that time period, it wasn't, to me, it wasn't satanic panic. To me, it was Tuesday. Like, I remember just being warned about all of this stuff. Don't listen to this music. It's horrible. You can't, Dungeons and Dragons, you can't play that. That's the devil. Like, I was just the way scared of it. And this is the way the world works.
Well, as we've learned, having the conversations we have with Kevin, the way his mind works. So imagine you were actually really terrified.
I was very terrified. Yeah. I was, and in listening to some of the music, I remember specifically watching a Danzig music video, and he made the horns. Yeah. And I
wasn't a U of Texas fan.
No, right. He wasn't hooked in anything except for my soul. But I made that fist or the horns in my house, and I was like, oh no, maybe my left hand's going to go to hell. We know my right hand is.
For so many reasons.
I don't know, now you were from further south in southern Illinois. You're getting down towards, Kentucky there, Mike. Was it? Do you remember like that, or was this just something you're like, oh, my parents never ever talked about?
Oh no, I remember it rearing its ugly head left and right, and I was very active in the church at that time. And a friend of mine, who's actually the guitarist in my band, had this Grateful Dead necklace. He probably got like Spencer's or something. And I remember this girl at church telling him, "That's evil. You need to take it off. You need to get rid of that." And he gave it to me. So apparently I was fine. It's not gonna.
Mike's already going to hell.
Yeah,
that's why you wanted to take it off, right? Was to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like, you need to get rid of that.
Put it where it belongs, around the neck of Michael Cole.
I remember being over at my buddy's house, JJ, and he was listening to Appetite for Destruction. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not allowed to listen to this. I'm going to go to hell if I listen to this. And then I kept listening to the first time I was over, I like putting my fingers in my ears. No, yeah, I can't listen to this. And then the second time, I'm like, this is really good. I really like this. And so then I went out and with my allowance money or whatever, I bought it. And it got taken away from me. But did they let you keep the night train? Well, I had already drank all of the night train.
Right.
So
you guys remember the Poison cover with the long tongue and the satanic face? And then they redid it because so many people were like, this is the work of the devil. And it was just a black bar, and all you could see was the eyes of the face. Because there was so much. So my sister had that tape, and my parents let her keep the cassette. But they cut paper and put it over it so you couldn't see it. So they essentially did what marketing did later on.
Parental advisory.
I also remember going to church and they hand out things like Procter and Gamble, they make things like it's Tide, but things like that, like household Tide. And I remember those things when I'm like, you gotta look at your Procter and Gamble things in your household because they have like a pentagram and a sign of the devil. So we went home, and I swear to you, looked at all our things and couldn't find any of these quote unquote symbols. We go back to church next week, and people go, I found it on this or that or the other. And they're trying to tell people not to buy it. Then you find out that's all BS later on.
That's just S.C. Johnson and Wax fucking with everybody.
Yeah, like those bastards over at Johnson & Johnson. We did it, sir. We've done it.
Did any of you guys growing up, this happened in my town, small town, there was a house that had upside down crosses put in the yard? Oh, the Devil House. Every town has a Devil House.
Yeah, every town has a Devil House, and the girl that broke the hot dog off inside her.
Wait, you knew her too?
Yeah, how about that?
I need you to put them way up inside your butthole.
Joe, what was it like in your town growing up? I couldn't even talk about my town because I
was the one putting the crosses in people's yards.
I didn't just grow up like going to church and stuff like you guys were talking about. I grew up with a dad who's a pastor. So I mean, there was a whole nother level to this whole thing where not so much my dad and my mom, but definitely the other pastors in our church. You know, we saw some of these kind of things here and there. You know, the seminars on what to look for in heavy metal music. Absolutely was constant.
Did your dad's church have the what were they called? The chick strips? Chick strips were, I believe, is what they were called. They were comic book strips that would elucidate the horribleness of things like Dungeons and Dragons and
yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. We absolutely have.
And it's like, oh, I don't want to burn in hell. We're going to listen to that.
Yeah, well, here, you just take Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and burn. Is that how they burn that cassette tape through these cartoons?
That's right. That's right.
The perils of
everyone, everything that was different as society and culture was changing. Didn't just represent to a lot of people the changing society and culture, but as something evil. It was just this.
Well, it was just. I mean, it was. I look at it as it was a generational thing. It was the Beatles and you know Elvis Presley in the '60s all over again. Yeah, like, it was the same stuff. Like all my parents sit there and laugh because they're like, yeah, we wanted to listen to the Beatles and Elvis, and our parents and all of their friends were like, what? You can't listen to that. Look at his pelvis gyrating.
Right.
And then
look at their hair.
Yeah, and then my parents' peers are all like doing the exact same thing. Long hair. That guy's got long black hair.
That's exactly right. It's because you were into these things does not mean that you're not into God, right? I mean, your father was a pastor. It's not like you were renouncing Jesus Christ because you enjoyed GNR.
No, we were listening to Bob Dylan records. Just he's like, yeah, maybe don't tell everybody at church that we do this.
Were they his Christian records?
They were actually. They were. By the way, random little person. Bob Dylan just released a box set of all of his Christian.
Trouble No More. Trouble No More. It's
great album, by the way.
Yeah, I love it. We'll talk more about Dungeons and Dragons later, but one of Larry Gygax, one of the creators, was actually a religious man.
Oh yeah.
And that's why he looked at it so funny. He said,
what is wrong with you people? Like, a lot of these people that were in the bands were religious. Like where are you people coming up with this crap?
I mean, that's why I only listen to Striper.
Striper was one of the most controversial ones when I was in.
Is it because of the lies?
Yeah, partially.
Or is it because Ted Cruz was in Striper? Have you ever seen that meme? There's a picture of a guy in Striper who looks just like Ted Cruz.
There's also a guy in Striper that looks just like the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All these stories you're talking about had to come from somewhere, right, John? Where did these stories come from?
Well, they didn't pop up out of nowhere. The seeds of these stories have been planted into the pop culture zeitgeist for years and years and years. Historian Philip Jenkins points out that Herbert Gorman's 1927 novel, The Place Called Dagon, is a big shaper of the future panic. It's a story of devil cultists, and it really was radical and influential. H.P. Lovecraft names it as a big influence of his. Wow. It's 100% fiction. Elements of the story could be seen in many of the stories that would be told as true across the country in the 80s.
Well, don't forget also all the horror flicks from the 60s and 70s, like The Devil Rides Out, Rosemary's Baby. Look at even going on forward, The Omen.
Yeah.
For you, Damien.
There's this book that came out this year called Tracks from Hell that goes through the 60s, 70s, and 80s horror boom in literature. And Rosemary's Baby is one of the ones that kicked it off along with The Exorcist. And it's got great stuff in it. And that's just all to say that people had all of what these wild scenarios might look like firmly planted in their subconscious. And then, Brandon, then every person in the world that couldn't figure out why life hadn't turned out exactly the way they had expected, they got a get out of jail free card. A book came out called Michelle Remembers.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
It was a working title. Sorry.
Written by Dr. Lawrence Pasder. This was Michelle's therapist, and the supposed victim, Michelle Smith. The book introduced the world to the idea of recovering the memories of satanic ritual abuse. Like you literally have
just means planting the memories of. Sorry, go ahead.
So you literally have no idea anything bad ever happened to you in your life. But go spend a few days with the right shrink, and now you believe you were raped for 100 days by Ozzy Osbourne. Side note, that therapist that brought these memories out of Michelle, Dr. Pasder, he wrote the guy that wrote the book with her. They got married. Yeah. That's ethical. And the book Michelle Remembers afterwards. All of the story that goes along how she was raped by this cult for like 80 days straight. Completely and it's interesting because that was a huge fucking hit when it came out. They made millions of dollars, and there is such a appetite to go in and be like, I want to read about this.
Well, look what happened. People started coming out in droves with stories of repressed memories of satanic abuse, sexual and physical abuse, and torture. After this, you see one of these people come forward, and it's that whole. A lot of people are addicted to being the victim, and they want that. And that's not putting away. I want to reference this. We're not saying this doesn't happen. This happens all the time, unfortunately. In a lot of these cases, when it came abuse,
not satanic ritual abuse, but abuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. When I've heard Ozzy Osbourne's a very respectful and gentle lover. Is the thing. John!
He is.
We're dealing.
You heard it here first, folks.
Not to tell tales out of school, but he is.
Thanks for reiterating.
Michael!
But like I said, though, this is it's like McCarthyism, and these claims were that people were worshiping the Christian idea of Satan. And I say that because when you look into the real satanic cults, the cults that we found to be really out there, their idea of the devil is vastly different usually than what Christians look at. So you got modern Satanists versus like your devil worshippers. When you look at like the satanic church, they don't actually look at the, and I'm not making a play for you guys to go into this, they don't look at the devil as an actual deity. It's more like chaos or order. They're like, well, we want to shake things up, so we're using this idea.
You mean they're not using Milton's version of the devil, which is like 95% of everything any Christian claims that's biblical about the devil? Because he's mentioned like 6 total times in the whole Bible.
Yeah, Milton, Paradise Lost. That's exactly what people are always thinking about. They're not thinking about what it actually talks about in the Bible, which is not much at all.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of people that are, and it does happen, but it's more portrayed in movies and things for the people that are worshiping the evil Beelzebub, actual Satan, like, Oreos to the new world.
Horns and spiked tail.
Yeah. But it's no wonder people were afraid of things like this. Charles fucking Manson comes to mind with his cross-turned swastika on his forehead talking about the devil. And they got Richard Ramirez, the fucking night stalker, Hail Satan pentagram on his hand. 5 points in that start.
If there is a hell, he's finally resting comfortably there now.
He's got his own wing.
I think to the Far Side comic where they show hell and the guy's getting a cup of coffee and he goes, "Oh man, even the coffee's cold. They thought of everything." That and the other one where they're marching guys in, and one of them it's music teachers, and they're shuffling them into a room filled with kindergartners, all with instruments. And it's like, this is hell.
And David Berkowitz also claimed to be part of satanic rituals where they killed German shepherds out in this park, and New York or New Jersey. I don't remember where he said it was, but the stories changed all the time. That was just one of the many that he told.
Wouldn't he put a pentagram when he would sign his letters?
I don't.
Or am I making that?
I don't remember that detail.
Okay. What did he sign? The one he sent you?
Davey.
Davey.
Did he dot his I with a pentagram instead of like a heart?
Another big name that we can't not talk about when we're talking about this is Anton LaVey.
Big Daddy.
Yeah, he was the founder of the Church of Satan and the religion of LaVeyan Satanism. And that was what I was talking about, the whole, they don't look at Satan as a deity, it's more of just like, yeah, we're trying to shake things up. And this dude was a fucking showman. He was on there. I was talking about Geraldo and Donahue and all that shit. That guy made the rounds for all those. But he didn't help his cause with the crap he said. Ultimately, he said that he thought anyone was crazy who believed in any higher being, including the devil. And he was an atheist with an artistic streak, was what he really was.
Right. He didn't help his cause because he wrote a bunch of shit in his version of a satanic Bible that
which
said,
you look at as the founder of Satan, right, modern day Satan.
And it said a bunch of horrible stuff. It did. It did. But he basically didn't come out and say this is all euphemism. He would say he's basically trying to point out the hypocrisy of culture and things of that nature. Culture.
Nailed it. That's awesome.
He was. I think
listeners, don't let the moderate chuckles fool you. That was hilarious.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was a. I think he was an editorialist and a showman at heart. That he went a little too far with the things he said.
And you look at people like his daughter, who after he passed took over and was leaders in the church, and now she's actually left and denounces the whole teaching, the upbringing of it. And the church is still well, funded and still going. But it's one of those things where a lot of people look up to him, but the people around him kind of like Scientology and
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes, and L. Ron Hubbard. They were like, well, this guy was kind of a fucking kook, and we don't really care.
LRH for those who are in the know.
But we're talking, speaking of in the know, with pop culture, I brought up that whole Procter and Gamble thing. Like, do you have any thing? Like, I remember, so my dad worked road construction, and there was more than once where they were like working out in the field in culverts and stuff. They found where one time someone had sacrificed a pig, actually fucking sacrificed a pig, like
slit its
throat,
throat,
cut it apart, and like an pentagram, and a couple times. That's fucking crazy. Like Joe, do you remember anything from your kid as in like the pop culture that kind of stands out?
Well, mine was always, like I said before, it was always. What I always remember really clearly was all the music stuff, like being, my dad's a big music guy, like all my friends were. It was, we'd have these different situations, like at church, different things of like, so there's a guy, Jimmy Swaggart, different people have heard of him. He was pretty famous in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And we could do a whole show on nonsense about him, so let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Now, was he the one who said, hey, I'm seeing?
That's exactly correct. That is exactly. One of the things I always found fascinating about that when I was young.
I don't know why he's just laughing when
he's dying.
I'm seeing. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, it did occur. He had his problems. But I always found it fascinating that, so my great-grandmother loved Jimmy Swaggart's piano playing. And she had all these records of it, and we'd listen to that at Christmas when we were at her house. And it was, so I came to find out, his cousin is Jerry Lee Lewis. And they're rockabilly, rock and roll piano players.
If nothing else, it's a very talented family.
Yeah, how about it, man?
Jerry Lee Lewis, who once drove his car through the gates of Graceland to kill it. Going in to kill Elvis.
Well, yeah. Maybe not so much, but anyways.
Future episode?
Maybe.
That would be the first
I'd buy that for $1. Exactly. But I always found it perplexing, and I was pretty young when all this stuff was going on. Like similar to John, I was born in '79, close. Like I was like 10 years old when at the height of all this stuff. And what I found weird was I'm like, so wait a minute, his music is the rock and roll stuff that, I would ask my mom and dad about this. I'd be like, his music is the stuff that you guys have told me, your parents, Grandma and Pap, said that you shouldn't be listening to because that's the devil's music, and that's what he plays, and now he's writing books about this other kind of music, being the devil's music, and I was always baffled.
I think we all know that Pap, doesn't have the best.
He did introduce me to Nat King Cole, so we'll give him a
well, that was unforgettable.
Nat King Cole and Jihad.
Yes, it's exactly.
John, we were talking about Geraldo. You had a little memory of that. And not just opening up of some safes, right?
And not just of him grotesquely groping Bette Midler. Yeah, I'm worried about that. No, yeah. So if you remember, back in the day, Geraldo did all of these primetime specials. Didn't he like break open Jimmy Hoffa's? I thought that he did Jimmy Hoffa's like the find where Love Box or something.
I just know from The Simpsons, Homer Simpson with the V Sharps wrote a song about there was nothing in Al Capone's vault, but it wasn't Geraldo's fault.
But one of the big ones that they did, I remember watching this thing, Devil Worship, Exposing Satan's Underground.
Well, he wouldn't very well have an above ground, would he?
Well, what do you think's in the Hollow Earth, Joe? Yes, yeah. It all comes full circle.
Always.
Wow. I remember watching it at the time and being enthralled. If you go back and watch it now, which I did, it seems so ludicrous. It really does.
Ludo. I was going to say, was it in
Atlanta? Yeah. It really does seem ludicrous, but you can see how good Geraldo was at his job of both putting words into people's mouth, but streaming a narrative to people. I mean, he put together a really good narrative. So the show was like a 2-hour special.
When I learned never trust a man with a mustache.
With that mustache. He had FBI investigators. He had Ozzy Osbourne on via satellite.
Which immediately makes you wonder about the credibility.
Who was a lot more lucid back then. Which means he was drunk. He had Anton LaVey's daughter. We were talking about her. She was wearing a nice little pentagram. So she had not renounced anything yet. She had some dude from the Temple of Set who looked like his hair and everything. He looked like a Romulan.
Where do you think the Temple of Set hails from?
Romulus. Okay. And then he also had a couple murderers on from jail who were all saying, like, yep, I did it because of Satan. That's definitely why I'm here. And my lawyer sitting here next to me says so too. And also, are you going to pay me?
You know it's bad when the rational one out there is Ozzy Osbourne going, no, this is all bullshit. You know, like this isn't true.
I just came from Birmingham, listening to all the Beatles records, and music.
But you can completely see why they had Ozzy Osbourne on, because he's like the one rocker from back then that actually couldn't acquit himself well. Like even back then, even with being lucid, he still, I don't understand.
I just needed to take a piss.
He was just having a competition with Keith Richards on who could be more unintelligent.
Right. And he was just, even then, he said, it's just show. It's just a show. But Geraldo's talking to the guy from like the Temple of Set, and he's like, so all these charges that were brought against you were dropped. It's been proven you didn't do this. So I don't want to spend too much time on this. But the charges did say that you did X, Y, Z, and it was all like, child this and rape that, and like, hey, Geraldo, you just got done saying he was acquitted. It was proven he didn't do it. Why are you? But I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But he's so good at driving that narrative. Yeah, did somebody say showman? Exactly. Right. Exactly. And the whole thing is just set up to convince. This 2 hours is in a nutshell where the media drove the satanic.
Well, and speaking of showman and the media driving it, look at and Ozzy Osbourne, fucking music. All these examples of music and people saying, "Oh, play their music backwards, play it backwards, you're gonna get these messages and shit." Well, guess what?
I like to party.
Just like looking at a cloud in the sky and you can see a face. You listen to something backwards and you can kind of hear whatever you want. I heard kill your parents, eat your peas. Like, come on now, like what?
In that order, I found a really sweet recipe for pot roast. Listening to listening to a Meatloaf album backwards.
Ironic. I mean, scoff all you want, but Paul is dead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
The bare feet.
Yeah, he's the corpse. George is the fucking grave digger.
The hand above his head on Salt and Peppers.
Yeah,
It was a walrus.
Buried Paul.
Yep.
Stop it. Cranberries. Stop it.
As far as heavy metal goes, it's so much of it where they were finding messages where they weren't. Now, I mean, admittedly, there were songs like Iron Maiden's "Number of the Beast." Yeah, I mean that wasn't really hidden imagery. But they also weren't saying that they literally worship the devil either. I mean, they were.
Well, actually, if you listen to the chorus, the Christian equivalent of the devil, which is an actual evil
They really made it clear what they were about.
Well, I always loved when they would pull in like breaking the law.
Make sure you stay healthy.
I always loved when they pull in breaking the law and talk about that stuff. And it's like, wait, what does that have to? That's not satanic. Just because you're breaking the law.
If you listen to the lyrics of Breaking the Law, it's about somebody who feels disenfranchised and nobody cares about him, so he's fuck it, I'm gonna fuck society.
We're making a big jump.
But the point I was trying to make is like other than those few songs that literally talk about the devil or the sign of the beast or whatever, it's funny how heavy metal, quote unquote, got just the entirety of all music that could be defined as that got thrown into this big pot as it's satanic.
And the shit that they would call heavy metal now, you look at Bon Jovi?
Yeah, like what? The stuff they called heavy metal is now being played on the light rock station.
Yeah.
Well, Bon Jovi was slippery when
we can't talk about pop culture and all this shit without at least touching on Dungeons and Dragons.
We sit around and crack jokes and eat junk food all night while we're fighting dragons and saving princesses and stuff. It's pretty fun.
And the best part is, you get to pretend to be somebody you can't be in real life.
This was a big one.
Dungeons and Dragons has been called the most effective introduction to the occult in the history of man. It is a fantasy role-playing game that teaches demonology, witchcraft.
The thing was, it was just a fucking game. It didn't teach demonology or anything like that. In fact, John, you actually said this. Gary Gygax was a religious man, one of the creators.
Well, yeah, a Satanist.
But Christian fundamentalist groups pound still anyway, and it all started with James Dallas Egbert III. I call him Trey.
I call him A.
John, what's that story?
So, Egbert, it's a sad story. Egbert attended Michigan State University. And
I didn't mean to.
This is pretty sad. Well, it is sad if he was a Spartan.
On a summer day this is the late 70s, on a summer day in 1979, he disappeared. Parents didn't know what happened, so they hired a private detective.
Fuck this guy.
Not Egbert, but the private detective, William Deere, to find him. So Deere traveled to Michigan State to look for him. Knowing little about fantasy role-playing games, Deere theorized that Egbert's disappearance was related to his involvement in Dungeons and Dragons. He found out he played D&D. The disappearance has to have something to do with that.
Case closed.
And the sign on his door that says "Out LARPing." Out LARPing.
Magic missile. Magic missile.
Not only did he believe that and use that in his investigation, he also told the media he believed that. And so the media took it and ran with it. Students were reportedly playing live-action sessions of the game in the steam tunnels below the school. It was speculated that Egbert was injured or otherwise disappeared during such a session.
Yeah, so this detective, he found a corkboard in Egbert's room with lined-up thumbtacks on it. So naturally, it was a map of said tunnels. Now, they actually showed, from back in the day, where they showed the thumbtacks, and then they put over the map. And it is not.
It's not even close.
No, I mean, it was kind of a square and kind of not. And they're like, well, that's it. That's what his. That was his big aha moment.
It was like one of those things that you ever sat there with thumbtacks and you're just bored and you start to put them in a line.
Like he said, he went to the media. This guy went to the media. Let everyone know he had cracked this case. He's in these tunnels. It turns out Egbert left his dormitory room at Case Hall and did enter University's steam tunnels.
He did.
Not to play Dungeons and Dragons. He consumed methaqualone until he committed suicide. But the attempt didn't work, and after waking up the next day, he went into hiding in his friend's house and was just, trying to lay low while all this shit is blowing up.
And unfortunately, he did commit suicide the next year. But the point is that D&D was never related to it. It never had a thing to do with the story. But once the name got attached, thanks to old Mr. Deer, it never got unattached.
It's almost like one of those things where you see on Facebook now. Someone shares a story, you're like, that's not true. It doesn't fucking matter. Someone saw it.
Right.
And then you might not even realize in the back of your mind 3 weeks later, you're like, did I read that? Is that true? You tell someone, and they tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and all of a sudden Dungeons and Dragons.
When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed on Saturday morning cartoons. I wasn't allowed to watch the D&D.
Oh yeah.
It was good stuff. My parents were just in the other room. They had no idea what I was
On the opposite side of, oh, it was good, the Jeremy Irons movie, not so good.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a Dungeons and Dragons. But wasn't that the whole Egbert thing? Wasn't it the basis for Mazes and Monsters, which was made into Tom
Hanks vehicle?
In its first film.
81. Yeah, it was really early. Like this happened in 79. The movie came out like 81.
82. Rhoda Joffrey wrote a book, and then
Bitch, I hate being wrong.
A mutual friend of ours, Nick and I, used to play a game of Name a Bad Tom Hanks Movie. And that was one of the few that we could ever come up with.
Bachelor Party bad?
I don't really do Joe versus the Volcano.
Producer
It's
Lisa and
a
I just
great
watched.
movie. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Producer Lisa and I just watched Bachelor Party. And
Do not skip over what Joe just said.
Both of them hold up and are fantastic.
He is not welcome back on the show, and I mean it this time.
Oh, I stand with the Volcano.
I'll leave a video cassette of Turner and Hooch on the seat, and you can deal with that.
I will. I enjoy that.
The Man with One Red Shoe.
That's a fantastic movie.
Is it good?
We also just watched Splash. I guess
Splash. Also awful. This is all awful. Dragnet, awful.
Dragnet is
Dragnet. It was actually the first moment I realized that Dan Aykroyd isn't really all that funny. That was that movie where I was like, wait a minute.
Mike's right, though. Mike's right. Dragnet, Satanism.
Straight up Satanism.
It was straight up. That was the plot.
That must be why I didn't like it.
They were sacrificing people, throwing that snake down there.
With the goat leggings. Oh yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, everyone had goat leggings. Wear your goat leggings. Here you can borrow some.
Well, now I got to go back and rewatch all Tom Hanks movies because maybe I was just trained because of the Satanism aspect to not like Tom Hanks because he was part of
That's the most likely thing.
You're an idiot.
We're going to take you to break. But after the break, we're going to look into actual cases, stories that helped shape the Satanic Panic and the lives that it affected. Next on Hysteria 51. I still can't believe you don't like Joe versus the Volcano.
I say that.
Welcome back, Hysteria Nation. Dr. Bell, you got scared there, Kevin.
You scared me a little bit.
It's a Satan
Startle reflex.
We did a lot of Satan talk in the first part. But the
And
thing
it's not stopping.
The thing that we didn't really touch on that we want to get into is so many court cases, which was unfortunately the real tragedy and aftermath of a lot of these things. What was going on?
Other than my Appetite for Destruction cassette.
Probably the biggest negative side of the Satanic Panic. It was the amount.
You mean other than souls being damned to hell?
Other than that, yes.
And my Appetite for Destruction cassette.
It's the amount of litigation and charges that were filed against people in the name of satanic ritual abuse, where there was no hard evidence it had ever occurred. It was just one of these grasping things that people were looking for. And first, let's talk about everyone's least favorite, child abuse. And 2 cases come to mind: the Franklin case and the McMartin preschool case. So let's first talk about Franklin. John, you want to tell everyone a little backstory on that?
There's not much to it. The Franklin child prostitution ring allegations took place between 88 and 91. They involved an alleged child sex ring serving prominent citizens of Nebraska.
Lots of prominent citizens of Nebraska.
The list goes on and on.
As well as high-level U.S. politicians. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, right?
When I get a serious craving for something I want to eat, I need some cheese, tomatoes, and olives, and maybe even some meat. I need some pizza.
If you haven't heard that before, that's the intro to our hashtag Pizzagate episode. I believe that was our that was in the early years. That was our 12th episode.
Yeah,
I think Bailey were available right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're just going to add a little spirit cooking and pizza parlor child sex dungeons to this. We're off.
we're off a good start.
I gotta go.
So the allegations claimed that the alleged sex ring was led by a, quote, cult of devil worshippers involved in the mutilation, sacrifice, and cannibalism of numerous children. That sounds awful. They centered around the actions of Mr. Lawrence E. King Jr., who ran the now defunct Franklin Community Federal Credit Union in Omaha, Nebraska.
That is a mouthful. Well done.
Thank you. So what happened? After an investigation, a grand jury determined the abuse allegations were baseless, describing them as a carefully crafted hoax. Not only did they say it was bullshit, they brought up two of the accusers on perjury charges.
21-year-old Alicia Owen, who was indicted on 8 counts of perjury.
Actually indicted. She served 4.5 years in prison.
Yeah, and the same grand jury also indicted multiple officers of the credit union, including King, for crimes related to embezzlement of funds, but no satanic cannibalism. So they actually found out, well, something's going on here, but it's not Satanism.
It's not like you're sitting there, man, I'm just sitting here stealing money like a normal criminal.
A normal 80s crime,
right? And I get accused of all this horrible stuff.
You watch Superman 3, you get a good idea, damn it, Satan comes in play. But not to be outdone, see, that was a short case. The great state of California jumped in on the action.
Oh boy, did they.
The McMartin preschool trial was a daycare sexual abuse case in the 80s. Members of the McMartin family, who operated a preschool in Manhattan Beach, California, one of my favorite places in California, were charged with numerous acts of sexual abuse of children in their care.
The first time we've mentioned somewhere in California on this show that Brent hasn't been able to say, oh, I was there 2 weeks ago.
Ooh, actually, it was about a month ago, I think, right? When was it, Lisa? A month and a half?
No, Lord. Wait, why were you visiting a preschool?
Stop it. Stop it.
So after 6 years of criminal trials, no convictions were obtained, and all charges were dropped in 1990. And when the trial ended in 1990, it had been the longest and most expensive trial in American history. It actually cost taxpayers upwards of $15 million. So the big question is, what happened that ties in? Well, in 1983, Judy Johnson, and this is a character, this chick, mother of one of the students reported to the police that her son had been sodomized by her estranged husband and by McMartin teacher Ray Bucky.
And why did she think that? Well, her son woke up one day and had some painful bowel movements. So, in other words, hey mom, my butt kind of hurts. Her natural reaction, you've obviously been anally raped by not one, but 2 of the men in your life,
right? And in addition, she also made several more accusations, including that people at the daycare had sexual encounters with animals, that Peggy drilled a child into the arms, and Ray flew in the air, were things that she said that they were happening there, whatever the fuck that means. And Ray Bucky was questioned, but was not prosecuted due to lack of any evidence. But the
that didn't flew in the air?
Yeah.
But that didn't stop the cops.
Here's where it gets interesting. This is the kicker here. Police then sent a form letter to 200 parents of students at McMartin School stating that their children might have been abused and asking their parents to question their children. And you know what, Joe, I'm actually having you read an excerpt from the letter itself.
Please question your child to see if he or she has been a witness to any crime or if he or she has been a victim. Our investigation indicates that possible criminal acts include oral sex, fondling of genitals, buttock or chest area, and sodomy, possibly committed under the pretense of taking the child's temperature. Also, photos may have been taken of children without their clothing. Any information from your child regarding having ever observed Ray Bucky to leave a classroom alone with a child during any nap period, or if they have ever observed Ray Bucky tie up a child, is important. Please complete the enclosed information form and return it to this department in the enclosed stamped return envelope as soon as possible.
So here is your fucking letter for panic, and here's some leading questions to implant in your children's mind.
My God, could you imagine being a parent and then you're like, oh, the school sent something. Is there going to be a potluck?
Or if you were my parents, you'd have been like, Joe, get in here. The school said something. What is this?
We're all gonna read it together.
Yes, yeah. What is this? What did you do now? What did you do? Yeah. And it's not one thing with you, it's another. So
Don't ask.
So that mother, I also heard that she began checking her son's anus before preschool and then after preschool.
Yeah, and he had like fallen at one time and maybe got a bruise, and she's like, "Well, there it is.
wait a minute,
There
Mike,
it is."
Wait, expand on that. Checking, like seriously, checking
Yeah,
his
and
anus.
seriously checking his anus in the morning,
Because I hadn't
it's
heard
fine,
that.
and then checking it whenever he came home,
Yep.
and it looked a little pink or whatever. So, yeah, so the sexual abuse was almost going on at home rather than at the preschool.
Well, then let's switch this spot with Judy Johnson. She's diagnosed with and hospitalized for acute paranoid schizophrenia, and in 1986 was found dead in her home from complications of chronic alcoholism, all before the preliminary hearing in this trial ever even concluded. So the one who came forward and said this shit's happening was a paranoid schizophrenic who died of alcoholism. But you know what? We're not going to let that narrative stop us from this case moving on.
And that was in 1986.
In 86. Now, this trial didn't end until 90.
Yeah.
Several hundred children were interviewed.
And the best part is the interviews. They
At least the techniques they're in.
Yeah, so they got this these set of interviewers. This company called CII, and
Experts, John. Experts.
yes, and they had these new techniques that they were going to use. And by techniques, I just mean whenever they didn't get the answer they wanted, they asked the question again, and then they asked the question again, and then they asked the question again, and then when they didn't get the answer they wanted again, they started suggesting, "Well, did this happen? Well, did this happen?"
It's almost like they got jobs after that in West Memphis with the police. Sorry, keep going. This is foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing? Yeah. And then, of course, you're talking to children. You're talking to preschool children. They want to they want to say what you want them to say. You're adults. There's no actual tapes of these children being interviewed, but CII released example tapes of the way that they would do it. And they used puppets. So you got Elmo interviewing you. Oh, you mean that they did this? Oh, no, you actually meant that they did this, right?
Yeah, they actually they suggested the allegations to these children, and then asked the children to pretend or speculate about those events. Like, if I had sexually abused you, how do you think it would have happened? And then after all this is done, I'm doing that as the puppet. I'm doing it with my hand, as everyone here can see.
You can see that, right? Yeah.
And then they go, okay, now tell us what happened.
You know what's funny about that? Just last week, I was at Thanksgiving with my nieces, and one of them's 4. And we didn't have a puppet, but she was telling me the story of seeing a deer in their backyard, which was true. A deer was in their backyard, but apparently my niece, upon seeing the deer with her sister, who's 6, and my sister, who's their mother, in the backyard, got on the deer and rode the deer around the yard, and the deer pooped on her leg.
And instead of laughing and entertaining the story, Joe just looks at her and goes,
No. Well, after I did that, though, I did call the local magistrate and make sure that deer got taken
I want
care of.
this deer out.
Yeah, this is unacceptable.
I'm just happy the magistrate has a phone.
This deer, after luring my niece onto riding it, pooped on her leg.
So not surprising after
Not
reading these questions to all these kids and doing this. By the spring of '84, 360 children claimed to have been abused.
360.
And fewer than a dozen of the original 360 accused actually testified during the trial.
It went from 360 to less than 12.
Yeah. So here are the accusations. And you never want to say, fun ones, but there's some interesting, kind of going along with what Joe said. In addition to having been sexually abused, they saw witches fly. They traveled in hot air balloons. They were taken through underground tunnels to Mexico to be abused by Mexican soldiers. And one child identified actor Chuck Norris as his actual abuser.
You can literally hear where the adults wanted to get the stuff to accuse people with, and the kids threw in their own flourishes. Did they abuse you? Sure, but we did it in a hot air balloon.
But this is the shit that they still went forward with and released. Their claims of orgies at car washes and at airports, and children, here it is, being flushed down toilets to secret rooms where they'd be abused, then cleaned up and presented back to their parents.
Did you get abused? Yeah, but we went through the toilet. Flushed down the toilet.
Flushed down the toilet.
And this all happened in like a 6-hour day. Like, I can't get my house organized in that long.
Yeah.
Private jet.
Oh, are we sure this wasn't all in Missing in Action 3 starring Chuck Norris?
And some interviewed children talked of a game called Naked Movie Star, suggesting they were forcibly photographed nude.
That was actually Harvey Weinstein.
But during the trial, the testimony of these children stated that the Naked Movie Star
was
game,
mad that I got to it before he did.
the Naked Movie Star game was actually a rhyming taunt used to tease children, made up by the fucking children. What you say is what you are. You're a naked movie star. They would say that, then they got twisted into, I'm a naked movie star. They took pictures of me naked. I was raped.
I also heard that part of the evidence was many children had their pants lit on fire. In addition, Batmobile lost multiple wheels. Joker got away. Robin laid eggs. There was a lot going on in this.
There was more than one ring around Rosie.
So many rings. You guys get it. Feed children's imagination. But there's a legacy to this. The trial, as I said, cost $15 million, the longest, most expensive criminal case in the history of the United States legal system, and ultimately resulted in 0 convictions. And you look back at it now and you go, well, how was this ever taken seriously? Because it was fucking satanic panic. The McMartin Preschool was closed and the building was dismantled, and several of the accused had since died.
In 2005, actually, one of the kids actually came forward as an adult and redacted the allegations of abuse.
Yeah, sorry, but as you said that, I couldn't get over the fact that you just said one of these kids, 15 years later, came forward as an adult. I was like, really? Is that the only one that became an adult?
They dug up looking for tunnels outside of the McMartin.
Yes, they dug, and guess what they found? Nothing. Yeah.
There were no tunnels. It turns out, no tunnels to Mexico.
Where did the toilet flush to then?
It turns out it wasn't even
the magic land where the rest of these kids are not adults.
Yeah,
Joe.
But the person who came forward, actually, there's a quote.
Said, quote, never did anyone do anything to me, and I never saw them doing anything. I said a lot of things that didn't happen. I lied. Anytime I would give them an answer they didn't like, they would ask again and encourage me to give them the answer they were looking for. I felt uncomfortable and a little ashamed, and I was being dishonest. But at the same time, being the type of person I was, whatever my parents wanted me to do, I would do.
In The Devil in the Nursery, Margaret Talbot for the New York Times actually summarized the case pretty well. She said, when you once believe something that now strikes you as absurd, even unhinged, it can be almost impossible to summon that feeling of credulity again. Maybe that is why it's easier for most of us to forget rather than to try to explain the satanic abuse case that gripped this country in the early 80s. The myth that devil worshippers had set up shop at our daycare centers where their clever adepts were raping and sodomizing children, practicing ritual sacrifice, shedding their clothes, drinking blood, and eating feces, all things those kids said they did, all unnoticed by parents, neighbors, and authorities. None of that fucking happened. And yet we were so ready to say, yes, I believe it, because of what was going on, this satanic panic. Everyone, you said the word devil, it's going on, it's got to be going on here. And these kids were making it, they made me drink blood, they made me worship the devil, they made me eat shit, and things like that. And you go, well, that makes sense. And the fucking police and everyone went with this.
I mean, at least they didn't get convicted.
Well, I was just going to say, I rarely ever attempted in any way to be serious on the show, but like, my God, at least that's the silver lining. Nobody actually got thrown in jail for this stuff.
It still ruined their lives, don't get me wrong, but
it'd be awful, like going back out into society. But at least they're not in prison.
Got a quote from a McMartin parent here from the Geraldo Rivera show that's just shows how far these people, they're just talking amongst themselves. It's just blowing up. It says, the truth about Satanism is they truly do use blood, and they mix it with urine, and then they also use the real meat, the real flesh. This is what makes Satanism true, and this is what 1,200 molested kids in the city of Manhattan Beach have told the sheriff's department. They just made it real. Yeah, that's
I mean, how many more kids could there even be in Manhattan Beach? It's not that big a patch of land.
Yeah, no way.
It's a beach. Like there was no child untouched by Satan in this neighborhood.
Or zero. You know, and that's not to say, like we say,
Manhattan Beach had the Ghostbusters 2 thing going on where that slime was just oozing under it.
Yeah.
And everybody was affected.
Or Aquaman rolled through there with all of the children of Atlantis to like double their numbers.
So those are 2 cases of child abuse where the satanic panic hit. But there were also court cases where it wasn't child abuse. There was also cases where other things went on trial. One such case was where heavy metal music went on trial.
Could you say they were breaking the law? Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Judas Priest on trial, John. Talk about that.
That was my Beavis for you, by the way.
That was a good try.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a while.
We all knew what it was.
Thank you. I am Cornholio. I need to be for my bubble. I'll let you all laugh. You were laughing to yourself.
I'll insert
just so everyone knows, John's wearing a Winger t-shirt.
Yeah. He makes us call him Kip.
You're all hilarious. All right. So one day in December 1985, Raymond Belkamp, who was 18, and James Vance, who was 20, had been drinking for 6 hours, smoking pot, and listening to metal, and listening to Judas Priest's Stained Glass album. After which, each man took a shotgun, unfortunately, and shot themselves. The same shotgun. Belkamp died instantly, and Vance lived. He sustained serious injuries, obviously, and left him disfigured. He died 3 years later. Before his death, Vance and his parents sued the band and the label CBS Records for $6.2 million. They claimed that Judas Priest had hidden subliminal messages. Try suicide, do it, and let's be dead. In one particular song on that album, the cover of Spooky Tooth's Better by You, Better Than Me.
How many times have you haven't been hanging out at a party and someone goes, throw on some Spooky Tooth?
And I always get the fucking cover, man. I just want some original Spooky Tooth.
That's always the best parties. That's where you know there's going to be cute girls.
That's the exact kind of party. Spooky Tooth, it supposedly influenced Vance and Belkamp to form a suicide pact. They were, quote, mesmerized. The suit went to trial in July 1990. Now, the reason it was able to go to trial, the judge actually stated this. Anything in a song is protected by the First Amendment, whether it influenced them or did not influence them. But the allegation is that they hid subliminal messages, and that is not protected by the First Amendment.
And to get at that, they played the song forward, backward, sped it up, everything in an attempt to prove that the group brainwashed these 2 men into killing themselves. Wouldn't you like to be that judge just sitting there listening to that shit forward, backward, sped up 4 times, just like you said with Rob Halford? Yeah.
So lead singer Rob Halford had to testify in court.
Well, wait, do you think a party broke out when they were playing this music?
I like to party.
It's like a Schlitz gay commercial.
There's a kid. They bring out a keg. It's great.
Wait till you see the pool.
But he had to testify. He said that the supposed backward masking, that's what they call
backmasking.
Yeah, backmasking. And it was actually the sound of him exhaling, like him breathing. And the band's attorneys also drew attention.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The band's attorneys also drew attention to the fact that Vance and Belkamp had pretty troubled childhoods, and they had substance abuse problems. The judge ultimately decided that the group was not responsible. Right? I watched the documentary. There's a documentary on it called Dreamer Deceiver. It's messed up. This kid that lived, he looked bad. He was really disfigured, and they interviewed the parents, and the parents are sitting there talking about, well, I know that, yeah, your dad had, drug abuse and this, and he beat me and did all that. But who doesn't do that? And, I mean, they're awful people who don't want to look in the mirror, and they just want to blame other things. The best part of the trial, though, Halford made such a good point. He played another excerpt from the album, forwards and backwards. And when he plays backwards, he says, see how this part where I'm playing right here, it says, quote, I asked for a peppermint, I asked her to get one, and the judge says, the only thing is, I randomly grabbed this piece of music and attached this phrase to it this morning. Mm-hmm. It's whatever I tell you.
Meaning, I played this backwards, told you what you're going to hear, and now that's all.
And now that's all you can hear.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I said this. You're right. Like I said, it's like seeing a face in the clouds. Once someone tells you it's there, you're going to see it. You're going to Nicholas Sparks novel. Faces in the clouds.
Yeah, it should be. Well, that's why I only listen backwards to my personal recordings of local bluegrass bands playing at county fairs. Yeah, to get my messages. That's where I get all my messages.
This is a sad case because this kid was still alive for years, having to deal with 3 years, and his parents, like you said, didn't want to look in the mirror.
No.
But
and it's really ultimately he died. He checked himself into a hospital. He died of a drug overdose. They say unknown of an unknown cause. We're likely suicide, whatever. Either way, it's sad that he passed away. But at the end of the day, that's not Judas Priest's fault.
And speaking of not the fault of the people, you could not do an episode without talking about the West Memphis theory and satanic panic. This is a case that really hit home with me at a young age, and I have followed and followed and followed. If you guys aren't familiar with the West Memphis theory, 3 boys, 3 victims, Stephen Branch, Christopher Byers, and James Moore, 8-year-old boys, they went missing and were found to be in a stream outside of West Memphis, Arkansas. Yeah. And 3 boys were arrested very fast. Eccles, Kelly Jr., and Baldwin. Why were they arrested? Because they were the local Satanists. Damien Eccles was into Anton LaVey, and he was into the Church of Satan, Wicca. He was a practicer of magic, but they're not the only people. There's other players. There's a crazy stepfather, John Mark Byers.
Boy, is he crazy.
Terry Hobbs, the other one who Terry Hobbs will get into a little bit. Also, the night that these boys went missing at the local restaurant, Bojangles, a man runs in covered in blood, goes in the bathroom. They go to call the cops. The guy gets spooked and leaves. And the cops leave it. They don't even collect the blood or anything like that.
I'm sure that's not connected at all.
No, the police officer drove by and decided not to come in and check it out because she said, quote, it wasn't my jurisdiction.
That's right. Oh, so instead of even thinking anything about that, they go after the 3 kids in town because when they're going, someone did this, someone killed these boys out in the woods, they go, well, it had to have been Damien Eccles and his friends because everyone knows they worship the devil. And to which the police go, yeah, that checks out. That's probably the
And the thing is, the one thing to mention is the way they arrested the boys. It was a month after the bodies were found. And while that seems like a short amount of time, in a small town where 3 8-year-old bodies had been found and their sexual organs had been cut off,
they had been beaten and hogtied with their own shoelaces.
Yeah, they were looking. The people of the town were looking for blood, and the pressure was on the police.
So
can you imagine what that would do to a small town?
Oh, of course.
Coming from a small town,
very Christian, very southern town. So they bring these kids in.
They specifically brought in Jesse Miskelly.
Yeah.
And Jesse Miskelly, of the 3, is mentally challenged. He has an IQ of 73. Which, yes. And
I think 70 is functional, like where you can actually function in society. I think is where they're
also, and this isn't a joke, I mean, I think it's a good barometer. Forrest Gump's IQ was 75 in that movie, and just think about him as somebody and how he functions. And they interview him, we'll use the term interview, for 12 hours, but they only record the last 45 minutes.
Yep.
Why is that, I wonder?
And it's funny when they do interview him, after all these 12 hours of teaching him what to say, he's still getting it wrong. And they're like, so when did you go into the woods with Damien? In the morning. Are you sure it was in the morning? Maybe it was after school. Well, the night starts at like 6 o'clock. Wasn't it after dark? Yeah. Okay, you said after dark. Okay, we're going to go with that because that fits the narrative. It's fucking disgusting. So they get him to come forward and say, yeah, we killed him. And they did all these things, these horrible things. They arrest the boys.
So yeah, they go ahead and arrest them. It's a month after the bodies are found. So it's June 3rd, 1993. And they're all arrested and charged.
And then Miss Kelly comes forward after that. They're like, "Why'd you say that?" He's like, "They told me to. Like, I didn't really do those things."
Yeah, he just wanted to go home.
Yeah, they kept telling him like, "We'll let you go home." He's like, I didn't think I was confessing to anything. I was just telling the story they wanted me to say." So then you got February 4th of '94. A jury in Clay County Court convicts Miss Kelly of first-degree murder. And
He's tried separately.
Yeah, the death of Michael Moore and second-degree murder in the murders of Stevie Branch and Christopher Byers. And he's sentenced to life in prison plus 2 25-year terms. He got the plea deal because he's the one who he got the lesser because he, came forward and helped him. Second case. March 18th, Baldwin and Eccles are found guilty of capital murder by a jury in Jonesboro, and Baldwin is sentenced to life in prison. Eccles is sentenced to death.
Do we know why he was sentenced to death as opposed to...
He was the leader, quote unquote, of the group, and his life in prison was hell. While Eccles was in prison, he was beaten, he was tortured, he was raped. He was kept in solitary confinement so long that he had, his eyes became towards sunlight bothered them, sunlight bothered them. And he was getting sick because he couldn't get any vitamins from, vitamin D and shit like that.
Their sentences are carried out, and, as you can tell from our tones, we're not necessarily sure of these convictions. At the same time, all of this is going on. A documentary crew happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Right. The first case, they jumped in and they recorded.
They were there basically as the kids were arrested.
And you might have seen, they're called Paradise Lost.
The first one came out basically right after the 90s. Yeah, right as it was happening.
And it was what, and I think you said this to me, John, it was what Making a Murderer wanted to be.
Right. So Paradise Lost came out, and after it came out, it was an HBO documentary. After it came out, a lot of the country started to go, wait a second, this just doesn't seem
right. Did a good job of just presenting the trial.
They just presented it.
Let you make up your own.
And so some support started to come out for what was coined the West Memphis 3. But nothing happened. It then came 16 years of essentially crap. The attorneys for each of the three of the West Memphis 3 kept asking for new trials, and they kept getting denied because here's the weird part. I'm not a judicial professional, in case you're unaware of this, but in Arkansas, to get a retrial, to get an appeal through of any type, it first has to be approved by the judge who presided over the original case. Which seems odd if you're looking for an appeal.
Right.
I would.
And he goes, nope, I got it right the first time.
Yeah.
Fuck all of you.
Over and over.
But not only do they keep refusing it, they come forward oh, we got DNA evidence. Nope. But evidence of jury tampering. Nope. He kept saying no to all this. And like you said, people came out in droves. Eddie Vedder, Dixie Chicks, Johnny Depp. Thousands and thousands of regular people like you and I.
It literally sounds like a Johnny Grisham novel. Yeah, the whole thing of this we have this evidence here, and they say no.
So 5 years later, they come out with Paradise Lost 2, another documentary. It comes out in the year 2000, and it gets even more people on board, and that's where those stars really start to pick up on it, and the nation starts. There's a website established. Huge fundraisers and a fervor, a movement starts.
So finally, September 30th in 2010, the Arkansas Supreme Court hears oral arguments to determine whether there should be another evidentiary hearing for a new trial. And an issue is each side's interpretation of the state's DNA statute and the intent behind the law that grants evidence or access to the DNA, and possibly if they're going to get a wrong conviction or anything like that. So November 4th, the state Supreme Court unanimously orders a new circuit court evidentiary hearing for Baldwin, Eccles, and Miss Kelly. And the court says that the circuit judge must consider not only the DNA evidence presented by the defense, but any other exculpatory evidence, including evidence not presented in the original trials, because so much it came forward. And I'll give you an example. So you said that the genitals had been removed, and they said, well, this going into the satanic stuff, this has been satanic, had removed the genitals and stuff like this. But these boys have been in water, and they finally had an animal bite testimony and stuff. Turtles and things had eaten their genitals because that's one of the first things that they go for. Yeah, they ate it. And the parts where they said, well, they torture them by raking them with knives, serrated edges of knives. We're starting from animals that have been
one of the main pieces of evidence that they used against Damien Eccles was they said they found this large combat utility knife in a pond behind where Eccles lived. And they said, well, see the serration on this knife, it matches these scars that we found on the bodies of the boys. Any investigator worth their salt looks at those and goes, yeah, those aren't scars from a knife. That's from an animal.
And the big thing is, and the one of the reasons that these guys were originally found guilty was they had satanic experts in the satanic rituals and the occult.
Experts, quote unquote.
And so this guy says this is textbook Satanism. The expert whose testimony was allowed in court he went by like doctor or something like that. And come to find out that, like, are you actually a doctor? He's like, well, it's a correspondence school. I sent away for it. And they're like, did you have to ever take any fucking class? No, I just sent him a check for like $30 and they sent me this.
And literally exactly what Brent stuck.
And the judge goes, well, it's good enough for me. I'll allow it. And this guy was
that's how he was an expert in the cult and devil worship.
And now you had these
and it's funny, in the third Paradise Lost, the third the HBO documentary, they go back, which is only from a few years ago, they go back and talk to that expert today. And that old son of a bitch still will tell you, even though everybody and their brother understands the satanic panic was exactly that, a panic, will still tell you that all of this stuff was real. And he's still so proud of it. Like, as they're interviewing him, he pops in a VHS tape of him on Unsolved Mysteries. He's like, yep, that's me being interviewed. Yep, I am the expert. And he's got all these cases he's so proud of.
Now, we were talking about also, the knife wounds and things like that. They went back and talked to the forensic pathologist that had worked on the three boys, and they had given it to other forensic pathologists, tons of them to look at,
real experts,
and they're like, this is horrible sloppy work. Like when John said anyone worth their salt, it's one of those things where they said there is no way in hell this should ever have been mistaken for what you're saying it was. And that guy doubled down like, no, they're fucking wrong. Everyone that you've talked to, hundreds of people, they're all wrong. I'm right. So then you got on August 19th, the rarely used Alfred plea. Baldwin, Eccles, and Kelly pleaded guilty to murder while still maintaining their innocence, meaning Arkansas let them take an Alfred plea. And they said, I am innocent, but I will take this plea because they said, we'll let you out of jail today. You walk if you take this plea.
And the only reason that happened is because that same asshole judge that we talked about that was originally on the case finally was not sitting on that bench anymore. You know why? Because he died? No. Because he got expelled from his seat? No. Because he was voted into the state senate, and someone else replaced him. And that judge looked at it, brought in the current state's attorney, and said, "Guys, we got a problem here. If they actually get the new trial, which I'm looking at this, and they will. Not only are they going to win eventually, they will win, but we will owe them. Now it might take a few years." So why don't we do this? We'll offer them the Alfred plea. They can get out now, and and it'll save us felons, right? Yep. So we can call it a quote unquote win.
And it was all or nothing. They all had to accept it or not, and they decided to.
And so they stand up in front of everybody at this big thing. Cameras are in there, and they say, they each in their own way say, we decidedly did not do this. We 100% did not kill these boys. But because of state law, we have to say that we are guilty, but we did not murder them. So we're entering a plea of guilty to walk out today.
And these guys they're like a year older than me, like these are people that, I can see, you can see yourself in. And you know what they were doing at the time? Listen to Metallica and reading books by Anton LaVey and things like that. Being kids.
They were reading books.
Wow.
If it's true, I'm not sure. But if they really were wearing black nail polish, then I lose a little bit.
It's funny. On our way out to do the show today, I said to the guys, I said, Damien Eccles didn't help his case by being into Anton LaVey and into Wicca.
That I'm going to push the limit, even though I'm.
And even after he got arrested, he kept saying all this stuff. While he was in jail, he was practicing writing letters in other languages, and he wrote the name
and insanity.
and he wrote the name of Aleister Crowley, who's another believer in the occult that we'll eventually do an episode on.
Talked about him briefly in the Elisa Lam case.
Yeah. So
you're predicting the future.
Yes, I am. He didn't help his case, but hey, guess what? That doesn't make you guilty of murdering children.
That just makes you weird. We're all guilty of that.
Yes.
Yeah, but Brent, we're awesome.
That's true.
So, Mike, what are your thoughts on the case?
Just the interrogation tactics. Obviously, they went after Miss Kelly. It's like with McMartin preschool, interviewing a child, interviewing someone who is developmentally disabled. You're leading them to something. They know that you want them to say the specific thing, and they feel that if you say it, they can go home and it's done, whatnot. So they got their confession, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's just like they did in Wisconsin with
making a murder.
Yeah, with the nephew. They took someone
Brandon, right? Absolutely. They go to the weakest link, and then they get a statement, and then they've got their case. Facts be damned.
If I may, curious, like Mike, great. I love that point, and I'm just curious, like, or John or Brent or with Kevin, like, what motivates that? Like, why is there that intense?
I think
get that.
I think that they just want to solve a case, and a lot of times, exactly,
so much pressure out there in the community because these kids and we want an answer. We need it now. We need it as soon as possible. They don't have the lead that they need to close this up, so they go for the easy win. Lock it down.
I think it's also an intense desire, once you've found your quote-unquote answer and enough pieces fit, an intense desire to protect you being right. I don't even think it's your career at that point. I think it's
your own way of thinking. Your thought process.
Correct. Yeah. Once you really believe something, I'm right, you're wrong, and I'm gonna. You go back. We've mentioned all three documentaries. If you get a chance, you really should watch them. They are intensely interesting. My wife, who isn't necessarily interested in all the topics that we do on this show, watched every minute of all three Paradise Lost with me, and they're gripping. You really should go watch them. And if you want by the third one, when it's obviously known that these three guys did not do this, almost to a man, all of the players in the West Memphis 3 prosecution still say, yeah, these guys are guilty.
Even the families are like, of the boys who were killed, like, let these guys out of prison. They didn't do it. Minus one.
My favorite is the can we just talk for 1 second about the stepfather,
Mark Byers?
Dude.
Yeah, that guy is crazy.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
He came full circle.
I did not. Watching him in the first two, I did not think by the third I'd be like, he's okay.
Davey and Eccles, you will burn in hell, and I swear to God, I will piss on your grave. And then the next episode, he's like, we have all realized that we have been condemning someone without evidence, and we let emotion take over. Let these men out of prison. They did not kill my baby. And I'm like, holy shit, did you take a 180?
And meanwhile, you find out that another stepfather there's a bunch of evidence and lies that he's told, and a lot of people that know a lot more about this case than I do believe that he is the one that might have sinned.
And one of the smartest, twisty legal things I've ever seen. People thought that he was guilty, and he was also trying to make money. So the fucking Dixie Chicks went online and said horrible things about him, and he sued them for slander.
Not Byers.
The other, Terry Hobbs. He sues them for slander. And when you sue someone for slander, you have to testify under oath. So then they're like, now that we got you under oath, we're going to ask you all these questions you have to fucking answer.
Yes.
And he had no way to answer them. And they're like, oh my God, you really fucking did it.
Because your character is now completely open, and you have to answer.
Here's the problem. West Memphis says, we already got the people.
They pled guilty.
Alfred Creed said they did it. Why would we ever
kick anyone something about that? So when he was under oath, Terry Hobbs, about the slander thing, and then they started asking him about this West Memphis case. What was his? I don't remember.
I don't remember. I have no memory of that. I have no memory. why is it this? And then his best friend, who he had been calling and stuff, they're like typed together. And he's like, holy shit, he was lying to me too. And they actually used him, this Terry Hobbs' best friend, to like record conversations with him. And he's calling him going, you remember we did that? And he's like, I don't really remember
that. From the other, I didn't see the other documentary.
That's another documentary, West of Memphis, yeah. Now, the movie Devil's Knot, forget that, but the book is the best, Devil's Knot. That actually, it's a case, they break the case down heavily. And they really go into Mark Byers and Terry Hobbs' backstories and stuff.
That would be very interesting to me.
But it's just another one of those things. These kids, Satan, evil, get them out of here. And the state, to this day, 2017, they still say no.
There was a lot of evil involved. It had nothing to do with satanic cults.
Right. So you're looking at all these cases, and you talk about all this. What are we left?
Well, in 1994, Brent, the FBI got involved with the satanic panic. They weighed in. They wanted to give their opinion to everybody. They released a study. They said, we'll let you know about these satanic cults and satanic ritual abuse. They released a study called The Investigator's Guide to Allegations of Ritual Child Abuse, and it was by Mr. Kenneth Lanning. It stated, quote, despite hundreds of investigations, no corroboration of satanic ritual abuse has been found, end quote. Zero, people. That's zero.
Never once. That's not saying that there aren't people that worship the devil and things like that. But in every case that's ever been brought forward, it has never, ever, ever, ever been proven there was any satanic ritual abuse.
They found individual cases which they call pseudo-satanic, where they believe that people claim they did something on behalf of Satan, and they say for the most part they believe that those people saw shit from the media from the satanic panic and emulated that, or alliteration makes it real.
Lies and smearing of people's good names in the name of Satan by the media and shit like that. They said they found no evidence for large-scale baby breeding, human sacrifice, and organized satanic conspiracies, which were the ones that people were saying were definitely happening. Does Satanism exist? Hell yes. The evil kind. And it's fucking terrible. We're not saying that. Please don't take away from this that we're saying Satanism doesn't exist and evil people don't exist. But not the way people try to portray it and tie it to everything during this time. That's why it was called panic, just like McCarthyism, just like the witch hunts. Lives were ruined. People died. People rotted in prison for the best years of their life. And for what? Just hysteria and panic.
Hysteria? It would be a good name for a podcast. Too bad you asshats already took it.
You're right. It's almost like we knew it was awesome. I don't know. What do you think about the whole satanic panic?
It kind of just fed itself. There were allegations, and then there were rumors, and then the rumors became fact, and then people picked that up and said, I'm going to go out and sacrifice this pig for Brent's dad to come and find.
That's right.
It just snowballed.
But that is true. Like, that
became fact and action.
That's just kids probably that saw that shit. Like, we'll do this.
And that's the other problem is it did self-propagate with kids because how am I going to rebel against my ultra-conservative Christian parents? I'll show them I'm going to draw pentagrams on stuff.
Right.
I don't even easy way to rebel is with spray paint on an overpass.
Right.
Well, right. It feels bad. It's like, we've all heard from 8 million people, Dungeons Dragons is bad. Better go play it. Like, because it feels like I'm really doing something bad here, and then I'm going to draw a pentagram. And you know what else I drew? Maybe everyone thinks I'm horrible because I did this. And then you know what I drew that set? I drew a swastika because I heard it's really bad. And I was like 8 years old. And I drew that next to my pentagram while I played Dungeons and Dragons and listened to Judas Priest. Well, for me it was Motley Crue, but yes. Producer Lisa posted on my Facebook page this week how to include Dungeons and Dragons on your resume. This is relevant skills. Met with peers twice monthly, creativity and conflict resolution exercises, gain necessary experience for character and skill development, and learn to quickly assess situations and collaborate to find the best practical solution. So really, it was just preparing you for fucking life, but people just want to do...
There's literally a TED Talk about why Dungeons and Dragons prepares you for life.
Now people that are like therapists for children or having them play Dungeons and Dragons with other children, because it does help you in communication, relationship building, and stuff like that. That were 20 years ago, you would have been thrown in the fucking.
Oh my God! If you were a therapist, like, this is how we do it. We're not a psychology show, but there could not be more studies nowadays in like psychology today about RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons.
There's fucking TV shows
and how good they are,
play RPGs.
and how good they are for kids' development. Use your brain, use your imagination, and not in the sense like we were talking about with the McMartin preschool, where these poor kids get put into this situation and they're led to say these horrible things, and then they're children, so their imagination's like, oh, and then they were flying around too, because that's cool. Using your brain, yes, imagination. This is so good for kids. I forget which study it was. One of the initial studies that was meant to go, find the damnation of Dungeons and Dragons. Not only did it find that kids were not as likely to commit suicide if they were playing Dungeons and Dragons, it found that they were less likely to commit suicide if they're playing, because they found, guess what? If you were playing Dungeons and Dragons, chances are you weren't the star football player. And you found you were a little bit nerdier, you were a little bit different, and you found a community.
I was going to say, you probably weren't isolated.
Exactly.
You had a group,
you found a community.
I agree, I disagree a little bit, because I watched this multi-part documentary about kids that play Dungeons and Dragons.
Was it by Ken Burns?
No, and it said that you are 100% more likely to release the Demogorgon if you play Dungeons and Dragons with your friends. So I think that's something there.
100%, really?
100%. So, it just kind of seems upside down when you think about it.
Hey now!
Calm down.
Wow.
Calm
How
down.
much of this, though, really is like that the general groupthink concept of like people want to find a pattern in stuff? It doesn't matter what the timing is. Like this timing happened to be that the late 80s, early 90s.
If I may, I mean, speaking of timing, the 80s, we made some jokes about Reagan and stuff, but yeah,
Casio.
A lot of Casio fucking watches, man. But there was a lot of moralism in the culture, right? And Reagan, as our president, he was like, this is a good moral man, morning in America. And so a lot of people kind of really cleave to that. But if you read any story, or you play any video game, or you do whatever, watch any movie, there's a good guy and there's a bad guy. And people need that antagonism. And this provided a very blanket antagonism for a lot of mostly suburban, small-town people. This was that evil that was out there. And in life, most of the time, a lot of stuff is never just one thing.
Everything in that was very black and white at that time. Like I said, it was a Schwarzenegger, Stallone. It was big guns, big pecs, big ego, good versus bad. This is right and this is wrong. And all of a sudden, you get these gray areas come into it, things that people don't know about. They're like, well, obviously, it's evil.
Well, there is timelessness though, because last night, I was watching Mission Impossible 2, and the reason for the creation of Chimera, according to what was told to Dimitri, was in order to have a hero, you've got to create a villain.
That's right. So let's be sensitive to our audience and let them tell us about their experiences with Satanic Panic. Do you guys remember? Are you old enough? Are you older? Are you younger? Did you have kids at that time? What was it like?
I would love to hear if someone really did. Like experience something real, like
what you go with those accusations.
I feel like we're taking a very skeptical tone, and I actually personally believe that, and I enjoy that, John and Brent, about the show. But like,
we were skeptical towards the point of it was being pushed onto people. I tried to say many times, I definitely think these things are real. Unfortunately, it hurt so many lives when it wasn't real, and that's what was in the culture at the time.
And I think that you spend, 7 years on McMartin preschool? Think about all the awful shit that was actually happening that we were just turning away from or not even investigating because we were chasing this rabbit down the hole.
So let us know. Hop on Hysteria Nation. Let us know what are your thoughts? What are your memories of this? What is a case where you feel that it really did happen? Go to Facebook.com, search Hysteria Nation. Also, let us know on Twitter, @Hysteria51Pod. Patreon, we're actually going to do a little up all night after this. We're going to keep the discussion going. If you want to be a Patreon member, patreon.com/hysteria51. Just search for that. And while we're talking about Patreon, we got a new Patreon subscriber, Paul Curtis. Thank you so much. Already sent him some stickers. He should be getting them any day now. Very excited.
Paul, we love you.
And
oh yeah, Paul.
Oh. You know what you guys need to do? Call his voicemail. Tell us how much you love
Don't
Paul.
be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck.
773-669-7277. Again, that's 773-669-7277.
773-669-7277.
We all
I was just trying to shut up Joe.
I was just trying to shut up Joe.
No fives?
No
pentagram?
How many sixes?
We have a couple of voicemails. We're not going to play this in a very long episode. We're going to play them next time. We have a couple held up. But you got some homework. Tell a friend about the show. Tell them to go to hysteria51.com. They're all new and improved. Hysteria51.com.
Go check it out. It is beautiful.
Michael Cole, thank you for being on the show for the first time.
All the way from the mythical land of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Now, is that next to Agartha in the Hollow Earth, or is that outside of the concentric circles?
It's by Shangri-La.
Do you say catty corner or kitty corner? It's catty.
Caddy. I'm Caddy.
Actually, just blocks away from Harry Balls Avenue.
Goddamn right you are.
And then we had the double threat of Kevin and Joseph on the show together. Gentlemen, very well done.
Great to be back and not puking.
Well, you had a lot of. I mean, you both have pentagram tattoos, which is why we wanted to have you on.
Actually, last time.
I want to say Joe's isn't as much of a tattoo; it's more of a brain.
Yeah. Mine is on my face.
That's why you have a beard.
Yeah, right. That covers it all up. I just don't want people to look me in the eye.
Mine's on the top of my head, which is why I used to have long hair, but then things went horribly awry.
And just like Miss Kelly Jr., you have a tattoo on the top of your head. If you don't renounce your horrible opinion about Joe versus the volcano, this will be the last episode you're on.
With that said, I've been Brent.
I've been Kevin.
I once was Joe.
I've been Michael.
I've been John.
He's been Conspiracy Bot.
Stay woke, need sex.
That's it for another edition of Hysteria 51. John and Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. Oh, if it's unheard of, how will they know about it? Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts, or just make fun of Conspiracy Bot, that's my favourite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51pod.
What you just heard was a podcast in the Poop Culture Extended Universe. For more great podcasts, make your way to www.poopculture.com.
You're listening to a fourth-hand shot.
Get the Honda of your dreams during Happy Honda Day with a sporty new city, Accord, HRV, or CRV. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2025 Honda Accord or CRV, a 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic, and a 3.9% APR on a 2025 HRV.
I just would have, like, I didn't know, but that's what she would say. She was going to do this. And she always had, like, dollar bills. She always had cash, you know?
The following is the fourth-hand introduction.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and you know what that means? Stockings, snowmen, hot chocolate, nativity scenes, gingerbread men, horned goat, half demons that drag children to help with work.
That's right. To go along with jolly old St. Nick, there's a more sinister Christmas character lurking beneath the shadows. Krampus, the Christmas demon. Santa might bring gifts for good little girls and boys. Krampus does not. The hairy beast beats the misbehaved children with sticks and sometimes even throws them in a sack to take them back to hell.
So throw another Yule log in the fire, grab a glass of eggnog, and cozy up for one hell of a Christmas tradition as we celebrate the holidays the only way we know how next on Hysteria 51.
Undisturbed. From city to city, an incredible historical thing express.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
Fools are not crazy.
It's hysteria.
You can't handle the truth.
Right.
This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in, Hysteria Nation, to the podcast that doesn't always do a holiday episode, but you better believe that when we do, we're going to do it right. This is Hysteria 51.
No, we're all in this together. This is a full-blown 4-alarm holiday emergency here. We're going to press on, and we're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap dance with Danny fucking Kaye.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, we're your Yuletide hosts, John Goforth.
I can't get the antlers glued onto this little guy. We tried crazy glue, but it don't work.
Have you tried Staples? And Brett Hand.
You are with Santa, right?
No, I'm an accountant. I wear this fucking thing as a fashion statement, all right?
Brent, as we kick off this holiday merriment, regular listeners to the show know that every now and then we like to drop in a clip or two from a TV show or movie that seems to fit.
That's right, John. Whenever the time seems right or Steve out is sober up, we'll drop something in.
Number one, he hates red lights. We know that. But you got to keep him out of the sunlight. Sunlight will kill him. Number two, keep him away from water. Don't give him any water to drink. And whatever you do, don't give him a bath. And probably the most important thing, don't ever feed him after midnight.
Right, so here's my dilemma. This being our holiday episode / Christmas episode, do we use movies that are, what do I call them, holiday or Christmas adjacent?
Catty corner?
Catty corner. like Die Hard.
Look at the colors. Get together. Have a few laughs.
And are those actually Christmas movies that don't need their own category? Like, do I need to call them something else or not?
I don't think you need to differentiate at all.
Welcome to the party, pal.
To me, if a movie or show takes place during the holiday season, count it. Hell, if they play Jingle Bells at some point, it works for me.
I'm getting excited. Are you stupid? Gotta bring your fucking bulls out there. Everybody's watching us. You gotta fuck the car. They're telling me I'm excited. I understand. It's a wedding. You're not gonna fuck who's favorite son. Are you stupid or what? Did you hear what I said? Don't buy anything. Don't get anything. Nothing big. Did you hear what I said? What's the matter with you? You get excited for what? I get excited about? You're gonna get us all fucking pissed. That's why. What are you, stupid?
Good fellas. Yes, that was a holiday party. You know what? I'm with you. While Die Hard is probably my favorite non-Christmas movie, I'm also a huge fan of The Long Kiss Goodnight.
Look, you want me to talk in front of him to maybe ask to kill him later. Works for me, your call. Fire at the back if you have to.
Jesus, how many of those things you got?
3, 1 shoulder, 1 hip, and 1 right here next to Mr. Wally. When most pat-downs ever reveal it, it's an agent's often reluctant to feel up another man's groin. Any other questions?
Yeah. What's the weather like on your planet?
I just like to call it a Christmas movie, not a non-Christmas movie, John.
My bad.
Good point. Yeah, that one was really good too. But let's not forget the classics. Who didn't want a Red Ryder BB gun after watching Christmas Story?
You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
And not only that, but it's also how we learned to decode half the ciphers on this very show.
To drink your Ovaltine. Ovaltine? A crummy commercial?
I love your imitation of the Santa that kicks him after asking for it.
Maybe I'll do it in this episode if you're good. We'll see.
You promise?
I didn't see that one.
My dad actually used to play that movie on repeat every year on Christmas Eve.
Is your dad AMC?
It was TBS, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
I don't know if you can call this next one a classic. Maybe a new classic, but what about Elf?
Okay, people, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Santa's coming to town. Oh, my God. Santa here? I know him. I know him.
Definitely. Well, it's funny the Elf endorses the official Hysteria 51 diet.
We elves try to stick to the 4 main food groups: candy, candy canes, candy corns, syrup.
You're just looking, obviously. Come on now.
Did you schmucks forget something?
That's right, Seba. We almost forgot our Jewish friends celebrating Hanukkah.
I have a little dreidel, I made it out of clay, and when it's dry and ready, with dreidel I shall play.
Thanks, Seabot. Our wives would have killed us.
No idiots. I mean me, the third host of the show.
Oh, yeah. The other voice you heard. The third member of the show, Conspiracy Bot. I created Seabot in my lab to help produce the show. But lately, all he's been doing is getting drunk in comedy nightclubs. Yeah, pretty much.
And I hear he's bombing.
Yeah, it's been great. Anyway, I wanted to play for you guys my favorite quote from a Christmas movie.
So that is what it did.
Any of you are looking for any last-minute gift ideas for me? I have one.
I like Brent and John.
Right here tonight. I want to book their happy holiday slumber over there on Melody Lane with all the other rich people. And I want to book right here with a big ribbon on it their head. And I want to look them straight in the eye. And I want to tell them what a cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotted-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit.
They are.
Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the
rum?
Well, here's one thing, Brett. At least he finally did some editing.
Silver lining. So another silver lining? I don't know. No more like a bad penny. He's coming back up. We have a holiday guest with us in studio. Let's get the first one out of the way. Said Bad Penny. Joe back.
His name is Pecker.
Joe, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, gents. And by the way, this being a holiday episode and all, I did in fact bring gifts. So, Seabot, if you would be so kind.
No.
Seabot, we talked about this. I'm not bringing that extra bottle if you don't.
Fine.
What is it?
It's a 1 year membership in the Jelly of the Month Club.
Okay.
Clark, it's the gift that keeps on giving the whole year. Gifts, indeed. But it is not a Jelly of the Month Club membership. I'm sorry, John. I do have gifts.
That's right. In fact, we all do.
That's
We're going
right.
to do a little Hysteria 51 gift exchange.
Yep, we put everyone's name and had everyone pulled out, but not exactly half a spreadsheet.
And the good news is you can watch us do it live.
Yeah. With your mind. It's a test. So John, I got John. John, you got Joe, right?
Right.
And Joe got me. All right. So here's how. Since I got you, why don't we just do one at a time?
Yeah, we do not know what we're getting. We're opening them live on the air, and the only direction we gave was don't spend more than like $30 and
$30,000,
and it should probably be in the spirit of Hysteria 51.
Mine is in a ripped Amazon box. Joe's in a sack. John brought wrapped presents.
Thanks for the effort, guys.
So John, here you can start us out, and you can open yours first.
Why is it moving?
Yeah. And Edna brought her cat.
He didn't even tape it. He just did that thing where you put the fold over it. Yeah.
My mom used to tape boxes when I was a kid, and she put so much tape just in there. So you had to like cut through 8,000 layers of tape. First gift, there's a few in there.
There's a few. The first gift.
Do you know what it is, John? Oh, you're looking at the picture.
I believe I do know what this is, but I'm going to open it and find out. It's in a bag. It is green colored. It is definitely made of yarn. I'm opening it. It is. Yes, it is what I thought it is. It is a face mask in the style of a Cthulhu.
Yeah. So it's the winter Cthulhu. It's your ski mask with tentacles.
So next time I rob a bank, I will do so in the style of H.P. Lovecraft.
Who robbed you, the dark overlord of depression?
Oh, there's nothing more anonymous.
Sir, I think they were robbed by the Cure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. One down.
Next, I see a book.
That's right.
I love to read.
I do.
So I appreciate that.
And intrepid listener home, he also loves to cook.
Oh, it's a cookbook. 50 ways to eat cock. Healthy chicken recipes with balls. It's delightful.
The good news is when it's sitting on your shelf, I mean, at your house, like your in-laws, I'm sure are gonna find it very appropriate.
Oh, let's read the back. Curious about cock? You're not the only one. Once revered for its virility and strength, the rooster has taken a backseat to the hen in more recent years. 50 Ways to Eat Cock takes a revealing look at the folklore, history, culinary culture, and nutritional benefits of this well-endowed ingredient.
I just love the concept of perusing through the titles on your bookshelf, and there's 50 Ways to Eat Cock.
It will be featured front and center.
Yeah, family's gonna love it.
Up next.
Oh, wait, that's yours.
He's just giving me something back that I already had.
He keeps leaving his old Nintendo here, so I put it in the box.
In a true Brett Hand gift fashion, he gives me my
I'll
own.
remember to take it home. Last but not least is more of a gift for Joe and I than it is just for you, John.
I'm nervous.
Oh, it is a seat. Yeah, okay, so it is a seatbelt clip. So you can put these in instead of actually putting on a seatbelt, you can put these in the clip so it doesn't ding at you if you don't want to wear a seatbelt.
Oh, so don't leave it in the first car. You can put it in.
Getting one over on the man.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll show them.
John will just sit in your car and just go ding, 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 and everyone has to raise their voice. They can be heard over them. That's fine. Keep going. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, thank you, Brent. I appreciate it. That's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes, it is. Your cock recipes.
I absolutely. I will cook cock while dressed up as a Cthulhu.
You know what we will do? We'll take a picture of everyone's other gifts and we'll throw them on Instagram and everywhere for you to see them. So, John with Cthulhu mask, you can go. Joe, what did you do?
Just sounds like a Tuesday.
Joe can go next.
I'm going next.
We'll go in a circle here.
Circular.
All right, Joe, here are your nicely wrapped gifts.
I mean, this is incredible.
Now, I will admit I didn't wrap them. My lovely wife, Stacy, did.
Oh, because they don't look like they're wrapped by a T-Rex with autism. So, yeah, that's what John did.
So I don't even know how to describe what I'm doing here. Like, I've got gifts taped to other gifts.
There's two gifts.
It's gorgeous. I mean, this paper is just absolutely stunning. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. So it is a book, and I like John, as he mentioned, do enjoy reading often. And so this one,
Hustler magazine.
is it? Hustler's. Brett, by the way, I swung through his bathroom earlier, and although it's not terribly uncommon to run across, like, say, a Playboy in a man's bathroom, Brent just went straight to Hustler.
I told my wife, I said, we should get a nudie bag shoes if you're going to get one. Make sure it's smutty. I'm like, you got it, baby.
So, speaking of books that'll look great on the shelf, the title of this one is Images You Should Not Masturbate To. So, it's a close-up of a horse snout. Oh my goodness.
What are some of the pictures in there?
Cucumbers.
Jesus.
I'd imagine. Rubber pink gloves, a jelly donut with a bite out of it. A famous statue. I actually have taken a picture from this angle of this statue in Boston. I know what this is.
Someone masturbated to it.
It's incredible. This is fantastic. There's like an oyster of some kind. I mean, this is just quite the ordeal. Wow, John.
I don't even know. It's a knot in a tree with two hands looking like they're spreading it open.
I don't even know how to describe
that was worth every penny.
That's a winner, yeah.
Now we get to the big chunky.
Now we get a big dog, yeah.
Huge. So that's what she said.
Oh,
I'll just keep those coming until you get this unwrapped.
We're going with the end.
Joe's doing a good job of not tearing into it, but like Joe's always told, keep that, we'll reuse it next time.
Well, I mean, I'm not 7.
What is this?
All right, Gummy Bear Anatomy. 4D. Oh, easy assembling. That's good for me. It's a gummy bear, but then it's like a skeleton and organs and everything inside. So it's like an anatomically correct gummy bear.
That is awesome.
That's correct. So you can literally take them apart and pull the organs out.
Well, that's what I like to do with my gummy bears when I'm eating them, but they're so small. So, John, this isn't very convenient.
You know what's funny about gummy bears is they got the small ones or the giant ones, and for some reason to me the giant ones are disgusting looking.
But when we say gummy bear, listener at home, this one's the size of like a large dish plate.
Yeah, this is big.
This is the size of like your normal sized teddy bear.
Like you say, John, 8 inches? Yeah, Brett wouldn't know.
Hold on, you might. I give you a pretty good guesstimate. Lisa, you want to produce Lisa? Is that about 8 inches?
So yeah, you pull it apart. It's not like obviously made of gummy. It's like plastic. You pull it apart and like the brain and the spine, and it's not made of gummy. That'd be incredible.
We'll throw some pictures
of it.
Actually,
Yeah, absolutely. We'll put pictures up, and I'll even send some live action pictures once it rests, settles nicely into my office.
I'm assuming disassembled.
Of course, yeah. Right next to the statue of Winston Churchill is, I believe, where this one's going.
Perfect.
I think
which was gifted to you, I believe, from the good people of Great Britain.
No, that's true. That's true. It was specifically sent to me by them. For my work on Hysteria 51.
All right, and Brad, like I said, I got the.
Oh yeah. Let him hear it.
Like a Trader Joe's bag?
Yes. But it's not from Trader Joe's. This is
This is a beer bong that is a skull and spinal cord.
Yeah,
just in time for your winter party, Brent.
I am way too excited for this.
Oh, the listeners
yeah, here we go.
The other one guy who didn't.
Yeah, it's like your normal, like, I don't know, like
I don't want to just
3.5 feet long beer bong made of bone.
Actual bone, by the way. This isn't plastic.
It tastes like raccoon. I don't know if that's 100% on that, but it's definitely some sort or marmot of some sort. So that's our gift giving. This was actually a good idea, Johnny. It was like a week ago. He's like, "Hey, you guys want to do a gift thing?" We're like, "Sure." That's great.
Merry Christmas, fellas.
Like, I love this. I don't think I can put it in my mouth. I sound like Stacey Goforth.
Wow. Whoa. Okay.
I can tell you when I received it or when I brought it home and it was like sitting there on my counter, I was like, man, like I'm a little uneasy at the concept of actually trying to drink out of this. I'm like, I don't know if I can do it.
So now that we got the gifts for the people in studio out of the way, perhaps the greatest gift of all, gift, lack of a better term, because he's not here, so we didn't buy him shit. But one of the greatest gifts of all, coming from Skype, we have one more guest, Dan Kozu. On top of being a comedy writer for the Hard Times, he hails from one of these fucking backwards-ass crazy countries that actually believes in Krampus. Dan, welcome to the show. I hope I did you justice with that beautiful introduction.
You did. Merry Christmas, Krampus Max.
Merry Krampus? Yeah, exactly. We were talking before the show about all the different pronunciations and how I mispronounce everything, so I'm sure this is going to be delightful.
It'll fit right in with everything else.
That's exactly right.
For those of our listeners who have not heard of the Hard Times or haven't read, tell us a little bit about that website.
Sure. Hard Times is basically the onion for music. It started, I think, in the Bay Area. And it was sort of for the punk scene there, kind of for any punk that had a sense of humor. They kind of started this website exactly 3 years ago. Their anniversary was like a day ago, and they just branched off into the Hard Drive, which covers pop culture and video game satire. So
one of my favorite articles you did was that Cinemax is now showing after midnight softcore punk. What was the one too that you wrote about the local bully makes fun of homosexual kid because of his birthmark, not because of his sexual,
not because of his sexuality, exactly. Progressive culture.
You're like, I can't help for falling in love with who he loves. But that fucking thing he was born was disgusting.
I love how Brent's telling this joke for him too.
I know, it's fucking amazing to him.
Yeah. To him, even better.
I'm telling our dear listeners.
It makes me feel good. Keep complimenting me, please.
He knows what's up. So everyone at home, what the hell is Krampus? Well, John, what the hell is Krampus? You want to tell us?
I would love to. So in folklore, so dear listener, we always approach the topics that we talk about on this show as they could be real. They might. We don't know. We approach with an air of skepticism, and we kind of come to conclusions at the end. We are approaching this one because we know from the start that it is folklore. It is myth. It is myth.
That's not what Joe said.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Joe also still believes in Santa Claus.
What you're telling
You also not believe in Hella, Krampus's mother?
what you're saying is everything Dan was taught as a child is complete bullshit, John. I don't really approve of that.
Yeah, and Dan's got the welts from being beaten with reeds.
That's right.
For a lap sack.
Those are birch sticks, I'll have you know, but we'll get to that.
It only happened when he was insolent, so it's okay.
So let's let the listeners catch up. In folklore, Krampus is a hairy, horned, cloven-hooved, half goat, half demon. Oh, yeah, that. With bells, chains, birch rods, and sometimes a basket who, during the Christmas season, punishes children who have misbehaved.
He's my grandpa, minus the cloven hoof. Is what we're getting at.
That's essentially what we're saying, yeah.
They're taking the whole you're getting.
You are supposed to give him the drink if he comes to your house, by the way. So
Krampus schnapps, right?
yeah, exactly.
It's called.
We always have bottles of booze just sitting out, so I think it's safe just in case.
So is that like leaving out cookies and milk for Old Saint Nick? You leave out schnapps for Krampus?
Exactly, yeah.
Old
So he's a drunk that hates children and ruins Christmas. It is everybody's grandfather, I think.
Everyone's favorite uncle.
And the Dutch believe he's a Spaniard. Believe it or not. I don't know if you guys came across that.
Was that real? I don't even know.
Yeah, in the Netherlands,
If there's two things I hate in this world, it's intolerance and the Dutch.
So back to Krampus. Punishment ranges if he gets you. If you've been bad, punishment ranges from getting coal as a gift. That's where that whole thing came
That
from.
comes from that.
Exactly. To being hit by those sticks. To being drug off to hell.
Or Spain.
I mean, that's a pretty big paradigm.
It is a wide spectrum.
So you're saying he's a Christmas demon. I mean, he's
In short.
he's dragging you to hell.
Yes, the Christmas demon, I think, would be a good way to refer to it.
Right. Which, in contrast, you got St. Nicholas, who rewards well-behaved children. And, that's a little bit of a barter system there. You don't want to go to hell, maybe don't hit your sister.
I also love that the reward Krampus gives is a bundle of those sticks to remind your children all year long to keep being good. Where they're going to get the sticks, they're going to get beaten up.
So you're probably thinking, why the hell haven't I heard of it? You've probably heard of Krampus in the last couple of years because it's kind of mainstream. Now they had the movie in 2015. But Krampus is mostly European, likely originating in Austria and across the German-speaking Alpine region. They just sang his praises over the Alps. Is I think what they were saying there.
Sound of Music was originally about Krampus.
That's right. They just they changed it to the Nazis. They changed it to the Nazis.
Before they rewrote it, it was Krampus. Yeah, did not.
And a lot of rewrites. J.J. Abrams was involved.
That guy does everything. Everywhere. He does everything. Man.
I don't know. So the other thing is, there's no one story on this shit. Like, in some regions, he's a companion of Santa Claus, and since the 17th century, the two have been linked in a sort of Christmassy yin-yang, kind of like, Jesus and the devil or something like that. Krampus is Saint Nick's dark companion, and like we said,
Whenever I think of Christmassy yin-yang, that's what I think of, Jesus and the devil.
which I want to say is probably Wu-Tang's third best album. But you got,
is that the one that there's only one copy of?
Yes, it's floating. It's floating around.
That, what was that?
Pharma
dude bought?
Yeah, that Pharma Bro, the guy that everybody hates.
Pharma Bro.
Yeah. I hear some Juggalos have some bootlegs though. If you want to try to find some.
If anyone does, the Juggalos, of course.
And then you have to interact with Juggalos to get it, so.
Which I live in Illinois, and the Southern Illinois, the Juggalo Fest up until last year was held, I don't know, the gathering of the Juggalos was held in Southern Illinois.
I don't know, but if you have to interact with them, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze on that one.
I don't know, Fago's pretty good juice, dude, I don't know.
That's a good point.
They had the commercial in one of their albums, Fago, send your mama straight up to the stove, tell that bitch to bring home a Fago. Quality.
World Championship fight that he had when he was
I don't know what those crickets are about. That's phenomenal. I'm surprised they didn't go platinum.
Your rendition?
Yes.
Yeah, your
It's
rendition.
going platinum. But it sounds like a dark thing, Krampus. But he's even featured on holiday greeting cards called Krampus card.
Krampus cotton. You have to say it like that. Is my point.
It's true.
Yeah.
Some households even had year-round decorations meant to remind kids to be good, or Krampus would get them. Now I thought that was the cross, but it turns out it's Krampus stuff.
That's what is that what you were talking about, Joe? Perhaps the sticks that they're given.
Yep. Now remember, December 5th is his big night. Krampusnacht.
Krampusnacht.
Krampus visits children and it's the battle of the sticks, or as we said, drags them off to the aforementioned hell.
Puts them in his sack or his basket, depending on which one he's carrying.
And the next day, though, is Nicolastag, or St. Nicholas Day, the same St. Nicholas whose Dutch name Sinterklaas became Santa Claus.
Do you gentlemen know where Santa Claus came from?
The North Pole. Everyone.
I thought that was pretty up. Well, unless you're in Japan, then it comes from the moon. So the modern day concept of Santa Claus, obviously we know it's rooted in St. Nicholas, but when we think of the jolly old man with reindeer and all that, came from none other than Sleepy Hollow himself, Washington Irving.
You say Santa's American?
Santa is American.
Get away from me. My home, sweet home.
Okay, he's not exactly.
Hold on. I'm envisioning a Revan Camaro after that. I keep going, sorry. It's hard to get urgent.
And a bald eagle. Yeah, you could play Rock, Flag, and Eagle, Charlie's song, It's Always Sunny. All right, Saint Nick is actually a Christian saint who lived around 300 AD in what is now Turkey. But Washington Irving wrote essays and stories that helped shape the specific modern-day idea of Santa Claus. In fact, his 1809 book, Knickerbocker's History of New York, first portrayed a pipe-smoking St. Nick soaring over rooftops in a flying wagon. Radio flyer. Yes. Giving presents to good girls and boys and switches to bad ones.
Knickerbocker's History of New York, I just see this cartoonish, the New York Knicks instead of the Globetrotters. He's like, hey children, this is the history of New York. Come on, Medlock. Remember, and Curly and all the guys.
Patrick Ewing.
Well, that's who. Globetrotters from the old Scooby-Doo.
Yes.
The old claymation Save Christmas. It was a good one.
Yeah, exactly. He just needs a dentist. All right, so. Let's talk origin. The Krampus roots have nothing to do with Christmas. What? Yeah, instead they date back to pre-Germanic paganism in the region, which a lot of Christian and
Who was it? Who could it possibly be? Was it? Oh, I don't know. Say it.
Yes. Exactly. Word. So his name originates with the German Krampen, which means claw, and tradition has it that he is the son of the Norse god of the underworld.
The sun because you're going to prevent skin cancer. It's probably
pointed.
Well, it's also very timely. It's got a good tie into Thor Ragnarok, which is out right now. So.
Wouldn't that have been awesome?
Right.
Fucking Krampus comes out to fight the Hulk.
Stop giving stuff away, man. Not everyone's seen the movie.
So this legendary dude also shares characteristics with other scary demonic creatures in Greek mythology, including satyrs and fauns. So fauns is in he's got these cloven hooked legs. Satyrs had the horns.
Is it satyr or satyr?
Satyr, satyr. I don't know.
Satyr is the Jewish pronunciation.
Satyr.
That's satyr dinner. Yeah.
Who's the famous one, Joe?
Oh, Mr. Tumnus, right? From the Chronicles of Narnia.
Are you hungry? Have a bite of this. during the 12th century, the Catholic Church attempted to banish Krampus.
Just like everything else, it's at one point or another, if it existed in this world, the Catholic Church attempted to banish it.
They're currently trying to banish us. I don't know if you guys were aware.
I didn't see the petitions
as of this morning.
We're doing outside of
lurking.
And then
I just thought that was Project Mayhem.
No, that's true. That's true. His name is
So stupid abortions you guys keep getting. You gotta stop with that.
Yeah, damn it. Damn it. Hey, we went to. I just went to the aquarium, and my wife and I are walking into the.
They went fishing. It didn't go well.
Walking into the Vancouver Aquarium, and they don't have orcas or anything there, but there were literally dozens and dozens of people chanting and protesting. And we walk up to go in, and I'm that guy just walking through. Excuse me, Barbie, trying to get in. And I don't give a shit.
But were there some that were chanting "Amom Shabbat, Amom Shabbat," and then others that were protesting?
Not only that, they also had tombstones of all the orcas that have died from the SeaWorlds around the world. It's like the 50s. And they had them all laid up. So we walk up and I'm like, what's this about? And the guy there goes, we're just having a polite conversation. Like, is that polite? To them it is. I'm like, all right, go.
Brent pulls out a sandwich. What do you eat? Some mahi-mahi.
Yeah.
Delicious.
This is imported shark fin. It's
shark fin soup. Yum.
There's a bunch of things.
So unfortunately, or fortunately, the 12th century Catholic Church didn't banish it, and Krampus persisted. By the 17th century, Krampus had been incorporated into Christian winter celebrations by carrying Krampus with St. Nicholas. So, I know we're going to get to Dan here in a second, but do you guys remember Krampus before 2010? No, it's an arbitrary number.
Not in the slightest.
No, not at all. I don't either. Now, Dan, you've got background. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, so my family is Slovenian, which is part of that Austrian Empire, at least it was. And they're
So you have beautiful houses all throughout your house, is what you're saying?
yeah, oh yeah. And we try and take over as much land as we can in the neighborhood. But our Krampus is actually called Parkle. And so I couldn't find where that term came from, but we call him Parkle. Well, not we. I've never known about Krampus.
Only Dan calls him Parkle.
We play canast on Thursdays. So, did your family tell you about it growing up, or was that something?
No, I actually contacted my dad when I found out I was going to be on this episode, and he was like, no. And I said, oh, wait. And he kind of remembers his mom threatening him that Parkle was coming. So instead of like him actually showing up, like they do, I think in Slovenia, he actually he shows up, like it's a big thing, and whether or not he's like you've been naughty or nice, but he kind of, I think in America, he kind of became a threat. Like Parkle's going to come and get you if you don't behave. But yeah, like
yeah, so you with a stick. So in Slovenia, what you're saying is he's basically Slobodan Milosevic. Is what we're talking about here.
And he brings genocide instead of sticks.
Well done. Well done.
Parkle, it looks very similar, except for some reason ours has a very long red tongue, like
Gene Simmons.
Yeah, exactly. But like, and so
some of them have like a forked, almost like serpent tongue or dragon tongue. I've seen that on some.
And there's also an amateur basketball team called the Parkle, and they have like a red demon is there. It's like the coolest logo I've ever seen for
That's amazing.
WNBA, right?
Yeah.
The Slovenian WNBA. Everyone.
I'm so confused right now. I was just starting to wrap my arms around Krampus, and now there's a whole nother demon that I have to. I mean, we can't just rename demons.
I mean,
this is a different
They
demon.
always tell you the wrong name because if you know their real name, John, you have power over them.
Oh, okay. So which one's the right name?
Gary
Rumpelstiltskin.
Gary.
Two R's.
Yeah, with 2 R's and an I. He hangs out at coffee shops and wears a lot of Ugg boots with women named Amy. Aymiee. Amy.
And the I is dotted with a heart.
Yeah. Or a pentagram.
Call back.
So
gentrification. It's everything.
You know, nothing that can't you do without a little gentrification. That's right. So modern times, the only time that I've heard of them, but modern doesn't have to start right now, In the aftermath of the 1923 election in Austria, the Krampus tradition was prohibited by the Dollfuss regime under the Fatherland's Front and the Christian Social Party. So, yeah, they're putting stops to it. Then in the 1950s, the government distributed pamphlets titled "Krampus is an Evil Man." I don't think they meant he was Alan Rickman. Towards the end of the century, a popular resurgence of Krampus celebrations occurred and continues to today. And the Krampus tradition is being revived in Bavaria as well, along with local artistic traditions of hand-carved wooden masks. So that's fun.
Who doesn't like a good hand-carved wooden mask of a goat demon? Everything is just made in China now. It's exactly. That's where I got my Krampus mask, unfortunately.
Well, if we're talking about these masks, and like he was talking about the wall, what's this guy look like, John? What the hell's?
He's sort of all over the place, depending on which picture you see or who you ask. But they do share some common.
Or what's this Slovenian Peter? Was that his name? That was his name.
Sparkles.
Sparkle. Sparkles. The Christmas pony.
It's like that Squatty Potty commercial. He just shits frozen yogurt.
Or the new one where the one shooting gold bricks.
Yes. They do share some common characteristics, though. He's hairy, usually brown or black.
Hanky, the Christmas poo, small and brown, he comes from you.
No, see, not that. It's not like that. And who's black like that? Like that you're in trouble if it's coming out black.
Yeah, you might want to see a doctor.
Yeah. Has cloven hooves and the horns of a goat. Has we were talking about this before, a long pointed tongue that hangs out like a serpent or something like that. Fangs, of course. What you can get away from without fangs. Krampus carries chains, thought to maybe symbolize the binding of the devil by the Christian Church.
Oh, that's fun.
I think it's because he's always on his way to a tractor pull. I thought it was to tie up all the children. I mean, how else are you going to tie up kids?
Now their tiny hands slip right through the chains.
I was letting.
He was speaking way. It sounded like you're speaking from way too much experience there.
I thought John was reading for pointers, so I wanted to bow out. He has a newborn at home that probably cries a lot.
The chains are sometimes accompanied with bells of various sizes. It's like bells. What did Satan put bells on him so we knew where Krampus was at all times?
Now we know for whom the bells toll.
Oh, no.
It's a groaner.
I'm all for a Metallica pun, but I don't know.
This is what I do with my time.
That's the
bell of shame.
The bell of bells.
Yeah, baby.
Of more pagan origins are the Ruten, bundles of birch branches that Krampus carries and with which he occasionally swats children.
Oh, okay. But only his own, because you never want to punish someone else's child.
No, unless it's Adrian Peterson.
That's true.
Is he Krampus?
Have you ever seen them together? No, not that you mentioned it. I've never seen his tongue.
And as we get close to Christmas, he mysteriously goes on the IR. Well, like he's got other stuff to do.
Or the Vikings are never in the playoffs. Now he's just gone for it. Now they're in the playoffs.
And now they are. And look who won't be. The Cardinals.
Exactly.
The root may have significance in pre-Christian pagan initiation rites.
That's fun.
Yeah.
You want to be in our club? I got to beat you with a sack of reeds.
So the pagans were the first fraternities?
Yes, that's exactly it. They drank.
They invented butt chugging.
But I like to think John perfected it, so. Good effort.
Sometimes Krampus appears with a sack or a basket strapped to his back, obviously to carry the children down to hell to, either just keep them there or eat them.
And sometimes, going back to those birch branches, sometimes they're replaced with whips, John. And he whips them. Ties them with whips and
whip it good into shape.
Yeah, drags the children to hell. So, yeah.
50 Shades of Krampus.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so amazing. That would be perfect.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Now is the time when Hysteria 51 when we die.
And go to break.
Yeah, it is break time, kids. So when we come back, we're going to talk Krampus and pop culture, symbolism, and how it fucks up children, or maybe doesn't. It all depends on how you look at it. All that and more when we return on Hysteria 51.
Shopify's point of sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments in person? We've got you covered. How about card readers you can rely on anywhere you sell? Thanks. Have a good one. Yep, that too. Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales? It's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen.
I will be the children live. The song.
It's wonderful. We are back. Hopefully you had a chance to go get some Krampus schnapps, maybe some Krampus nog. I don't know if that's a thing, but it is now.
Maybe you took a Krampus. I don't know.
Before the break, we told you. Oh God. Before the break, we told you about the origins of Krampus, who he is, who he was, where he came from,
what he thinks about, what his aspirations are, who he sees himself as in 5 years.
Now we're going to tell you.
He's very upset that he never became a banker. That's always, I'm good with numbers, damn it.
It followed him wherever he went.
Now we're going to tell you a little bit about how he's popped up, why he's on everyone's radar, where he's popped up in pop culture. And I think a good place to start is the 2015 movie Krampus.
Saint Nicholas is not coming this year. Instead, a much darker, ancient spirit.
A goat walks on its hind legs.
His name is Krampus.
It's perfectly named, is what you're getting at.
It is. If you haven't seen it, you're probably thinking, oh boy, bad B horror movie. It's not that bad. It has like A minus list actors in it.
Yeah, it's dark. It's dark. But it's got some good, like you said, it's got some good people. It's got fucking David Koechner in it. I love him.
I told you we should have gone to my brother's.
Sure, how of course it's on a pig farm.
Jesus was born in a barn.
Yeah, Adam Scott, who's
in everything.
Tony Collette.
Yeah,
the wife.
That's right.
How are we going to survive Christmas with 12 people stuck in a house with no heat and no electricity? Or food. There's plenty of leftovers, Howard.
There it is. It's a fun movie.
It's dark, and it gets darker.
The first 45 minutes or so are kind of like a dark National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
And then it
turns into Wes Craven. With a splash of demonic toys. So yeah,
just a splash. I love the foreshadowing of how everyone's losing their Christmas spirit, and the foreshadowing of the grandmother from the old country.
Why is there always the one old grandma who doesn't speak English and knows everything, but doesn't want to tell you what's happening? You don't find it out until it's in the middle of it. I always knew this would happen. Oh, thanks for telling us, you old fucking kids.
Yeah, seriously, she saw this coming from a mile away. Thanks for the warning.
It's all about losing Christmas spirit. You said Krampus comes to punish this family. They literally open a pit to hell and throw the family in it.
Now, but before that, Krampus himself doesn't come to get the family. He sends his possessed toys
and his elves, which are evil in this rendering.
Why do they always possess toys in these movies? Why not household appliances?
That's a great question.
Well, they did possess the angel on top of the tree, and they possessed the gingerbread man. And
the funniest part of the movie for me, David Koechner is in the kitchen and he is being attacked by gingerbread men. And they are the three little gingerbread men are working together.
Redheads that work for Butternut. Like anamorphic cookies.
And they are working together to shoot a nail gun at him. And as they're shooting the nail gun at him, he finally gets a hold of a shotgun and is able to shoot it at them, explodes something, and they catch on fire. He blows two of them away. The third one is just about to get him, and just as it's about to kill him in some way, shape, or form, the dog runs up and eats it.
That's right. I like to think that no matter what's going on, if I got a gingerbread cookie coming at me, I can take it. Like, it's on fire and it doesn't have any weapons. I'm a fat guy. I might have been the one to eat it. You know?
In the continuum of things I'm concerned about becoming possessed and attacking me, gingerbread cookies are very low on the list of concerns.
Yes. Yeah.
That's true. One, but how many gingerbread men do you think it would take to overpower you?
That is a great question.
Just like the old, how many 5-year-olds could you beat up?
I'm gonna go with 12. I think 12 gingerbread cookies could overpower me.
They are demonic, though, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, they've got like demonic power. I mean, they're not just a regular gingerbread.
Your mother bakes cookies in hell.
A regular gingerbread cookie's arm would break off the moment it tried to pick up a nail gun. So they're demonic. They have extra power.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose a demonic cookie is probably one step above a demonic blanket as far as like what's gonna really get you.
But that demonic blanket is wet. So keep that in mind.
Now there were all the other toys that they were fighting in the attic.
There's like robots, the Jack in the Box, which is terrifying. Kind of a throwback from like Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's a clown eating people. So that's fun.
Then there was the doll with the big black mouth.
Was that the
angel? Was that the angel?
Yeah.
It kind of had like a head of a doll.
Yeah, it had the head of a doll, and it was the tree top.
It kind of had that almost Pan-Asian feel to the old Japanese horror movies.
Yeah. With real wings, it was disturbing.
Yeah, it was.
So yeah, these things are just working for Krampus, and they're in the house to steal everyone away because, long story short, this kid had finally given up on Christmas. He was the type.
His family sucked. Because if you haven't seen the movie, David Koechner's character is kind of like Cousin Eddie in Christmas Vacation.
But with money.
But yeah, they show up and the whole family is a bunch of idiots. Adam Scott's character and Toni Collette, they're the normal family. And
they're middle-aged, no longer love each other.
Yes.
Family,
And so the son writes this letter, just like wishing that, the Christmas spirit would come back, and he finally gives up and says, you know what, to hell with it all. The Christmas spirit's gone.
Turns out, to hell with literally.
Wow.
My biggest issue or craziness of this show is you get through the whole thing and he's literally throwing all the hell, except for the boy. He's leaving him as like, you'll learn. And the boy like runs back to Krampus and he's like, no, fucking take me instead. And Krampus like, he doesn't speak, but he's like, fuck you, I'll take you all. Throws him in hell, and he wakes up and he's in bed. And it's all been a dream. And then
he runs downstairs and it's this picturesque, almost Norman Rockwell type of Christmas morning. There's treats sitting out and they're all having hot cocoa and opening gifts.
So then here's the thing that gets me though. He opens his last gift and it's a Krampus spell. And he realizes, oh my God, what happened? Everyone sees and they look around and I think they all realize. And he had told, I had a bad dream. They also remembering and it pans out and it's in a snow globe and Krampus is putting the snow globe on a shelf with all these other snow globes.
Oh, by the way, spoiler alert.
Yeah. Is that hell? Are they in hell and he's got it in that snow globe? Or was that just him looking in on their life? Or is that their now world? Think about that.
I just saw the movie, and so I looked it up, and there's actually two conflicting theories as to whether or not they're getting a chance to do it again and have Christmas spirit, or if they're trapped in this is hell to repeat Christmas every day for the rest of
I guess that's, it's a choose your own adventure on that.
Follow up. Does Groundhog Day take place in another one of those snow globes?
Oh, wow. Whoa.
Yeah, I just blew your mind.
Oh, the snow globe aspect blew me away because it's like the Tommy Westfall universe. I don't know if you guys ever watched St. Elsewhere, but on St. Elsewhere they had an autistic.
No, I'm not like
70. They had an autistic boy. It was one of my parents' favorite shows. They had an autistic boy, and he was always staring at snow globes. And if you watch to the end of St. Elsewhere, it pans out and you realize that St. Elsewhere and everything that happened in it was all in his head, inside the snow globe. He was creating this world. So St. Elsewhere never happened. But here's the problem. St. Elsewhere was a TV show that has had other TV shows from NBC co-starred to this day. And if you go to Google, you can search Tommy Westphal universe, and all of these fucking shows are intertwined by one character co-starring or whatever, up into new current shows. So they're like, is it actually every fucking show on NBC is all just Tommy Westphal kid's head, this autistic kid who's just making them up? Really? Yeah, and it's just, and people have made like plotted charts and shit. It's fascinating. They'll drop down this rabbit hole. That's Tommy Westphal.
So in other words, you're saying Krampus runs NBC.
Yes, is exactly what I'm getting at. Exactly.
And St. Elsewhere is also based on pagan tradition, if I remember.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, Krampus is the devil, or at least he symbolizes him and takes people to hell. You're good, you get Santa, heaven. You're bad, you get Krampus, hell. Is it that transparent?
Well, if that's the case, if that's the through line you're looking for in the movie, Brent, where on the morality spectrum are you when you get evil gingerbread cookies?
I mean, they're you or the gingerbread cookies?
Well, if you're the recipient of evil gingerbread
cookies. Here's the problem. In that movie, the grandmother believed and never lost faith. Why did she get attacked by the gingerbread cookies and the toys and everything?
Oh, she was still paying for her earlier sins.
But he let her have a second chance, and she never forgot the Christmas spirit.
But it's a horror movie. In horror movies, once you make your initial sin, you never actually get a second chance.
Is that why you've never had sex? Like you just don't want to, you don't want to get killed in a horror movie?
What?
Oh, come on! Everyone knows the way to die in a horror movie is to have sex or be black. Oh. I mean, one of those two. You're a black guy, you have sex, or you go to get something out of the garage.
I'll be right back. Hey. All right, Brent, let's move on from Krampus and let's move on to another wonderful holiday treat called A Christmas Horror Story.
I don't even want to spend much time on this because this is a terrible fun.
It's a great movie. If you want to check it out, it is on Netflix right now. It's an anthology horror flick, but actually all the stories tie in together. They all take place in the same town.
Whose radio on-air personality? Bill Shatner.
None other than
Merry Christmas.
One of the four stories revolves around Krampus hunting a family that behaved badly.
This is Krampus, right? What's a Krampus? He's like an anti-Santa Claus, a demon who punishes the naughty. He lives on chains of knives, stuff like that. That's fun.
The final story actually involves Santa battling undead elves, and it ends with a battle between Santa and Krampus.
Krampus, vile enemy of Christmas.
Kind of. That's kind of you're overstating there.
It's a trick. It's all tricks. Prepare to be a bit underwhelmed.
Yeah, and then they pull the old switcheroo on you. You know what? Let's not give this one away because we already spoiled Krampus. So the whole plan. Spoiler alert! It's evil. Christmas Horror Story. If you really hate yourself, go watch it.
Now hold on. The whole movie isn't terrible. There is. I wouldn't say the whole movie is terrible. I would say I didn't like the reveal at the end. I didn't like the twist.
You get to see changelings. You get to see high school children have sex and then blame it on rape. I mean, it's a barrel of laughs the entire.
You get Bill Shatner getting drunk.
Yeah.
You get fun anyway if you meet Bill Shatner.
You follow him on Twitter?
No. Every now and then, especially since he's like fuck podcasts. They're not worth my time.
Every now and then he goes on rants. Sometimes they're political, sometimes they're not. And you see him. I don't know how much work the man's had done, but every now and then you forget that he's like literally 87 years old.
Yeah,
he looks
fantastic.
He does look incredible for 87. And I mean, when you think about an angry, old, drunk, 87-year-old man, Follow him on Twitter because that's what it reads like.
That's true. That's true.
Sold. Do any of you remember when he was on Wheel of Fortune? I don't know if it's on YouTube, but he must have been drunk because he literally was like interrupting people and trying to like spin without it being turned. Commercial, he was gone. They had replaced him with somebody else.
Unbelievable. That is hilarious.
That's awesome. Have they replaced him with Patrick Stewart? Yeah, did they improve upon the original?
Acast powers some of the world's best podcasts. Here's a show we recommend.
Day they wind up ruling the world. Like it's kind of Harry
Hello, everyone. I'm Danny Pellegrino.
I'm Jennifer Stone.
We are back for season 2 of a very, very iconic podcast. We're going to be diving into your favorite holiday movies, recapping them, and going on a few tangents.
Yes, and it's the end of the world as we know it. So why not close out 2020 with a bunch of episodes of holiday recap with us?
Everyone grabs a cup of eggnog
And a fistful of candy,
cook that bird in the oven.
Doritos. We don't care what you're into. Just join us.
Grab your red wine, grab your couch cocoa. We're getting lit on the holiday movies. We'll be doing 10 recap episodes. So subscribe to A Very Merry Iconic Podcast wherever you listen to podcasts, and find us on social media at A Very Merry Iconic Podcast on Instagram, and we'll have all the updates there.
Acast
recommends.
All right, guys. So you look at this whole heaven, hell, and evil and good and Christmas and shit like that. What do you think this does to kids, especially like little ones? Look at Elf on the Shelf. Have you guys seen this whole conspiracy about? They say Elf on the Shelf teaches them that surveillance is okay. Oh, Lord. It's the big machine coming down on them and saying it's okay to be surveyed, under surveillance all the time.
I thought Facebook did that.
Oh, that's a given. They're starting at a younger age. You're not supposed to be on Facebook until you're 13. You got to start young somehow. Look at it, though. Is it just bartering with them to be good, to get rewards, or does it build character? And then when you're looking at that, is that the whole point of a lot of religions?
Let's stop and I want to ask about Krampus. You're asking these questions. Is Krampus actually a thing? What I mean
is it a thing? Yes, we're talking about it.
What I mean by that is, do parents, whether it be here or in Europe, still how to this day, obviously parents all across the world still tell their kids that their presents came from Santa Claus, right? Are parents somewhere, whether it be here or in Europe, telling their kids that Krampus is a real
This is
thing?
just what I read online, but online, yes, supposedly in some Bavarian and Alpine, Germanic places, they still very much.
Still to this day they do.
Yes.
I think he still shows up, but I don't think the kids think he's really Krampus. Like if a kid goes on Santa's lap, he actually thinks he's meeting Santa. I think the kids know that this is just a game.
They do a lot of parades and things like that. And you see children running up to him, so I think it's more of a. Yeah, it's more of.
So they don't actually think that if they misbehave, they're going to get eaten and drugged to hell.
I don't think so.
I like to think they do. I have nothing to back that up. It just makes
you like to think they think it, or they actually do get drugged to hell?
Yeah. What are you doing? Dragging these kids to hell? They misbehaved. See you later.
We're not talking about what you enjoy, Brent. We're talking about what's actually true. He's got a case of sass mouth. I get to send him to hell.
I really don't know. I guess we didn't call our Bavarian brothers and find out.
Well, here's the thing. Regardless of the legitimacy of Krampus, I always thought the whole thing with Santa, he sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake. I always thought that was creepy enough.
He knows if you've been bad or good, so don't get drugged to hell. Hey!
Santa has some creepy vibe to him on his own. You don't really need the Krampus.
You're right.
Come on, kids. Store's closing.
Yeah. Dan, what are your thoughts? I mean, what do you think looking at this whole Krampus thing?
I think this is Christian propaganda. Because they took a pagan god that people worshipped and turned him into an evil being and said this is going, if you like him, he's going to drag you to hell. And so I think it was the church trying to create a devil out of
a satanic panic.
Yeah.
Call back.
I do really like the Striper song. Krampus is everywhere. So I mean, you know, it's really good. It's good stuff. I was reading. We were talking about Striper last week, and I was reading. They were talking to Striper like in 2017, recently, the lead singer, because they're still around.
Ted Cruz, yeah, he ran for he ran for the Republican nomination.
And he's like, you know, we don't like to be labeled a Christian band. We are Christians who are in a band, but we're not a Christian rock band. And that's actually a good way to put it. He goes, because not all of our songs are you know, about God. We just have to be Christians that are in it. He goes, you've got drunks and druggies and Guns N' Roses. They're not a drug band, you know, and you got Satan worshippers and I forget what band, you know, let's say Danzig. They're not a Satan band, you know, whatever. He's like, why are we a Christian band? He's like, because then you get pigeonholed and then you don't get play on the radio and things like that. I was like, that's actually a really good way to put it when you think about it. But they do have, you know, their number one song ever was "To Hell with the Devil." So
fantastic track.
It is actually.
I like it. I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah.
Then you get accused of being the Zodiac killer, and you know.
All downhill from there.
Yeah. So Joe, Krampus, your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's hard to relate to it just because
you're not a Bavarian. You're not a Bavarian child.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a culture thing because like it's pretty odd to me. The whole concept of like, you know, I grew up where Christmas was like where it is at, man. Like Santa Claus is like the coolest thing, and like everyone's into this. Yeah, like I can't relate to what it would be like growing up where it's like, oh, but also there's Krampus. Like I grew up where it was like, oh, you were bad, haha, you're gonna get a lump of coal. Yeah. Oh, you were bad,
you're stocking that we're gonna beat you with.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's kind of crazy.
Block of soap shaped like coal in your stocking.
Like so, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to make of all this stuff, but I do like the horns.
Yeah, and by the way,
John, I'm giving it 2 thumbs up. You know, it's a way to get your kids to act good. I don't know. But yeah, you brought up a really good point. Do they still teach it or not? From what I read online, some places still do, but I think kind of like Dan said, it's more tongue in cheek. Like, you know, and they do Krampus parades. Fucking crazy. Cosplay is on point in the Krampus community.
Well, it makes me wonder, and that's where I land on it. It makes me wonder how big it even was in those communities at that time. Just because it existed there doesn't mean it was their go-to belief system, right?
I think maybe 500 years ago, though.
But just because we know it existed there doesn't mean we think that they all gathered around the fire and talked about Krampus, right? We just know it was a thing.
Of course, in America, if you didn't believe it, we would have burned you. You know,
so who knows how much they actually used it? We know it's big today. It's because we love bringing shit like this back, so we can get together, dress up like it, and drink. Like it's a reason to get together. There are Krampus fests all across the country. People dress up like it. You mentioned cosplay. You know, it's just one more reason to get together and be different. And like I said, drink. So who knows if it was ever actually a big thing? But it's something to get together, talk about, and make movies about.
Speaking of cosplay, John, Lisa, my wife's favorite time of the year was just recently. She works right by the Dolly Stevens Convention Center, a huge convention center in the Chicagoland area, and it was the Furry Fest. And every year, you got to park across the street and walk, and they're always going into this convention center, and she's going to work. And so she's like, I saw like a puppy dog in leather chaps, and you know, and it was being walked on a leash by a cat.
Wubba lubba dub dub!
Yeah, and I'm not making this up. Every year, I never pay attention to what it is, but I always know because I get a call from her. She's like, "Oh my God, it's Furry Fest! Why do you sound muffled? Are you in a costume?" No. So that's our story of Stereo Nation. Have you guys ever heard of it before we had the last few years here in America? Or are you from one of those countries where this was taught to you as a child? Let us know. Let us know in the Stereo Nation. Hop on Facebook, search Stereo Nation. Or you can hop on Facebook and just search Hysteria 51. That's the page where you can find all of our new shows. Hop on Twitter at Hysteria51pod. Patreon.com/Hysteria51. You can get all sorts of extra episodes. Our Up All Nights are on there, plus a few songs, including I think I uploaded not too long ago, the Philadelphia Experiment rap that we had made, John.
We had two of them.
Yeah.
We had a professional that was written by the staff here at Hysteria 51 and recorded by the staff here at Hysteria 51. And then we also had one that was recorded by Conspiracy Lab.
How about that? Don't forget to leave us a voicemail, 773-669-7277. We got a couple to play, but we're going to get to those in a later episode.
We'll play them in the next few episodes. Thanks for leaving them. Please continue to leave voicemails for us. We really do appreciate it.
And don't forget, if you forget any of this, you can go to hysteria51.com. They're all new and improved. Hysteria51.com.
If you want to know what Joe Peck looks like, there's a picture.
I'd suggest against it. Featured guest. Speaking of featured guests, Dan Kozu. Thanks a ton.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. We're glad that your family came from, what was it, Peter the Horned One? What the hell was that thing called? Sparkle, man. Why can't I remember
Sparkles?
Oh, that's right. John's favorite color is glitter. Now I remember it.
No, that was my favorite movie.
Oh,
get it right.
So where can they find you online with your Hard Times articles?
I don't have Twitter or anything, so hardtimes.net. Hardtimes.
His parents don't allow him on there because it's the double box.
Thehardtimes.net.
All right. So with that said, I've been Brent.
I've been Joe.
I've been Dan.
I've been John.
Stay woke, meat sex.
It was terrible. It was just terrible. I'll never get over it as long as I live.
That's it for another edition of Hysteria 51. John and Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. Oh, if it's unheard of, how will they know about it? Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts, or just make fun of Conspiracy Bot, that's my favourite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51pod.
What you just heard was a podcast in the Poop Culture Extended Universe. For more great podcasts, make your way to www.poopculture.com.
You've been listening to a fourth-hand joint.
Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are back with offers on vehicles like the 2025 E-Class, CLE Coupe, C-Class, and E-Chewy Sedan. Hurry in now through July 31st. Visit your local authorized dealer or learn more at mbUSA.com/dream.
Okay, so this is
Need parts now? O'ReillyAuto.com offers in-store pickup, same-day home delivery, or next-day home shipping. Get more parts your way at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The following is a full-time production.
I can't disclose those details at this time. He says,
On the south edge of Chicago's magnificent mile, Michigan Avenue sits the historic Congress Hotel. Originally known for its opulence, it hosted national leaders and foreign dignitaries alike. But since its doors opened over a century ago, it's been known for something much more sinister: its hauntings.
From tales of trapped construction workers to the elevator shafts that allegedly claimed so many lives to the shocking number of suicides, the Congress is said to have seen its unfair share of death. Do ghouls now lurk in the hallways as guests sit?
Time to put our money where our mouth is and take this show on the road. We'll see for ourselves if the Congress is truly haunted or if it's just another urban legend to help sell ghost hunting books. We go ghost busting next on Hysteria 51.
Chicago is something you just got to see for yourself. Consider setting an incredible historical comic strip.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
It's happening so fast.
It's hysteria.
You can't handle the truth.
Friday is gone.
This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in Hysteria Nation to the podcast that doesn't stay at haunted hotels often. But when we do, they're only the nicest haunted hotels. This is Hysteria 51.
What are you doing in a place like this? What are you talking about? Like what? A place like this, swimming pool, jacuzzi. What are you talking about? I'm spoiling myself right.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, I am your host, John Roper.
I love when you talk, dude. Get your mad ass to this food here.
Alongside is my co-host, Mr. Brent Victor Maitland. And
tell Victor that Ramon, the fella he met about a week ago, tell him that Ramon went to the clinic today, and I found out that I have herpes simplex 10. And I think Victor should go check himself out with his physician to make sure everything is fine before things start falling off on the man.
I'm not sure exactly what that had. What the hell?
Brent, since we went to the studio, have 2-foot thick metal blasters.
It didn't. But I've seen these before Conspiracy Bot. What the hell's going on, dude? What did you do?
I'll tell you what is going on. I heard you idiots were taking the show on the road and no one invited me. You did this last time and the show sucked. You brought your stupid wives. Well, not this time. I'm going or no one is going.
All right, the fact that you want to come and investigate the Congress Hotel is one thing. The fact that you installed fucking blast doors on the studio is another. How the hell did you pull this off?
I know a guy. I got them at a price.
That's not even an answer, you fucking people. That's it. I'm taking the American Expressway. No more Amazon, no more Elvis B-sides, no more toasters, nothing.
Oh, Brent, look what you did, poor little guy. How about this? Seabot, if we take you with us tonight, will you open the doors and promise to be a bit more responsible with Brent's annex?
Yes, I promise. Thank you, John.
And Brent, are you cool with that?
I guess. But I'm not taking responsibility for anything that asshole does in downtown Chicago.
The city is headed for a disaster of biblical proportion.
What do you mean?
Biblical.
What do you mean this Old Testament, Mr. Mayor? Real wrath of God type stuff. There's fire and brimstone coming down from the sky, rivers and seas boiling.
4 years of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, the dead rising from the grave.
Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
He even said hysteria.
This is true.
I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, he won't be the fifth weirdest thing running around downtown Chicago on Saturday night.
Choose his form. The traveler. Right.
True that.
Now, don't forget, we have a guest tonight. And I wouldn't say special guest, but we got a guest.
His name is Pecker.
That's right, Joe. You're joining us on our investigation. Are you pumped?
Oh, so pumped. So pumped. In fact, I actually just got back from Jerusalem, brought some holy water, holy soil, and a piece of the true cross for us, just in case things get hairy.
Now, I know this sounds like a line. The true cross part is a line.
Yeah, it's not.
But he actually brought us from straight up Jerusalem a box with holy water, a cross, crucifix. I mean, all this shit. It's real. And it goes with the tainted soil that I got from Josh from Ectoplasm Show. We're just going to let him fight it out.
Yes. So we are prepared in case things go weird. And Brent, you have all the equipment ready?
It's just occurred to me we really haven't had a completely successful test of this equipment.
I blame myself. So do I.
No sense worrying about it now.
Why worry? Each of us is wearing an unlicensed nuclear accelerator on his back.
I wouldn't go as far to say that, but I do have I don't know, a webcam or two. I don't think it's quite the same level, but
I mean, I guess the closest thing to an unlicensed nuclear accelerator would be CBOT.
That or the glow-in-the-dark Ouija board that I bought for us to play with. I mean, one of the two is more dangerous.
Now, does it glow in the dark the way that stuff when we were kids glows in the dark, or does it glow in the dark because of the demons that are working?
There's only one way to find out.
It says it's powered by blood.
Perfect. I wonder if holy water will work.
I mean, I don't want to bleed. I'm sure you guys don't. I wonder if motor oil will work.
Good question. Otherwise, we're gonna have to find somebody in the lobby of the hotel.
No worries. I can get you blood. I'll have you blood by 9 o'clock. Let's get it going, fellas. I'm ready to blow this popsicle stand.
All right, so like we said, we're talking the Congress Hotel. It's our second foray into going to a local establishment that's quote unquote haunted. The last time, dear listeners, if you remember, didn't go that great. John and I went to the
with our lovely wives.
Yeah, our Resurrection Mary went to the cemetery where she's buried to see the gates that she melted with her hands, and they just kind of replaced them. Then we went to go to the ballroom where she would take people to and have them drop her off.
And it burned down.
Like the week before we got there. So if that's not being a corner or a bad side, I don't know what is. But we did see a nice chicken fighting tournament ring across the street from there. So that was perfect.
And we ate at, what the hell was the place you took us? The Steak and Egg?
Steak and Egg. Damn right.
John's Steak and Egg is fantastic.
John's looking up the Yelp reviews. I'm like, that's not worth it.
Yeah, that's not what you're going to do. It was all. I disagree.
It's fantastic. He had a side of bacon. That's all they had, and him and his wife shared it, and that's all they ordered.
Oh my God, true. We had French fries. I ordered like 10 things when I discovered that place.
Right, you're supposed to. You're supposed to.
Now let's hope that the Congress isn't burning down as we speak.
So the Congress.
I did not order this side of hair.
Well,
that's complimentary.
Yeah. They looked at you, knew you wanted it.
Yeah, compliment to the chef.
Prove it's not from you.
At any time while you're enjoying your side of hair and gravy, there's video gaming to be enjoyed.
Ooh,
yes.
Yeah, the one in the city doesn't have that.
Oh man, every place around here either has video gaming or is next to a place named after a 1940s housewife that has video gaming. Like Dottie's, yeah. Or Sandra's, Dee Dee's. They're all over the fucking place, and I don't know. Why is that the go-to? The naming,
target demographic?
Yes, I don't know. So we're talking Congress Hotel, the Congress Plaza. Hopefully you've heard of it. If you haven't, it's a famous hotel outside of just Chicago, but it is considered the most haunted spot in Chicago, if not Illinois itself, and one of the most haunted places in the country. And it's got a little illustrious career because it was built back in 1893 for something called the World's Fair. Ever heard of that?
We've talked about that on this show.
Yeah, don't you make you think a little H.H. Holmes? In fact, it said that he was...
Who it turns out is not, in fact, Jack the Ripper. No matter what they tell you on the History Channel.
Horse shit is what Jeff Mudgett is still shaking the proverbial corpse of his ancestor, trying to get every penny he can out of that. So,
did you hear they actually released that they got into the coffin?
Yeah, and it's really
is him.
Yeah. So he didn't escape.
And he said he didn't trust the scientists to get in there.
Of course not, because you're doing all this for television and everything. Why would you pick someone that you would
keep it going for next season?
Fucking tool bag. I'm sorry. I
don't think you are sorry.
No, I'm not. But whenever
that was disingenuous.
Whenever I talk much online, people get all bent out of shape. It's crazy how like people want him to be fucking right. And I want a solid gold shitter, but it's not in the cards. It's just not the way it fucking works.
Well, I mean, I guess it could be. Well, you should put your mind to it.
Believe myself. We're going tonight to this place. It's 11 stories and has 871 guest rooms and suites, taking up 1 million square feet.
1 million square feet.
So it's roughly the size of most of the palaces for the people in the Middle East. You ever see their fucking places they live in? These giant fucking, they look like hotels for the dignitaries and the princes and shit. You live.
When you have a couple thousand square feet,
you're in it right now. So yeah. And we're in it until he decides to open up a glass door, so we might be in here for a while. So this place it's entertained presidents, celebrities, royalty. They all stay there. But its history's checkered with an abnormal amount of suicides and deaths, as well as stories of ghosts and hauntings that make up the legend of the Congress Hotel. And when I say an abnormal amount, a lot of people have died in this place.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what's a normal amount?
There would be a normal amount.
Is there an industry standard?
There is for flights. How many people die on flights per year?
When you're a hotel that's been around for well over a century, a certain amount of people are going to die inside your walls. Right? That's just going to happen.
now.
Yeah, a certain amount. I hope the number doesn't go up this evening.
So it's constantly referred to as the most haunted place in Chicago and one of the most haunted places in the country. And that's saying something about Chicago with the countless serial killers they've had, the Great Chicago Fire,
the homicidal robots,
yeah, so many other
everywhere.
reportedly haunted places dotting the map. Well done, Congress.
Present company excluded, of course, Seabot.
That's a given.
Yeah, exactly. So people reported poltergeist activity, shadow people, and sightings of full-bodied apparitions, including that of Al Capone and Teddy Roosevelt. That guy looks just like Teddy Roosevelt.
He's a rough rider.
So, Joe, I hope you got your autograph papers ready because, you know
I do.
Now, J.P. Doyle said, you never know how you're going to react when you see a ghost if you really see one. I think I know how Joe's going to react. Oh, hello. Hi, sir.
I'm just going to be like, hey, dude, how'd you get in here?
Try to shake his hand.
Exactly. I'm going to offer him a drink.
Do you care for a beverage? I hope to.
But he's going to do it. He's going to do it maliciously, like, see, look how it's just pouring through you.
Exactly. You idiot, you can't even drink. The Congress also has a crazy number of rooms which have been permanently closed off to the public due to paranormal activity. The owners has gone so far as to wallpaper over some of the rooms so you don't even know they're there, just because so many people want to leave, they want their money back, or people say that they heard scream.
We should bring your stud finder.
There's also rooms where you
like
are
bolted from the outside with like padlocks and stuff,
so that people can't get into it. Yeah, because too many looky-loos. Looky-loos. Yeah, the room that we're in right now.
I said or can't get out. Thank you, Seabot. Where the hell were you?
Sorry, trying to figure out how to open these doors.
What are you trying to?
No worries, just keep going.
Do we not have an R2-D2 around here?
So we screwed that guy. So you guys know that this room that we have our stew in was here, just not finished. The door locked from the outside with a padlock, and it still had the bolt and everything on it when we moved in. And Lisa's like, "Oh, that's normal." I'm like, "That's not normal. That's not." Well, like you could keep valuables, and they're like, "Yeah, like your fucking kid." like you think some nar or you're scared of or something?
No, that's where they keep. That's where they keep the metal boxes.
For the people that find people, fall upon them, slaughter them, and eat them.
Seems they escaped from the metal boxes the army kept them in. Found this family in the woods. Fell upon them, slaughtered them, and ate them.
Thank you, Dan Aykroyd.
Do you think it was weird when the wall started bleeding?
No, I mean that usually follows me wherever I go, so I'm less worried about that.
Be more worried if they hadn't bled.
But I tell you what, I did take it off the door so that no one could actually lock me in here when I'm here.
Dumb white people, it's like Eddie Murphy said.
The location also served as inspiration for Stephen King's short story 1408, which later became a movie.
John Cusack being
that's right.
Who's a Chicago native.
Yeah, it's all coming full circle. So 1408's a story of a hotel room notorious for a number of suicides which have occurred there. However, the real murders and suicides that take place in the Congress Hotel are far more disturbing. Ooh, how do you like that for foreshadowing? Or foreshadowing people?
Oh God, this show is off the rails. It's off the rails.
We're talking the tragedies, mysteries, and deaths that happen in the hotel. And spoiler alert, lots of fucking poisonings happen in this place. I guess that was the modus operandi of a lot of people that wanted to kill people in the early 1900s.
So in other words, when we go there tonight, I need to bring my own beer.
Joe brought holy water. Hey, take a swig of that. Don't worry about it. So
I also noticed that you said you wouldn't carry it in your bag.
Yeah, that's right. So here's a list of some of the bigger. There are a lot more than what we're going to tell you, but these are some of the bigger incidents that happened. So 1900, Captain Lou Alabama, one wants to say. I'm glad you guys did because I was going. So Captain Lou Ostium, a Spanish-American war veteran, was staying at the hotel when he committed suicide by self-inflicted gunshot wound, and his death was eventually ruled a suicide. So allegedly, he took his own life on a Sunday morning immediately after waking from a nightmare.
But the kicker is,
That's one hell of a nightmare.
his family and friends who have no possible motive, and he was reported to have been in good spirits. And in fact, the day before, he got married.
Wait, so
Question.
what's he doing alone in a hotel?
Exactly.
But different question. If he shot himself after awaking, how do we know he had a nightmare?
We know because he had been suffering from severe insomnia and night terrors, and it's theorized he must have awoke from one of the vivid and violent dreams, then shot himself without knowing what he was doing.
Theorized, so we don't know.
Well, and also the day before, he purchased a revolver used to so much. We never know when they find people that have committed suicide, but you can put two and two together. Then you got the South Tower of the hotel, which was built between 1902 and 1907. And it's rumored that a worker was trapped and died behind the walls during construction. So that's fun.
You've got to just keep building. What are you supposed to do? Stop and take someone out of the wall?
Well, it's like when you're behind drywall. I mean, drywall is so difficult to actually like. Have you guys ever done drywall? It's always breaking and cracking.
Oh yeah.
Get out!
I get it when they're building a fucking dam and someone falls into 60 feet of wet cement. They're gone, right? Drywall. It's like, get out of there. Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. It's like, what's this guy's name? Jimmy fucking Hoffa? Like, how did he get walled in there?
The hand. Well, people. Is that the part with the hand?
Yeah. So the people reported seeing a mystery hand.
Sorry, Toby. We gotta keep going, man. It's lunch soon.
No, I can see you guys.
No. It's been.
Guys, just move this one spot.
No, we gotta keep going. You had a good run.
But it was like all these
It's over.
I'll pay for the new brand.
Because it couldn't
Some people have reported seeing a hand of mystery emerging from the wall, and it said it belonged to the doomed construction worker. However,
Little known fact, as Prince nickname in high
hand
school.
of mystery. This is one of the few stories about the Congress Park Hotel that's completely untrue.
The rest of these, however, everything else.
The hand of mystery was originally told as a joke, and over the years it snowballed into the legend. So they can
hilarious.
They can prove that is bullshit. Construction of the South Tower included the addition of the Gold Room and the Florentine Rooms. And staff say the Gold Room is always found to be unlocked, no matter how many times staff has locked it. It doesn't stay locked. And strangely, photographs taken from the grand piano in this room usually come with one or more of the people missing from the photo. And that's just because they're vampires. I think that's, just the way it is.
Yeah, you wouldn't show up anyway.
It's the Gold Room. They can't go in the silver room. Appliances that are completely disconnected turn on and off in a kitchen located adjacent to the Gold Room. So, they're just trying to help.
I'm not sure how haunting that is. More just
This is inconvenient.
And Gus and staff,
I can't hear a damn thing.
Stupid blender. Gus and staff often hear women whispering, men humming, piano music, organ music, wooden wheels rolling on a wooden floor, gunshots and screaming. All this in the Florentine Room, but upon inspection, it's empty. And in this room, that's where Teddy Roosevelt made the announcement that he would leave the Republican Party, and his apparition has kind of been seen there several times. And one report seen a female apparition in the ladies' restroom in the Florentine Room, and this apparition is said to sometimes follow women out of the restroom and into the hallway, going, do you have any extra toilet paper?
Well, I think that's just the bathroom attendant. She wants a tip because you took your gum and
yeah, exactly. Then in 1904, hotel guests witnessed an elevator operator fall 70 feet to the bottom of the elevator shaft. He was killed on impact. In 1908, a frequent visitor to the Congress Hotel named Roy Gormley was in the hotel's ballroom. Roy said to have had a spending problem and was almost bankrupt. So he offered to pay the orchestra $500 to play the Death March from Sal, melody often played when soldiers were buried at sea. So he told them, hey, we don't know how to do it. So he hummed it for them, and they managed to figure out how to play it. Then he gave them the $500, bought the entire orchestra a round of drinks, paid the baller for a second round for them the following day, then went to his room and shot himself. Thanks, guys.
And you're laughing.
I am.
So he retired to his room, and then he retired.
Oh, and now no one's laughing. See how that works?
And also in 1908, an attempted murder-suicide directly outside the hotel's main entrance happened. Ruby Pishzak and her husband were shot by Ruby's jealous lover, and the couple reconciled.
Was it a Tuesday? Ruby Tuesday?
I'm not even.
This is the best show ever. I'm declaring it right now. It's like Jim Rome. I'm gonna shuffle my papers. Racket.
That's only like 4 or
This
5
couple
doors down.
reconciled as they leave the other side of it. However, they both survived the attack, and Ruby filed for divorce soon after, as you're one to do.
But you said you loved me. I thought we were dying. It seemed right at the time.
And it was her jealous lover who shot the motherfucker.
But he shot us. Yeah, but he didn't kill us.
In the summer of 1916, a mining investor named Morse David and his wife formed a suicide pact. They're found in room 312 of the Congress Plaza Hotel, having ingested cyanide capsules. Miss Davis was still barely clinging to life and ultimately survived, and she claimed the couple had mistakenly taken the cyanide, believing they were Epstein salt. Ah, that's all. And she was sent to St. Mary's Mission Home.
Epsom salt pills.
It cures what ails you. It was either that or cocaine, and they were out of cocaine at the time. Any law?
It was 1916. Anything goes.
So, she was sent to St. Mary's Mission Home on Peoria Street in Chicago, where she attempted to jump from the third floor window. And Miss David was admitted to a psychiatric hospital afterward.
I wonder if she got the water treatment there.
Well, it cures what ails you. So then in 1919, a young woman was poisoned at a party held in the Congress Plaza Hotel's Pompeian room and narrowly survived. The same year, an opera singer named Charlotte Calais made an unsuccessful suicide attempt by ingesting poison in her room. Like I said, man, poison.
Is that what comes on the pillow instead of chocolate? Or did they just have a really bad chef?
Right? And then in 1920, at least one man was poisoned and killed in the hotel by Prohibition-era moonshine. Sorry, a little strong there. A woman named Harriet Harrison of Galesburg, Illinois, was staying in the hotel with her husband in July of 1926 when she accidentally fell 6 stories down the elevator shaft.
What's with all these elevator shaft falls?
Killed on impact.
What's going on? They can't keep the glass doors closed.
That's right.
I wonder if Conspiracy Bot, can you help them with that?
No.
1928, sloganeer G. Herb Palin, who coined the term safety first, suffered a fatal heart attack in the hotel.
Then, so sloganeer, I need that job. That's an awesome job title.
It sounds like you do something with pistols, but really you just come up with catchy phrases. Like, what do you? I come up with phrases. That's not badass enough.
How is safety first even a catchy phrase? It's just 2 words. It's not even like a thing.
What had happened is he saw some broad pulled out of the elevator. So it was safety first.
You know what should have come first there? Safety.
During World War I and World War II, the Congress Hotel was used to house immigrants and refugees from war-torn countries. In fact, here's a story. In 1939, a 40-year-old Czech Jewish woman named Adele Langer was staying at the hotel with her 2 sons, and they were in the country on a 6-month visa, which was about to expire. Her husband was supposed to join them, but was delayed and unreachable. And she became so anxious that her husband was going to arrive late and they were going to be deported because the visa was going to run out. But she fell into like this horrible depression. On August 4th of 1939, she and her children spent the day at the zoo. Then they returned to their room on the 12th floor of the Congress, and Adele threw her 2 sons out the window before jumping herself. She died completely unaware that very day she just hadn't gone to the front desk. They'd received a letter informing her that they'd been offered permanent refuge in Canada. And when Mr. Langer received the news of his family that they all died, he tried to commit suicide himself. So that's a fun story.
You might say they were rolling in the deep. Did she kill herself because of the prospect of living in Canada?
Blame Canada! Blame Canada! Yeah, but ain't right. August of 1950, the credit manager in...
I don't think I got enough credit for my Adele joke there.
You got more
go back to it. You got like a whole issue today, don't you, John? You really want... Man, issue. I got more issues than time. You want to get into them?
Credit manager and security manager of the hotel went to the room of a 25-year-old John Raymond,
who got a $104 unpaid bill. Mr. Raymond told the two to wait there for a moment, then retrieved a revolver and shot the Congress Hotel's credit manager before turning the gun on himself.
You gotta be a really angry dude if money's bad. You're just gonna go ahead and take it one step out of this world. But you're taking a motherfucker with you. Absolutely. Oh, you want to be paid for this bill that I obviously charged up and do owe? Yeah. Well, I'm taking you out. Maybe you thought he was a ghost. I said good day.
I should have said.
Then in 1966, an attorney from Rockford, Illinois, named Frederick A., was found in his hotel room naked and strangled by his own shirt. His wrists and feet were bound together with his socks. So that's another fun one. He took the what was the Kung Fu, The Legend Continues. What was that guy?
David
Carradine.
Yeah. The autoerotic CH and the lead singer of NXS.
I was just going to say, that sounds like his death was in excess.
Oh my God. This guy, I'm just declaring now this is the last show.
Sometime in the 70s, a woman slit her wrist in the bathroom of the hotel. Allegedly, guests who stay in this room have reported seeing her dead body lying in the tub at night.
That's not a ghost. They literally just never cleaned up the body.
No, I clean. And then we got a few additional deaths reported there. Taxi driver jumped from North Tower. Salesman threw himself down the elevator shaft. A husband father hung himself in the cupboard hook of his own room. A homeless man was murdered in the alleyway directly behind the hotel.
I mean, that's just Chicago.
And then possibly the most disturbing event that occurred there was an impromptu exorcism. Hotel staff confirms that the exorcism was at one point performed there, but they refused to reveal which room it occurred in.
Fingers crossed for tonight, gentlemen.
Oh, man. And Al Capone and his
welcome to the exorcism suite.
Al Capone and his men were constantly there. A lot of them lived there, and they were, as you know, upstanding citizens who were known to do nothing bad, so I'm sure nothing nefarious happened there with them. In fact, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, the guy who ordered it was on the phone there, made the call, it happened, and then he went back in there and got the call, like, all right, it's done. So that's fun. Wow. So what do people say that work there and stay there? Well, unsurprisingly, many of the 871 rooms in the Congress Hotel are considered haunted by the staff, and the 4th and 12th floors reportedly have the most activity. No deaths have occurred in room 441, but this room has been responsible for the most calls to the front desk and security by people saying that things are happening. You guys report being kicked awake by a shadow woman, and I say woman because in the Shadow People episode that we did, they said it was all masculine, always men. Nay, says Chicago, we're equal opportunity shadowing employers.
Damn straight.
Yeah. Strange noises, bed shake, objects move on their own, and staff and all the experiences in this room have been eerily similar. Then you got room 474, where the television changes channels constantly. It's believed to be haunted by a spirited judge who resided in the hotel until his death.
And he just really liked flipping channels.
Yeah.
Wapner.
Yeah.
Gotta find Wapner.
Then room 759, the door is allegedly pulled shut from inside. Allegedly, an old man lived in there, and his kid was going to take him to a nursing home. And he held the door shut, trying to keep people out. And now when you go into that room, it's held shut because his ghost is trying to stay in there.
Well, you think there'd be a better way to haunt people than shutting the door?
That's what I'm loving about most of these stories at the Congress. It's like all the hauntings are minor inconveniences.
Yeah. Channels flipping. It's like these people don't realize that they're dead. They're just like reliving these horrible moments over and over again, like not having anything on television.
That's why I'm so adamant about trying to trick these guys. I want to really mess with them.
Then the South Tower is said to only have one guest room, which is haunted, room 905. The phone in this room has not been functioning for decades. It emits, they say, a constant static.
I wonder if they've tried to replace it.
Every time. It fails. Every time. It's like in Pete and Pete, the phone outside town that constantly rings. This is the opposite. This never rings. However, there's additional reports of paranormal activity in the hallways where a boy, approximately 10 years old or so, has been seen run up and down the hallways in knee breeches and high button-up boots. And outside the elevator on the 4th floor, people report hearing moaning. You don't say. Staff and guests say the 12th floor is by far the spookiest area in the hotel. People say that the 12th floor hallways, they experience feelings of panic and a sensation that being watched or chased. And they said they see a 6-year-old boy believed to be a spirit of Harold Langer, who was thrown out of the 12th floor window by his mother and has been spotted in the hallway on countless occasions. Like, no, don't tell me. That's terrible. The floor is also home to one of the many rooms that has been permanently sealed off. And staff revealed that the reason behind closing this particular room is that it was too horrible. I want to own a hotel and just like random room. Like, nope, you can't get in there. Why? Ground sour. And then recently, room 209 was the subject of a viral video. A woman staying in another room in the hotel called the front desk when she heard a female screaming in room 209. And the staff was quite sure. They said no one was in that room, but they sent security to investigate. And security confirmed they were screaming, and eventually decided in the room. And inside, you found no one. However, all the furniture had been turned upside down, the carpet was ripped up, and the shower was running. They called the police, who investigated. Couldn't figure anything out. And then, in 1989, 2 terrified Marines split the Hotel 3 in their underwear. They claimed a towering black figure came out of the closet and approached the bed.
That was just the prostitute they had hired.
You're going to run for it now. And even hotel security has witnessed one of the hotel's shadow people chasing a shadowy figure through the halls up and down to the roof. And they go out looking for him. They can't find anything. What do you guys think? What are we in for? I just want to see one of these fucking shadow people. I want tangible, hard evidence. What do you think, John? We gonna get that?
Well, we'll see. We will see that. Hey, that's why we're doing it. That's why we're going. Guys, we don't have to sit here and wax poetic about it. We get to go experience.
So we had a little wax for a little while. So we told you the story, at least of what's the history and mystery of the place. Now we're going to go there. We're going to try to talk to some people. Go to some of the quote-unquote spooky places. How we might even play the elevator game. The elevator game.
C-Bot, how are things going over there?
Almost got it.
All right, I think we'll be able to get out of here on time. So now you know the story of the hotel. Up next, after the break, you're going to hear our story of what happened to us at the Congress Hotel. Then we come back with more Hysteria 51. All right, so we have made our way into the Congress Hotel. First impression, John. We've made it to the room and set up some stuff. We got our Ouija board and our sound and everything set up. What are you thinking?
Oh, it's a gorgeous place.
By gorgeous, you mean awful fuck.
Yeah, it's old and not worth half the price we'll be paying.
So our room is, we'll post a couple photos. Our room is very small. We had 2 queen beds. They are double at best. The ceiling is a good 12 foot tall, so it's at least a tall ceiling. And as we're going,
but it's bleeding, so I thought that was nice. It was also a solid 19-inch TV, which is always we request.
Wall mounted,
of course, because that's what the ghosts would want. Also, upon walking in, one of the lampshades was tilted, so I don't know if that's paranormal.
So when you walk in, we're in the North Tower, and it says North Tower, even rooms only, and we're in our hallways, only even rooms. We're in room 812. There's no room 810. So is it 814? Is it walled off? Is it a secret? We don't know.
Or were they just bad accounting?
And a really good way to start out this whole journey was we went to the front desk and we're like, so, what's the most haunted room? And the guy's like, that's all bullshit. None of that's true. There's no haunted rooms. Great. Well, way to sell it. Exactly. Well, and also in the room, it's like the lamps are on tables, almost as if someone put them there.
Then I said,
Okay, but if there were, what floors? Well, not yours.
Oh, okay. So can we move floors? No.
Also,
there's no such thing as ghosts in this place. All right, but if there were, not on your floor.
The 12th and the 4th.
Yeah. He did say that. There are no ghosts, no. But if there were, 12th floor, 4th floor. Can we stay on those? Absolutely not.
We'll go there later. I will say, the glasses that we were mixing our cocktails in, smallest glasses ever.
I would say appropriate for the small hands of perhaps a certain president.
Teddy Roosevelt was drinking his cocktails out.
That's exactly. He's writing moose and drinking some slow gin fizz.
Appropriately, I'm halfway through my first cocktail, and it kind of has that old man, old glass scent to it. You ever drink out of an old glass, it starts to waft that weird odor?
I don't know.
Old man
It
smell.
smells like Tony Danza's breath.
Mona.
Brent, you were saying earlier
Samantha.
earlier in the show, a lot of poison came through here. Maybe I'm just getting a
That
residual.
might be. The nom de plume of the whole thing was poison. Like, that was their go-to.
The fake name of the whole thing was poison?
That's exactly what I'm getting
Thank
at.
you.
They used to name this place Old Poison Plaza.
The only paranormal aspect to this place that I'm getting so far is the price.
I don't get any creepy feelings so far. Nothing like that. It is very old. And not only is it old, like, we're walking down the hallway, there's like tiles missing from the ceiling and shit. And this is supposed to be a swanky, nice, old hotel. And they're charging a couple hundred plus a night.
It's old in that way that you don't want to pay for it old. Not in that old, I'm creeped out way.
Yeah. The room looks like it was put together in the 1800s. And then they updated the
Not the carpet. Not the
mid-90s.
carpet.
No, the carpet is quite old. And there's outlets in places that are weird. There's no like two outlets. There's an outlet, and then 6 feet away there's another outlet.
That's what's so weird. But then by the beds, there's 3, and then for like another 12 feet goes by, and then there's one random one. It's similar to the doors in the hallways. Like, there's no uniformity in this place.
And some of the doors,
knock a door in here.
and the door handles are like 1800s, but then they have sliders for keys. But then some of them look like they have regular keys to the door. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll take some photos of a lot of these things for you guys.
And the bloody cadaver that we passed by on the 7th floor.
That's just old Greg. They said that he's
Oh, just to ignore that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, but so far it's been interesting to say the least, I guess.
But interesting in a bad way, not in a podcast-worthy way.
No.
And it doesn't take much to be interesting in a podcast-worthy way. I mean, we have Joe on routinely.
Though I will say, as I'm sitting on the bed looking into the open door into the bathroom, that it does look like there is the hole to the attic in our bathroom. So maybe we're going to have to push and see if that thing opens up. And
definitely.
And see what happens. So that's been our experience so far. Nothing too great to report so far. Just got in the room. We're kind of getting unpacked. We're going to walk the halls, look around. We're going to take some photos and maybe see if we can find some maintenance people. But everyone that we've talked to has not wanted to speak to us or said that's bullshit and it's all bullshit. So way to sell it.
But we haven't found a maintenance man yet, and we all know that the great stories come from the maintenance men. So we'll keep searching.
Well, that sucks. Let's see if they have better luck elsewhere in the hotel. Spoiler, they suck, so probably not.
All right, so we are in the, what else is called?
The Congressional Suite,
AKA the gymnasium. And it's
carpeted.
It's a carpeted, stinky gymnasium. It was literally used to be a suite, and they just made it into a gym.
Thank God they keep it so hot in here.
The whole third floor, so this is on the third floor, and it is, I didn't bring the temperature gauge, I should have. It's in the 80s.
It's sweltering.
It's in the 80s.
It's uncomfortably warm.
So we have reached out to other individuals as we walk by them, hotel staff, some of the cleaning ladies. They will not talk to us about anything paranormal. They just, I don't know what you're talking about. I've heard those rumors. We know nothing. Like, well, can you tell us where to go? No. So we decided we're going to check out.
Less mum's the word and more they're annoyed with us.
Yeah, and like, and so we decided that we were going to go check out the gold room and the great room and all the big fancy haunted places.
And we made our way into one of them, the Great Hall. I found a open door. It looked like all the halls are locked. But I shouldered my way in, and we got in there.
And Jimmy did.
No, I did. It wasn't like I had a butter knife and a credit card. I just a little elbow grease.
I need an ice pick and avocado. I've gotten to rooms before.
So it was dark. So it's dark, it's old, you're hoping it's spooky, we're walking around, we're looking for stuff, and it's just old and crappy.
It's like being in an old, like, church, like, fellowship hall type. Yeah, that kind of big, and it didn't have the feeling, 60-foot ceiling. Yeah, it didn't have the feeling we've read in, like, blogs and stuff. I'm not getting the ominous, like, weird, creepy sense that people talk about. No, not at all. And kind of an old, run-down type of a hotel. And we all stood around, we got silent, like John said, let's do this right away. We stood there, we got silent, we didn't hear anything, didn't feel anything, and then all of a sudden I felt a presence that I hadn't felt before. It was security.
Pardon me, sir.
Actually,
I don't think he said sir.
They know that people are doing this shit.
They clearly are used to people nosing around. Like the security guy, I think Brent pointed out, like, he didn't try to admonish us or anything. He just said, guys, this area's closed. Like, you can tell they're used to this. All right, boys, let's get moving. There's a large swath of high schoolers downstairs doing something. Maybe there's a homecoming dance or something.
Homecoming prom, something.
And
they're dressed like
they'll
that.
keep security busy for a while. So let's
We're going to see what we can find.
Yup. Call that one. One more chance and I am calling it on account of suck.
We are back in the room, and thank God, because we have the windows open. It is so damn hot in this hotel.
It's weird. You get these pockets where, like, one floor will be okay, and then the next floor is literally in the upper 80s. The whole downstairs and the bar area, it's just way too fucking hot.
Well, so here's what I will say about that, because frankly, one, I think it's pretty interesting, but two, I want to make sure I talk about my recent trip to Rome and Jerusalem as often as humanly possible with everyone.
It reminded me of when I went down underneath the Vatican into the necropolis for a special tour. Like, they keep it 88 degrees and 99% humidity down there because it's an archaeological dig. I think,
and it was actually hotter in this hotel.
I think it's hotter and humider in this hotel on these floors. So I don't know if ghosts require more humidity than dead bodies, but that's
if
my
they
observation.
if they do, it sure as hell ain't working in this place.
But unlike most ghost shows, we are not going to go and you see folks at home. That is proof that the Congress Hotel is haunted and we have been visited by spirits. No, that is proof that the owners of this hotel are fucking cheap and they will not maintain the correct climate.
And just to make sure everyone's aware, and me being a guest probably is the wrong person to be verifying this, but like we really are trying here to like find like some kind of paranormal activity of some kind. We're not coming at this skeptically just to be skeptics. Like, we're looking for it. Like, the lights dimmed for you. That actually did happen. Multiple times lights dimmed and got brighter at different times of, like, movement in the hall. But I think that's more back onto the whole place is a little cheap. It could be. So I will say, I mean, we've sat in dark rooms, like, we're not monkeying around with this, and it's just I don't even get a feeling. Guys, I don't get the feelings that people talk about in blogs I've read on some of the paranormal TV shows. I'm not feeling it.
So let me say one thing. We went to the number one source to find out. We went to the bar. John, tell us about the bar.
Oh, that is the number one source. If you want to get some information, I mean, we tried to talk to security guards.
Nope.
We tried to talk to cleaning ladies.
Nope.
We tried to talk to maintenance people.
Nope.
We tried to talk to the front desk. Nope. We headed to the bar.
There you go. And guess what? Chad and Kathy served the shots.
Name redacted for protection of the innocent.
That's very true.
We'll call her Bartender X.
gave us all kinds of great stories. First story.
No first-hand stories because she has had zero experiences herself, but she did tell us about people she talked to that were guests here and other servers and bartenders that have had experiences.
She, after telling us all the stories, she ended with, "Oh, by the way, I've worked here for years. Before I was a bartender, I worked in the offices. I've been here late at night by myself, and I've never seen a damn thing.
Not even the slightest feeling, and I'm terrified of ghosts." That was she goes, "I am terrified of anything paranormal." She goes, "And I've never so much as felt an inkling of anything in this place."
It was almost as though there was a little bit of like pain, regret, anger in that. It's like, I'm the one who believes in this stuff, and I've got nothing.
But she did have a couple stories. So first story came from just a few weeks ago. Another working bartender who was here this evening but didn't have time to come over for an interview.
None of us would allow them to interview them on microphone, but they said we could regale the stories if we didn't say their name. Is there something like they're going to get? Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say maybe they would get in trouble. So
maybe it's like saying Coke and Pepsi on camera. I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was chatting. The other bartender was chatting with a group of people, much like us, asking about the haunted history of the Congress Hotel. And the bartender said, quote, "I don't believe in any of that shit." Mm-hmm. And as that bartender was picking up a glass,
or she said holding it in,
he was holding it as he said that.
Regardless, it was in the hand. "I don't believe in any of that shit." As the bartender said that, it cracked.
Yeah, she prefaces that with, "Now that really did happen, but there's easy ways to crack a glass." She was quick to say, like, but everyone was terrified, but glasses break all the time.
But it cracked.
So then she tells a story where she was talking to she's talking to one of the other workers, and she's like, "I thought I saw something, and I took some pictures in the hallway, and look at this." And she said that there was a shadow figure of what appeared to be a woman, and you can see the outline of her dress, which once again goes against the whole shadow person. They're all masculine and male. This one was supposed to be female. And this was another worker who, unfortunately it wasn't her. This is again all secondhand information.
So then the following story came from a couple that supposedly had no idea the Congress Hotel was haunted, just came here and was staying once again on the 4th floor, and had an uneasy feeling and couldn't sleep.
As opposed to a peaceful, easy feeling, John, one might say?
Easy like Sunday morning.
Well, I can tell you guys one thing. I had an uneasy feeling in this room until we figured out how to turn on the strange LED strip of lights on the headboard of our beds.
I still have an uneasy feeling, and that's because of staying in the room.
But yeah, she's talking to these people, and they come down to the front, and they're like,
they came down to the bar, and they said, "We have a very uneasy feeling. We can't sleep. What is going on?"
They said that they were walking on the 4th floor, which they're staying in. They felt they couldn't breathe, and they had a pressure pressing on their chest, and they just couldn't breathe and felt really uneasy.
They said, "Can you breathe on the 4th floor?"
Well, then didn't she? Wasn't the rest of the story? Didn't she say they then Googled? They then Googled like what was going on and saw like all the stuff about the Congress.
I love the question. Can you breathe on the 4th floor? As if there's an entire floor that all of humanity just can't breathe on. Standard. It's like Stranger Things. Like the entire upside down is on the 4th.
It turns out that's just the floor they allow to smoke on. They're asthma. Can you breathe on the 4th floor?
Not only do they allow you to smoke on it, it's also one of the floors that's 88 degrees and 99% humidity.
And that's like the best we got was from her. Like we said, it's just this place. The windows are open, so you can hear those sirens, because otherwise we couldn't.
Oh my God, I hear sirens.
No, it's just Chicago.
All right, you can probably still hear the sirens outside, but like I said, if we didn't have the fucking windows open, we would all be dead right now.
But the good news is that since we showed up to the Congress Hotel, it had not burned down. We did get our hotel room.
Fortunate.
They had a room for us. It had not burned down. The Great Hall was there.
Is our room haunted? No. Is the floor haunted? No. Can you move it? No. All right, great. We'll take it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the 8th floor is supposedly where Al Capone lived for a time, and supposedly still haunts.
Not supposedly, he even legitimately did live here, so that is a truth. Or at least his men lived on this floor, and it looks like they have not redecorated since then.
Oh, so you've seen a register then of Al Capone's whereabouts? I'm just kidding.
In the ghost defense, it is only a little after midnight. There are literally 13 apparitions waiting out the door. They're waiting outside the door. They're like, okay, they're almost done recording in 3, 2, 1.
But I will add one additional thing. We did go and explore the 4th floor. Based on all the things we've heard, and there was some activity, paranormal. I don't know, maybe the listeners can be the judge, but it smelled like farts to a degree that I don't think is humanly possible. The minute we got off the elevator, there was not time for any of us to fart.
We got off the elevator, and this old woman's coming around the corner, and this guy grabs her on the shoulder, which was her son or something. She goes, oh my God, you shouldn't have done that. And I thought it was awkward, and I realized why she said that. She ripped ass. It stunk so bad.
I mean, it's possible it was her. I'm gonna leave it open to the potential it was ghost.
Was it a fart smell or was it sulfur?
Oh, well, I think it was a fart smell, and I think it was the ghost. And I'm going to put that out there on a blog and see what the world has to say about their stays at the Congress Hotel.
So this has been our foray.
I mean, if we'd had the EVP meter with us, who knows?
So this has been our foray into ghosting here. So we had our meter, it read nothing. We had our lights that supposedly trip off ghosts, nothing. Our interviews were shit because they won't talk to us. And once again, no feelings here, no nothing, other than the place is old and dirty and ghosty. So what are your closing thoughts on the Congress Hotel, John?
I want my money back. But the night's not over yet. I'm still waiting for Al Capone or
if it changes, we'll hop back on.
I just can't wait to get into a double bed with one of you two beasts.
So hopefully we have to jump back on here because we found something. But
I'm worried that won't be the last time I'll be screaming. It smells like farts.
Back to the studio it is.
So that brings us to the end of our tale of investigation at the Congress Hotel. And to say that I'm disappointed would probably be underselling it. I was very, very disappointed. Joe, what did you feel?
I hate to do this because it goes against every fiber of my being, but I echo what you said, Brett. I agree with you. Weirdly. It was so unfortunate, and like the thing is, we tried so hard to go. Like we didn't just try to get into places that you read the stories and are supposedly haunted. We got into some of them. And we got into them and used, the flashlights on our phones to at least get our orientation. But then, and John and Brent did a great job of hey, let's shut them off. We got to shut them off now.
Pitch dark.
Yeah, let's be in pitch dark. Let's not mess with anything. And we'd ask, we'd question, are there any spirits here? Is there something here? Is there something going on? And then it even came to the point where we started to get frustrated, and it was I don't know, we read other things about things that said don't do this. I remember at one point in time, both in our room and in other places, of just being all right, spirits, you cowards, show yourselves. What are you, scared of us? I mean, anything.
But I will say this: the one thing that followed us, no matter where we went, and we could conjure easily, your smell, security. They were onto us, and we were in a room and the lights were out, and they're immediately coming in after the first time they caught us doing
I said cowards, and they conjured security.
You're absolutely right. And security wasn't really forthcoming, were they, John?
No. The one thing I was The only good thing I was able to accomplish on this trip was getting us into that one room with my shoulder. My shoulder did more work than the rest of us combined. Pushing us into that room. I'll say this: I didn't expect a lot of interaction from spirits. Yeah, I mean, I think if you listen to the show, you know that I wouldn't have expected that. However, I was really interested to hear stories from folks that worked there, and we did a lot of talking to the folks that worked there.
And I would say we did a lot of asking. Like we didn't do the talk. We asked a lot,
and we tried to get a lot of them on tape, and nobody would go on tape.
No one.
And the only person that we talked to, and unfortunately didn't get on tape because he wouldn't go on tape. You heard a little bit of it, so we recounted it earlier in the episode. It was the very last person that we talked to, the gentleman from Africa. And he was willing to talk about not even himself, but his boss. You know, so
but then he's like, so what kind of experience have you had? None here.
Yeah, none. Yeah.
So it was everyone that we reached out to, they go, it's not true, nothing, and they walk away.
It's all interesting when it's someone else's story. And that is the story of the Congress Hotel to me. It's all interesting, including the most interesting experience we had, the most interesting interview we had was someone else's story. And that's the story of the Congress
Of
Hotel.
everyone that we talked to, 2 people of all the people in the whole place would speak to us. One was a bartender retelling other people's story. One was a security guard retelling other people's story. In fact, when we fucking went to register, the guy's like, "There's nothing fucking here. There's none of that's true." I'm like, "Wow, really? Well, to sell your hotel and kill some dreams there, buddy. Come on." He's like, "No,
yeah, but one of the fucking parts of that was when Brent looked at him when we were all kind of chuckling to ourselves, and Brent goes, "So like, well, I mean, is there a floor we should stay on if we wanted that?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, the 12th floor in the south wing." We're like, "Wait, what?" Like that was awfully quick for a
It's
guy
not
who's
true.
showing us
None of it. So can we move there? Nope, sorry, I won't move your room. All right, great. Thanks a lot. Good talking to you, buddy. That was the whole experience we had. Nothing to see here. I don't want to talk to you. And it didn't even feel like creepy, you know, or anything like that. It just felt like an old, dirty place.
The thing I don't understand about the hotel is it doesn't keep up with the other hotels on Michigan Avenue from an accommodation standpoint, but it also doesn't embrace its past.
Yes, isn't that weird?
That's what I was trying to get at. That's not working. Yeah, like sell that.
So if you be like, so do something. Do one or the other.
Like if you're gonna be old and run down as opposed to old but fix up. Like listen, there are hotels right in that within a 6-block radius that the rooms are really small, bathrooms are really small, the facilities aren't awesome.
Right, like we all in our day job have had to stay at those places, and they're beautiful.
They made them beautiful. Yes, they made them nice. This one, it's like wow. You've been around since 1890, whatever it was, 3 or whatever it was. This could be really, really cool. Or to Brent's point, or you could embrace the fact that like, ooh, lots of stuff is going on here, and they're doing neither, and it's weird.
How's the hotel? Shitty. Oh, great. Thanks for the update.
John, I think you put it well when we walked in the room. I can't remember exactly, like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's like, it's all light, like, it was just bad.
We were walking down a spiral staircase, and it's creaking and moving, and there's unpainted sheetrock right there that you can see on the wall. And this is in an area where people are walking through. And I felt unsafe walking these stairs. I was like, holy shit, man, this is crazy.
And this was the gym of the city at one point. The White House donated a chair.
Yes, there was that president chair.
Yeah.
So, Nation, what we're getting at is we had extremely high hopes, and unfortunately, they weren't met. And not only were they not met by the experiences, They were very let down by the staff there and the accommodations. But have any of you ever stayed there? Have any of you stayed at the Converse Hotel? Have any of you know anyone that has a story? Because that's all we got was conjecture and stories from other people.
And read lots of stories of people claiming first-hand stuff. And I mean, I'll say it again, and I don't know. Maybe I'm beating it, but like, I truly
Is the horse speaking to you?
That's unfortunately no. And deep down inside, that's what I wanted. Like there was a little bit of me that was kind of scared, maybe as being a little bit overboard with it, but a little bit scared that it was like, hey, we're being all cocky coming in and saying like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we actually experience the spirit? And like, I was like, let's try to do this. And
yeah, because we went hardcore at it.
We really did.
So, John, how can the nation let us know their thoughts on the Congress Hotel?
Hop on Hysteria Nation. Get on Facebook, search Hysteria Nation. If you haven't done this yet and you listen to this show, you really are missing out.
We appreciate it, and we have a lot of really good conversations on it.
We really do. All you need to do is hop on Facebook, get on that little search bar, type in Hysteria Nation, and hit join. That's all you need to do. Now we also appreciate it if you search for Hysteria 51 and follow us there, because that's where we post all the shows, so you can make sure you don't miss an episode. So please do both.
And also don't forget you can hop on Twitter at Hysteria51Pod. While you're hopping on things, let's hop on Patreon, patreon.com/Hysteria51, where you can become a supporter of the show. We'll send you hand-drawn pictures, stickers. You can come on as a guest, all sorts of good things, and it really helps us. And also, let us know what you think with your own voice, John. How do they do that?
They can dial the show. They can literally be on the show. 773-669-7277. That is 773-669-7277. You can hear your voice on Hysteria 51.
And
FYI, it's a request of the show that you use a rotary phone.
We just want to hear voices because we heard in the Congress Hotel, so we're itching to hear some disembodied voices. So we'll take it through a voice now. With that said, I've been Brent.
I've been Joe.
I've been John.
You've been Conspiracy Bot.
Stay woke, meat sex.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I'll never get over as long as I live.
That's it for another edition of Hysteria 51. John and Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. Oh, if it's unheard of, how would they know about it? Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts, or just make fun of Conspiracy Bot, that's my favourite, join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51Pod.
What you just heard was a podcast in the Poop Culture Extended Universe. For more great podcasts, make your way to www.poopculture.com.
You've been listening to First-Hand Shot.
The Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are back with offers on vehicles like the 2025 E-Class, CLE Coupe, C-Class, and EQE sedan. Hurry in now through July 31st. Visit your local auto dealer or learn more at mbusa.com/dream.
Did you know that parents rank financial literacy as the #1 most difficult life skill to teach? Meet Greenlight, the debit card and money app for families. With Greenlight, you can send money to kids quickly, set up chores, automate allowance, and keep an eye on your kids' spending with real-time notifications. Kids learn to earn, save, and spend wisely, and parents can rest easy knowing their kids are learning about money with guardrails in place. Try Greenlight risk-free today at greenlight.com/Wondery.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments in person? We've got you covered. How about card readers you can rely on anywhere you sell? Thanks. Have a good one. Yep, that too. Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales? That's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen.
The following is the First-Hand Detection.
Ladies are setting an incredible hysterical tennis spread.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
I'm not crazy. You can't handle the truth.
This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in, Hysteria Nation, to the podcast that sounds a bit different tonight. This is Hysteria 51.
Sounds a hell of a lot better. I got my New Year's wish.
See, Bob, that's not a thing, you idiot.
Well, fuck me.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, I'll be your tour guide during this zombie apocalypse. My name is Producer Lisa. With me, unfortunately, is the one and only conspiracy bot, a robot Brent made to help with the show. And we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, perfectly.
Right. Anyway, I have the honor of hosting with you tonight while the guys have the week off.
You are very lucky. Hell, I don't even want to poison you yet. So there is that.
Was that a compliment?
Moving on. What the hell is the Peoria Plague?
It's a War of the Worlds style Halloween drama produced by an easy listening radio station in Peoria, Illinois in 1972. It revolves around a plague that's turning people into flesh-eating ghouls, like in Night of the Living Dead.
Sweet. I love that documentary.
It uses actual news staff for the roles. It's tons of fun. Since we all love Breakers and Larkspur Underground so much, this seemed like a perfect way to kick off 2018.
The two douche cannons are not here, so my 2018 is already rocking.
Valid point.
Ha 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 ha.
This was actually brought to our attention by listener Aaron Babel, and we loved it so much we wanted to share it with everyone. Keep in mind, this audio drama is only available in its current copy of a copy format. So the sound is not the best, but it's an awesome show and well worth the audio quality. So without further ado, here's the 1972 WUHN radio drama, The Peoria Plague.
The following is a Radio 1 conversation. The time is 9 p.m. Now the late news from the WUHN newsroom. The Advisory Council for Radio Bradley, the Bradley University FM station, has been recommending that President Martin Abegg reactivate the station, move it to a new location, and find operating funds for the second semester. Two more endorsements for the upcoming 1972 state elections. The Lake County Central Democratic Committee has endorsed Governor Paul Simon, Lieutenant Governor, for the Democratic gubernatorial nomination. And the committee also picked State Representative Daniel Pierce of Highland Park for the Lieutenant Governor's berth on that ticket. Parochiate is finally law, as you know, but it has yet to meet the final test of legality. Governor Ogilvy signed the parochiate bill into law on Thursday. There will be a court test. Mr. Ogilvy, in signing the bill, said it would provide relief to taxpayers who, he said, are forced to bear the full burden of educating youngsters forced into public schools by the closing of private and parochial schools. Actually, the ink was hardly dry on the bill before Lawrence Klinger of Chicago filed suit to get State Auditor Michael Howlett to start issuing parochiate checks. Mr. Howlett is a supporter of parochiate, but is holding up the funds in order to force a court test of the constitutionality of the new parochiate program. Governor Ogilvy also said he plans to trim $76 million from the state's welfare budget, which will go into effect next Monday because no one has come up with a better alternative. Thomas M. Murphy, the founder and president of the Independent Postal System, which was put into effect this past week in the Peoria area, has announced that the firm will issue its first postage stamp on the 15th of November. It's to be used on second, third, and fourth class mail. These stamps range in price from 1 cent to 50 cents. 5-cent holiday stamps will be issued for use on Christmas cards, but those cards probably will not be delivered by the Independent Postal System this year because they just don't have the equipment at present time here in the Peoria area. However, the company does plan to provide that service of delivering Christmas cards next Christmas. This story just handed me. A wide portion of the northern part of the city has been struck by a complete power blackout. Power company officials say they have been unable to trace the source of the failure. The crews are working to rectify the difficulty. In what seems to be a related development, some 20 persons have been admitted to Doctors Hospital suffering from what doctors say is apparently a respiratory disorder of undetermined origin. All those admitted are North Side residents. We'll keep you informed, of course, from the WUHN newsroom on this power blackout in the northern portion of the city. Whatever it is we have, we'll pass along to you very quickly. We now return to Kaleidoscope.
This episode, when he said to everybody, I assume we played the version on the show before, but Leslie Martin, four-star general, was the head of Orca, and he told Lady Red Martin that he saw in late 2001 the Wars of Fire, 7 Wars of Fire, and the plan for the neocons in the government was that we were going to overthrow all these governments in the next 5 years. Now, this plan up to the end of that 5 years, but it's literally into 7 countries, and there's 1 to go. And that 1, right now, is the one that Donald Trump is for. All president Israel is supporters of this country. It's we're very close to being another country. So that's the intent and actually from that country. And like folks saw the intent and not being one what's at this point in 1991. And he told them to was George H.W. Bush's national security advisor. So he takes them and resources this thing from four-star general. He says that Scowcroft went, we'll look at this after the election. In 92 is the election year. They lose. Bill Clinton goes in. There's the plans that went killed. And then he said it was live later.
The WUHN newsroom, further developments on the power blackout in the northern portion of the city are coming in now, and we're going to turn to newsman Robert John for this report from Doctor's Hospital.
Doctor's Hospital is within the area affected by the widespread power blackout in Peoria tonight. Power is being supplied by an emergency generating system. Hospital officials here declined to comment at this time on the nature of the disorder affecting at least 20 persons admitted for treatment within the past hour. Speaking off the record, one doctor told me that all of those admitted were unconscious and had encountered difficulty in breathing. There is speculation that the infection may be bacterial in origin or possibly the result of food poisoning. Drivers for the Pace Ambulance Company told me that he had responded to emergency calls from several households with one restaurant within the power blackout area. At this time, there is little.
To like start this two-state solution process that should be loosely based on 67 borders. We got to find give these Palestinians a state. We've been occupying them since 1967. We got to find people who take your foot off their neck. And the clean break strategy is to go, listen, we got to get away from this.
It's difficult at this time to say exactly what might be the.
Robert John with the latest report we have on the blackout north of the city and in the northern portion of the city too. A spokesman for the Peoria Electric Company says nearly all of the city is now without any electric service whatsoever. Milton Craner says transformers at a power substation near the waterworks shorted out in a violent, fiery explosion about 40 minutes ago. City police report power lines fell on 2 automobiles in the 100 block of War Memorial Drive, and at least 2 persons were reportedly electrocuted. Motorists are urged to avoid War Memorial Drive in the area there at the McCluggage Bridge. That's the latest we have on the situation. We'll keep you informed, of course. Stay tuned to this station. We return to music now on Kaleidoscope.
We'll just do is we'll overthrow all of these governments. Of course, Israel can't go overthrow all of these governments, but the U.S. can. And so after they had these plans, according to Leslie Trump in 91, we know about the break back in 96. But after 9/11, that's when, by a terrible twist of fate and all the shit, the neocons are in power. They're in George W. Bush. There is no Brent Scowcroft. There is no H.W. There's nobody with a little bit of wisdom at the top. It's Dick Cheney at the top, and then his sidekick, George W. Bush, and they go something down. I'll tell you something.
We're back in the WUHN newsroom now. The reports are beginning to come in on the power failure in the area. We've been trying to locate Newsman Warren LaSalle. He's ready now. He's in a mobile unit near the disaster area. Warren, will you come in, please?
People jamming the area near the power substation at the waterworks. I can see the charred remains of two automobiles not far from where I am located near the tractor company building on War Memorial Drive. A mother and her 4 children were apparently burned to death when power lines fell onto the car in which they were riding. The bodies of 2 other persons remain in the other vehicle, also struck by falling power lines. You entered the scene now, but flames have been put out. The bodies appear to be removed from the scene. Witness told me he heard a loud humming sound and he saw a bright green head streak across the sky. Just an instant before the next day, here come the exploded, and the power lines adjacent to it fell onto the roadway. Many of those lining the street appear to be bathed, and several people told me they found it difficult to breathe.
The area's 2 other major hospitals report that an increasing number of persons have been admitted for observation suffering from the effects of an unknown respiratory disorder. Hospital officials, we were in contact with them just a moment ago, say they are unable to cope with this situation. It has reached emergency proportions. The county coroner's office reports that the bodies of several youngsters having Halloween costumes have been discovered in residential areas around the city. The coroner said there were no indications of violence or foul play. Power company spokesman Milton Kramer says that all generators at the generating station on the river have ceased to function, and the blackout now covers the entire city. Kramer says personnel at the plant say they heard a loud humming sound as the buildings began to vibrate. I should repeat that there was apparently no power in the city. Police say they're receiving a lot of calls about bright lights, blue, green, they're not quite clear, moving slowly through the northwest of the city over Peoria. And that's only kind of a month, but it is a solid blackout. We caution everyone to remain calm and, use the most caution you possibly can, and we'll get back to you with further developments in the WUHN newsroom, and in the meantime, we'll go back to Kaleidoscope.
It's, and I have to make the decision. Do I continue my contact list? Generally, I don't see it. I have a message from awesome. I keep the phone just because it's got the voice. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. It's like you keep things that you don't need. I have contacts from people that are not just dead, but people that are dead to me. You know what I mean? Like, why do you have them in there? Sure, that add him to a fucking chat list. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't think he was believing, like, the idea of, which I'm sure has happened to all of us before, like, maybe you're taking down someone's number and you name to it. So, like, but that wouldn't happen to him, the Atlantic journalist guy's number. He had been in contact with him. Look, he claims he's never been in contact with him, he's never met him, he's not an agent. And then they found pictures of them together at, like, different events. Yeah, he's already. It's not what I would say. It's like with a lot of these things. There was like a which we talked about before the show. There's a Victorian where she's deciding for the new government in Rainbow Bay, right around Rainbow Bay, and then at one point she's curious and there's European Union for And she goes, at one point she goes, you know, we should play that recording because it's so crazy. And April should hear it. But the point is that the scandal came that she said, fuck the EU. That's not the scandal here. That's not, they're like, isn't this undiplomatic if we're saying, fuck the European Union? Like, that's the least of what's interesting about this. Isn't it interesting that Congress people swear now? Everybody's swearing. Yeah, everybody's like, fuck this, call people retards. It's great. Well, it's like they were trying to play that like Donald Trump's like, damn, yeah, everybody's decided, it's interesting, they're adopting podcasts, which is what it is. Yes, but it's not, I don't think it's going to be successful for them because what they're not adopting is the authenticity of it, and it comes off as kind of like, he goes, well, now you're doing this? Like, after all these years of pretending you were all federal, everything was about Donald Trump was an embedded, he wasn't presidential enough, and then you're like, this will never be election. It's like them trying to turn on the woke stuff. It just doesn't you were so married to this
remote cast of an invasion by the animals who have commandeered the upper floors of the building. They've apparently lost all control of their bodily functions, and they've resorted to the simplest methods of protecting themselves from things they no longer seem to understand. One patient appeared to be dying from suffocation, who was immediately scheduled for a tracheotomy, and the doctor was at the point of incision of a man who supposedly was under sedation, came alive with the power and the fury of an enraged ape. He wrenched the doctor's scalpel from the surgeon's hand, sliced his throat from front to rear. The personnel in the room fled through doors and into the awaiting court of the living dead. I find it hard to keep my thoughts organized. That's what I'm trying to do. I just can't believe such a horrid thing could happen in the same building. All flights above this level have been completely barricaded and reinforced with tables, cabinets, chairs, machines. All equipment that is movable has been removed and set up in an effort to stop any living thing that might possibly break through the primary barrier. People are rushing about in a frenzied determination to stop whatever might be on the other side of that wall. There's absolute bedlam here now. They smashed the plate glass and... I've never seen anything like it. They don't even look human.
Because they're standing up against this fucking so, these guys again.
I'm sorry about that. We seem to run into some sort of difficulty in that remote connection with Newsman Robert John, the doctor's hospital. While our engineer tries to reestablish contact, which we'll do just as quickly as possible, we got this report from another reporter in town that the mayor has left his home to go to his office in City Hall. Min Logan follows this live report.
Regarding the now well-known state of emergency. I've received reports that the mayor has been in contact with the governor, but no one seems to know what's going on absolutely. But it's been rumored the mayor will declare an official state of emergency within the hour. Also, rumored that he will ask for assistance from the National Guard. But until his speech is made available to the news media, all of this remains highly speculative. The mayor has just come down to Marble Circuit, City Hall, from the 6th floor office. He's now personal reporter. Along with the mayor, several other aldermen and other city officials. The mayor reportedly intends to confer with other districts before making a statement.
While we were waiting for the mayor's statement, we'll be along the mayor, I understand. Let's take this report now from Wagner Finney, Paul LaFawn report.
The doctor has very progress been made in finding a cure. We've succeeded in isolating the bacteria, and since that time we've been trying to find something to destroy or even arrest the bacterial process. But unfortunately, we have been unable to even stop its meiosis or reproductive process. It seems that the organisms that destroy the plant cells, not themselves in its own model, where each cell divides, this continues quite rapidly, and each cell can reproduce and equal a person within 90 seconds. Of course, the body manufactures red blood cells in the bone marrow. Since the bacteria destroys the marrow, the body cannot produce these oxygen-carrying cells. Now, without the cells carry oxygen to the body, unconsciousness results shortly after infection, and with it, Then damage follows. Then Dr. Oxygen tension of effective. No, the oxygen can get under the lungs, but it exhales because no red fluid there to pass the oxygen in the lungs. We haven't been able to explain this thing.
Putting all the long-awaited statements from the mayor.
The U.S. military did that. But like short of that, the
area, as many conference with city officials and the governor's office, we'll try to cover things up to give all hope. We're confronted with a situation totally beyond our immediate control. However, officials at Doctor's Hospital have assured me that everything possible is being done to find a cure for the disease including our city. I must emphasize that the panic will only make things worse. Therefore, acting martial law throughout the city, ordering everyone to remain behind locked doors in their homes. The police commissioner has given his men the orders to shoot to kill. This is, of course, necessary to ensure control. If you're not at home, you must either go home or locate your nearest civil defense shelter. We're doing everything possible to combat this dilemma. Please stay at home, etc.
What response have you had from the governor's office, sir?
Well, it seems as though our governor thought it more important to spend the weekend fishing in Wisconsin rather than spend the hours down in Springfield and controlling the official business of the state of Illinois.
And that was the mayor's report on which it has now gone through an emergency situation. We're here in the building nearly 10 years ago. We have an unconfirmed report of a light plane flying in the VFR mode. That is to say, the pilot was flying in with the area airport pattern by eyesight only, because radio communications at the tower are completely without power. And it seems as though the pilot tried to radio the tower to report a shortage of fuel. Because the power is without electrical power, they're unable to receive the pilot's plea for some help. The pilot attempted a landing by eyesight, I'm told, and apparently missed the common highway to the landing strip. The plane was reportedly multiple engine fast, 3 persons on board. We do not know who they are or were. The only plane in the area, according to the aviation officials, was the engine crash, started. To come off, the entire city of Peoria without power this time. The mayor has now declared the city under martial law and instructed residents to keep places safety, even in their own homes or one of the civil defense shelters. We've been unable to establish contact with Newsman Warren the South. We were speaking in Texas a while ago. We reported on the explosion of a power substation in the McCutcheon Bridge. Newsman the South filed this first reported report on the scene about 20 minutes ago. But that way, all right, let's hear it.
And the fact is that there were, during the ceasefire, which Trump's ongoing negotiating, during the ceasefire, there were no military shipping rates. Like, they've stopped them. And then when the ceasefire fell apart, they picked them back up. Whatever you feel about that, just saying, there is a diplomatic solution here, right? Like, they are willing to, like, if there's a ceasefire, they will stop these attacks. If there's not a military solution, short of invading the country and having yet another catastrophic event. And it's like, so which one of those do you want to pick? America first, proud? I mean, like, Donald Trump is, Donald Trump was explicitly elected for this reason as repudiation of foreign policy. There were like tons of things. As you can see, even J.D. Vance and the movement, it's never this is us bailing out because you're a national president. And what you hear that is part of the American first thing that Donald Trump told the rally against. Why is it that we have to fight the battle for everybody else's defense? It makes no sense. Our country is in bad shape. We need those resources here. What is the justification? What is the political justification? That the Houthis attacked a few U.S. cargo ships, and that there's that their international trade, right? Which is like, okay, it's true. The thing that I've seen is like that people go, well, we can't just turn a blind eye to this aggression by the Houthis. But I also think that, and I can't blame people for this because it's by, corporate media or it's like, yeah, if you're just going into the story now, I can see where you might think the Houthis are the aggressors. But if you're winding the tape for this, there is just no debate about it. I mean, there's no question. We literally started, in 2000. This was where it sure seemed like it was. So Obama had a drone, he was fighting at the time. Al-Qaeda in the Iranian Peninsula had a presence in Yemen. So he's drone bombing these Al-Qaeda sites. I think the estimates were something like 95 to 96% of the people died from the targets. So just killing a whole bunch of innocent people. And then it always happens in these situations. Al-Qaeda is
Back in the museum, that was a recorded conversation earlier between reporter Warren Fallon and engineer here at the studio. I'm sorry that the TV got in there, but under the circumstances, we just had to go. It's a two-way radio transmission just suddenly terminated as you heard it, as an angry mob attacked the news car. This is purely speculation, you understand, because you can't be there and just know what's going on. Perhaps the antenna was driven off when the people, as we said, swarmed over the news wagon. As was evident in the tape, Warren Washington claimed it was to be made public that we're talking to people here in spite of that, because of the extenuating circumstances and the condition of the area in general. We thought it was better to get all the information as quickly as we can. I'm saying now that there's another report coming up from Beverly News after the show. At this moment for the copy.
Little by little, he's like trying to talk about the country. And then,
the telephone service connecting to and South Africa from the power service. So, the final live report from a neighbor's house using two-way radio. All right, here's the go ahead.
They told them that this is why stabbed the police in the back, took Samuel Davis, took Malcolm Obama's son, started fighting on Restream Studio, fighting a civil war against the Nazis, which is taking our private side in that war. And so the Saudis, and David Obama said essentially that because the Saudis are like an important trade partner, they were so close to the time, they were very upset about the Saudis would want to So, in order to placate the Saudis, Obama goes, okay, and like I said, full blockade around the country, be fewer military jets.
The power black act is no different for the United States either. Apparently, local
Headquarters, where officers just finished filing a report on the discovery of a mutilated body in one of the rooms of Doctor's hospital. The man reportedly clad only in a crucifix was found between floors. The upper portion of his body was left on the third floor when the elevator doors closed on him. The elevator descended, the body was dismembered. According to reports, the upper portion of the man's torso was riddled with daggers and glass 1/2 inch thick. The bleeding had completely ceased by the time the body had reached the elevator shaft. Interns tracing a trail of blood surmised the man had been dragged from a nearby office where the glass windows had been shattered. The report continues because the body was without clothing, no identification was possible. Police are baffled by a length of what appears to have been a microphone cable that was cinched in the dead man's fist. This is Barb Thomas reporting.
Everyone knew there had been good reporting, but the way they got the good reporting was like they found the drugs. And yeah, you know, they take like little, self pictures. They were like, this is a U.S. drone, so there's no film, but actually the bomb was press secretary. It's not Jake as far as press secretary. But he admitted this on ABC. There's a human medical expert who came into the hospital as attempting to isolate this bacteria that has affected the behavior of some bacteria. Authorities are baffled by this strange phenomenon. They have yet been able to isolate this origin. Several prominent physicians have recommended that the consumption of energy rather than still not taking
social media studies. You know, anything that is killing the therapeutic virus is not. Several defense authorities recommend that if you're going to drink water, just put it in boil before you drink it. Before you drink it. In any event, when police or the fire department must be contacted, telephone companies and the city police have provided mobile communication and downtime stuff to locally throughout the city. Perhaps consumers, I don't know, each stuff is equipped with a loudspeaker system, which will make you aware of the savings within your area. In the event of an emergency, do not leave your home until you hear the loudspeaker message in your area. I'm going to repeat for you so you can remember. This is Civil Defense Emergency Communications Mobile Unit. That's the way they'll introduce it. They'll follow a number of some sort or other, and the announcement of the intersection which the stuff is near it. We received, under no circumstances, we can leave your home, except in the event of fire, of course. The police superintendent, Andrew Alexander, reminds all police officers that he is days off, of course, have been canceled. If you didn't hear directly from him, you're hearing it now. This was add in tonight, and apparently until this thing gets cleared up, until we find out what it's all about. Every policeman has to report to police headquarters at once. The superintendent emphasized that the situation remains under control, but Andrew advised that all area residents who own firearms keep them loaded and keep them nearby in the event of some sort of someone should try to get into your home. In a prepared statement, the police chief said, and were able to quote there, due to the extreme gravity of the situation with consensus exercise, I must advise all area residents to take any precautions which they feel necessary to guard against intrusion. Where health or safety is threatened, I advise all firearms owners to shoot the kill without hesitation. Police Superintendent Andrew Fairley was referring to those individuals who are affected by the threat. The police would flush out area when he issued the shoot and kill order. Medical authorities further advise that anyone who thinks he may have contracted this bacterial infection should have another member of the household in which he resides bonding and actually tying down in such a way that his movement will be completely restricted. Within alone, who feels ill are advised to contract for the stage or some such thing if it's available and just go to bed immediately. You know, you have to do, of course, and and so forth. Until the defense authorities have been granted permission and the police superintendent to do whatever necessary to put movement on to the street. Because of the big traffic jam, which is now traffic of the big route, 1 hour a city,
it's a secret war. You're not going to forget democracy. The people aren't even allowed to have an opinion on this. It's not as if they were like, well, if Al-Qaeda knows that we're coming for them, then something is compromised. It's just like, oh yeah, Obama ran on this peace campaign. He
collected a Nobel Peace Prize before he had done anything. And he didn't particularly want to tell people that he had just started this campaign of just murdering whoever he wanted to for whatever reason he wanted. And, you know, one of the things that's interesting about the technology, I remember being much slower than being ridiculous at the time, because I never really appreciated what was happening. The time tape all of it, but when it was 2009, and he's talking about 2009, years later, it went from like, oh, the US has this new technology where we can use drones and more, to all of a sudden now in 2025, you're seeing that they have pretty much, like, this is just part of the war now. You know, literally even the police capabilities we have, they have drones, and that's part of how they were able to get the Saudis to fund back out. It's like they could hit some of their oil fields with their drone bombs, and it was enough of a hits for the Saudis to be like, they ended their war in 2021, but now these guys have been in charge here for a long time since, you know, in the same way that it was like, we fought this whole war against the Taliban out of Afghanistan, which just lost, like, they were just not making place. And so these guys are still there. They have gone through what was the worst humanitarian crisis in the world in 2015 and 2021. They survived all of that, and they're still there. And now they see the same goddamn thing happening in Gaza, and they're the one, and I'm not, like, this is their stated thing. I'm not saying that they're all great people or something. They're going, like, no, fuck that, we're standing up for the people of Gaza. And so they're like, as long as all of you guys are supporting Israel, you're slaughtering all these people, then we're going to, you know, we're going to shut down these shipping routes, because the only way they have it is, you know, they can get some cargo ships and some military ships. How is this ever so? How is this ever like,
Academy for the contact with our cloud at the police department.
Really bad right now. But I always like to say, which I, you know, like 50%
been in contact with him sources of information. I think I like to report these items have been brought to our attention. There's a hotel in the heart of downtown Peoria where 3 residents have flung themselves from the window. One woman was being just literally bouncing from the brick walls of the structure after breaking through the windows on the 13th floor. Identification of the victim is impossible because they have been defiled by the mob. It's flowing through the street. The situation does remain under control. I don't know exactly what they mean.
And then in the late 70s, they made a deal,
right now, at this time,
and it was like a land
communication between the station and our remote reporters, and I know the answer to what's going on, but I'm afraid that when I know the techniques are going to be difficult to predict for how much time you will be able to listen live reports from the screen. Israel took control and that the policeman has to take it throughout Cuba. The first reported message from Dr. Donald Trump. And in this reported message, I'm told Dr. Trump claims to have isolated the source of the bacterial infection which has infected someone of us here in this area. And one of the first responders, I don't know what to say. This recording has not yet been heard by anyone on his staff, so you and I are going to be hearing it for the first time. And Israeli control
they have zero rights whatsoever. I mean, like, they don't have freedom of movement, they have freedom to trade with the outside world, they don't have voting rights, they don't have the right to process, and they get
a team of prominent Peoria participants, including myself, believe that we have discovered the source of the unusual bacterial infection. Now, I must emphasize that we've been unable to develop a cure to combat this disorder, and that we can offer only the following preventative measures. Now, first, it is imperative that the consumption of tap water be steeped in trial. This is of cardinal importance, because our medical research trial is limited to the trial. In the Texas Peoria, it is an absolute importance of excellence that I reiterate that all forms must be ceased legally. We are
experiencing some sort of a technical difficulty here. We'll have it rectified just as soon as we can and bring you the remainder of Dr. Turner's report. While Dr. Turns was speaking, I did manage to get into communication on a two-way radio here with his folks in Chillicothe. He told me that the situation there remains as it was before, that apparently no one in that community has been affected by the plague, which has spread throughout Peoria. Phillips says that a number of persons who earlier got out of the Peoria area apparently victims of the disease. However, sufficient manpower was available in Chillicothe to subdue those affected and to maintain some sort of order. The police in Chillicothe have since set up roadblocks to prevent others from entering the town from Peoria. And as is the case there, law enforcement officers have been given the shoot-to-kill order if that's necessary. Oh, yeah. Now, again, we're going to have Dr. Donald Durant with a report that was interrupted a moment ago. Just go right here.
This is Dr. Donald Curhan speaking to you from Lutheran Hospital. Two of prominent Peoria physicians, including myself, believe that we have discovered the source of the unusual bacterial infection. Now, I must emphasize that we've been unable to develop a cure to combat this disorder, and that we can offer only the following preventive measures. Now, first, it is imperative that the consumption of tap water be ceased immediately. This is of vital importance, because our medical research has connected to industry that short now. Back then, I don't know, in the Texas area, there was a lot of apparently, the tape that Dr. used to record the report that was sent to us, it just wasn't really good. Now, we're going to attempt to bring you Dr. Turan's report later in this broadcast. As we see now, the report in Morgan is located in one of our mobile units near Peoria Courthouse Square, where civil defense authorities have set up an emergency treatment center and a communication facility. So we'll take this report now as Morgan uses to its right thing.
Policemen and firemen, special sheriff's deputies, and a number of persons who have not yet fallen victim to the plague spreading the city surrounding the perimeter of the square. Children are crying and running to the streets in search of parents who have either deserted them or who've been trampled to death like crazed victims of the plague who are roaming the streets in packs, like wolves, ready for the kill. It seems like a bad dream, a nightmare from which I know there's no awakening. Old men and women who were carefully overpowered by the infection lie dead and forgotten in the streets in New York. Yet children from the infection of a strange bacterial infection are, for the most part, panic-stricken and are huddled for warmth in small groups within a small area which has been secured. Only a short time ago, like any other weekend night in Peoria, suddenly a bluish-green light streaked across the sky over the city, and since that time there's been chaos and civil disorder of the greater magnitude imaginable. Speculation as to the cause of this night of terror runs rampant through the crowd here. Stories range from planning a communist conspiracy to destroy population centers to tales of alien invasion from outer space. Who's to say what the truth might actually be? There's sporadic shooting and police fire into bands of the crazed once human who periodically attack their own kind like savage beasts of the night. The injured lie everywhere, and medical teams are far too thin to be of any real value. It seems as though no one is immune from this dread disease. There's an unconfirmed report that the mayor, after hearing a witness in City Hall, fell victim to it himself and brutally attacked a reporter as he attempted to leave the building. No one's able to explain why some have been affected by the disease and others not. In many instances, some members of the same family have been living there while others remain apparently normal. Symptoms of the disorder are easily recognized. First, there's dizziness and vomiting, but extreme difficulty in breathing may be encountered. Secondly, the victim then falls unconscious for a short period of time. It is then that the skin loses its color, becoming almost gray. The eyes turn a deep red, almost glowing with luminescence. When the victim was gaining consciousness, he lost complete control of his faculties and attacked anything or anyone near him, resorting to the most cruel and bestial acts imaginable. As I speak to you, I stand beside the body of a small girl, and what appears to be the blood-soaked remains of a Cinderella Halloween costume. Not 10 minutes ago, the body was rescued from outside the defense remains and found in the care of my mother, who said the child had been attacked by a group of 5 or 6 of the bloodthirsty night creatures. She said it would beat and kick the youngster before killing her with their bare teeth. I don't know how long that can take to affect the girl. Has the whole world gone mad? The clouds started down the night sky. The most brilliant like a call over the sea. And as numerous fires rolled down from hell, I am hard to finish. Fires were who had running to guard against the possible threat of spread into this area. In the sky of the southwest, there was a faint bluish green glow from within the clouds.
Was
The light
accepted
was
by
covered by time near the waterworks, streaked across the sky to the point of occasion, and had remained there for the past 40 minutes with no appreciable movement or any change in its intensity. The great intensity is near the area where the center remains, fire was completely until nearby and they haven't yet been unable to conduct their test investigation. Near the Kennedy Square, we've been waiting for that. Appears to be moving closer.
There's also no question that it's exploded since Israel's launched this war on Gaza. And it's exploded on the left, which you never heard anti-Jew sentiment in public spaces before. Really never saw that on campuses. If Israel did something, you may see a protest, but it was generally it was organic. These don't seem organic. They seem very funded, and they're very disruptive. And some universities experience vandalism and fires and crazy shit, being threatened and dogs. It's different. It's a different level of it than I think we've ever seen before, and it's created a giant divide on the left, right? Because on the left you have a lot of people that their whole life they've been support of Israel, right? And now all of a sudden in this case, we're okay with it. But you guys are all right about all that civil rights stuff. But so a lot of that is emerging. Now, I do also, I don't know. I talked to one grad student.
It's incredible. I don't believe there's any precedent for reporting on an event such as this. All our remote ministers
What's it like?
can't get through anywhere. It appears we will be unable to bring you any further direct reports. Our engineer is working on it, but they say that they're encountering a lot of difficulty in receiving any signal tonight. As a matter of fact, you may be having difficulty really in receiving us. Several civilian stations understanding off the air. Those studios in the downtown area have just ceased to broadcast. Apparently, it's putting great downtown today. Of course, we've been situation in the area for a long time. Absolute bedlam reigns in a Midwestern city where friends become basic enemies in the wake of this insane confusion that has been brought on by alien invaders from our studio. Understand that outside the city, it's difficult to assess the situation at this time. Our recording facilities have broken down. There's nowhere to go. Officials at a downtown hospital have earlier confirmed that a badly mutilated body received there about half an hour ago is shot out of reported water right now. Along with the drive, when attacked by an angry mob reporting from near the McCarty Village. Our government of the investigation has discovered a might add at this point that the capsule found is some of those that was found just a short while ago by the Morgan who heard men's report. Now, in her in the courthouse, many of the capsules had badly deteriorated or broken, and they kind of multi-fluid in them. They were scattered widely all around the area, especially on the riverfront and on the waterworks. Capsules have been out in the past, they've been in the past made by the Bright Lights, which was reported earlier by one of our reporters. Medical reports indicate that the substance contained in the capsules is similar to bacteria found in the corpses with ECD. The capsule indicates to be accepted throughout the area. On videos, you can see that looks like it's going to be like. And I really don't know what it is doing. And the planes in the town, the area, it's against the smoke. And it's all happened so suddenly that by the time they reaches other major population centers in the state, we may be gone. None of the wire services are very near to what happened here. Almost as if we can tell off from contact from maybe from the outside. Something more somehow. Beyond that, I don't know what's happened. I really don't. Why did this happen? Why did it go after the end? And why did I? Anyway, it would be the only metropolitan area affected by the invasion and the subsequent raid. We don't have any contact with people else. We really don't know. It's very going to be used as a sort of breeding ground for some strange bacteria which drives men mad and they forces them to submission before some alien intelligence. Puzzles me most is why some of them infected with me without the present others, not at all. So this is my game. I don't know if anybody can hear me or not. Jack? Jack? I'm a little dry. Would you get me some water? Thank you. Of course, we're going to remain on the air, bringing you information about the crisis throughout the night. We are hopeful that police and civil defense officials will keep us informed too. I don't know whether. No. Thank you. What I'm saying is that we're going to stay with it just as long as we possibly can. There's no one here other than my engineer and me. Everyone else, left by automobile, trying to get for rooms, I guess, to get some sort of assistance, you see, for the folks, and to contact the governor's office in Springfield with the hope that National Guard units could be activated, brought into the area. Recapping here is the events about an hour ago that little screen light was seen first over the city near Jack cannot get here right away. You want me to go get help or something? Very well. Where did you get this water? Is it in the cooler in the hall? No, the bottle was empty. I drank from the cooler about 20 minutes ago. So I got came from the tap of the lake room. I thought it was all right. Did you see that? Hey, are you going to be all right? Are I trying to get a brace when it comes up? That's why I think you got to do that is happening. It's under bacteria in the water supply. It's quite crazy. For those who have those who have arrived in the past hour or so, take back here and it's doing and all that. I never thought it's afraid it might be wrong. No, it's you got to get me out of here right away. Now, you know what happened to the others. The other building, lock the doors, no matter what now. And then don't let it back in. But I couldn't do that. You and I have known each other for 5, 6, 7 years. I couldn't do that. No. I want you to figure that out anyway, but the effort.
it becomes a failed state. They have to create multiple. So after AI can reach out with Olivia to contribute that is doing that, or you want to, but also the other part of this is that it's crisis in Europe. Like all these things, like we have like these domino effects where Gaddafi also was kind of like not aligned abandoned, and then you have these you see some
circumstances beyond our control, we're now forced to leave the air.
And see, this is where it gets really strange. You know, I had a conversation with someone about this, didn't understand it, and we were going over civil unrest and how the use of civil unrest. One of the things that civil unrest does do really well is it makes people want to have measures to stop civil unrest and ultimately erode liberties. Yeah, it's a really good strategy. So if you want to take away people's guns, take away the right to protesting, one of the best things to do is to release as many criminals as you can and flood your city.
The program you have just heard was a dramatization. Any resemblance between characters in our story and persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is WUHN FM in Peoria, Illinois, Radio 1.
But also, let's talk about.
There you have it, Hysteria Nation, the Peoria Play. Good old-fashioned radio drama that kicks ass to this day.
Man,
Shut up.
I do what I want.
Don't forget to hop on Hysteria Nation and tell Aaron Babel how much you liked or hated the Peoria Play, because it's all his fault.
Or jump on there and tell him how much you like or hate him. I'm going with hate.
You can do all that by hopping on Facebook and searching Hysteria Nation. And while you're on Facebook, go to facebook.com/Hysteria51pod. And don't forget Twitter at Hysteria51pod. And while you're in the mood for jumping on things, jump on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/Hysteria51. Super important. Leave us a voicemail, 773-669-7277. That's 773-669-7277.
Or don't. I prefer don't.
If you forget any of those links, you can find all our social media at hysteria51.com. So with that said, I've been producer Lisa, and he's been Conspiracy Bot.
Stay woke, meet sex.
It's terrible. It's just terrible. I'll never get over as long as I live.
That's it for another edition of Hysteria 51. John and Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. Oh, if it's unheard of, how will they know about it? Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts, or just make fun of Conspiracy Bot, that's my favourite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51pod.
What you just heard was a podcast in the Poop Culture Extended Universe. For more great podcasts, make your way to www.poopculture.com.
You've been listening to a Fourth-Hand Joint.
Running a business can be exhausting. Building your website shouldn't be. With Wix, you can express your ideas, give direction, then leave the heavy lifting to AI. From site creation to branded content and images. Have fun with the details. Customize what you want the way you want, and manage your whole business from a centralized dashboard with expert AI tools. Build, scale, and enjoy the incredible results. You can do it all yourself on Wix.
The following is a Fourth-Hand production.
The Oracle, as you put your hand on it, that just moved around. Well, my brother's a jokester, and I thought he was doing it. He was trying to convince me he's not doing it. But what I did, I took the Ouija board by myself out to my bedroom one night.
But the Ouija board still answered his questions, and Jeff knew some other force was at work.
The Ouija board. It's a simple children's game, nothing more than cardboard and plastic. An alphabet laid out for kids to spell out messages and pretend the ghost did it. A plaything for the overactive imagination and a tool for the manipulative mind. Nothing more. The Ouija board. Not a simple children's game, but much, much more.
While it looks like nothing more than cardboard and plastic, appearances can be deceiving. It's a summoning tool that in the best of circumstances awakens spirits that should be left in slumber, and in the worst of circumstances opens doors to places that shouldn't be, and sometimes can't, be closed. Demons don't like to be disturbed.
But which is true? Is Hasbro selling a tool for the devil, or are thousands of idiots spending their time on YouTube videoing themselves with a children's toy. We examine the history, weigh each side, then dive into the battle and find out for ourselves as we hit the road one more time and test out a Ouija board. Next on Hysteria 51.
Do you Ouija? Do you Ouija? Have you had any success with the Ouija board? Oh, Ouija board.
Undisturbed. City to city, an incredible historical panic spread.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
With hysteria.
You can't handle the truth.
Training is gone.
This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in, Hysteria Nation, to the podcast that's never accidentally summoned a demon from the gates of hell. But if we did, we'd know we called Bill Murray to help. This is Hysteria 51.
There are some things in this world that go way beyond human understanding. Things that cannot be explained, things that most people don't want to know about. That is where we come in. Sometimes shit happens, someone has to deal with it, and who are you going to call?
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, I'll be your guide into the unknown. My name is John Goforth.
The old man-eating toaster.
Alongside is my partner in crime and your other guy, Mr. Brent Raymond Stans Hand.
And what Fudgy Brain here doesn't realize is that if we don't do something fast, this whole place is going to blow like a frog on a hot plate.
Thanks, John. I'm excited for the show tonight. Continuing our mini road trip and doing part of the outside of the studio work. So I'm not sure how good of an idea it is to let us into public with all the audio gear and protection gear. People might mistake us for professionals. That would probably be a problem.
I think it would particularly be a problem for anyone who encounters you. I remember you once had a state employee badge and went around flashing it like you were in the FBI. I can only imagine what you might say to someone who stumbled into him tonight with all that gear on you.
Are you, Alice, menstruating right now? What has that got to do with it? Back off, man. I'm a scientist.
Exactly, conspiracy bot.
It's funny cause it's true.
I hate you both.
Speaking of hatred, the other angry soul you just heard is the third wheel of this show.
That's funny because it's true.
The one and only conspiracy bot. C-Bot is a robot Brent created in his lab to help research and edit this show, but he mostly just surfs the web and drinks.
You say it like it's a bad thing. Anyway, fellas, don't worry about any potential negative outcomes of today's show. I have it covered.
I don't even want to know. What are you talking about?
Just in case you accidentally summon a demon or something, I ordered some anti-demon spray and demon traps on the web. Here, see for yourself.
C-Bot, you know, this is just Aquanet hairspray with construction paper taped around it and a demon drawn in crayon with a big X through it.
I know. Awesome, right?
That's the official symbol. Yeah, exactly right. And the trap is a rusty bear trap that is... This thing was set, douchebag, and almost took my hand off. How much did you pay for this shit?
It was only $700. But don't worry, I put it on your card, Brad, like last time.
You did what?
Listen, I'll let you boys talk about this off air. I know you need to talk about the Amex. Let's get to our guest. You just heard from him. He is back, probably for the last time this time.
What's like 4 fucking times in a row?
Mr. Joe Peck.
His name is Pecker.
Joe, what have you been up to since our visit to the Congress Hotel?
Things that cannot be explained, things that most people don't want to know about.
Well, you heard it.
From the mouths of bears.
That and waiting a lot is pretty much what I've been up to. You know, standard.
So is that pretty lucrative for sports molds and pharmacists, or is it just for fun?
It provides an ample sum. Do you think that any of that will be helpful while using the Ouija board this evening?
No.
Okay, well,
those broadcasting classes were really paying off.
You are a worthy opponent.
Anytime now, ladies.
It sounds like he's ready for us to get to it, Brent.
So everyone knows we're talking Ouija boards. Not only are we talking Ouija boards, we're playing Ouija boards. And I'm excited.
You make it sound like we're playing jacks.
This is one of those things that I've never done in my adult life. You know, we play with them when I was younger, and my wife is adamantly against them. She's not in the room. She's not with us this evening. She doesn't want to be around them. We're going out of the house. We can't use them here. She's very much against them. But, you know, just like JP Doyle talked about when we talked about Patreon on our Up All Night episode, he's like, it's no more dangerous than any other thing you used to summon the devil. But, you know, like it says in the box, ages are 8 and up, so we're covered. You gotta be 21 to drink a beer, but you only gotta be 8 to summon the devil. I think that's good marketing. Good marketing.
Technically, Seabot can't use it.
Well, in robot years, he's 163. That's what he said when I bought him beer.
That's a good point. Otherwise, he's drinking illegally.
Damn straight. So what is a Ouija board, John? Why don't you let everyone know?
So a Ouija board is also known as a spirit board or a talking board. It's a flat board. If you haven't seen, mostly everyone's seen one, but if you haven't, it's
my dream.
It's marked with letters of the alphabet, A through Z, then numbers 0 through 9, and the words yes or no, hello is sometimes on it, and goodbye. There's generally symbols on it. Sometimes there's a pentagram, hearts, various other things, graphics. Exactly.
So what if the demons speak like Mandarin? See, not talk to them. Luckily, the powers of Hasbro can harness space and time and make them understand you.
It speaks the language of mathematics, perhaps.
Dan's love.
Is Optimus Prime involved?
He's always involved, if I have to say. You got the touch! Oh, yes! You got the power! Can you do the Marky Mark version? No, don't.
No. So, back to Ouija boards. Although I'd love to stay on Marky Mark and Optimus Prime all day long. It uses a small heart-shaped piece of wood or plastic called a planchette. Participants place their fingers on the planchette, and it moves around.
Fingers, Joe. They have to be fingers. Sorry, go ahead. We were having a conversation.
Not your toes.
Yes, toes.
I was trying to bring it back to a more safe place. There's been a lot of sexual harassment in the news lately. I'm trying to bring this show not to that place.
Hey, I always ask before I masturbate in front of you guys, so I don't think we're good.
But as we learned from Louis C.K., just because you ask does not mean that we actually agree to it.
Oh, well, you know, they actually said okay because they're scared of you and want to have a career. Who'd have thought so? Keep going, Louis. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Piece of shit. All right. See, I got all worked up and lost my place.
Thinking about Louis C.K. masturbating, you get so fucking.
You get to play the sweat. That's not exactly what I meant by worked up. So they place their fingers on the planchette and it is moved around the board to spell out words. Ouija is a trademark of Hasbro. We talked about Hasbro earlier.
Ouija.
However, most people use it to generically refer to any talking board. And according to Hasbro, players take turns asking questions and then wait to see what the planchette spells out. The big question is, who's moving the planchette? Some people say the spirits of deceased that the participants are actually trying to speak to. That's normally the goal, speak to dead people. Others believe it's more malevolent beings. And the rest of the world just thinks it's the yucks with the hands on the board moving the damn thing.
You put your hand on a piece with somebody and you try and get spirits to move it to the letters. It's fun. We should play it.
I'm really hoping we get the ghost of Patrick Swayze and all. That'd be awesome. Like, I thought you'd be bigger.
Brent, are you gonna bring your pottery wheel?
I never leave home without it. Okay. So these things are not new. These boards have been around for a long time. It's probably the most recognizable paranormal tool or spiritualism symbol in the world. It's the one that everyone's probably heard of. Just like we've talked about in our Roth House episode, the world was going bonkers for spiritualism in the late 1800s. And I want to talk to you later, and now a seance. It's like the
dialing long distance but cheaper. Everyone was doing it. Hell, I was just at the Winchester Mystery House. She had a seance room in the middle of her fucking house. Who doesn't? Exactly. The idea really comes from mediums and spiritualists channeling spirits for people to talk to. And one of the most popular ways was automatic writing, where the medium would write down a message that allegedly came through them from the spirits. I guess that wasn't fancy enough, and then it eventually evolved into the use of a device called a planchette. It's essentially a kidney bean-shaped wood plank with a small hole that you can hold a writing utensil in. You put the pen in there, let the spirit guide your hand and the planchette, boom, you have your message. Now, if you look in the olden days, they say that the handwriting that came through was that of the spirit, not the writer. So that's how they knew that it was real, because if your husband's dead and the thing comes through, it's in your husband's handwriting.
So it's just a spirograph?
Yes, exactly.
Well, and the problem was it was just about that messy as a spirograph.
Because all over, it's just everywhere it's moving.
It's just a couple people, the medium with their hands on this planchette writing. I mean, imagine trying to write a message with a pen inside of a hole on a planchette.
Your husband had really messy handwriting, didn't he?
Was he really old when he died? I mean, this is really wobbly.
So this started having problems for these people. In 1886, entered the talking board, a simple wooden board with letters and small table-shaped tool, as John had talked about. The participants would put their hands on the small planchette, ask a question, and it would move on its own and answer the question, spelling out the message. No more need for handwriting or any of that fucking jazz. Then in 1890, Elijah Bond, Charles Kenner, and Julia Moulton filed a patent for the talking board.
Now that's a name they should be bringing back.
Julia, I like it. Julia. According to Bond, the board named itself during a session with the talking board and his sister-in-law, Helen Peters. The board spelled out the word Ouija and went on to say the word meant good luck.
I gave it to myself, actually.
Here at Hysteria 51, we are 100% certain it is just a coincidence that said sister-in-law happened to be wearing a locket at the time with the picture of civil rights leader Ouida. That's Ouida, spelled O-U-I-D-A.
How is Ouija spelled again?
Oh, Ouija, that happens to be O-U-I-J-A. Carry on, Brent.
Ever since then, the board has been a huge success for every company that's owned it. Starting with the Kennard Novelty Company, and then the Fold Company, followed by Parker Brothers, and then Hasbro, who owns it today. Now, Kennard, like the Kennard line, that was the Ocean Liners and shit like that. Is that part of that?
It is not.
No, damn. No, are you sure, or is that just a made-up answer, John?
It is 100% fact. Just don't check right.
Perfect. So did Toys R Us sell me a tool to summon demonic hellbeasts to the suburbs, or is it just a harmless toy? What do you think?
I'm going hellbeast.
But Joe is here.
So, exactly. But the answer depends on who you ask.
That's exactly the case. Science will tell you the answer people get for the border result of idiomotor effect. This is a phenomenon where
this is true. This is a real thing.
A person's actions can be influenced by suggestions or expectations without you being aware of it. In other words, people subconsciously move the planchette but don't know they're doing it.
They aren't trying to elicit an actual letter. They really don't know they're moving it, but
you're moving it. You're moving it.
One of the first places scientists started pointing out the idiomotor effect was dowsing rods. The people using dowsing rods really truly thought that they were using their own. It was moving on their own. They were finding water. And they would find water, but
it's always in the last place you look. It was in the ground. Oh, damn.
And so they happen to be right sometimes.
Here's something fucked up. So, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and we had a well. My dad, they used dowsing rods to figure out where to put the well in. They had a guy who came out and did it. We hit a stream. We had a well, and we had water the entire time we lived. In a stream underground, like a pocket, they what they call an underground stream, because there's a creek not too far away. They thought it was something out of that.
A creek or a crick?
A crick.
Hold on, I gotta run to my truck. I'll be right back. Follow him to his truck. He's got a map of all the underground rivers and streams for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think. Let me grab my rods. I think I know where I might need to look.
Success. So this is kind of fun.
That's one side of it.
Yeah, very much one side of it.
The people who don't believe in it
Then
whatsoever.
you've got the other side, which I dare say the majority on this one. It's the odd intersection of extreme Christian denominations and occult groups. On the other hand, come in a firm agreement that the use of you're exactly right there, hoping that they can lead to demonic possession, while others believe they could be a positive transformation. Whatever that means, they're in agreement that these are tools to talk to the dead and or demons, spirits, what have you.
Yeah, go ahead and spend some time with Pat Robertson.
I'll pass. Yeah, I was gonna say, can we skip that one? Yeah.
I'll tell you all about how you do not want to be spending any time with a Ouija board.
I have exorcised the demons.
Do you ever wonder why are demons so willing to talk through a Ouija board? Because angels aren't. Like why? Like how come I can't call up Gabriel?
Did you ever see that movie Legion? Where do they go?
Yes.
The person gets possessed. They go demonic possession. No. Angelic possession.
And why do you have to buy a $25 Hasbro game to talk to demons?
You don't. You can make it at home. One of the things are more convenient.
Well, no. I'm saying, why couldn't you just say, "Hey, demon, you want to pop in here and have a chat right now?"
Well, who's the guy with the TV show? John something crossing over.
Oh, yeah. Used to have a show.
Oh no, he talks to your dead relatives.
Oh, right, not demons. Yeah. And well, how come they are getting in his head?
Well, he's talented.
Is it the tinfoil that he wears under his toupee?
Of course, of course.
So speaking of these demons and demonic possession, when you talk to Ouija boards, one particular demon's name comes up more than the rest.
Hansel. So hot right now.
Let's see about it. It isn't Hansel. It's Zozo. Z-O-Z-O.
Wasn't he a clown with a TV show in Chicago?
Hey, kids! Who wants to go to hell? No. I don't think that's quite right.
So, Brent,
Yeah.
are you okay over there?
Yeah, why don't you tell everyone about Zozo, though?
You look like you need a minute. So, Zozo. When Ouija boards go wrong, Zozo is the demon that apparently almost is always to blame. Dude has been possessing folks forever. Or has he? So many who use Ouija boards report negative experiences with malevolent spirits. We know that. In recent years, one particular spirit appears to have been encountered at an alarming rate, probably the most, his name being Zozo.
Right.
Legend has it that old Zozo is an ancient force of hell, and just saying his very name can conjure the creature.
You know, where is he? Yeah, I thought she's Zozo.
Hey, you coward! Oh, that was a double.
Big no. Oh,
that was a double zinger.
Consider yourself single.
Sing the day.
Beetlejuice.
Exactly, Siva. Like that, only,
we're part,
less Michael Keaton.
right? The weird part about this is before 2009, he doesn't really appear anywhere on the web. It only blips on the radar as Google search term in 2009. So I guess he hasn't been. He's one of the newer demigod.
Oh, it's just, I'm sure it's just coincidental. In March of 2009, a man from Oklahoma named Darren Wayne Evans posted on a true ghost story.
When they go over the three names, I'm in.
A series of encounters that he had with a spirit named Zozo.
It wasn't while he had just finished playing Polybius.
The story just smacks.
So I was high on adrenochrome, and I'm playing Polybius, and I'm like, you know what? We're tip this night off talking to spirits.
At one point, he says he asked the entity where paradise was, and it spelled out the response, H-E-L-L. He then attributed the near-death experiences of his daughter to the creature. One time, she almost drowned in the bathtub.
I just wasn't paying attention. Thanks a lot, Soto.
That and 14 Bush Lights. I have no idea what
Soto's
happened.
is the name of the guy he buys his moonshine from.
And another incident involving 14 days in the hospital for her due to a life-threatening internal infection. So she got sick, and it was Zozo's fault.
Right?
I typically prefer to blame Obama myself.
Thanks a lot, Obama. Thanks a lot, Zozo.
Shortly after, Evans' story caught the attention of aspiring filmmakers at One World Studios. The film I Am Zozo was released in 2012. Evans was even invited to star in the movie in a cameo role. How about that? So it gets better. In 2014, he was once more asked on screen, "Oh, you're going to like this, Brent," to showcase his encounter with Zozo, the popular paranormal television series Ghost Adventures.
One of my absolute fucking favorites.
I know it is. Visited him in his home in Oklahoma. During the episode, he elaborates on the original story, telling him that Zozo made his daughter blind for an hour. Although we had never heard that part of the story before. That was the first time I remember that.
Remember things went on camera.
You sure she didn't just put lemon juice in her eyes?
But guess what, Brent? In 2016, he remembered more to the story. Yeah. He suddenly remembered that he was talking to a New Jersey newspaper, and he remembered that in 1982, he had actually discovered the original Ouija board that he used underneath his then girlfriend's house. And on that Ouija board, where it normally says Ouija, it had said Zozo.
Oh,
and he thought it was weird looking and, quote, menacing. Typical. He forgot to mention it, yeah. So then he released a book that he wrote with a known paranormal expert.
Oh, the Zozo Phenomena.
That's the book, yeah. And shortly after, in the book, actually, that board that we were talking about, it's mentioned again. But this time it changed. So this time, Zozo is hand engraved on the back of it, not the front. The book even showcases a sketch of the supposed board, not a picture, a sketch. And he explicitly states in the book that the front actually bore the standard vintage Ouija design.
Man, if I ever do more work on a house, I'm going to put a Ouija board in the wall, but I want to chain it together and be like, do not ever open. How awesome would that be?
Like a pig's heart with a bolt through it.
I got a picture. Where the fuck am I going to find a bolt?
You're going to be shocked by this. They sketched it. They sketched that Ouija board in the book, but they didn't provide a photograph.
No, you're kidding me.
No.
I assumed there would be a lot of photos of it.
So now, before you guys go crazy on Mr. Evans, Zozo was mentioned in a book about demons before Evans ever talked about it. Personal reference, came all the way back in 1818.
You know, if I had to come up with a name for a demon, Zozo is probably one of the top ones. You know, I mean, what was the name of the demon in The Conjuring 2? Valak. It's never going to be like, "Hi, I'm your demon Kevin, and I'm here to, I guess, invoke hell on you." So, button up, here we go. Ooh.
I'm the demon.
I'm here to possess you. My name's Toby, and
Toby, don't be alarmed. I'm going to possess you.
Zozo, as I said, did appear in a book, 1818. The name of the book, La Dictionnaire Infernale. That sounds menacing, right?
Demonological dictionary, right?
Encyclopedia written by French author, and I'm gonna butcher this, Jacques Auguste Simon Colomb de Plancy. So at first glance, that really seems ominous until you actually translate it. It tells the story of a girl who said she was possessed and locked up for faking it. The author, literally in the book itself, says it was a hoax. Wrote that in the 1800s.
So Cat didn't, Google Translator.
No, you can't trust him. He's part of big ghost fallacy, some sort of industry.
Literally, he Googled demon encyclopedia, found a menacing French book, and he's like, "Ooh, there's a name, Zozo.
So then all these other people that have this coming up, it's kind of like Slender Man. It's in their head. Well, A, they're either fucking making it up, or B, like we said, they're not even thinking in the back of their head, Zozo.
Right.
And it comes through. That is a sad, unfortunate outcome.
So that's why, exactly like you were just saying. If you go to YouTube right now and you find all these people with accounts of having seen and encountered Zozo, they've been not manipulated. That's not the right word. They've been influenced,
or are just fucking lost.
Or full of shit.
Yeah, John, you were discussing earlier with me a little bit about a proclivity for some sports betting. What would you put the odds on that we can summon Bozo this clown with the Ouija board? Because I'm way more interested in him than this.
We're in Chicago. If we're in Chicago, we're summoning Cloud. We're probably going to get Gacy.
Why is it always 4 letters? Nice guys.
I just want to play the grand prize game. The grand prize game. If I can walk away tonight with a red wagon, I will feel like a winner.
And a crisp new
$100 bill.
People never seen those. They're like,
what are these idiots talking about?
All right, kids, we're going to go to break. And when we come back, we're going to take you through. Each of us have picked a couple stories we found of what supposedly happened to unsuspecting saps that they say on the internet. They were dumb enough to try out the Ouija board. And then we're going to try it out ourselves, and you're going to hear about our own experiences coming up next on Hysteria 51. You're so crazy.
He's still not here.
I'm so sick of Zozo and his lateness. He's known for being late, you know.
So before we tackle our own experience, which we're not doing here, we're doing in the most haunted spot in Chicago, the Congress Hotel. We're going to talk to you guys a little about some of the stories we found online. I picked a couple short ones here. Maybe we'll have something like this happen, Joe. So this first one's called Our First Mistake. My wife and I had some unexplained things going on in our house, and we were
on credit to thoughtcatalog.com.
So this first one is called Our First Mistake. My wife and I had some unexplained things going on in the house we were renting. So we got a board so we could try to figure out what we were dealing with. Bad idea.
That's my first thought always.
The board was just a standard plain board, but we used it one night to speak with, hopefully, our spirit. What we didn't realize is that the Ouija board opened a door for anything to come through and speak. So looking these flew off the board near the end of our first session. They know what the end, not near the end, but the end of my session. We had no real answers for anything. We were speaking with something, but it was very evasive with its answers. Things got worse in the house, and we eventually broke our lease and moved. Radios and TVs going on and off by themselves, water running, and after the board, things got real bad. Voices, moving objects, and my wife says I got possessed one night, but I can't validate that as I was asleep or drunk.
So that's the end of the story.
Yeah, that's it. This is the wood chipper accident. My great aunt has never married, and when I asked why, my dad told me the story. Apparently, when she was 16, she had a pretty serious boyfriend. And when she used the board, she asked if she would ever get married, and they said no. She asked if they would break up. No. Asked if one of them would die, they said yes. And when she asked which one of them, they said goodbye. A week later, he was in a wood chipper accident at the mill where he worked. She never got married.
Signed Dale and Fargo.
All right, so those are my picks. John, what do you got going on?
The title of mine is A Creepy Doll.
As opposed to the totally normal dolls.
Yeah, all those dolls that aren't creepy. I have a terrifying story about a Ouija board. I got a call from my cousin who said that he, his brother, his dad, and his best friend were using a Ouija in their basement. prior to starting, they took a large porcelain doll out of the room because it was creepy and placed it in an adjacent room face down on a pile of towels.
That's where I keep my gasoline soaked rags.
My cousin took a short break because the board was just spouting nonsense and he went to take a shit.
It's getting better. Fantastic.
His dad and brother and friends started asking the board questions without him. One of the questions was who was in the other room. I thought they were going to ask about the shed. It just started spouting random numbers, and when my cousin came back in the room, his brother said that it wasn't working and they were going to put it away. And they showed him the answer to the last question, and he asked, and he said, "Dude, that's my social security number." And they started to talk to whatever started spewing the answers out. They told my cousin he would die in the Air Force. At this point, they tell the entity they are communicating with to prove itself. It then spelled out the word doll, and they were like, WTF. They opened the door to check on the porcelain doll and laid in the other room. And when they opened the door, the doll was standing upright in front of the door, staring right at them. Everyone freaked and ran out of the house. His best friend burned the Ouija board. I think he temporarily went nuts for a few months. My cousin, for some reason, then joined the Air Force and is on a base in Europe now. You're gonna die in the Air Force. What do you think I should do, guys? Join the Air Force.
Get in there.
All right, Joe, what's yours called?
Oh, this is a doozy. This is titled, "My First Mistake Was Calling a Spirit a Coward."
Which is great because you've already done that in this episode.
That's where I got the idea. Oh, I'm throwing coward around like nobody's business. I'm going to say coward more than the word this tonight.
He's like when we play the elevator game. I think that person comes on, he's like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah. Hey, what's up, coward? Coward and bozo, that's all I'm talking about tonight.
Bozo and Zozo, we'll throw them in too.
Yeah, they're probably buddies. So the story goes like this. My friend had mentioned that she had one, meaning a Ouija board. So I asked her to pull the board out so I could check it out. At first she said no, but then agreed to do it as long as she didn't have to participate. So it sounds like about Lisa. It sounds like most of your dates. Well, that is true. But it wasn't a Ouija I asked about taking out.
Ready for the good old
Everyone's he turned into a verb. Yes. 10 years from now, people are going to be able to date this episode so easily.
Mama don't like tattletales.
After she had the board set up, I asked, "Is there anyone in here?" Nothing. So being a dumb teenager, I said, "If anything is in here and not talking, you're a coward." The board was put away after that. End of story? No. Fast forward about a week later, and I'm sleeping upstairs on my couch. I wake up on a stereotypical stormy night. Thunder and lightning, wind and rain, the works. I look around to see why I woke up and couldn't see a thing, and decide to try and fall back asleep. After laying,
Were you woken up because of the thunder and lightning?
Yeah, I mean, none of this.
Well, thunderbolts and lightning are very, very frightening.
It's true. That is very true. Well, that's also a valid question. We should probably play that song when we're there. What kind of magic spell to use? I never know. After laying there for about 30 seconds, I heard from downstairs, "Get the boy," in a very raspy, wispy voice. So let me redo that. "Get the boy."
Thank you. I feel like I'm there now.
Exactly. I'm trying to pull the audience in. Now that I've got to. Thanks, both. I open my eyes and listen. Nothing. Start to go back to sleep. "Get the boy." It was much louder this time.
Go back and do it again, please.
"Get the boy."
Thank you.
Then my downstairs door slams shut. I freak the F out because nobody slept down there and we had no drafts. The end. Dun, dun, dun.
I just want an amalgamation of all three of those. I want a creepy doll that we put into wood chipper, and it's like, let me out, and I'll be happy.
Do you have any creepy dolls we can bring with us now that we got
the C-Bot.
We do. My wife has this doll she calls Junie that she had since she was a child, and it is scary as fuck. And it is in our bedroom, but no.
Correction. Had.
All right, so we're gonna go on scene, and we're gonna check this out and see what happens.
A couple years later, they're like,
Oh man, I've seen a lot of movies that start like this.
All right, so we are in the Congress Hotel in the 8th floor, room 812, and we are about to play Ouija board.
Play.
Is that the word? Now, Joe, have you done Ouija before?
Never.
Never at all? John, you have, right?
I have not.
No, see, now I have never been the one. I've been in the room when it's played, but I've never been the one playing. So, are we ready?
So you're our reticent expert.
I am,
and I have
absolute expert of all.
Yeah.
So here we got the planchette. We're putting it on there.
Doesn't planchette sound like a name of a bad B movie character?
Why, as soon as you put it on the board, did it just shoot to BRENT? And no one was touching it.
All right, put your hands on here. Let's get this going. So, yeah, you do guys.
Fingertips, right?
Yeah. So, you guys do two.
One hand or two?
You do both hands, 2 hands, and I'm going to do one. You both do two.
2 fingers, right?
Yeah, but both hands, so you need to ditch the microphone for now.
Gently, right? Gently?
Jim, that is not the same, not the same game. So, Ouija. So,
Are we off for that?
No. So, if we have any spirits here in the Congress Hotel, come to us in room 812 and talk to us. Let us know. Do we have anyone here?
Is anyone here?
As we both know, Joe, as professional comedians for many years, black people get very offended by jokes.
I'm just do the planchette just somewhere.
Is any?
So this is when you know that it's a real Ouija board session, when everyone stands there like a fuckhole and it doesn't move. John's was convinced that in my mind that we were going to accidentally move, motor shoes like that, like if you accidentally move it. I don't think so.
So,
That or it's like,
is there a spirit in the room who knows what a Ouija board is?
So it's like you're trying to,
we have dumb spirits.
That was always like, it's always the liberal.
We've got the short bus spirits.
Is always like,
if you don't know how to spell, that's okay. Just move it around.
It's cool. Like if you speak Mandarin or Farsi, that don't use these letters, it's cool. Do something. What about numbers? Math. The universal language.
Is that math or meth?
Math.
I'm still as confused.
And this nonsense goes on for literally the next 30 minutes. Let's pick back up later in the session.
Are there aliens? SETI?
All right, now, okay, let's lift up.
Yeah, she's been an outspoken black female conservative.
So nothing that's like.
They really hate
Try it again. Yeah, so just you two. Just you two.
Which is fucked up in a way,
Which
but it is kind of like.
Is it kind of like, is the lore that you want to be more like supplicant, or do you want to be more forceful? Like, can we yell at Zozo? You know what I mean? And
that all depends on what spirits there are to be yelled at.
You put your fingers on it and you
spin it around.
Roll around the board.
Really? Is there, by the way, I didn't see this in any of the stuff I read online. Is there significance to the pointing part? Or is it all about what's in the viewer?
I think it's what's in the viewer.
So the shape like this, even though it just happens to look like an arrow,
I think that's what the original.
But that doesn't really.
I remember the original time they had a pen in it and a road right now. So I think
So
what this is
doesn't do with this.
I think if this points to they're telling us yes. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. If this points to here, we're gonna be so fucking excited anyway that.
Dude.
All right, so you two.
I want it.
Do some I'll do some talking, and you guys do the.
Okay, let's do the around the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ouija. Yeah. So you got to put here. Look at this. Look at the bottom of it. You got 3 spots. So you have fingers here, here, and here.
Okay, so if we go here and there, I think we can.
And John, you put one hand there and one hand there, and I think you guys will be okay. So do we have?
Whoa.
Do we have any spirits in the Congress Hotel that want to come talk to us? So guys, stop moving it around. Let's see if they can take over.
Is there any spirit here? Al Capone, do you still inhabit this floor?
And I think it's interesting how much.
What about one of Al Capone's men who lived in this
Al
floor?
Capone henchmen, I apologize that I don't know your names. Are you here?
Hey, it's me.
Hey, it's me, Joe. Giuseppe. Giuseppe.
The first time in the history of this area that you won the Prince voice.
You're not even. You can't even have a conversation about these.
Are there any other beings in the area here that want to come talk to us?
Anyone
that got stuck on me for platforming him?
Yeah, I moved a little bit. I think that's John Kitchen or Tootsie over here.
is there?
Why is it always me?
Because you touch him, look how his touching it.
But none of those things are true.
All right, I'm coming back. Here we go. John, you get on the top.
Real. Are there spirits that are offended? Are there spirits that are offended by us?
They would have listened to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem.
Is the guy downstairs in security Gomer Pyle?
Just take. I called it my non.
All right, let's do counter. Let's go counterclockwise. Here, put your foot.
Well, maybe you two go.
All right.
You had me and John.
So we're going counterclockwise. Ouija. All right, big money, no whammy, stop. Any spirits in the room?
And on switching up who was talking, touching the planchette, etc. Finally, maybe it was the board's fault. Yeah, that's it.
You know what this is? I figured it out. It's this damn Parker Brothers board. We need a Hasbro board. John, let's get the Hasbro board. This is Hasbro. That was Parker Brothers. Oh, yeah, let's kill the lights. Good call on that.
Everyone knows that.
I am not going to bore you with the minutes of silence and the repeating of crap. Lights on, lights off, blindfolds on, blindfolds off. But this went on for almost 3 hours. What did they learn? Hear them sum it up at the end of the session.
So, Ouija board, you're a bust. And maybe sometime in the future we'll try again, but I'm not feeling it. John?
I said it before and I'll say it again.
God, I love being a turtle.
I just don't believe in stuff like this. I think spirits lie where they lie, and I think stuff like this is good internet fodder, and that's all it is.
Joe brings home.
Not seeing the channeling working. I mean, I've heard all the concerns and the fears, and we give it a try. And I think a pretty objective way. I mean, maybe I'll stop before trying to claim us as scientists in this. I mean, we control.
We give the old college try.
No, it's blindfold. No, we're scienticians. Genuine scienticians. Yeah. I mean, I'm disappointed. I thought there would be something here.
There you have it, Hysteria Nation.
Back to the studio.
Well, once again, Nation, we did our due diligence. We played the Ouija board. We did it in, quote unquote, one of the most haunted places in America. And we sat like assholes, staring at each other for a couple hours, or not staring at each other because we had blindfolds on, and literally nothing happened. Not one move.
That's what you think the majority of people are like, what is this all about? What did he actually say? Let me listen to the show. And then the show
I had them.
John, are you okay over there?
Oh, sorry, I got something in my throat. I had them wait a lot lately with wedgies.
It's a great show. It's not just great about Israel. It's not just
You're
great about
haunted. You brought it on yourself.
I'm wondering.
Guys, we tried to take this as serious. Actually, John took this more serious than I thought. I didn't know if you were going to be the one moving it around joking because you're the I'm a big skeptic person, you, and you didn't. Like, we were legitimately waiting with bated breath for even a single twitch, and nothing. We sat there like 20, 30 minutes at a time, just saying like, well, maybe it takes longer. We tried like chanting, talking, doing all the things. Hello, waiting, because I read online that it takes a while.
Yes, the blood of a virgin. I mean, we did everything.
We did.
I mean, we tried like different combinations. We were like, maybe not all three of us.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
every single combination of the pair of us. We did like, you know,
And then we played with the Ouija board.
and yeah, then we got in.
Love how you skipped over my blood of a virgin.
We did have tainted soil though, and well, but we also had holy water.
Maybe that was the problem. Maybe we had too much holy stuff.
You know, I really wanted something to come of this, and just nothing. It was a lot of fun to try it, because in the back of your mind, there's that twinge that maybe something's going to happen, And really, we were just three assholes in a hotel room in blindfolds, which probably wasn't the only three assholes in blindfolds in the hotel that night, but for completely different reasons.
I gotta tell you, Joe, on this show, Brent's not that funny. That was funny.
That was unbelievably funny.
Nation, how many of you have played with a Ouija board? And if you have, what was your experience? We talked to a couple people before we first announced that we were going to do this episode. I think Sean Plummer, one of our members on there, had an experience with his brother and a few others. Let us know what crazy story have you had, or friends you say that they've experienced, because I guarantee it's going to top ours, which was Joe and John and I staring at each other, not giggling.
It was literally, I'll describe the whole scenario. Post the really trying hard. Like, we got into this situation where Brent goes, okay, you guys just go put on these blindfolds. I'm going to take a couple pictures and like, let's do this. And then it like within 15 minutes of me and John trying to, he goes, well, let me try. Joe, you take pictures. I'm sending him pictures of like him and John doing it. And because it was so disappointing, because we really thought, like, all right, we're going to do this stuff in a haunted hotel. Like maybe we didn't, yell the right questions out or ask things of the ghost, but this has to be what works.
And then Brent and I both put on our blindfolds.
Yeah. And we checked each other. We were like, nobody's messing around here.
And the two hosts of this show being blindfolded, if nothing else is going to work, this is going to work. And the one thing that happened is
Joe touched you.
I mean, I felt that wasn't one time. I felt a hand on my thigh. I mean, that's all I felt.
Tell you what, it was spooky.
A bright hand.
I was sitting on him. That's what happened. I fell. That's our story. I really wanted to have a better one, but you know what? We've listened to other shows where they've done this, and this has been, unfortunately, pretty much the experience we've all had. After 35 minutes trying, we switched up positions. That sounds terrible. Tried it different. We did it. You did the planchette. I did the planchette. Everyone seems to have that same thing. But maybe we did it wrong. Let us know how we should have done it. What should we have done? How can they let us know, John?
They can let us know on Hysteria Nation. Hop on Facebook. Search Hysteria Nation. Just get on that little search bar. Type in Hysteria Nation.
Also, you can find us on there at Hysteria51Pod. Also, speaking about Hysteria51Pod, Twitter at Hysteria51Pod. Tweet at us, let us know what you're thinking. And leave us a voicemail, 773-669-7277. Again, that's 773-669-7277. But we got a couple things to share with you.
We got some new reviews, John.
The best thing you can do for this show is to rate and review us.
The best thing you can do is just send us copious amounts of money and not expect anything in return. The second best thing that you can do is rate and review us.
Rate, right?
Rate. Yeah.
I can't argue with it. I mean,
You were terrible. Oh, well.
When you're right, you're right. However, barring that, there are some good reviews lately, and I'm going to hear them.
I'm ready.
Great show. 5 stars, Brent. Love the show. Thanks for choosing a t-shirt company that's a fat guy friendly.
You're welcome. I needed it as well.
Love my Hysteria 51 t-shirt. Would love to hear a show on New Jersey Devil. Keep up the good work. Conspiracy Scott needs to chill and smoke some bud.
I don't even breathe.
Yeah, we'll figure it out somehow. I don't know. We'll make it happen.
We'll get him some edibles.
Yeah.
Simply the best radio show hosts.
Oh, don't forget to listen to John and Joe in the morning. I guess I could. I left my own name.
Well, unfortunately, they're not aware of actual radio.
You know, if we were a radio show, we'd probably be JJ and the Bee.
Would it be anything like Winnie in the Butt? Winnie in the Butt. By the way, this is 5 stars by Johnny Blade.
Ooh.
Whoa. The Ghost Rider.
Don't give me your penitent stare, but keep going.
Yes. I'm going to read this the way it's entered. This 3 individual is the best. Fuck a Joe Rogan. Literally what was going through my mind earlier this morning. I'm a mailman. I need something to listen to for 8 to 10 hours. And these guys just are entertaining as hell. Fun and all that good stuff. C-Boy. Maybe C-Bot? I don't know.
Yeah, C-Boy works too.
But I'm going to go with C-Boy. Being the obvious star.
It's so hit or miss. With so many people say they love him, and then we get messages like, fuck him, kill it. It's fucking stupid.
But C-Boy being the obvious star is what you might look into. Once you are listening, keep it up, GoFo, in Bread Ham.
It's my street name. Bread Ham.
Bread Ham. How you doing, Bread Ham?
I've been called Brett. I've been called Bread Ham. I like it. Those are great, though. Not only are they fun, also it's fun because you can't make any changes to these. So if you do any typos, we can all just enjoy them. Because once it's there, you can't edit it. Or can you? I guess you could go back and edit it, but we can't.
Well, you can. I can't.
I guess what I'm saying normally is I don't go back and edit mine. Why should I?
Well, I mean, not you, but like whoever did it.
No, I know. Yeah. Oh, so Nation, we appreciate that. Hop on iTunes.
Fucking A. Yeah, seriously.
We love reading them, and we always laugh. We always enjoy it.
Seriously, Nation, please, more.
Yeah, keep them
It's
coming.
the best. It is the best, and we will continue to read them.
Just sounds right. It just feels right. So with that said, I've been Brent.
I've been Joe. I've been John.
He's been Conspiracy God.
Stay woke, meat sex.
It was terrible. It was just terrible. I'll never get over it as long as I live. That's it for another edition of Hysteria 51. John and Brent will be back next week with yet more of the unexplained, the unexplored, and the unheard of. Oh, if it's unheard of, how would they know about it? Anyway, if you want to suggest a topic, give us your thoughts, or just make fun of Conspiracy Bot, that's my favourite. Join us in our Facebook discussion group, Hysteria Nation. Just log on to Facebook and search Hysteria Nation, or you can always tweet us at Hysteria51pod.
You've been listening to a fourth-hand show.
Find yourself looking for a new job or changing career? Monster.com is here to help. We are not only here to bring you job postings, but also AI interview prep and salary tools, expert career advice, and top-notch resume services. We've got everything you need to land your perfect job fit. Discover the magic of finding the ideal job with Monster.com. Your future starts now. Visit Monster.com today.
Your next job opportunity is just a click away. Craving your next action-packed adventure? Audible delivers thrills of every kind on your command, like Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir, where a lone astronaut must save humanity from extinction, narrated with stunning intensity by Ray Porter. From electrifying suspense and daring quest to spine-tingling horror and romance and far-off realms, unleash your adventurous side with gripping titles that'll keep you guessing. Discover exclusive Audible originals, hotly anticipated new releases, and must-listen bestsellers that hook you from the first minute. Because Audible knows there's no greater thrill than the one that speaks to you. Discover what lies beyond the edge of your seat. Start your free 30-day trial at audible.com/WonderyUS. That's audible.com/WonderyUS.
The following is the Photon Production.
Remote viewing is a mental faculty that allows a viewer to describe or give details about a target that is inaccessible to normal senses due to distance, time, or shielding. For example, a viewer might be asked to describe a location on the other side of the world, which he or she has never visited. Or a viewer might describe an event that happened long ago, maybe even an object sealed in a container or locked in a room. Maybe describe a person or an activity, all without being told anything about the target, not even its name or designation.
Sounds crazy. So crazy that the U.S. government spent 2 decades and millions of dollars studying it and its applications for espionage. So did they unlock a viewmaster that transcends space and time? Or did they waste decades in taxpayer dollars on the We open up our third eyes to go investigate the matter next. Hysteria 51.
Continue to setting an incredible historical technique spread.
I think we're getting into a weird area.
You silly fools are not crazy! You can't handle the truth!
Brain is gone. This is Hysteria 51. The truth is out there, but you won't find it here.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
Welcome in Hysteria Nation, the podcast that considers itself a leader in remote viewing. If by remote viewing we mean viewing TV with a remote. This is Hysteria 51.
TV matters, nothing else did.
Broadcasting from the lower fourth dimension, otherwise known as Chicago, I'm your host and spirit guide through this journey. My name is John Goforth. Thank you. Alongside is my co-host and the show's compass, pointing to true north, Mr. Brent, Lieutenant Colonel Django Hand.
Lieutenant Colonel Django used funds from the project's black budget to procure prostitutes. That's a lie. And to get drugs for himself and his men.
Well, the hooker thing is definitely a lie.
Thanks, John. And with this week's topic being remote viewing, I think it might be fun to talk about what we'd use it for if we had the ability. So first, I put it to you, John. What would you remote view?
Man, I think I'd probably have fun with politicians. Catch them in their bold-faced lies, but then get some sort of evidence while I'm there so they can't refute it. I mean, we all know they lie. Forget what side of the aisle you're on. I'm not talking, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Conservative, Liberal, doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure we can all agree most of them lie through their teeth. I mean, daily.
I really don't know what you're talking about. I'm not following along.
It would be great to be like, oh, really, you did, huh? Well, the bum you ran over on the way home says otherwise. Oh, and I definitely go to advanced screenings of all the movies I care about. Maybe I could have helped Ryan Johnson not have Luke milk a walrus person in the latest Star Wars.
Spoiler alert!
Don't worry. It's the only spoiler you'll hear here.
Oh, you wonder where that blue milk came from. Ooh, blew my mind.
It's the only, I won't go any further, but
you know what I'd use it for? Number one, I'd go to Mars just to prove that we got bases there. We're remote viewing the shit out of that. Number two, I'm gonna go off to Dulce just to prove to you that we have underground passages between all those places.
You don't even care what's in there.
No,
you don't want to prove that there's.
It could be an underground TCBY. I'm just gonna prove it's there.
That there are tunnels.
You cannot tell me that if you're the government, you have secret underground tunnels with reptilians. You didn't put in a TCBY.
That's fair.
Yeah, it goes without saying.
What kind of toppings?
No sprinkles, because it's against the.
How do they get into the ventilators?
I prefer on mine. I just like vanilla yogurt with a little bit of that hard chocolate that like freezes on there,
sure,
and a drink of crumb.
I thought you were gonna say child blood.
You gotta spice it up every once in a while.
Good thing you didn't have it in high school. It would have been like that shower scene in Porky's. Only Bald Ricker wouldn't have had the chance to identify you.
5 young boys in the nude. Please line up so that you can identify his tally maker.
That other voice you're hearing, like a drunk chatbot with less personality, is the third host of this show and probably the reason for its eventual demise. The one and only Conspiracy Bot.
Thank you.
C-Bot is a robot Brent cooked up in his lab to help produce this show. Instead, he spends his time drinking and making it worse.
So, C-Bot, what would you do if you could remote view?
What do you mean if? They're called Nest Cams and they're everywhere.
Your thought is creepy as hell. Don't worry though, listeners. You can't actually access your home cameras. It's hard enough making it up and down the stairs anyway.
Much like your invalid grandparents at home, C-Bot is the same way. He can't use the Nest camera and he can't make it up and down the stairs.
Yes, excellent. Believe what you want.
All right, so without further ado, what the hell, John, is remote viewing? Why don't you give us your go back to the GoPopedia. Tell us what we're talking about.
I thought we talked about it a pop where
have short attention span,
watching TV with the remote control.
Exactly.
Or the clicker, as everyone's parents used to call it.
Right? Or me, when I was a kid, who didn't have the remote.
Change the channel.
Which our TV had the forefront button, so it wasn't like I had a lot to choose from.
And don't forget the UHF switch.
Oh God, yes. It's a cooking show. Who would have thought?
Or did you have the TV that had the degauss button?
Oh, degauss, yeah. Oh, of course. You can't. You start getting the rainbows in the corner. You gotta pump that button and get those out of there. I actually have a coil for that.
When the TV goes bad, you can also use it to make your submarine not visible to radar.
Hey, go ahead and push that button and let us know if it gets used to the whole of the TV.
So remote viewing not only is something to watch Days of Our Lives with, it also is the practice of seeking impressions about a distant or unseen target, purportedly using extrasensory perception, that's ESP to you common folk, or sensing, quote unquote, with the mind. Seeing something without being there, essentially.
So, making shit up? Is that what we're getting at?
No. We're talking about using our mind to view something that we have not seen and can't see with our actual physical eyes.
Gotcha. It's said to be a mental faculty that allows the perceiver or viewer to describe or give details about a target that is inaccessible to normal senses due to distance, time, or shielding. Now, I like that time, because we're talking about space and time. This is not just like they're going to North Korea to see what kind of conditioner Kim Jong-un uses. They're also going back to watch the Gettysburg Address or Jesus on the Cross or like their first dance at the Enchantment Under the Sea.
Or TV shows they missed.
Yeah.
Actually, I've worked in media in my career before. I've had numerous bosses who would actually want to count those viewers towards their ratings. Hey, can we add another 0.4 to this rating?
I think we had some temporal displacement.
Yes, I can feel it.
I guess for an example, a viewer might be asked to describe the location, a location on the other side of the world which he or she hasn't visited. So literally they're saying, okay, we're going to have you like astral project. You're going to put your mind over there and we're going to send you to, like I said, like let's say North Korea or Russia. And I need you to describe where these missiles are or where this
missing soldier is.
Like this child even. Or describe an object sealed in a container in a locked room. Okay, in this room is what is inside them. Like, oh, I see a red rubber ball. Yeah, that's it.
Or which envelope should Pat Sajak pick up because you want to win $25,000?
That's right. Or perhaps even describe a person or an activity, all without being told about that target. Not even the name or the designation of a man, a woman, what they're doing. And they're saying that these people can come back and say, it was a guy, his name was Terry, he was wearing a red shirt, and he was beating his wife. I saw him. That took a morbid turn.
It did. I don't know where you
Damn
were.
astral projection.
So remote viewing experiments have historically been criticized for a lack of proper controls and repeatability. That's shocking.
So what you're saying is they don't really go by the scientific method, or, there's no controls.
Yeah, repeatability is a thing.
Yeah.
You were successful once. It's like playing what was the card thing that you had us play?
Yeah, the center cards, the ESP test that we had everyone take. It's a square. It's a
I got some right.
Yeah, exactly.
But I couldn't repeat.
On the show, you and Joe were 33%. I got none.
Right.
But before the show, I got like 3 out of 4, and I thought, oh god.
So we had a lack of.
Will I use my powers for?
No. You weren't like that. We were like, oh god. That was a lack of repeatability.
Yeah, exactly. Mainstream people say that there is no scientific evidence that remote viewing exists, and the topic of remote viewing is generally regarded as pseudoscience. There's a big but there, though. These mainstream people don't include the U.S. government, who believed in it, and its own remote viewing unit, the Army. Project Stargate was a real thing. They said, there's merit to this. We're going to do it not for a year, not for 5 years, for a couple decades. We're going to work on this. And that's just what we know of that's declassified. So, John, the question is it all BS or what?
Well, because the U.S. government has invested in it and investigated it, does not necessarily lend its credence. They've got a long history of investigating things that certainly weren't the case and weren't real, but they were happy to look into in case it might give them an advantage generally on the battlefield.
They want you to think. That's just what they want you to think. God, your wool's coming in nice, cheap person.
Wool is coming. That's gross. I don't know. I feel like I need a shower now.
Or good shearing. I don't know. One or the other. So what's it actually involved, John? What is the thing that the person, the remote viewer, what's expected?
So they're expected to give information about an object, an event, a person, a location,
Yeah, like we said,
something that's hidden from their physical view and separated at some sort of distance.
But why? Like, why do you did that appeal to the U.S. government?
Well, you wouldn't need spy planes. You wouldn't need satellites, radar. You just get one of their soldiers, fire up old Johnny, and have him pinpoint the bad guys.
Oh, my God. Think of all the people that would have not have to be on that U2 spy plane or the Blackbird and all that shit. All those people that got sick burning the toxic chemicals that came from the fuel and shit they use in that.
Well, and say,
they just believe more in ESP.
We joke, but if it was possible,
no, I'm being serious. All those things,
there's a lot less human risk.
Exactly. So you got these two guys, these physicists, Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff, or Puthoff, I don't know how to say his name properly. Parapsychology researchers at the Stanford Research Institute are generally credited with coining the term remote viewing to distinguish it from the closely related concept of clairvoyance. So clairvoyance is those people that you hear, well, we talked to a psychic because Billy's missing. And they said, I feel like he's by water, go check a creek or something like that. That's clairvoyance. They have these feelings and thoughts. Remote viewers are actively viewing something. They are given a target and they go after it. But according to Targ, the term was first suggested by Ingo Swann, not Inigo. My name is Inigo Swann. In December of '71 during an experiment at the American Society for Physical Research in New York City. There wasn't a
this is all semantics about what we call it. The reason that we got into the game of remote viewing is because we thought the Russians were in the game of remote viewing.
We got into it because, like any good thing with the U.S. government, they said we can weaponize that.
And you know why the Russians got into it? Because they thought we were.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though we weren't. We just threw out the rumor that we were, so they actually got into it. And because they actually got into it, we actually got into it.
So we were actually doing this for a long time, but it became popular in the 90s where it was declassified. A lot of documents related to the Stargate project, a $20 million research program that it started in 1975 and was sponsored by the U.S. government in an attempt to determine any potential military applications of psychic phenomena.
So what you're saying is that you were a psychic spy, a Jedi ward.
The program was terminated, allegedly, in 1995 after it failed to produce any actionable intelligence information. Allegedly. Now, I say allegedly because there's a lot of reports that it's still going on at this day.
As all programs are ever.
Yes, exactly.
If you've ever seen The Men Who Stare at Goats, the George Clooney flick.
What are you doing? Cloudburst keeps me in shape.
That's partially based on the John Ronson book of the same name. Anyway, the whole thing is based on Project Stargate. They never say the actual term Project Stargate, but that's what it's based on. And it's the book, John Ronson's book, even ties in MK Ultra to this whole deal. I mean, MK Ultra, that's a whole nother episode for another
story for another day, yeah.
Larry had been doing research into the infamous CIA MK Ultra experiments, which he believed could enhance his own psychic powers.
Minister Goats gets its name because one of the ways that they supposedly stayed sharp was staring at goats to kill them, which the government says, yeah, we had a guy that could do that. Or cloud busting, which was staring at clouds and destroying them with their mind. Yeah, that's just the government said, well, this is working. We need to look into this. I want to see the first motherfucker that stared at a goat and just dies.
Do you think that when they opened HARP, they brought in some of the Men Who Stare at Goats to help with the cloud busting?
You go into HARP, it's just a bunch of them going,
standing on top of the antennas.
So we got guys sitting around trying to speak people to Thomas a lazy way, I guess, with their minds. No more climbing in trees and peeking through windows like in Back to the Future. Yeah, you can just sit in the comfort of your own home. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's it would be very hard if you have this power to use it for good all the time. Like, just think of the nefarious shit that your mind wanders to when you think of being able to, number one, just view things. Number two, it's not just you. Kill people with your mind, you know?
Well, and two, it would be very hard just in general to have some, like, let's operate under the assumption that it's real and it did work. The one thing, the only assumption, yeah. The one thing that everyone seems to agree with is that repeatability was an issue. Like, it wasn't like they had someone who could just sit there and at any time go, yeah, where do you need me to look?
I actually, we quote this later, but one of the things that they said above chance, it was amazing because above the statistical, output for chance, we were 5 to 15% above that, which is a huge win. Yeah, it's not like they were
like, oh, you need me to find your keys? Yeah, no problem.
It's in a building in the northern hemisphere. Yeah, thanks.
Actually, I'm 50-50 on the northern hemisphere part. So, I think that would be really tough because you're just sitting there concentrating as hard as you can and you don't know if you're really going to come up with anything or not.
Yeah.
You think about it, you fight in your own mind because your mind is always trying to plug in holes and plug in the gaps. And so your mind creates things where they don't exist. So is that my mind creating something or am I really seeing something?
Right. I actually played around with this. I was trying to envision something. I don't want to know. I mean, I was just trying to look at, like, I wonder what is in this locked room. I was making shit up. So bam. And as I sat there, I could see things in my mind because I'm planting those things in my mind. Sure. I guess what I'm trying to say is,
great job.
I couldn't make my mind go blank and go, I need to see this. My mind's going, well, there's a desk in there probably, and there's this, and then you start filling in
you've seen a room inside of a bank before.
Exactly. That's exactly how it's going to be. And so you got to ask yourself, like, how much of that some people are just really good, like they said, 5 to 15% above chance.
I mean, I made the joke before about, hey, find my keys. Well, if that was literally a request, okay, well, where are keys normally?
My mind just went to where they wouldn't be at this time of year. My mind just looked at keys sitting in grass. I don't know why my mind went there. That's where my mind jumped to. So that's why when I told you, and then you say, no, idiot, it's winter. Like your keys have been taken elsewhere. Meanwhile, they're at the neighbor's house on the AstroTurf. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm just getting at, like, it's hard to, for me, who's not, unfortunately not skilled in remote viewing, my third eye isn't as open as I'd like for it to be, I guess.
I'm not. I'm just going to stay away from that joke.
Let's get into the background. So in early occult and spiritualist literature, remote viewing was known as telethesia and traveling clairvoyance. This woman, Rosemary Gilley, described it as seeing remote or hidden objects clairvoyantly with the inner eye, or it alleged out-of-body travel, which is astral projection stuff. Real Professor X stuff.
Why do you ask questions which you already know the answers?
Thanks, Mom. I know I can't go, but thanks again. So the study of psychic phenomena by major scientists started in the mid-19th century, and early research predominantly involved carrying out focused experimental tests on specific individuals who were thought to be psychically gifted. Reports of supposed successful tests were met with skepticism from the scientific community. Shocking. So, yeah.
Well, in the scientific community's defense, hey, do that again. Well, I can't.
You gotta understand, they had the extra. You know, that's right. And they, you know. So this continuing skepticism with its consequences for peer review and research funding ensured that paranormal studies remained a fringe area of scientific exploration, meaning no one's going to put money into something when you can't even really iron out how it's being done, and there's no guarantee that you can actually provide anything. Yeah, here's a few $1 million. Well, they actually did that. That was the government. This was a long time ago. However, in the 1960s, the prevailing counterculture attitudes muted some of the prior hostility. Meaning, this was that hippies, they make everything better. There was this whole, like, love's in the air, and you can open your mind with drugs and shit like that. And the government, speaking of things, went, drugs, open some minds.
Open some minds, all right.
Yeah. So this emergence of New Age thinking and the popularity of the human potential movement provoked a mini renaissance, I guess you could say, or renewed public
talk about the human potential movement in the Minister Code.
Yeah, this renewed interest of the public in consciousness studies and psychic phenomena, and helped make financial support more available for research in these topics. It really was a whole different time in this country. Very, like, kind of feeling like people were into that stuff.
Right. Because anything was possible, as long as we love.
Love is in there.
And have enough acid.
Love is everywhere. That's right. All things are possible through drugs. See, perhaps to drugs, kids. That's what we're getting at.
That's exactly where we're going.
So in the early 70s, these cats, Harold Puthoff and Russell Targ, joined the Electronics and Bioengineering Laboratory at Stanford Research Center. We talked about them earlier.
How many times in this show do we talk about people that sound like absolute nut jobs? And they're like, yeah, then they joined Harvard.
Yeah.
After a fellowship at MIT.
So there, they both initially studied paranormal there, and they were supported with private funding from the Parapsychology Foundation and the Institute of Noetic Sciences. That sounds like Ghostbusters at the beginning. Remember, like when they're at the university, like, what the hell do you do?
It does not sound like the beginning of a program on PBS.
Yeah.
This program is brought to you by the Herman G. Gilman Foundation and the Parapsychology Foundation, the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and viewers like you.
I guess one might ask, did all that research work? Did it work, John? What did they find out?
They didn't find out much. In the late 70s, the physicists John Taylor and Eduardo Balanovsky tested the psychic psychic in quotes, Matthew Manning in remote viewing, and the results proved completely unsuccessful.
But I don't understand. He's a psychic. How did it work?
If he was a psychic, he should have told him it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, exactly. So one of these early experiments touted to improve the methodology of remote viewing testing and as raising future experimental standards was criticized as leaking information to the participants by inadvertently leaving clues. So even their methodology for testing these things were faulted when they actually looked into it. And some later experiments had negative results when those clues were removed.
Wait, so you're telling me they didn't give them the answers to the test and then they couldn't get the right answers?
Weird how that works out.
It is.
So the viewer's advice of the Stargate project was always so unclear and non-detailed that it has never been used in any intelligence operation, allegedly.
On being asked to ascertain the whereabouts of General Manuel Noriega, had replied,
Ask Angela Lansbury. Say again, Tim. Ask Angela Lansbury. We asked Angela Lansbury. And she said she didn't know where General Noriega was.
She's still recovering from a scissor kick by Bill Bratsky. What happened to this experiment? These men who stared against the
Well, in the early 90s, the Military Intelligence Board, which might or might not be a oxymoron, appointed the Army Colonel William Johnson to manage the remote viewing unit and evaluate its usefulness.
Willie Johnson. Colonel Ding Dong. Let's go.
Subsequently, funding dissipated, and the program went into decline. It was then transferred out of the DIA to the CIA in '95. That's when the CIA hired the American Institutes for Research, the AIR, to perform a retrospective evaluation of the results generated by Stargate Project.
At that time, that had been going for 20 years, since sem'S.
Reviewers included Ray Hyman and Jessica Utz. What a last name. Hyman, Mr. Hyman. Utz maintained there had been a statistically significant positive effect. Brent, you alluded to this earlier. Some subjects scoring 5 to 15% above chance.
Is that a lot? Like,
no,
maybe it is. I'm just not getting that, right?
Don't you feel like I feel like I could accidentally do 5 to 15% better than chance?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they would call that chance, but
yes, but yeah, I'm just statistically more lucky than some people.
Because it's not like they had. They said certain subjects. It's not like all subjects were in there for 20 years, and they had 20 years of research on every subject.
Right.
One subject might just be there for a year, and they just kind of did better.
That's exactly right.
That's just what it seems like to me. Well, what do I know? I'm just on a podcast. Hyman argued that Utz's conclusion that ESP has proven to exist is premature, to say the least. So I'm in bed with Hyman.
Thank you. I don't see what you did there.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Where are you at, Skinsters, about? Better late than never. Good job, buddy.
That is the first joke he has made on this show that actually could be mistaken for funny.
I mean, I disagree with that, but I appreciate the compliment.
So Hyman said the findings had yet to be replicated independently and that more investigations would be necessary to legitimately claim the existence of paranormal functioning, which means he looked at that and said, nope, but maybe we can keep looking. And based upon both of their studies, which recommended a higher level of critical research and tighter controls, the CIA termed it the $20 million project later in '95. So, no more menu stare coats because they wanted to dump more money into something after 20 years. So the whole thing was, maybe, why don't we put more money on it?
We can do a little bit better than flipping your coins.
Exactly, right? Bring back those dowsers. We want to drive back into that a little bit. Time magazine stated in '95 that 3 full-time psychics were still working on a $500,000 a year budget out of Fort Meade, Maryland, which would soon actually be shut down. And the AIR report concluded that no usable intelligence data was ever produced out of any of the programs. And David Gosling of the American Institute for Research said there's no documented evidence that has any value to the intelligence community. It's a hell of a statement. Or hell of a letdown if you're, one of the guys who really wanted to document it. Some guy
documented.
Some guy stated he was a psychic and he made $500,000 a year. Well, that's pretty damn good. Like, what do you do for a living as a psychic for the government and make $500,000 a year? Good for you, buddy.
Good job if you can get it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a bee farmer.
It's an apiarist. Apiarist.
Do I look like the kind of person who would use a bad apiarist? Oh, man. So that's the official report. I think it's break time, John. We got to chew on this a little bit. But when we come back, what do the whistleblowers and insiders say? This is still around today and more. We'll come back on this.
I'm going to remote view what happens when you come back.
I already know. I've been there.
You traveled? Let's talk about review.
Real journalists, you have to be
Unwanted family guests are like fish. They start to stink after 3 days. So what's the best mattress for them this holiday season? Definitely not a Nectar. Then they'll never leave. Flip those fish your old mattress and put your human body on a Nectar. Prices start at just $499, and you get $399 in accessories thrown in, a 365-night home trial, and a forever warranty. A fresher deal than your mackerel mother-in-law, right? Go to nectarsleep.com today.
Letting him tell the truth about Joe Biden. That's another thing that's really interesting about, like,
I have this aghast look on my face when you remote viewed this part of the program.
That's how you pick on your nose.
I'm not picking my nose right now.
No, you
So you were incorrect.
You will be later.
Oh, okay. Good. Nation, welcome back. We are still talking remote viewing, and it is time to open up your third eye. The third eye, or the mind's eye, is a mystical and esoteric concept of a speculative, invisible eye. It's not a physical thing, but more of a spiritual thing.
Give me sight beyond sight. So what you're saying is the sword from Thundercats.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Thundercats! Oh!
You're welcome.
Yes, yeah. Now that your ears are bleeding. Which provides perception beyond ordinary sight.
Yeah, it's there for all of us. Most of us just aren't enlightened enough to understand it and to be able to use it. I'm saying that you, not me.
Not you, of course, of course. Now, if we aren't, we can always just tap into our pineal gland.
Well, so funny you say that, John, because as we look,
funny, haha, like I'm a clown, like I'm here to amuse you.
Well, so the thing is, some believe that humans had in far ancient time the actual third eye on the back of their head with a physical and spiritual function. And over time, the human evolved.
What movie was that where they reaches around to the back of his head and feels an eye? Was that
what's like remote viewing? I can't decide if I actually remember that or I'm just seeing it in my head picture.
No, it was what's the first two to the
It was
first?
his shoulder when in Army of Darkness where he had an eye on his shoulder.
Yes, it was his shoulder.
Yeah. But they actually got over time this eye evolved and it sunk into their head and now is what is known as the pineal gland, like you're talking about. I mean, we've never found any evidence to back that up, but many people think that.
So we were going to do an entire episode on the pineal gland, and we started doing the research and like, no,
we just got real high on adrenochrome and
so we've talked before about the reptilians wanting your adrenochrome and to drink it, especially adrenochrome of children. Right, because it produces extract.
Yes.
The pineal gland supposedly produces said adrenochrome.
Yeah, and it's people maintain that it's light sensitive and is responsible for like the production and the release of DMT.
The one thing that we know is true is the pineal gland exists. There is a thing inside you called the pineal gland.
Well, but this DMT is what's believed some people believe it's excreted in large quantities in the moments of birth and death, and they think that's where it comes from. And it's lots of drugs with this pineal gland is what we're talking about. Maybe we need to get the black market pineal gland exchange.
But if you're woke, you know that the pineal gland, you can manipulate your pineal gland to release certain chemicals and give you that actual third eye to be more capable of remote viewing.
If you guys send me $100, I'll go to my doctor and say I think I have a leaky pineal gland. I'll film it. You guys can see what happens. $100 seems like I'll sell my dignity for $100, right?
Dude, you'd sell your dignity for $350 and a side of fries.
$350. So that's how we got that cleared up. So now we know what the pineal gland is, John. We're not all third eye blind.
Oh no.
That's how it's going to be, John. Oh.
For the love of God, someone unplug me.
It's going to be when you don't know me anymore.
I think you need to cut that out. There's copyright infringement.
Cut it out.
There's just there's problems.
So John, now that we know what this,
He's done awful things to people, and he'll do awful things to you.
and the Dream Chrome and all that stuff, how can they brush up on the remote viewing skills? Where do they go? Is there a mail away thing?
Or the back of a comic book.
Yeah.
Luckily for our listeners, they can go to the International Remote Viewing Association.
Well, of course, right? I mean, it's right there in front of me.
Why wouldn't there be one?
Right. The IRVA, if you're in the know.
And of course, it's international. I mean, it says international. Like, what is the?
They got a place in Vancouver.
Like the headquarters is in Prague.
Well, it's actually in the basement of the Hague. It's serious.
I was gonna say the Hague. Nice. The IRVA is a non-profit organization dedicated to promoting the responsible use and development of remote viewing.
As long as it's responsible, we can go ahead. I give it the green light.
They're an independently formed member organization of scientists, remote viewing professionals, that's also an oxymoron, students, and other interested persons.
So there's that, yeah. I mean, they sound legit to me just from hearing you. So keep going.
They describe remote viewing as a novel perceptual discipline for gaining information not available to the ordinary physical senses. Used extensively by so-called psychic spies during the Cold War for classified military projects, it has a long history both as an intelligence gathering tool and the subject of research and applications in the civilian world.
Time out. Now it's funny because they said no intelligence has ever been gathered from this, so we're cutting ties. But keep reading what they say.
But this is what they...
Yeah, exactly.
No, they said documented. No, they said documented.
That's true. That's true.
Remote viewing has now taken a long step into the public domain with the formation of a professional association to educate, research, propose standards, test performance, and promote public awareness of this unique human mental capacity.
So they're just helping us be the better us.
We're collecting money. Collecting
one or the other.
One of the two.
Who was the guy from...
I want one of the T-shirts.
Who was the guy from the Montauk Project? Because I'm sure he's involved.
Oh,
what was his name?
Stuart Swerdlow.
I am sure this guy is on the board. I too am human, and I enjoy remote viewing as something that humans can do with my human computer.
For a low investment, I too will teach you.
Yeah, I'll teach you the basic human skills needed to remote view. My wife, also named Swordlow, happy to assist in the human black remote viewing.
So, folks, if you've been sitting there listening to this entire episode, wondering how you can get in on the action, you now know.
IRVA. It also sounds like something you get from Burning Man during unprotected sex.
That burns. That literally burns. I do want one of their T-shirts. Do they have T-shirts? Can we look into this?
Burning Man or IRVA?
Yes. I want the special edition Burning Man IRVA shirts.
Yeah.
Imagine if you could dry, detangle, style, and volumize your hair all in one step. Well, it's easy with the Knot Doctor All-in-One Dryer Brush by Conair. Create beautiful blowout styles at home with a powerful 1,000-watt motor for quick drying and easy glide Flexolite bristles for snag-free detangling. Customize styling with 3 heat settings and use the Cool Shot to lock in your look. Ionic technology reduces frizz, bonus attachment volumizes your hair, and makes a great gift for yourself or someone special. Go to Conair.com for the Knot Doctor All-in-One Dryer Brush now.
They're not the only players in the game, though, Joe. You've got another ad. The Farside Institute has been conducting...
Those are great comics. Those are great comics.
Since 1995.
Oh, you said Farsight.
The Farsight. They're not really hiding what they're doing there. It's perfect name for the Farside Institute. They have remote viewed and conducted information, John, on the following incidents, which you and all of our listeners can pay a nominal fee to learn about. The War in Heaven.
Whoa, wait a second. We talked about being able to view things across the globe. We even talked about being able to view things across space and across time. We never talked about being able to view things in heaven.
Now we have. Tunguska, Area 51, Roswell UFO crash, Martin Luther King,
Adolf Hitler, the JFK assassination, the Phoenix Lights, aliens on Lapidus, Sidonia on Mars, you know, that good old face on Mars, the 9/11 Project, just to name a few. And like I said, for a nominal fee, you can learn about.
Like they were, oh, McCain is dead. John McCain is dead. He's been gone for a while. I feel like there's somebody else who had it, but maybe not. But you know what's crazy? Did Rumsfeld just die? I'm not sure. Oh, maybe that's it. They got me. They got you with a scam. Isn't it crazy that which, you know, like there's a million examples of this. It's just like how tone deaf the Kamala Harris campaign was. That they now I don't know how much Dick Cheney they like, but Liz Cheney they started bringing up his trail.
Cheney endorsed him.
He came out to endorse it and say that Donald Trump is the most dangerous threat to America, and then she started campaigning with Liz Cheney, like as if. I mean, it's just forget even like the fact that obviously, like I'm the anti-war guy, and I think all these people are blood-soaked monsters who should burn in hell for eternity. But leave all that aside. Just the politics of it. Liz Cheney lost her congressional race by like 50 points. What market is that? Like, what margin on the edges did they think, like, I know what'll move this. Okay, we're down, but we're not out. Bring in the Cheneys, and then we're going to tell them about how much we love fucking the war in Iraq or something like that. And I think it was just a signal to, like, military contractors to be like, hey, we're cool, you know, like, send us some more money.
Internally, apparently, they already knew they were losing.
Yeah, they said from
which makes the spending weirder.
Yeah, well, evidently the internal polling. There's a few really interesting questions about this because it's been reported that the internal polling of Biden before he dropped out was like a crazy landslide, way more than what Trump ended up winning by. Like they had him winning like 500 I forget what it was. It was like a crazy fucking blowout. And then similarly, when Kamala Harris took over, like they knew. But then there's also something interesting where it's like, hey, so like pollsters, could we ever get the real polls? How come like they can figure out the real polls?
Right.
But then because there was something like, there's only been a few elections in my life that I remember where like it was just obvious who was going to win. Like Obama in 2008, right. It was obvious. Right. You could not have convinced anyone. Like, looks like John McCain's the front runner. Right. No, it fucking does not. Like this black Jesus has drawn 80,000 people, and then John McCain's over here. Like, oh, I think we can do. You know, it's like clearly this guy's losing, and this guy's going to win. But the polls reflected that. It was like, oh yeah, Obama was up big in the polls. But this year, everything you could see, taste, touch, like it was just, obviously Donald Trump. Everywhere Donald Trump went, he's getting like a king's greeting. He's like, with all the culture is totally shifted in his direction.
Imagine if they hadn't astroturfed those conventions for Kamala Harris. Imagine if they hadn't paid people to show up. How many people would be there? They'd have an arena.
It would have been. Imagine, like, right? It wasn't people coming to see Beyonce, and they just had to come see Kamala Harris, and all. You know, it was this campaign was the Kamala Harris, and this is part of the reason why, even though I am really upset with Donald Trump, I'm upset with a lot of the cabinet people too. I mean, honestly, look, Bobby, I will say, does seem to at least be doing some real structural, like he's talking about really, you know, changing some things at the health department. I think maybe he could take a break from tweeting about the virus of anti-Semitism, but whatever. Tulsi, I'm really upset with over, you know, her like cheering on these strikes. I thought she was supposed to be the one who was going to stand up in that signal group and say something and not just leave it to JD. And I think Donald Trump's messing up in a lot of ways. But I really, at least at this point, like if he invades Iran and we have another war there, then I will apologize for voting for him. I think I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. But short of that, I do think it was the right thing to do. And part of it was like that had to be exposed. Because this Kamala Harris ticket, it was the most astroturfed ticket ever. Yeah. You know, like it's one thing. Look, Obama had a lot of institutional support. It wasn't as organic as they made it out to be. You know, like,
but there was a lot of
but he had real support. Yeah. Like he did have real grassroots support. She never won She didn't win a primary. She didn't win a delegate when she ran for president. She didn't even make it to Iowa. It was all fake. It was all phony. And it was like that had to be exposed.
It's dangerous. That's dangerous. Because if they can get that through with her, even if you like her or anything, she would have done a great job. It's scary that you're giving that kind of power. And the same people that were auto-penning all those Biden executive orders would have been in charge for another 4 years, if not forever.
Yeah, that's right. And look, even, you could say whatever, that Joe Biden just feared that Donald Trump would abuse the Justice Department, which is, a little ironic to accuse him of the thing you're actually guilty of doing. But to go out and to pardon your family, and forget the family, that's a little less relevant, but to pardon Fauci and go back to 2014, why'd you pick that year? Joe, obviously Joe Biden didn't pick anything, but who's the person who picked that we got to go back and give this guy blanket immunity going all the way back? Like, come on, dude. What the fuck?
It's crazy.
It's too much.
It's crazy. And who really signed that? That's the other thing. The thing about using auto pen for writing all those pardons, does that count? Is there a legal battle about that? Because if you can't remember, if Mike Johnson testifies that he brought up the natural gas deal, and he's like, why did you do it? And he's like, I didn't.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you did. And then he asks to be alone with Mike Johnson. So he always has handlers with him. And then when he's alone with him, then Biden tells him, I didn't sign that.
Yeah.
And then you realize it's the same signature.
Well, when you're the level of senile that Joe Biden was, it's not like it leads to the question, like, how easy was it for everybody to manipulate him?
Also,
because you could just tell him he did or didn't do something, and he may not, we don't know, there was this one thing, look, like, one of the things on October 7th, and I try almost to avoid this topic sometimes because I don't want it to come off like I'm downplaying the horrors of October 7th. Like, Hamas invaded Israel, they did some really fucked up shit. They indiscriminately killed a bunch of civilians, and they had grenades and rifles, and it was horrible. They took a bunch of hostages, and really interesting. However, there were some claims that were made that turned out not to be true. The 40 beheaded babies and some of the claims of mass rapes and stuff like that just turned out not to be true. They were set in the fog of this thing. Whatever, I'll give the benefit of the doubt of maybe it was, I think they were kind of abused by some politicians in order to get you to turn your brain off, to be very emotional and not pay attention to what this response is going to be. But Joe Biden claimed that he had seen the videos of the beheaded baby. And then it turned out to just that never happened. And then you're almost wondering, you're like, was he lying? Does he not remember? Did someone just tell him that you've seen that? And because he's a senile man,
he's also a liar.
Well, that's all. That's right. So it's impossible to know because he's also been a liar his whole life. He's also the guy who's like, I was first in my class, graduated with multiple degrees, and blah blah blah. And you're like, none of this is even kind of true. None of it's even kind of true.
Yeah, and it's just wild that you could be too old and senile to stand trial for having classified documents, but yet you're fine giving out pardons.
Yeah.
Like, how do you let a person with a mental disease give out pardons? That seems like that's the guy to manipulate. And if it turns out that guy gives out more pardons than anyone ever upon leaving office. Yeah. How's that? That seems like those shouldn't be legit.
Well, look, on its own, of course not. But on its own, that and there were things that come above that to me, like COVID and the war in Ukraine and a whole bunch of other shit. But that alone is like Kamala Harris and the corporate media and they had to lose. Yeah. You can't do that. You can't Emperor's New Clothes the entire American public and fucking just lie through your teeth pretending this guy's not a vegetable.
Wow, time's good, man.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Love you to death. You're awesome. Appreciate you very much. Tell everybody how they watch your show.
Part of the problem is my podcast where I talk about all this political news stuff, and then Legion of Skanks is where I'm a degenerate with my comedian friends. Check both of those out. Skankfest is in New Orleans this year. If anyone wants to go, that's going to be a lot of fun. I believe it's September of this year. And then, RobertCaveSmith.com if you want to come see me on the road. Beautiful. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I have these shades. You know why? I'll think this gold.
Because the future's so bright. You gotta wear shades.
Oh, well, nuclear war. The Flash, you have 59.
Oh, yeah, it's good protection. I heard that. Get under the table as well. You remember that in high school? Did they do that in your high school?
No, they, okay, yeah.
They used to
So
tell
47,
us,
so
get under the, I'm
yeah,
10
my
years
parents,
old.
they did that too. Oh, yeah.
They told you get under the table.
Like,
Like,
that's
what?
surprisingly long.
It's like a mask for COVID. It's basically the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
that is not working. Getting under the table is so dumb. It's a fucking nuclear blast that annihilates buildings. You're saying getting under my stupid desk with the clamshell? Or those desks with the clamshell?
It's the only shot, yeah. That's what my first desk I had as a kid. It's the only shot we got. Now, I saw Indiana Jones get in the fridge. Got on the,
yeah, that was good.
Who was he in Trinity? I don't know. You see the test. He got in the fridge. They really made them things back then. You know?
What the fuck? Can you imagine being those guys in like the Manhattan Project when they first do it? They first detonate it and they're like, what in the holy fuck?
Yeah, well, they kind of didn't know what was going to happen, right?
They didn't know. There was a less than zero chance that it would burn up the entire atmosphere of the Earth instantaneously and all life would be over.
Well, the chance we've got to take.
They took it. They just took it.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
wonder if it was bigger than they thought about. Like, I wonder what. So, like, no one had ever seen a nuclear explosion before those people did.
are they too close?
Well, they definitely weren't really far away, right?
I know a few of them.
They're
where
watching
people
it
were
from
too close.
Well, the real problem is the area where they did it is radioactive forever. Like they did a bunch of these tests out in the desert, and then John Wayne and his crew went out there and all got cancer. Yeah, exactly.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
And
which
they
is
didn't
a
know
terrible
what
movie.
It's one of the most amazing because it's cursed from the gate.
Yeah,
and
it's probably cursed by Genghis Khan.
I hope
And if
it
you're
was.
gonna make a bullshit version of one of the most fascinating human beings that has ever lived, a bullshit version of their life, it would be a John Wayne movie from the 1960s.
I look
was
at
it
it.
even the 60s? Was it the 50s?
Is that the original?
Whitewash movie?
Well, not white. No, not whitewash. But the Jada Pinkett Smith made Cleopatra, where it's like Cleopatra's black and on Netflix. It was like she clearly sees Cleopatra as her, and it's like a suck up to herself. And John Wayne, I'm sure, was thinking that with Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan was 65.
Yeah, so that's like Jada.
Oh, it says 56. The Conqueror.
Yeah, this is the
What
same.
was the? Hold on. What was the 65 one? Who did that one? Is that John Wayne? No. Oh, Omar Sharif. Okay.
That's
So
closer.
they've done a few of them. Yeah, you're getting a little closer with Omar Sharif. But even then, you should be getting a guy from Mongolia. I mean, if you want me to believe that it's Genghis Khan, you find a guy in Mongolia. There's got to be a guy.
Oh, I don't. I want that.
Acting's not that hard.
I don't want you to believe. I want you to identify with him and see yourself reflected. That's John. There's John Wayne, locally wanting to see himself reflected in the story of Genghis Khan.
Do you think so? I think it
all
was
these
a
actors.
giant movie.
Yeah.
They offered him a shit ton of money. And he's a giant movie
It's not
star.
his project?
And there was only like 5 movie stars back then. Was it John Wayne's project?
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I took up my Trump. One Piece is really hot. Now I put this on.
You put it over your clothes, though.
I put it on over my shirt because I with a
Where
great
did
job
you
so
get it?
far.
Where did you get that thing?
Out there, every time I come, Jamie has a box of his own merch. Okay, let me tell you, I put this on to celebrate. I told Jamie, because Hawk Tua has been pardoned. This is finally. Julian Assange only took, what did it take, 20 years?
Are you serious or are you joking?
I'm dead serious. Same
Okay,
thing.
so is that because she didn't have anything to do with the crime, or is it because there wasn't a crime? What is it?
There's a crime. I don't think.
But is the crime, is it illegal? This is the question with all this like fake money stuff. This is why it's so confusing. If you have these meme coins and people are genuinely making millions of dollars from real meme coins, but it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of a fake money, and anybody can kind of make it and then sell it. Like there's no rules, right? Like you can dump it, right?
Did I tell you my buddy was making? They make those AI slaves that they stack to make like memes and coins. Now, a lot of you guys in Puerto Rico or like Dominican Republic because of taxes. Yeah. So the guys that make those coins, they refer to people who buy those coins as degenerate gamblers.
Right.
Because that's what they are. So that's all it is. I mean, you could say, why is the stock market less degenerate gambling than that? I guess because, I don't know why. Maybe you get backed up on certain investments by the government because there's a little bit more fake regulation. I don't know.
It is kind of crazy that it's based entirely on information and confidence about a company. And it can go up or down depending upon who, like, the CEO gets caught sleeping with or what new environmental laws.
It sounds like magical is what it sounds like.
Crazy. And your whole, like in 2008 when everything just crashed, there was this dude who lived next to me. I had a lot next to my house in California. This guy wanted to build a house. It was the saddest fucking thing, man. Because this was like 2012 when we were living there. This dude was raking his lawn, and so I went over just to talk to him. There's no house there. And the dude would just like clean up brush and shit. He was like a responsible landowner. He didn't even have a property, a house on it. And I said, "Are you going to build here? Because I knew you were going to build here a while back, but we never heard anything." He's like, "I lost everything in the crash." He goes, "I saved up all my life working. I had this dream to build this house on this. And the property was really beautiful. It was like on the top of the hill, like looking down on this valley. It would have been an amazing place to like finally die. Right? Get to the end. This guy was old, and he was just like super bummed out.
It's just John Steinbeck story you got.
It's all just based. It's all just based on like it's not gold. Right? It fluctuates. Companies can go under. The stock market can crash. Money can disappear. It's like, it's not stable. It's a wild gamble.
Some would call it Babylonian money magic.
But it's so nuts that that's what our economy is based on. Instead of like actual assets.
I mean, crazy about it.
But it's so crazy that you can do the meme coin thing where you can just have like, okay, let's just have almost no rules and just go buck wild and have cock coins and have cock coin trading for $150 a coin.
It's a bunch of nerds that some of the nerds are smarter than the other nerds, but they all think they're smarter than not. That's how we get tricked, because on Hot Bitcoin, I could ask all these other examples here, but I'm pretty sure the people that got scammed thought they were going to get out early. Like they had been sold, and I know this has to be illegal. They were sold the idea that they were the initial, the early bird, whatever the hell.
They can't pull the
and they weren't.
you.
Yeah, and they weren't because they had gotten in on the ground floor. So that's why I think that if I had to guess where the big fraud is, he's like George Foreman with his grill. Like George Foreman didn't make a grill.
Right.
I told you
She's
Howie.
22 years old. That girl probably knows almost nothing.
She was jack shit.
I know almost nothing, and she probably knows less than me.
Howie Mandel's son-in-law is the guy behind Hot Bitcoin.
What?
I told you last time. His name's DJ something.
Did you?
DJ Play.
So much information when I talk to you. When I get a text message from you, I always take a deep breath.
I know. Well, sometimes. Yeah.
What do we got?
Anyway, that thing you're saying, were you just describing the market right now?
Yeah.
I was just chuckling like, oh yes, but Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme. Not that shit. Social Security is the word. That's the one that we got to tackle. That scheme. Not all the other things, such as what you just described pretty well, I think.
Okay, so what are the big problems with Social Security? Let's lay it out. As seen by Kurt.
People are going to want it because they paid into it. Entitled. That's a problem I see. Got to get in there. Dude, why are you a fan? And is 100% right. He said it on Jimmy's show. Was that Trump? Trump says he's not going to touch it. All these pricks on both sides want to cut that out. And then they want to you should have the freedom to invest into the stock market or like a 401k. You know the things that sometimes are like Hot Bitcoin that don't pay out? Social Security's never missed a payment to anybody. That's probably to a fault. So I'm sure there is fraud because it's never missed a payment. So why don't you go get the fraud out of it? Okay. I'm actually irritated thinking about it because we played Howard Lutnick. Did you see that guy Howard Lutnick? It's Trump's Commerce Secretary, I want to say, talking to what the hell was he talking to about why Social Security? He goes, if my mother-in-law, who's 95, I didn't get her Social Security tax, she's not going to call and complain. Really, billionaire guy, your mother-in-law will be fine.
I did hear someone say that. I saw it.
Great pick, Trump.
I didn't see him say it, but just there's no way to do that right. Like to look at that statement the most charitable way. Do you know people are living barely? There's so many people. If you're on Social Security, you're getting a very small amount of money or a very fixed income.
Then you're owed.
And if you miss a month, that's a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah.
And you're old, and you don't need that kind of stress in life. You know, if you're old as fuck, and then all of a sudden your Social Security stops, that's fucking terrifying.
Well, you know what the plan is? By these prick oligarchs. What they want is, so first Doge. So just everybody freaking out about Doge, which you're such a uninformed. Doge is not going to be anything. I got news for everybody. Ask Thomas Mazzi. That guy's who's right. That continuing resolution means everything got funded again until the next time when they're going to do another continuing resolution, because they said last time this is going to be. That's what Mazzi explains. So everything's funded plus another $6 billion for the Pentagon. So people are freaking out, but there's nothing cut. But you know what I bet they are going to get to? Your entitlements.
Wait a minute.
They'll make sure to cut that.
But they have
not Ukraine, not Israel, God forbid.
Well, they haven't even started with military. So, but just right now, like the USA stuff, right? If they definitely have cut a lot.
That's discretionary, so that just means the money's still in the budget, but I don't know, it'll go all to Israel. I have no idea what it means. It's discretionary. It's discretionary.
Wait a minute, so that means the programs are cut, but the money is still allocated somewhere else?
It's still up there in the blob going to whatever. Do you think they really made a Guatemalan gender non-binary musical? No, they didn't. Somebody bought a gun or something. You know, it's that crap.
Of course.
So literally no change. And people.
Wasn't it genius, though, to call it USA? Because you have to be for it.
Well,
it's like Patriot Act.
I think this part should be the crime because it's USA ID, not USA. But they color the A the same color as the I and the D.
Do they?
Yeah, so you think it's USA.
So dirty.
But I didn't know.
Is that really how they do it?
Yeah. USA. So see the deception on purpose with that?
That's rude.
Right.
That's rude.
It's USA ID, not
wow.
More like USA AIDS, am I right? Not to it.
It's so tricky.
Good. Put my name on that.
It's so tricky because USA just seems like a great name for a real charitable organization.
Yeah, it sounds like very charitable. You know why it sounds so America? Because it's called USA, but it's not for anyone here.
Right, but also you have to support all AIDS. Okay, if you're not even thinking, like no information in the news at all, if someone tells you, do you want to cut aid? You're a good person. You're going to say no. Of course we don't want to cut aid.
Oh.
This is U.S. aid. They're going to cut U.S. aid. Like, oh my God, where do I sign?
Well,
I want to stop. We need aid. Everyone needs aid.
Okay, but the leaders, see, look, I'm cynical as a guy who's never been in politics. The way these people operate is where they're saying the exact opposite of the thing they just said. That's conscious. They're doing that. They're like, that's the game. We got to just tell a complete lie and go completely back on it.
Well, even just calling it U.S. aid when it's the United States Agency for International Development.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Hey. What do you guys do?
Well, how about the Patriot Act when it's the U.S. Department of spying on your dick pics in your phone? How about that? Deception.
How about all of it?
Are we keeping the Patriot Act? I know that. I hope that
Let's ramp it up. We need a number 3.
We did.
The 2 is just too weak these days with all the cybersecurity risks.
I got great. This is my Timber Sycamore shirt.
What is that?
That's the operation where Obama started, to get rid of Assad and install an Al Qaeda lead here in Syria.
Wait a minute. It has a T-shirt?
No, I have a charity called Shirts for Kurds where I take the names of operations. I go, make me a T-shirt that I will wear around that looks like a band or something. So I got some good. This guy Fred Pound is able to sent this to me. He sent it to the club.
So what are you wearing? Timber Sycamore, classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and supported by the United Kingdom and some Arab intelligence services, including Saudi intelligence. The aim of the program was to remove Syrian President Bashar al-Assad from power. Launched in 2012 or 2013, it supplied money, weaponry, and training to Syrian opposition groups fighting Syrian government forces in the Syrian civil war. There's a lot of Syrians.
That's what we armed Al Qaeda. So
yeah,
any guys watching out there, if you got or gals that got any limbs blown off guard in a poppy field for a warlord, Al Qaeda, we installed them. We're back together with them. We're cool again. So you don't have to shoot them
not
if you see
all
them.
bad guys.
Al Qaeda?
Cut them some slack.
I like
what
it.
Did I
Al
send,
Qaeda,
what did I
man.
send you or something earlier today?
Oh, I didn't look at it. The Sean Wright thing?
About heroin. This episode is brought to you by Tacova. Has he ever wondered if you could?
I brought to light how we are sending $40 to $87 million to the Taliban, and for about a year now. It's more than that. I've mentioned it quite a few times, and I've seen it back before the State Department said they accidentally gave them the money.
Yeah.
You know how we left the wrong way and left all our stuff and didn't get it. We thought it was disabled, but it wasn't. Well, that's the lithium triangle that Afghanistan's in. So I'm sure that's part of the deal. We give them all our stuff. Hey, we played a good game. Give them some helicopters, and we could train terrorists there because most of the Islamists came from us, or Saudis, or Israel, or Pakistan. Most of them, and we paid them like $100 million out of the State Department. Maybe it was the USA. I don't know. But a dude who showed me a video of it that he wouldn't text it to me. He was like scared to text it to me. This guy used to be an international press man. He showed me a video of these Taliban guys and they did like a fort out of American money. like a way more than a chest high wall of money. And so he wouldn't send it to me. But then 2 weeks later, it comes out in the news that they accidentally. So they slipped in that they gave it to them, but they have lithium there because that's the name of the game, right?
I'm going to say this Sean Ryan thing, Jamie.
So he's right about that.
Sorry for the long pause.
So he's right what he's saying, but I'm like, you weren't aware of this earlier, Sean? As a guy that ran a cartel or whatever, that's where he came from. He's in Colombia running a drug network. They don't just let Americans do that unless they're elected. You know, come on.
Well, he was openly working for the government, right? When he was doing that?
Oh, you don't think he was selling the drugs on behalf of the government?
What I don't know what he's even admitted to doing.
It's a Kim.
By the way, I really like this guy. I know you have issues with him.
I don't have any personal issues.
I like him a lot.
Well, I don't have any personal issues.
I think
I don't want to say that he's a killer.
There's guys that get into the military, start working for the government, become agency people, get hired to do jobs all over the world, and I know a bunch of them. And they're some of the most interesting people I've ever met.
100%.
But they don't agree with the way things are being run. And if they've done that and then they step out, then they start talking about it like Sean Ryan, you got to kind of like...
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
That everything you're saying is perfectly reasonable. Now I remember when the guy who blew up his own Tesla outside of Elon's.
Yeah.
He had this like skull, and he was like, "Oh, we just got word that I got this email." Then and all of a sudden, next thing he's another, and we're not talking about it no more. That's very obvious.
Well, it is, but you know, it also could be if you don't like. How long has Sean Ryan been doing the show?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere.
One thing that does happen is you get duped. You know, we've been duped before. I've had people on the podcast where I'm like, this guy's kind of a con artist. Like, you get duped. And you get duped with stories. You get duped. People send you stuff that's not real. They send you down these rabbit holes that are stupid. If you're not seasoned in this, and I'm still fucking up all the time, but if you haven't done a lot of these kind of podcasts where you're talking about controversial issues, sometimes you say something that's not totally accurate, or maybe the people that are telling you the information aren't who they say they are. Maybe you're being purposely fed misinformation. It's fucking hard to figure it out sometimes.
It is for me. Now I'm just saying.
But what was proven about the letter? Right. So the dude wrote a letter, correct? Or was it an email? What was it?
He was. Who's the guy?
There's some writing that he was talking about.
Oh, about how somebody was it? Oh, Iran or China or somebody was. It was like with the drone.
Right. There's something to do with the Jersey drone situation, right?
Yeah. Which I'm guessing is Palmer Lucky's outfit, not China. So my guess, Palmer Lucky. That's on drones. Something to see how you deal with it, and nobody cares.
It's hard to trust super smart dudes who wear flip flops and podcasts. I saw him with the flip flops. I was like, this guy's too crazy.
I trust that he has some clearance.
Drones. So he doesn't even want to have shoes on.
I may be wrong, but I think his initial start, because he went through some bullshit where he was trying to sell the military something kind of like robot truck that puts out fires, which you need, but they don't want stuff that it's military. Like,
he sounds like a guy in a Spider-Man comic book that like is a reluctant hero. Like he was a bad guy doing bad things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's like a hacker they caught, and they're like, now you work for us.
It's just like, imagine that's your specialty. It's making awesome weaponry.
Yeah, well, you want to do what you do, I guess.
Right. Like if you're a comic, you want to tell jokes. If you're a guy who makes awesome weaponry, right, you want to fuck around and find out.
I mean, as a comic, you use murder language to talk about it, right? Yeah. Like, this was going to kill.
Yeah,
this was going to cavitate the back of your head out when I tell you about it. Yeah.
God damn. It's like,
well, look, I was just
Sean's show, he's had a few people on where I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't know about this guy.
I think Joe McMonagle.
But I've had a few people on like that. I've had a few people on where I was like, I don't know about this guy.
I'm not going off because I don't believe anything. I just want to hear a new story that doesn't make me bored because I heard a lot of stories, That's all.
Right.
So what happens then if you tell me something new I haven't heard, I'll remember it because I go, oh, that's interesting. I forget boring things. I remember everything that's interesting to me. So later, when I'm looking at new stuff on Sidekick and on Jimmy's or whatever, now I have all this. It's just the way you write jokes. Like I can cross-reference. I need as much data as I can get about every single thing,
Right.
So that I can make connections. That's just for joke writing and in any kind of writing. So you have to analyze stuff. So I just go off the old, a tree by its fruits, right? The Bible saying, I think is a correct saying. If I know the truth about certain current events and I'm watching and I know your background that you should know this or that, and maybe you don't though. I allow for that. I'm just saying I see a bunch of people. That woman from who was like ISIS is back and Iran is here. And
who's that woman?
The CIA lady.
That's a bad impression, by the way. I didn't know who
That's
you were talking about.
It was my impression of how she was talking about ISIS. So it's when the Tesla truck blew up. I've been making jokes about it, like, because I tell you, hey guys, ISIS is back, and no one cares.
Let's pause for a second. Yeah. And what did the guy say? Because let's find that note. No, the guy who blew himself up, the Tesla truck.
Oh yeah,
we never got to that.
Nice, Jamie.
There it is. It says, first off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 Black Ford Mustang. Black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. We've done this before, Jamie. So we read this all out, and the Mustang's not correct. That's part of the problem, right?
That might be a signal though. They're saying that could just be like a code.
Oh, right.
So that
which is really why you would say that in that way. Yeah. Right. That would be a way you could. Yeah, that makes sense actually. But why would you do that if this is going to be a public thing?
I don't know that it was meant to be public, but this FBI, I guess, verified that it was from him. They didn't verify the content. They just said, that he sent it.
Right.
Oh,
so who did he send it to?
Look at this.
Shimei, who's a guy who does like an Instagram account that talks about like military stuff. I don't know if he's like a whistleblower officially, but
okay. By the way,
military account.
So this level of bullshit and this, it was bewildering when I read this about drones. Blaming China. Now I remember because I had joked about China send the drones because it's both of this. And then he does the Chinese spy balloon bullshit. If a Chinese spy balloon, they made up all these little details after the fact. There's actually an article where military goes, it's more than likely not a spy balloon. It got from mainland China, a big white balloon. This is China on it. Got over all our bases in the Pacific, which if you look at the map of how many bases we have, it looks like a sex offender registry. Okay? All our balloon sensing equipment, I assume, from the trillions of dollars they just lose making our amazing force, got past them to Billings, Montana. No, that was a actual balloon. There was unseasonable. I believe the simpler explanation of the unseasonable winds blew a balloon into Billings, Montana, and that's why Biden didn't shoot it down. We've had this happen many times with those balloons. Then they go, oh, baby, we shot down 2 more balloons that might be UFOs. Remember that bullshit?
Yeah.
And as soon as you hear all the nonsense coming out, you're like, what is this? So the balloon was just that, a weather balloon. They all know it. Remember, like, Biden, why didn't you shoot down this balloon? It's a spy balloon. Why? Yeah, he purposely left the spy balloon to spy on us. It's such bullshit. And then,
wait a minute, what do you think this spy balloon was?
A balloon.
But it had electronics on it. It had like.
Oh, okay. No, if you look at Zillow, I'm pretty sure it body scans your whole fucking face. You know, like.
Does it?
Like, girl likes to look at houses on Zillow. Dude, your phone, the way it's used to track you is unbelievable. And amateurs, that's how we. I'm pretty sure the Bernie and AOC rallies where I'm like, there's no way that many people are going to see these losers.
Well,
There's
that's
no
a
way.
fact.
But they tracked the phones of the people.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then they knew the same people kept going to the same Bernie and AOC concert.
They were going there, and they were also going to Kamala Harris rallies, and they were going to a bunch of other different left-wing protests. That's a thing.
People get paid to be Democrat.
They get paid. It's a real job.
Yeah.
Like, you can get real money, much more money than you make working at McDonald's, to just show up and grab a sign and get in the stands. And so you can get 24,000 people. You know, you have to pay them, but if you do, they'll go, and you can just keep doing that if you have an insane amount of money.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've been doing for a while, ever since the Tea Party.
The amount of money that she spent on that campaign.
She ran a great campaign. You got to admit that.
It was pretty rock tight. What was the
Every
total?
Diddy suspect. Beyonce, not singing, just talking. Great commercials reaching out to men. Not going on your show, going on the caller. I think that's Hop to his mom, or Call Her Daddy. Great job, guys. And she lost. The cherry on top of that great campaign.
Well, what was really funny was afterwards they were asking for money. After it's over, like, why didn't you say stuff?
Because they did after Roe v. Wade to the Democrats.
Yeah, they did immediately.
Right after.
Immediately, donate.
Which is like.
Donate to the Democratic Party, we're going to protect Roe v. Wade.
Screaming about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who always thought Roe v. Wade should be overturned on the legal reasons. Because it's a bad, in her mind, a bad ruling. Katie Couric edits out her real feelings out of the book, you know?
There's really no way other than AI judges. AI government. That's the only way.
Well, I don't. Who's going to program God? Who's going to program that God that I can believe in?
It's going to program
Muslims.
itself.
It better not be Muslims.
We're going to allow it to program itself.
Oh, well,
And
I
it's
bet
gonna
you that's something like that has happened several times.
Well, it's going to happen. I don't know if it has happened. Why do you think it has happened?
Because all these elite, you know, they go, oh, who's the secret elite running?
Right.
Well, here's a clue, and I don't know if this is an obviously. You know, we still have royalty everywhere. You know, by definition, a bloodline that it should be over you that for some reason we're obsessed with. Here in America, where we rebelled, people fight over Snow White, the Bavarian fairy tale. To inculcate you with bloodline shit. And then people are mad at the big head girl that what's her fucking name? That she looks like a mothership alien. The Snow White they got, the Puerto Rican Snow White. I'm forgetting her name.
I did not know where you were going there.
You know,
yes.
Okay.
The young lady.
So when it first
what's her name? Rachel?
Yeah, so now if you notice the spin on it, they're putting it all on her. I mean, I'm sure she sucks, but she is very young. How about
a fucking kid, right?
She didn't write that script though, right? And I don't think she made the no dwarf decisions. That was Sir Peter Dinklage.
Well, that was crazy, right? Like, do you know when they did the original Snow White? I was listening to Cody Tucker on Instagram. He was talking about this. When they did the original version of The Wizard of Oz, they couldn't get dwarves because they'd all been killed by the Nazis. They had to bring them in to film things.
Wait, okay, hold on. Where did they film this?
God, I want to say, find out where the Wizard of Oz was filmed.
Wait, so the American dwarves were killed by the Nazis?
No. They didn't film it in America. They filmed it in like Bavaria, and there was no dwarves.
They didn't want to pay Union dwarves.
The Nazis had killed them all. Like no one talks about that apparently, but that was a thing that they killed all of them.
I find that surprising with their supposed love of
or Cody
German folklore that they would attack the luckiest creatures.
Or Cody was.
Maybe he's right.
I think it's not exactly that way.
Well, if the Nazi, if they wanted to create a master race, you'd have to imagine that, mentally handicapped people, all those types, they probably have pretty brutal measures for dealing with it.
Well, I know they did because they, as you know, copied them from us, where we started that first. That's the rocket effect.
We started that?
Yeah. Eugenics is from America. It's all the things are from America or England. All the things. You think of Nazis as some like an Al Qaeda that somebody funded because it worked out for them at the time, and so it didn't work out. But it's like constant gain of function, right? We just gotta
gain of function government. That's a great line. Gain of function government.
Yeah, hey, what if we make them more deadly? Oh no! Well, you guys got to be locked down because we cocked up some virus.
Did Carol recall that some of the Munchkins were German-born actors who performed throughout Europe in a midget troupe booked by showman Leo Singer, who arranged to bring them to the United States for filming? The Wizard of Oz allowed the actors to escape as Nazis began to extend their reach across Europe in the late 1930s. Well, when did they do The Wizard of Oz?
Dude,
Whoa, they were already killing people.
You just reminded me of something great. Okay. So this is one of my favorite historical. See how back in the day, the Jeffrey Hudson. Do you know about Jeffrey Hudson, the Queen's dwarf in England? So back in the day, when you see here, so 1619 to 1682. He's kind of anyway. Back then, royalty would collect, dwarves, or if you were really fat because you had some gland problem. There's a girl in Spain like that, and someone discovered you. Royals would keep you in a menagerie, like a dwarf, and you'd be like the court dwarf, like a Paris Hilton dog, from
Right.
So this guy Jeffrey Hudson, I can't remember Queen is, but for her birthday, they baked him into a pie. I mean, they didn't bake him, but they put him in a pie. Okay, so she presented this gigantic pie, and he jumps out and then starts dancing on the table, and she loved it. I think he belonged to another noble family. It's like, we could have him. So then he became her dwarf, and he had a little sword, and he would. One of her relatives, he would disguise himself as a poor person and go, and, yeah,
that laugh.
Look at my voice is gone from yelling at hobos. Look at him there, and there's with the Queen walking him. You gotta take care of him, Probably a better life than a full-size adult back then,
Imagine trying to be a jester back then, and walk the line between knowing what's across the line where the king's gonna cut your hand off.
Yeah, well, if you're this guy and you just jumped out of a pie, the king will let you say all kinds of stuff. It's like a fun roast.
I think the world was way more like Game of Thrones than we tend to believe.
Well, he based it on history. He based all that stuff on real history. Probably the dragon part. Sorry, JBR.
I wonder about the dragon part.
Well, wait. So this dude, one of her relatives or something, he stayed with them, and the guy would continue to be a poor person in the street, and he would bring Jeffrey with him. Okay, and then do an act, and he would sit down, and he would have these put out like a big loaf of bread, and then he would make him into a sandwich. That's one of his.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He would have them in his pocket, and then he would get out bread, and then he'd climb in and make a sandwich, and people loved it. I mean, I love it just thinking about it.
I went down the Dragon rabbit hole the other day.
Okay, there's the last thing, and there's a point. That little guy,
Yeah.
so he started getting a big head. Okay, and yeah, like how classic, like Howard Stern backpack kind of development, right? And he had, and he got captured by pirates, and he has a crazy life. Like he had a little sword, like they made him a sword for himself, and somebody set up the queen, and he challenged him to a duel. There's a guy, okay, with they had pistols back then. It was like a single shot pistol duel. And so the guy brought a water gun. The other guy was like, we're gonna fight the queen's dwarf, and he brought a real gun because he came to he came for the fame. He came and shot the guy with a real gun. The other guy had a squirt gun.
Oh my god!
Because he had put not to, and I'll bet Jeffrey Hudson was like, I'm glad I killed you, motherfucker. You brought a squirt gun on top of it. You know, like that's a guy really not taking you seriously. Your duel if he brought a water pistol. You think like my little fingers can't pull the trigger? That's how I take it.
The finals. Well, that's how stupid people were back then. He had completely dismissed that guy in every way, to the point where I didn't even think he would be able to shoot him.
It's like
how stupid is that?
It's cruel because that's like a kind of a cruel thing where you're like,
you want to squirt him in the face and everybody laughs.
Like, okay, dude, you guys treating him like the queen's old dog. He might have said something to that effect or something. Okay, but even a dog, you would be like, come on, as a dog, don't be like antagonizing the dog. So even if this guy's not affording humanity to Jeffrey Hudson, you know, like by saying the dog, he wasn't being cruel. You know what I mean? Like he was being like a cruel, you know, it's a pompous aristocrat. That's how they are. They don't think it can happen to them.
But let me get this straight. Did they use dwarves in Snow White, but they just didn't call them dwarves? Is that what it was?
So dwarfs?
So they had...
And dwarves are two different things. Yes, I've
No
learned
way.
this. I've learned
It's not a plural.
researching for this podcast, I would know.
Dwarves is not plural?
Right, so dwarfs, I don't know which one is which, I forget, but one is the fantasy kind, which are magical creatures and not human beings.
Right.
And the other kind, one is Tolkien.
One is dwarf
and he's
one is
specific.
dwarf.
Dwarf with the plural, dwarfs.
Is that it, Jay?
Oh,
okay.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, and then to tell what time it is. Do you know about dwarves? The war midgets.
That's what they were in The Hobbit.
Hold on now.
But he's talking about dwarfs.
Yeah, no, I mean, which is dwarf is it says
Yeah, so I don't know which one's which, but dwarves plural.
Why would it be the same?
Yeah, I don't think
there's also dwarfs with an F. I swear to God.
Well, there's dwarfism.
No, dwarfs.
Right, but how crazy is it that there's a folklore version? Did they have magic powers?
I know.
Did the folklore versions have magic powers, or were they just dwarves?
I imagine that they're probably based on the real life people that they then magicked up because my evidence is like Snow White itself. And
it says this type of supernatural being in Germanic folklore. Accounts of dwarves vary significantly throughout history. Dwarfs vary significantly throughout history. They are commonly, but not exclusively, presented as living in the mountains or stones and being skilled craftsmen.
And only males. So dwarfs with an F is the fantasy one.
Okay.
And they're
so
all men.
Dwarfs are all a bunch of gay guys.
Yeah.
Little tiny gay guys hanging out.
Well, they originally were.
Show up.
It was like 7 non-binaries or something.
But here's the question: for the new movie, what did they do? Did they? Because what I had heard was that they CGI'd things in there.
Yeah, look at how bad it looks.
Can I see what it looks like? Is there a video?
A lot of people make videos about why the CGI seems worse than when it first came out, and that's because these studios are working people. Disney's notorious. Disney's one of the worst
video
companies ever
things so I
existed.
can see what it looks like.
Let's see what it looks like.
It's kind of sucks that a kid gets put into the position like that where they're talking about politics and talking about.
Look, if you put your kids in auditions, you are trafficking your children. So you know.
Oh wow, that does look bad. Oh, it doesn't look real at all.
Yeah, and then like they do all the work while she dances around being a leader or whatever. The script was
Wait a
straight
minute,
from
how
the
much
start.
did this cost? They should get Doge to for this movie. They spent $250 million making that movie. But imagine you spend $250 million and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her. But I was like, hey, don't get political. You're young. And I know you have opinions about things, but should be just about the movie.
Well,
it's just
to defend Big Head Girl, let me tell you something. The message of the movie is to be that bitch. That's the message that they wrote a script that's telling girls, I don't need nobody tells me I'm a 20-year-old girl, so obviously I can run my mouth all the time. That's the theme of the new Snow White.
No, really?
Yes. Now
it's not the same story?
No. So now they put it on her. Now that it fails, here's what happened. She made the cardinal error of saying free Palestine on Twitter. So she could say all that men are bad and it's this and that, but once you do that, now they've put the entire weight of the failure upon her. When really, it's like making Jimmy Fallon apologize for doing a Chris Rock impression when Warren and a team of lawyers and consultants decided if it was okay, the amount of brown they put on him to simulate Chris Rock.
Right.
You think Jimmy Fallon made that call? Well, he's got to sit there and apologize to a white Robin DiAngelo comes on. I'm not watching this. Am I dreaming? And he's like, he's clearly drunk, and I don't blame him. And he's like, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Just, you see Jimmy, this weird nun lady, is like giving him a lecture.
Did you ever see her in that Matt Walsh movie?
Did
you see Am I Racist?
No.
It's fucking hilarious.
I know that we put her in Prez Trek, the thing they made with Kyle, the Star Trek of Biden.
In Am I Racist, Matt Walsh, didn't he get her to give someone money for reparations? Did that happen? Did you see the movie?
No, but I saw.
He's a fake academic who's talking to her, and he's like a fake woke guy with like a fake ponytail. And, he gets her to say the most ridiculous shit. It's so
Because
funny.
her money depends on it. And he said something interesting, as I'm talking about, which is the reason, because why would these people sit here and he used to say about the Daily Show, why would they sit there and be on the thing? And he goes, oh, they're aware, but they want the plug. You understand? Their demographic wants to see them be stupid, and they're going to defend them no matter what, so it don't matter. Why they would sit there and be part of that.
She didn't have any idea that that's what it was.
But even like
she thought she was doing that. They were doing some kind of a documentary on race from like a woke perspective.
Look at what he says about it.
I would have to ask him like what the premise was that he set up.
The other lady, the lady with the colored hair that he kept asking about. That was What Is a Woman, not the.
Yeah, that's a totally different documentary.
I think it's the same thing. Because I saw this on Sasha's show, like an absurd situation. If these people are like, my job is on this thing,
right?
They automatically go into it. It's funny to make her follow her own stupid thing like that, but she's like, she benefits by, even if she looks dumb in it. Anyone that believes in that stuff is not going to fault her in that scene. You know what I mean? They're not going to look at it and say it's funny. They're going to go, what a jerk you are, put her in that position of having to live up to the thing she says she thinks is real. That's why Kamala couldn't be here. Because you're going to just ask her, oh, I want to get to know her. We can't, that's not allowed. That is not going to happen. The people that liked her, they liked her because she never said anything. They find that savvy and smart to never let people know what you think, because that's how they advance in their careers. Because the whole thing is the ultimate pyramid scheme is cowardice and turning a blind eye all the time.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem. Because after a while, the person, no matter who they are, whatever job you're in, if they treat you like you're the boss, you start to think you know what the fuck you're doing. And she was treated like she was the boss for, many, many years. And during that time, some people got her to say some crazy shit. Like when she was talking about certain things where she really didn't have information about it.
Wait,
she would just ramble in circles.
Oh, do you mean when she described what's happening in Ukraine?
Exactly.
So things he rushes.
Ukraine is a country. Yeah, like what?
Oh, it's the Ukraine. Remember how they said it's Ukraine and not the Ukraine?
Is it the Ukraine?
Yeah, it means the borderlands. So that's some marketing crap where we don't want people thinking it's just the borderlands. This is a legit thing.
But I always wondered with Kamala Harris, like I've seen her talk before, and she's hilarious. I think some people just fucking clam up when they get in front of a camera and when they know the whole world's watching and they know there's a lot of pressure, and if they fucked up a bunch of times before. Like, to be good at public speaking under pressure, you have to have a lot of reps in. You have to do it a long time.
She's running for president?
I understand.
Wendy Williams would have been better.
I understand.
She has charisma, Wendy Williams.
But I always wonder, like, what is important about being a president? Is it the ability to communicate, or is it the ability to rationally assess what needs to be done and what sacrifices have to be made and what's the right direction for everything to go in? That's the most important.
I'll tell you what it is.
But it's the ability to get to it. But it's weird how much we rely on charisma and likability and just like the ability to form sentences in an eloquent manner. That's impressive. Even though that's only one aspect of what it would be. Like the most important aspect of being a president, I would think, would be rational, be able to make decisions that are very difficult, know the correct direction, and be selfless. Right? You're doing this for the country. That's the best version that we could think of as a president.
That's what you have to look like. But what you have to be good at is looking like you're that. All those things.
Yeah.
And take orders from the people who are in charge of you. That's how it's run ever since they killed Kennedy, but probably before them.
Well, I think that was true. I think when
that's good. You know the deep state term?
Yeah.
Peter Dale Scott, he's a leftist Berkeley professor.
What is this fucking thing that I keep hearing that there's a video of Lee Harvey Oswald?
Oh, Luna. That's that chick Luna said it.
She said that there was a video of Lee Harvey
NBC
Oswald.
has it.
NBC has it.
Where he's like in front of the car or
and
something.
Did Oliver Stone tell her this? That's I read that on X.
I didn't hear that. Look, if true, it's explosive. You know, I sent Jamie a video.
But how could it possibly be true? That seems like one of those things where why would NBC hold on to that?
I ain't seen that Dave, what's his name, Grush guy around. All those people have these amazing
he's busy. He's kind of life.
He's running
He doesn't have
scripts.
to be on TV all day. What is
Wait, what's going on with that?
Who told? Well, let's one thing at a time. I'm wrangling. One thing at a time. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing. Like, who told her that Lee Harvey Oswald is in this video that's been hidden from the public? Somebody said it was Oliver North. Who, by the way, Oliver Stone.
And
a fucking Freudian. Somebody said it was Oliver Stone who got the craziest fucking recall, dude. The craziest recall.
Yeah.
I had conversations with him off the air where he was explaining deeper into the fucking connection.
Yeah.
There was all the different people that were after Kennedy and all the different groups and all the different.
It's quite a lot.
He's got it in his fucking head, dude. Like, this guy's head is a warehouse of information about the JFK assassination.
They're referring to this photo that people said is already been debunked.
Yeah, I thought that was debunked a long time ago. Let me see that photo. Blow that shit up again. That guy does not look like Lee Harvey Oswald. Look at him on the right-hand side. You can see it. That is a different shaped face. That's like a totally different dude.
Something different than this?
First of all, didn't every guy who was white in 1963 look like that? They had one fucking haircut. They all wore the same shirts.
A nice high and tight.
They were basically the Chinese.
That was very Chinese.
They were basically like
We're the North Korean success cut that Kim Jong-un has was our boys. Oh, okay. So wait, so someone's muddying the waters already.
That doesn't mean that.
You know about her?
Do I know about her? She's the lady that's in charge of like distributing the all the UFO stuff, right? She's doing JFK stuff, all that shit, right?
So this is very strange. She's from Florida. She ran against I forget his name, but I sent Jamie the video of this. This is one of the nuttiest things. The Republican she was running against in Florida in primary was caught on tape talking about having her killed if she does well, is about to get elected.
Oh, Jesus.
Just someone I know I had heard of them, some influencer. William Brett.
That's it?
Okay, now I can't
William
find.
Braddock threatens to send Russian Korean hit squad after rival for Florida GOP primary.
Okay, but they say Russian. Okay, that's actually less weird than some of the other stuff he says, and they don't mention it. So play his recording. Now he got prosecuted, so this is not him just bragging, I guess.
We're bringing in $500 million because they understand how fucking serious it is to keep our country intact.
Wow.
And with that kind of money, I'm going to have 24/7 foreign secret troops officers on my ass unless someone's taking a shit from doing. And I don't need to go after that, but I have access to Koreans and Russians.
Bad captions. You did not hear that from me.
She's recording every time.
I don't want to be on the wrong side of it either. So why would I guess like I mean that's
Don't get caught up in this because the religious are part of it. Their religion is going to be death. And I hope it's by yourself.
is that why like I mean I don't that's like is that what like the Russian are for? I just that's like
That's the worst question I've ever heard in my life.
Keep him on the line. Let's keep him on the line. Yeah.
Wait before the time. And the poll says, he's going to be gone. She's going to be gone.
You can't tell anybody I'm gonna have someone killed. Imagine. How
dang,
well
I would
does
never.
this? Hold up, please. Pause for a second. How well does this dude know that lady? And by the way, why is he breathing so quick? That dude sounds like he's cranked out of his fucking mind. Do you hear the?
Well, you heard him say his Freemason brothers, so that means he is.
He's cranked out of his
That
mind.
means he parties.
That guy's partying right now.
Yeah.
Like this is cocaine talk. This isn't
100%.
real. This is cocaine talk, right?
Well, it's not just that. It is that, but also he got arrested and prosecuted.
Well, you can't have cocaine talk on the fucking
He
phone.
ran away to the Philippines, and that's a pretty dark connection too.
Hold on, keep going. I want to hear more what he says. But it sounds like cocaine talk.
Yeah, they all get coked up.
Yeah, you say wild shit.
The few. For the better one, good. You've only got sacrifice.
Dude, you hear that?
He's out of his mind.
No.
Yeah.
So
we
he
gotta
is high.
sacrifice the few.
You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, no, he believes that though.
That's his Freemason brothers are bringing money from Malta and Gibraltar.
Can we pause 1 second? Who is he saying this to? What is the woman's name?
Erin.
Can you get a photo of this lady? I bet she's hot, which is part of the problem.
I'm going to play this and show you guys the screen record.
Oh, play. Just finish it.
Let's just get a photo real quick so I can get a context. I just want to put it in context because I'm trying to figure out why this guy is blabbing to this lady that he doesn't know really well. I would think if you're going to have someone killed, you wouldn't tell like regular friends. You wouldn't tell like casual friends. Like, how well does this guy know this lady?
What's
And is he
cocaine
trying
make you
to?
do? Cocaine makes
Is
you
he trying
confide
to
in people.
impress her? Yes, it does. It does. Is he trying to impress her, and is she attractive? And like,
yes, that's a good question.
you know what I mean? Because like, there's guys that'll just make up stories about. Like, there we go.
Yeah, he liked it. Yeah.
She's pretty. There we go. Exactly. Okay. So it's cocaine talk to a pretty lady trying to impress her with your power.
That's good enough for the CIA to spy and to get that talk and use it as intel, by the way, generally, isn't it?
So here's the other question. How does this... Yeah, he's a dork. He's a coked up dork, and she's hot, and this is the first time a hot lady has talked to this coked up dork. Allegedly. He may not have been on cocaine. He might just have been nervous. Maybe he's just really attracted to this lady, and it's adrenaline. Or maybe he drank a lot of coffee.
It just sounds like...
it sounds like coked up.
Well, because all the Probably shouldn't talk about your Freemason brothers and their Russian Ukrainian hit squad. Wow, that's cool of them to get past their differences.
Yeah, they coordinated. They coordinated just for this one special project because Captain Cocaine.
Okay, but
put a hit out on some lady.
But he is connected to something. I think he wouldn't have run to the Philippines where these kind of people run to. He wouldn't have be.
So is he running from the law right now?
No, he's going back to court. But they probably like get him out of jail. The Freedom's like, we can't get you out of this idiot. You got coked up and talked to a wolf. You know, Ghislaine's got to do her time and keep her trap shut. This guy's gonna have to do that too. But William Braddock, I'm like, okay, who is he? He must be from a family from there. I couldn't find anything, but maybe I just sucked at it. But where's his bio? Who is he? Who's his dad?
Imagine you're just talking shit and you think you're a badass. You're gonna say cool shit to this girl on the phone. You find out you're being recorded while you're on cocaine. You would plan to hit. He might have woke up in the morning with a splitting headache. Doesn't even remember. Being on the phone saying he was planning a hit. Wakes up, he's paranoid. A nurse.
Yes. Oh, yes. She's
talking to her.
They call her conservative activist. No, she was talking about some real shit. She was good. The thing she was talking about with that.
What was it?
I can't remember. I don't.
What they were talking. She was reporting from the hospital.
Yes.
There's
She
so
did good work on that.
many of
Yes.
these like James O'Keefe type videos now.
I love
and
it.
it's all the same thing. It's all really chatty gay guys who spill the beans when they're on a date.
On paper, they look like they're going to be good employees, don't they?
And occasionally a man who's saying stupid shit to a woman who's undercover.
So sometimes it'll be a guy that I thought was that, but no, he was a straight guy. It's all, the straight guys and gay guys in those circles are imperceptible. Harry Sisson came out as straight recently. That kid with the rosy cheeks that Tim Dillon had on.
Yeah. Tim Dillon had him on his show?
They exposed him as shills. They came out and said they're being paid. And they're like, no, cut that. Do you remember that? It was really funny.
Well, no, let me see that. I didn't watch that.
Yeah, Tim Dillon exposed. I remember seeing it.
Listen to Mexican music.
Fine work by Tim Dillon. He's got. But anyway, I thought the kid with him was his boyfriend. No, he's been pressuring girls for Snapchat nudes.
Oh no.
Yes, so this kid rules.
So Tim Dillon had him on. What are they talking about?
Oh, where's the part where he exposed? Oh,
okay.
You see his head in his hands? You just hit on it. We put his. Yeah, it's right around there.
It's disgusting.
Well, there's a lot of people that would say that the American government, for a very, very long time, has been very dishonest with its citizens. This is something that it can give an example.
You little twit.
That was stupid. I'm gonna stop. Just stop.
Wait, is that not it?
Oh, of course it happens. But what I'm
Just him exposing them, like
45 seconds to record a video keeping his attention.
Oh.
And a lot of the people on our side, like, if they start hearing, like, I've actually done it before. I've criticized, like, Democrats, like, specifically Hakeem Jeffries, and it all just went south. Like, I started using followers, like, it's bad, right? And I really want to be that person that, like, reaches the other side, because Democrats, I mean, they're horrible at this job, right? They do a lot of shitty things, although I'll vote for them all the time. But it's also hard to space to criticize.
That's a good. Can we clip that quote?
Please don't. Please don't clip that. Please, no, please don't.
I thought those was his boyfriend.
Here. This is what that is. That's a young man that really wants to be important.
Yeah.
He really wants to be special and really wants to be on the right side of history. And he's young. And he really needs to go to the gym, and he should start eating meat again. And he should start doing squats. And you need to do deadlifts. And you should probably like run up hills. You need to do something to turn you into a man.
His whole getting pussy is based on not doing it. So when guys look like they're gay,
it's a bad strategy.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree. You don't have to convince me. Just for so never like it, pussy. Just do that
He's just
for
a
your
young
life.
kid. If I was him, I'd be saying the same shit. You're young. You say dumb shit.
Well, what's
And
David Frum's excuse?
But that statement right there was the perfect example. To say
That's America.
how bad they are, but I'll always vote for them. That's so bonkers.
Dude, people in their 60s say that.
But that's because he's a kid.
But old people, View says the same thing.
Right, but there's a certain percentage of people that are going to buy meme coins. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain percentage of people that are just, they're not, you know,
Well,
they're
how
not
about
going to
this?
make it.
He said it just now.
Yeah.
If your money depends on you being that way, you're going to be that way. So that's a
It
business.
does become eventually that, but he's so young. It's not like he calculated his personality based on making money politically online.
That's exactly what he just said to Tim. He goes, yeah, I tried. I mean, they suck, but my audience gets mad, so I can't.
Right. But it's not that. It's like when you're fucking, what is it, 21 or something like that? When you're 21, it's like total audience capture.
Money and clout. Yes.
And
Well,
you've got success doing this one thing, and now that's your whole
when is
identity.
it not? Like, the only, if you go independent, see, like I've heard people, you know, that throw around audience capture. Like, I'm sure you've heard that nonsense at you. They definitely say it at Jimmy, but I can tell you, no, Jimmy's a real hard-headed dude that his audience gets pissed at him all because now we're criticizing Trump for the ways he's cocking up. So
Yeah, Jimmy is not. Jimmy's not idealistic. He's not. He doesn't have an ideology, rather. He's
his
very
principles,
very open-minded.
Yeah, so these people's principles are
very fair. Very fair.
He's the only guy I know who's a leftist. Okay, and I think you should get to identify what you are.
Yeah.
Like your gender, you should get to say what you are.
Yeah.
But the video at Kyle Rittenhouse came out where Shane Gillis apologized like a man. But a lot of my friends, oh, now he's going away. He crossed state lines. What does that mean?
Right.
With a gun, but you don't say the part that your brain finishes it, right?
Right.
But watch the video. You can watch the video and see exactly what happens. Every part of the night of every character in the story. There's no mystery as to who was at fault and whatever.
Right.
So all you gotta do is look at that. That shouldn't even have been a case.
Right.
People, I told you my ex, she said, blew him out of she goes, I don't need to see the footage. Oh, that's crazy. I go, what am I, Galileo? Look at me, tell us
No, the story that's even more fucked up is the people that he was protecting were
Indian immigrants.
Indian immigrants
That
were
white
his
kids,
friends.
yes, white kids that burned down Indian immigrants' property because they were mad about a black man being shot by a cop.
So
Who,
they
by the
asked
way,
him to
should have
help
been
them.
shot. Jacob Blake was kidnapping 2 kids and going for a knife in his car, probably trying to get shot. He had just had a fight with that chick he had a restraining order with. And if you ever been in a bad relationship, you know how Ragnarok I think you get. Right? And people do death by cop all the time.
Yes, they
and
do.
that's what that. And then the governor, you know, I found out when I played Kenosha, that governor, whatever, went and he kicked off the riot by saying, oh, we think the cop shot him. He just said something really irresponsible that they would take you off the air for saying if it caused this, right?
Right.
But that was the agenda to make that. We all know BLM was a scam, right? And all the money went to a fat bitch. We all know that, right? I don't have to educate anybody. All the things you think are real are not real.
There was an article about her losing one of her houses in the fire. I was like, one of them? How many did you get? She got 3.
Did you even give Hamas any of the money you promised?
Did you see when they used that AI program to run this net of all the different NGOs that were contributing to democratic causes?
You showed me last time, my rabbi, Richard Grove, who sent me Tragedy and Hope, a book that gives you the skeleton of what the conspiracy is, okay? It's written by Carol Quigley. Somebody on the show I know has brought it up. John Corbett brought it up on Jimmy's show.
Okay.
It's Bill Clinton's mentor wrote it. He was not against
What's it called again?
Tragedy and Hope, and it's about the Anglo-American world power and how World War I, England brought us back into the fold, they called it. Cecil Rhodes, the father, guy came over apartheid. And De Beers, you've always heard De Beers was they were. Well, he bought their name. It's him. It's him. It's Cecil Rhodes. Yeah. Cecil Rhodes.
Guy?
Yeah. Cecil
Same
Rhodes.
guy who started apartheid also
It's in
started
the book.
Beers?
No. He took it over, but used the name De Beers.
Cecil
Rhodes.
So
we
he
all
bought it?
And then at Oxford, somebody gave a speech about how England should, do the things we do now, neoliberal bullshit all over the world. And so he was so inspired so he said, the first concentration camp, there's pictures in the book. Looks just like concentration camps from Germany, the Boer War. If you ever see The King's Man, the prequel, The Kingsman?
Right.
One of the prequels or something?
Right.
They show it in the beginning. There's black and white people in there, so that's nice. It's diverse. That was England that did that. Okay, and that's Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes created the Cecil Rhodes Round Tables. And he based it on the Jesuits, the Bavarian Illuminati, the Freemasons. His idea was circles within circles, like that map of Atlantis, right? And so we have the outer, like that dickhead who was saying Freemason shit. They should have never let him into wherever they let him into. Because
He's got a big mouth.
It's like any other gangster. They want to brag about their connections.
They want to show up in that catalog.
And I don't condemn. Please snitch. Please, everyone snitch. Please. I'm here for you. I want to hear the stories. This shit don't stop until you snitch. It does not going to stop until you tell on your group and stop covering up for them. If it's your country, don't cover up for your country. I know people would do that. I know you accuse me of being secretly religious, but
I was kidding.
Well, I'm openly this. Jehovah's Witnesses, now they told me God was going to kill all of you like 20 years ago, so it's awkward now for me, obviously. But
people don't know you grew up Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, I mean, I bring it up every time.
Well, people don't know you.
I know.
This is standalone.
I assume you have all the back knowledge on me if you were at home. And I don't think
a lot of people don't. They, you were a long time ago. You were getting real upset about a lot of this woke shit. And I remember you saying this. No, I fucking seen this before. This is the same shit I saw with Jehovah's Witness. This is the same shit before. And I remember being like one of the first times I was like genuinely alarmed about how really crazy ideas can spread. And really just outrageous behavior can become normalized.
The second part of that is it's reminding me of that, but without the love and forgiveness of those who believed in Jesus. So they took the only good thing out of it, and kept the what is this other dogma? But it's like if you have a problem, like so, let's say something's not living up to what it should, and you said this was the solution to everything. But let's say there's something really bad you know about, like someone got molested. And you don't go to the cops, you handle it in-house, which is what they did and got sued for. The highest settlement in American history, not the Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses, because they did what everybody does. They Epstein file, hide the files, handle it in-house. This could look bad. If you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either. All that bullshit. So don't tell me you're the one organization of God and you did that. And like people ought to be kicked out for that. Because all the Bible stories I got taught, God would strike you with leprosy for that shit. You know?
Yeah.
And I'm the kind of chump that believes in the thing if I believe in it. So I'm a kind of poison for your group. Because when you don't live up to it, I'm going to be a real twat about it. You know?
But that's important.
Well, no, it's actually crazy. And is that the hill you want to die on? Here, let me use all the corpo fucking. I've heard this from people I like, not bad people. Something's wrong, and you point it out, and they go, "Is that the hill you want to die on?" And I'm like, "Am I going to be killed for telling the truth? Why would I be?"
That's that team shit.
Yeah,
that's that team shit. Our team is going to cover this up. Our team's not going to pay attention to that. That's what
like jiu-jitsu and stand up where it's one man.
But it's the whole thing is a dumb pursuit of being on the right side. When we should all be on one fucking side. It should be one giant group of people figuring out what makes the most sense. It's not supposed to be us versus them.
Well, that's too vague. That's too vague, though.
It's not too vague. If it's not too vague for you and I, it's not too vague for the whole country. We just have to change the way we talk about it.
What if what makes the most sense to me is eugenics? What if that makes sense? Because I'm telling you right now, these people have never given up on eugenics. And I'm very happy that technology is going to fix dwarfism one day, okay? And you won't have to do what Hitler did to the dwarves.
We're all going to look like Chris Hemsworth.
Oh my God, can you imagine being a Jewish
It's
dwarf?
going to be just Chris Hemsworths and Jason Momoas all throughout the land.
Yeah, well, the Nordic space brothers that people see, you think they're Nordic?
Tall whites?
No, the tall whites are a different thing.
What do you mean?
They're tall. They're white.
Wait a minute, how many are there?
Oh yeah, there's
wait a minute. The tall whites and the Nordics are different.
People mistake them, but they are different. Now I'll tell you more. I don't know what's real, but Charles Hall's tall whites are not the same. He called them the Nordics. He called them the Norwegians with 23 teeth.
What? 23 teeth? How many do we have?
32.
I would say they have less teeth.
Because
probably from eating mushy food all those years.
You know,
Joshua.
But the calling them Nordic is. Assuming that this isn't complete bullshit, which let's face it, probably is, but let's say it's not bullshit. I don't think they are Nordic. I think they're fucking German, and I think they're doing a little if they are real, this all white blonde society. That dude, I always call him Jazz Jabroni. His name Jason Giordani. He said something really interesting about one of these stories of this is like a fifth dimensional race screwing around. Their architecture is like pyramids and brutalism. They're always wearing the same outfits. They haven't evolved from anything, right?
Right. Why are they?
So and you've heard this before about the time travel aspect, right? Because if you did have those kind of things, which I don't know if they have or not, that is automatic. He's right about 100%. That's time dilation. That means you have a time machine. So let's say here's a silly story that the German ignored that Bell thing, the Glocke that nobody knew about in the 70s, and they found that jerk in bell shaped where they had like mercury plasma rotation to try to make it levitate.
Oh yeah, what was that?
Die Glocke.
We'll pull that up, Jamie, so I can refresh my mind.
Die Glocke.
So what do you mean? You think that
I don't know.
These tall whites were actually Germans?
No,
Nordics. They were actually Germans?
Yeah, let's say.
You think they were actually like Nazi scientists or something?
No, remember those camps where they bred people to make.
What?
You don't remember the Nazis had camps of blonde chicks to breed Aryans to encourage it?
I missed that chapter.
Really?
Let me check this out.
That's like the sexiest part of the.
That's real? This Nazi bell?
Yes.
Have we covered this before?
No, it is real, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily it was a working UFO. I have no way claiming that. I'm just saying this is stuff people know about already.
I vaguely remember talking about this.
But let's say they mastered something akin to that, okay, just vaguely, and then you send them to planet Aldebaran, or whatever they call it, which is how many millions of light years away. If you could go to that planet that fast and light, then you have now gone into the past, right? Because it's relative; these are relative positions. So now you're 50 million years ahead of us, even though you came out of us. And if you want to come back, right, the way this would work is you could fly back to like Mars or the Earth 50 million years because the distances we're talking about, there has to be like time travel involved. And then let's say you had that kind of control. Hey, why don't I put my DNA and stuff and make it in my own image, remake all of it. And then you cock it up, and then you do the cycle over and over again, like Jason Jabroni would make that up. That's where I go. This sounds like some rich assholes make a breakaway civilization, try to remake the world their image. It cocks up like an Atlantis myth of some kind, and the record keeps playing.
Maybe intelligent beings just consistently fuck up because they keep pushing the boundaries of their abilities and their intelligence, no matter how smart they are. And even, like we do stupid shit in other countries. We fuck around with, installing
Act like
leaders.
God, pretend you're God.
But just think of what we do in other countries. Now imagine you're taking it to so many levels of intelligence and ability far beyond what we have, and you come here, you would cock up these monkeys.
Yes.
You would definitely do it. You would think you were the right to do it.
You'd blame them. You'd go, oh, it's because you were bad.
Well, we would just say, look, the odds of them making it to an intergalactic society within the next 5 to 10 million years is very low. And here's if that theory is correct. Look, chimpanzees are still around. They are our distant cousins, and they didn't fucking change. Right. They're exactly the same. And then there was a whole ton of different versions of us that didn't fucking make it either. The whole it seems like.
Well, you know what evolution is. See, this is another thing Jehovah's Witnesses. We had a book called "How Did Life Get Here?" by Evolution by Creation. Okay, which was that's a false. That's not what evolution is. Okay, I didn't know that till later. I'm not saying whether anything's true or not. I'm just telling you, I was told the wrong thing. It doesn't. Evolution is about if there's a God who created it or not. Evolution is change over time. Right. It's the origin of species, not of all life in the universe. Just of speciation.
Well, Brett Weinstein. Have you ever heard him talk about it on this podcast? He has a fascinating theory. He's like, because he was talking about how I shouldn't say it's a theory. I shouldn't even say it's his. It's just like there's an understanding of what evolution is. That there's a missing element, and there's some sort of missing force that we haven't recognized yet, and that would account for why some changes are so rapid. Because you have two things, right? You have natural selection, and then you have random mutation, right? This is what's supposed to create all the. He thinks there's an additional force they haven't recognized yet.
Of course.
And the thing about us is whatever additional force that was so much more impactful, bizarrely so, where we can do. There's not even an animal that's remotely close to us.
Yeah, right.
There's no animals that are making bows and arrows yet, right? It's just us, and everything else is way behind. Whereas every other kind of organization or organism rather on Earth is in like a tight-knit struggle with all the things around it to balance out the population, except for us. We seem unnatural. We do. We seem like we hopped up too quick, like we're adolescent and we're just wild, and we haven't figured out what the fuck we are yet. We don't fall into nature the way all the other animals do. We change nature around us, create our own environment, which is a completely alien thing on the scale of what we do. Every other organism on Earth can't do that. So if you
there's invasive species.
If you did, that's what it might be. But if you did cock up a whole planet with your DNA and stick it into some ancient human, some Australopithecus or something, and create a person or something, this is probably how it would turn out.
Well, think of that story of because all the algorithm of is a UFO or God's bastard angels, sons, Nephilim.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that, right? Like these are
think of that
aliens.
I go by themes. So, it's like when Twilight came out as a teen romance, you're like, that guy's like 300, and that chick's only 17.
I know, it's so
what
creepy.
the fuck is this shit?
The ultimate pedophile movie.
So, Nephilim, or Nephil, I don't know how you say it, but the like for an angel in that story, I'm just saying within the lore of the story, I'm not saying that it's true enough. Look at how perverse that is. It's a cross between pedophilia and bestiality, basically, that they committed.
Right, because they're thousands of years old, and they're from another planet, and they bred with the humans.
So that the crime of that is so degenerate. Like, what you can see is
don't you think that's like an allegory?
No, I'm saying the themes scale up and down. So that's why Matt, if you talk like a Punk and I always talk about this kind of stuff because he knows all these like creepy ass magic people. And he's like really like a nice person and
he's just interested in a lot of things, man.
Well, listen, I'm interested in a lot of things, and I'll watch some of these people, okay, because I want to know things, and I'm real quickly aware of if you're telling me anything interesting, or if you're just doing some aesthetic presentation because you like the rock and roll aspect, which, by the way, is the biggest piece of shit aspect of the whole thing. That like
rock and roll Satanism. Is that what you're saying?
Of them, just like America. The thing with people like, everybody hates pedophiles, right? I mean, there's pedophile hunters, amateur. All the music, all the music that you like, those guys, if any of the stuff they did happened now and they knew about it, it's crazy. Like Bowie was playing a 13-year-old that later Iggy Pop passed on Iggy Pop. Like, that's just normal shit they did. You know that, right?
No.
Dude, it's all in their own books. They write. Don't you remember you write confessional books and what it was called to say the crimes you've done in life? And it became not.
I never read any of those books.
Well, I didn't either.
Did you ever read it? Jamie didn't know it either.
You
just crack open your second White Claw.
No, there's a 3 Claw podcast. Those books, and I'm gonna start reading. I haven't started yet.
We started with vampires.
Well, the perversion of that. So there's this theme in everything, science fiction, where somebody did something and for some reason it's my fault for being born. And then the thing that how you're describing all these adolescent kind of species that okay, I'm so sick of the blame being. If they had to train people in kindergarten because not enough people wanted to pull the trigger in war, that's a fact. That's how we got our school system, was a Prussian emperor going, they're wasting bullets because they don't want to kill people. We got to get them younger. So we have killers for the army and workers and good school people.
Well, they were getting people too late, right?
So that means our natural thing is not really. See, they always put it like your scumbag leaders start blowing people up. And it's like, when are we gonna learn? Asshole, we've everybody that voted for Trump want him to not be doing what he's doing now. One thing is good is all MAGA people are calling it out. Good for them. People don't want this shit anymore. So somebody
You're talking
else.
about like the bombings in Yemen.
Yeah, and then you got to hear humans are an immature species. No, somebody is on purpose. Probably our leaders, probably wealthy eugenicists. If you want to get spacey, probably transdimensional trillionaires who transitioned out of having a soul and now cannot transition back. So everything's a scam to trick you. Hey, why don't you astral project out of your body, get out of your body for a little bit. Like get you out of your car so I can take it. I look at all these things like CoffeeZilla scams. So the alien shit where they made a deal with the aliens, it's like a Nigerian print scam, you know? Like Ukraine is a Nigerian print scam to me. An old man got a letter, oh, please, my friend in Christ, I am the rightful ruler of Ukraine. And he just gives all your money. Grandpa, I don't give Ukraine all the money. I got to help the rightful president of Ukraine. You could scale that up to every story, and it's always the same thing, some trickery, like a crypto scam. And then the aliens aren't what they said at first. They're just doing bad stuff. These just themes. Didn't you have Diana Pastoka on here?
Yes.
I don't know if she said this term on here or I saw her another thing, but she called them myth themes. Almost like I interpret it as like Legos that you build the stories. So there's so many stories.
Right.
The Bible training was good for me because most of our stories are like just variations on Bible stories.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's all a programming. And I'm not saying that because it's bad. I'm saying human nature is programmability. And all these stories that you have, and depending on, like if you're Eastern, Dracula, Catholic, Orthodox, they're really big on the simple programming.
But isn't that the most fascinating aspect of this?
Yes.
Is the programmability.
Who gave these priests, these corrupt priest class, the codes to work us? Because the pharaohs, for example, in Egypt, if you look at their society, there's a guy named Mark Windows that he did a thing about this Wallace Budge book called Egyptian Black Magic from 1910. Wallace Budge apparently is like the real Indiana Jones, like some guy adventurer or archaeologist. So he wrote all about it. So I haven't read the book. Malice has a copy of it, but this guy, it might be his interpretation of Mark Windows, or it might be in the book. But it's a society ruled by OCD. You know, there's magic. The leaders are like the least powerful ones at the end of the day. They're like performers. They go out with their stupid headdress. They're being inbred by a priest class like dogs or like dude, right? And they go, you've got to prepare, and they're doing homework for their afterlife. So in the Book of the Dead, it's like then you get to the riverboat man, and you must say how many oars you've seen. If there's 2 oars, it sounds like the Three Amigos finding a guapo, like shoot your gun and the singing Bushman. Well, it's like bullshit. And they spend all their day just planning to die, okay? Akhenaten, the guy that they hated because they said he was like monotheist, I don't think he was. I think he was doging their system because they had so many priests and gods getting so much aid money, I guess. But that it was getting ridiculous. And I bet this guy was like, look, the sun's the main representative of the thing. Let's just slim down our operation because this is crazy. And that deep state of Egypt didn't like that. And that's why, you know what I mean? Like, I bet you it's some shit like that. I think of it, all these things in those terms. Or the Dalai Lama priests.
Wait a minute, there's no fucking deep state if you're running an empire. If you're like the Roman emperor.
Yes, there was.
What kind of deep state is there?
They're all the Mithra cult.
But the thing about the deep state is like the idea of it in this country is that leaders come and go, but these people always remain.
They're not the top leaders. The shadow government's the top leaders.
In secret societies and in secret intelligence agencies, at the very top, there's people, regardless of who's the president, they're running the show, they're in charge of everything. But that didn't exist with
it's the
ancient
history.
Romans.
Yeah, the history. I think the history.
Do you think that's how it was with ancient Romans?
100%. Mystery schools. Do you know what mystery school is?
Okay.
Freemasons are in mysteries. All of these secret
So there's
societies.
always like some sort of a secret society that constantly influences leaders.
Here's one: the triumvirate. Remember Caesar and
Scroll up a little, Jamie, so I can read the headline. 10 surprising things about the deep state, starting with the Roman Emperor Caligula. Wow. Some basic truths that never go away. A former dean at the University of Maryland School of Public Policy explains. So they had a deep state.
It's the oldest
same sort of thing.
It's
right?
priest and king versus kings. Fascists versus perverts.
Oh, the Roman emperor surrounded himself with a hand-picked Praetorian guard to keep him safe. However, elite members of the guard knifed him in a corridor of what was the White House of its day. Counting on the fealty of even the closest experts isn't always a good thing.
Yeah, you got to play the game. Wait, but
So there was people trying to assassinate everybody back then.
But do you know this? Julius Caesar and Pompey and the other guy, the triumvirate was called, where the three of them divided up Rome among themselves. You've heard of that, right?
Look at this. Ancient Chinese emperors discovered they couldn't rule effectively without non-partisan experts. Long before Caligula met his end, the emperors established a civil service filled with the experts who had passed an incredibly rigorous exam. Researchers have called it the examination system from hell, which included, among other things, memorizing 400,000 characters of the Confucian text. Cheating on the exam was discouraged. Anyone caught looking on the paper of the person sitting nearby was executed.
That's discouraging.
Well, that sounds like the right way to do it. That's a great idea. Like, make sure that anybody who's going to do that has to go through a crazy rigorous exam. Like, why don't they have that? When you see people that are like Congress people, they're like, how did that fucking kook get in office?
His family's involved and they're connected, and it's giving a favor job.
How about that lady that dresses like a character in a Muppets movie? Who? You know that one lady with blue hair and the crazy glasses? She doesn't even look like a real person.
Not the purple hair witch lady.
Yeah, the witch lady.
Oh yeah, where's she from? Connecticut?
I don't know. But that kind of person.
If you're that old dressing like that, she looks like a mom whose son gets molested by Michael Jackson, and she didn't know. That's what she looks like.
There's no way she's passing that rigorous exam. Like a rigorous exam would be a great idea.
They don't even read the bills they sign.
They don't have to.
Thomas Massey reads them.
Yeah.
Dude, Trump going after him is one of the worst. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna forget.
But wasn't there a thing that was? There's like been multiple versions of bills that got passed where it's not physically possible to read the entire bill within the amount of time they were given.
Oh, that's not grounds to not believe in the entire government, just that alone.
But isn't that true? Like, aren't some of them like what is
they do it all the time?
Let's find out. What is the longest bill that's ever been passed? Like, how many pages? Let's just imagine, and let's try to find out what the. Now, imagine also these people are Congress people, so they have very rigorous schedules. You know, they're fucking busy as shit all day long.
Yeah, fundraising.
And they're doing a lot of that too. And then they have to read how many pages?
Well, then they got a trip to Israel with their AIPAC coach.
5,593 pages. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, the longest bill ever passed by Congress. The act was signed into law by President Trump on December 27, 2020. As you can imagine, the act contains a variety of provisions, including $1.4 trillion appropriations package to fund the government through September 30th, 2021, and a long-awaited COVID-19 relief package in the amount of $900 billion.
Yeah, that was...
Now, here's the thing about the COVID relief stuff. Was that loans? Like, how does that work?
It was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in the history of humanity.
It was.
They should have never signed it.
Well,
Massey was against it.
You could see, like, the amount of money people lost and the amount of money people gained. And it's the exact same amount of money.
You know what's the great thing about
America?
America?
It's like 3.6 trillion, 3.9 trillion.
This is what I like about America, probably the most. Because, you know, in Australia, they punked out to lock down fascist shit because, you know why? The government paid their bills.
Also, they don't have guns.
And they gave up their guns a long time ago like suckers. But here, because they don't even want you to have Social Security that you paid into, they're doing everything to get rid of that. Medicare for all, that's not for you. That's for other countries that we give your money to.
Did you see what Elon discovered about Social Security?
What?
Did you see if you can find it, Jamie? About the number of illegal aliens who are receiving Social Security, and
we'll kick them off.
But there's like a scam to it. This is part of the incentivization. This is how you incentivize people to vote for your party. If you can allow these people to vote, and this is part of the scam. You got them in the Social Security system. They're getting Medicaid. They're getting food stamps, or whatever they're getting. As soon as you can label them, they were talking about. This one doctor, we had a video that we played where she was explaining how she was being encouraged to ask questions like, do you have a backache? Do you have headaches? Mm-hmm. Okay, you can have permanent disability.
You might need to transition. Your head hurt? You're trans.
Do they try to transition immigrants? I heard that was true, but then I said that's too ridiculous.
You don't have to try. Hey, everybody wants it. It's safe, effective. It's as great as a COVID booster. Do it today. Really?
They can make you a dong out of your leg. Take a big chunk of meat out of your leg, make it a dong.
Somebody already did that.
Wait, were we just Googling, Jamie? Yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody wants fraud, okay? But what they don't want is that the government, and look, maybe it's a terrible idea the government does anything. I'm sure it's better to have a corporation the size of a government do it with no constitution and I have no rights to it. That's a good idea. And I have an automated response, like an AI telling me if my insurance comes through or not. I'm sure that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Luigi Mangione didn't feel like that, they say.
Yeah, the free Luigi thing was really good.
But if because America treats its own kids like garbage, that's the saving grace. So the next lockdown or bullshit, they've already lost the truth. During lockdowns, there ain't nothing to do but look into shit is how I looked at it, you know? And I know a lot of ex-cons that know a lot of more current events than me because they were locked down and just got it.
That is when you got deep, but also you started working with Jimmy Dore. As soon as you started working with Jimmy Dore, you immediately.
Well, first Barry, but he told me Jimmy was a good dude. I didn't
Barry
know.
Grimm. Yeah.
And Barry, the things he used to tell me about, you know, by the way, sanctuary cities, that's a Republican thing. You know that, right? I think it's Reagan. The concept of a sanctuary city was Reagan. Because as the great Bernie Sanders sometimes and then not said, that is a Koch brothers proposition, open borders, right? But then the Democrats suddenly hate open borders after they were all like, no, we got to have borders. And then the people that they wind up with their programming are still running around driving their fat scooters and Teslas like it matters.
But those are the same people that I was talking about earlier. Those Tesla protesters, they're the same people that join cults. They're the same people that
don't know Democrats most own Teslas.
They're the same people that are getting paid to go to the rallies. There's a certain underclass of really fucking dumb people out there that you can exploit. You can get them to do a lot of shit, man. And
I would say the government employees are that.
But if you're hiring them all the time for protests, they're essentially government employees that are just designed to perform propaganda. If you're using government money and you're paying people to go to a rally and you're giving them signs and you're making them cheer and you're giving them money and food.
This is an article on the Daily Mail that they discussed the Wisconsin rally this week, I think, about security.
Okay, it says lawfully present non-citizens of the United States who meet all eligibility requirements can qualify for Social Security benefits. The SSA website states this rule also applies to non-citizens authorized to work in the United States who got a Social Security number after December of 2003.
Well, did they pay into it or no?
I don't know what. Let me finish this. Still, clips the explanation and other portions of the Wisconsin event quickly went viral on Musk's social media app X as users cheered the fraud-finding effort. It's absolutely infuriating. One user wrote in response, I hate when they do that, like, or post people's tweets.
Yeah.
One user said, like, stop. Biden and team, you're forming a narrative. There's a lot of users.
Well, look.
Biden and team were bringing in millions of immigrants and putting them on benefits. Another user wrote, reacting to the SSA numbers. I know Elon keeps saying it was for votes, but that can't be the only reason.
They're correct. Our military, people joining the military is all-time low. I think that Dick Durbin talking about we need new cops who don't want the money that old cops got. We need new workers like at Purdue where they fired citizens from a government program to bring in asylum seekers and pay them less. It's always about lowering your pay. Every single goddamn thing is we got to be competitive.
It says people sometimes, this is Musk saying, people sometimes think that under the Biden administration, he was simply asleep with the switch. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape, the 53-year-old entrepreneur shared. Another user reacted on X.
He's right, but it's not just that. It's not just that.
Okay.
There's another clause. They said that these claims are being claimed, but then they've like asked for evidence.
Which claims exactly?
Entitlements fraud here specifically. Brought up on this podcast.
Right. It says in an interview with us, okay, the single biggest thing they're worried about is Doge going to turn up on fraudulent payments of entitlements. Okay. It says this lacks evidence. Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for most safety net benefits, and there's no evidence to suggest they're committing fraud en masse to obtain them. But hold on, it's not fraud. If you ask people if they have headaches and then you give them permanent Social Security, or you ask them if they have bad back, who the fuck that's 40 doesn't have a bad back? All you have to do is say your back hurts, and bam. If they're really encouraging people to do that, and they really are giving them Social Security numbers, why are you doing that?
Okay, it's not just
but you're not doing it because you're super nice. You're not doing it because
I'll tell you why.
You're doing it because you want them to vote for you.
So you know,
right?
MS-13, right? It's not just voting. Those gangs, MS-13 is now gone from El Salvador. It's birthright, and it's in America only. America's a surveillance state. How do you not know you have these people? So what I'm worried about here is I'm all for taking the unauthorized people off, show the evidence, obviously. But here's the problem. MS-13, you know those people they just deported? All them people they rounded up, they're getting, what do you call it, collateral damage that I don't agree with, and I think is pretty fucked up. That gay hairdresser you brought up,
yes.
We played the clip. He's not in Trinidad. They just had a crown. So when you
get a crown for his mom and a crown for his dad.
There's a soccer player who was fleeing, who got tortured by the Maduro government, who I thought all the conservatives don't like because he's a commie. And that guy came here after towing water for the CIA, basically. It was how I look at it. And because he had a soccer ball with a crown, they threw him on the thing. Never mind the girl, the PhD student, who wrote an op-ed about Gaza and got deported for supporting Hamas. That's crazy.
Yeah, what was the op-ed? Did you read it?
No, but you can write an op-ed. It could have been something really bad.
No, but it was criticizing Israel, right, for their actions.
Oh, that's what she did? I'm sorry. That's bad. She should be deported. My bad. She's a guest.
No, but
you don't get to have more rights just because you are here.
But that's a crazy thing to deport someone for. So, like, if you're talking about, like, horrific death, horrific. You could see it on video. How could criticizing that? How could you not be allowed to have a perspective on something that's clearly horrific? Like, how could you not be allowed?
Because it doesn't help our team.
But was what she said? Did she support Hamas in that paper, or did she just condemn Israel and their attacks?
I don't remember her ever supporting Hamas in the paper. I know she said Palestinians. No, but let's say she goes, hey, Hamas, let's say this was in the paper. She goes, you know who supported Hamas? Bibi Milkowski, Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel for 20 years. No, I gave up on Hamas in 2006 because I'm like, they're no good. Well, Bibi thought it was a good strategy to prop them up to fight the West Bank Palestinians so that they could never have a two-party state from that treaty that they agreed to but never intended to keep. So that's your fault, motherfucker. This girl supported Hamas? Not as much as the Prime Minister of Israel did she? With millions of your tax dollars that we send to them for their great game theory-based strategy. Somebody goes, do you understand game theory?
Who says that to you?
A comic I like, Avi. You know, I love.
Don't say his name.
I like the guy.
It's a crazy thing to say.
I'm not against Israel existing or any of this bullshit that people make up. And I'm not anti-Semitic. First of all, I get a lot of anti-Semitism at me. I remember talking about on stage, somebody, because your nose. Somebody said from the audience, like, yeah, that's fine. If I wear glasses, it looks like my eyebrows and nose were included with my glasses. You understand? So if they I get it. If they round up Jews, I'll be just like one of these Venezuelans that's not in a gang, and I'll be sent to spare Guantanamo, which is what El Salvador is. Again, Venezuelan gangs. Not going to Venezuela, where they're from. You're sending them to the MS-13 prison that, I was worried at first hearing about it because I'm like, what if you get the wrong person? That's my concern.
That's the number one.
But luckily, these geniuses have all tattooed MS-13 on their fucking head, so if the gangs ever learn not to do that, we're fucked. If they learn not to tattoo their dumb shit gang symbol on their face, we won't be able to catch them.
What's the only way you can trust a guy?
It's
gotta wear the colors.
And you know what's so funny about the gang shit? I mean, first of all, I believe 100% CIA and whoever, in coordination with whatever dumb group, made those gangs in America. Because the drive-by shootings, the Capone era kind of thing, the blacks were not doing that until after Vietnam. The guys coming back from Vietnam were bringing tactics, guerrilla tactics to the hood. You can see it in the document. Yeah, it's in this book document. Here's about it. So it's people come back from Vietnam, if you notice.
What about like Al Capone and all that type of shit?
Well, they had Tommy guns and cars, and I don't know. I don't even know how much they did
Didn't
that.
they do drive-bys?
Yes, but I'm talking about black gangs. Black gangs. They got flooded with guns, Chinese guns, a lot of them, right? Crack. And right around the same time, private prisons were coming into really getting to be a thing. Then gangster. Then the rap suddenly turned from like hippity hop hippity to like, you know, gangsta. Right. And the guy is doing the rapping. Ice Cube, he talks about this. And he's like, well, we're poor kids who don't know anything. Right? So I understand that. But then you realize the guy that owns, he said to Bill Maher's fucking thing, the guy that owns the record company also controlling shares of a private prison. And they're like, give us more of that drug gangster stuff. Now, the drug stuff is because they were on purpose, obviously, putting crack in the hood. Like all those conspiracy theorist Hotep guys told us, they like, well, it doesn't mean you have to do it, right? That's the clever response to that. But they did it on purpose. That's pretty fucked up.
What do you mean it doesn't mean you have to do it? You mean
a comic has ever joke like, okay, let's say CIA did put crack in the hood. Does that mean you have to do it?
Oh, right.
Which is a real kind of like, you're not from there, you don't know shit what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen Freeway Ricky talk about it?
Yes, and of course the CIA worked with him. Some dirtbag Cuban.
Crazy.
But yeah, and Rick, now a prison guard, uses his name to sell crime to kids. But Freeway Rick Ross went to prison. Okay?
Yeah.
So, by the way, that cartel, the Mena, Arkansas cartel, run by Bill Clinton, I believe, 100%. It's in Kathy O'Brien's book. Maybe people thought Kathy O'Brien's book was far-fetched when it came out in the 90s, but I would go back and I got an Audible. Go back and listen to it because it's amazing how much of this stuff correlates to stuff right now. So they brought all that in on purpose to find it. It's the Contras, who Ben Shapiro will tell you were the good guys, but they were not. They were scumbags, very criminals. Used to always tell me about this stuff. I go, who cares about Nicaragua in the 80s? Dude, Reagan's dead. That's how I thought about it. Because I'm dumb. I'm slow, dude. I'm not smart. I'm slow. It took years for it to dawn on me what he was talking about was 100% relevant. And since I've been on Jimmy's show, and the few good reporters that are left in the universe, I'll see their stuff, you know. Aaron Monte and Max Blumenthal, by the way, both Jews, not anti-Semitic, do great reporting. And they don't have people call them conspiracy theorists. And they like to be respectable, I can tell, because I want to get into wacky shit. I want to know crazy stuff, and I want to know the boring nerd stuff so I can try to see where they meet. That's right. I'm not respectable at all. I'm a clown. So I don't give a shit if people don't respectable.
No, it's the perfect position to be in, to look at ridiculous ideas. Because there's so many ridiculous ideas that turn out to actually be true.
How many jokes have you had? Because I think I have like a lot of jokes that you already had the thing about it, so I'm like, I'll have to drop that. If you people have a similar interest in what I have to look at, right?
You and I, yeah, all the time.
And
but that's the best way to approach it, because then you're not afraid to be ridiculous. Because the problem with talking about UFOs or ghosts or anything is like you can look ridiculous. Like if you're a guy who's an accountant and you're working on a big deal for a corporation and you're responsible for a lot of numbers, nobody wants to hear you talk about UFO abductions. That's a retarded thing to talk about.
That's right.
You make people uncomfortable in the office. This is silly.
Right.
But that's probably not even real.
You see, Mike Ben's talking about it recently on who's the guy? That guy's great.
He chimed in on that Sean Ryan thing that I sent you to, Jamie. He chimed in on the next page. It was like a multi-page thing that I sent you, Jamie. And then on the second thing, it was interesting what Mike Benz was saying. that guy, I mean, I'm like, how do you sleep, dude? He's like, not that good. Like, I don't sleep a lot.
Well, it's upsetting to learn stuff, but you know what's the thing that makes you crazy?
They're bribing the Afghan Taliban warlords
There you
to keep
go.
the drugs flow. That's what the U.S. Institute of Peace payments were for.
That's exactly right. Because we have a fentanyl problem, and we had our troops guarding poppy fields for pederast warlords. You know about all that, Dancing Boys Afghanistan, and how we would sometimes bring boys to the Northern Alliance.
United States Institute of Peace funded Taliban and Iraqi leaders. The now canceled USIP contracts included $132,000 for Mohammad Qasim Halimi, Afghanistan's former chief of protocol, and a former Taliban member, and a staggering $1.3 million to the Al-Tadhamon Iraqi League for Youth.
It's like everything named that, but just assume it's something bad, dude.
Well, that's how they'd like to do it, right? Like, you know, like the Patriot Act. Like that kind of thing. Like you could just say, call it USA. Say, give it
It's
a nice
so
name.
insulting. You know,
yeah.
That's what I find hilarious is like these people can't believe the same tricks that have always worked don't work forever. You know?
Right. Well, they don't have new tricks. And
Yeah.
it's also with the internet now, with guys like Mike Benz, who spends like 5 hours a day breaking this shit down online. And then it spreads out, and Whitney Webb, and all these different people that are constantly, Jimmy and you, and constantly talking about this stuff. It's very difficult to hide things anymore.
Well, once you realize, because just for being on the road and talking to people, or when I see like Trump introducing it, my good friend Lindsey Graham, whenever I've been with the left, they talk to Lindsey Graham, and the whole crowd boos. So that's because MAGA is not the brainwashed ones.
Right.
See, Democrats, I wouldn't even say some are brainwashed, but mostly you literally get paid to be a Democrat. Like if you're an actor or you're anything, the way you get not paid is not being a Democrat.
Do you see what's going on in France?
What happened now?
So this woman who was the head of the
Marie Le Pen getting arrested. Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
she
they
should have
tried
made a
to
deal with Israel like Trump.
What happened with her? What would she lost some sort of a lawsuit, and
lawfare. They
and now-
lawfared her out because she's getting popular because they're swarming immigrants. That plan's real. See, that's the thing. It's not just Democrats. It's NGOs.
But it's also the fact that you can do this with lawfare, not just in America, or attempted to do it in America. You know, I mean, it's essentially the same thing that happened to Trump. I just wonder if it'll have the same type of rebound. I guess she's
They have
appealing
no
it.
guns. They put a giant butt plug in the middle of Paris one time, and they made an article. Everybody was so crazy. They go, "Why is everybody so afraid of a Godzilla-sized butt plug?"
Why are you worried about your anus?
Because
Relax.
I'm not worried about my anus. That wouldn't go in my anus. I want to know who you made that for, and when they're going to be here.
USAID spent $2 trillion on that butt plug.
Oh my God!
Show me the plug, Jamie.
Yeah, please.
The giant French butt plug statue.
When people say degenerate art, and I saw the tweet of it, and I'm like, because it's so like, that is an uncomfortable Nazi connection to me about saying, but there's no other word for making a giant butt plug in the center of your fucking. That's degenerate. There's not a word for that besides degenerate. There just isn't.
There was some crazy violence between. Oh my God!
And then getting mad at the people when
That's
they go.
Such an obvious butt plug.
Yo, French people were like, "What?" For the French to say, "What the fuck is this shit?" You know how perverse you are.
Hey, click on that. Paul McCartney beaten up.
McCarthy.
Oh, McCarthy.
I hope it didn't. Yeah, no, Paul McCarthy.
This Paul's shit. I was hoping that
look,
Paul
there's
McCarthy
another
was
one.
complaining about it.
Oh, this is his theme.
Oh, he's a butt plug guy. Oh, he's a freak. Can I see a photo of this gentleman? I bet he's a freak.
You know, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Is that him? French president. This is wonderful. I love a good butt plug.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember Sam Smith's Devil Top Hat performance at the Grammys that people got mad about? And they go, there was always satanic shit.
Look at this one he made. Is that dude butt fucking a dog? Is that what I'm seeing?
No, if you make transgressive art, why would you want the government of France to put it in the town square? Like, the point...
This guy is butt fucking pigs.
Well, that's...
What is he making? What is this? So a guy who makes butt fuck statues... How much did he... It's called Train. How much did he get paid to make that butt plug? Find out how much that... Find out how much that French butt plug cost. Do you think that stuff like that is done?
Wait. Here, one experiences fully articulated body parts, right down to the male figure's pursed lips and the pig's heaving chest, all in service of a mesmerizing tableau that redefines sculptural form.
Redefines sculptural form.
It's a guy fucking a pig,
yeah. It redefines sculptural form. It's like the James Lindsay, those fake tapes, those fake papers.
Exactly.
It's almost like the same thing. But how much did this guy get paid for that butt plug? I want to find out. Take a guess. Let's probably do it.
Okay, wait. It's got to be in the millions, obviously.
Yeah, $2 million.
Is it more or less than we gave the Taliban by mistake?
Well, we gave them on purpose every month.
I'm going to say 50 million because that's the standard Illuminati payment for degenerate art.
Wow. I said 2. I think I'm off. I think it's less than 2.
No.
How much?
I hope. And don't forget to convert the francs.
Do they use euros over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like one from a
And
guy
they
who likes
called
butt
it-
fucking.
was it- You know, it is a
Oh,
joke.
it's a joke, but he got paid for it. What do you think they got paid? I think it's about 2. But I don't know, 1.7. I feel like 1.7 million. I need to know, Jenny.
I bet it's more because it's got to be some kind of money laundering. Because why would you do that?
Even 1.7 million is money laundering. It's a butt plug. It's worth $30.
It's just so visible. See, like
It's just so stupid. It's
Like-
so obviously a butt plug. It's like
It's
if
a
you had a
Christmas
rubber
tree.
gun and tried to say, no, that's not a gun.
what are you mad?
That's a lighter.
Oh.
Ever see a lighter like that? That's all it is. It's a lighter.
Oh, what do you think is a war on Christmas?
There's a war on Christianity, so I put a butt plug in the middle of town
You
square.
know who loves Christmas, by the way? China. China. When I was there, it was
Sell a lot of
Christmas.
stuff.
They took off with Christmas in China. They love it.
Sure, it's a good time to sell things. It's great
Yeah,
for
they get it.
It's great. Otherwise, like we're not going to spend above your means. We need a few holidays to spend above your means. It's important. Put you in credit card debt.
It keeps the magic going.
Yes.
See, our economy is not even a pyramid. It's Wile E. Coyote before he looks down, basically. So as long as we can keep you from looking down, you might.
Let's imagine AI becomes sentient and it looks at the society and says, "Listen, I'm not going to kill you all, but we got to change the way you guys run things. You can't run things anymore. The way what you've done with money and natural resources and all the stuff that you've done has just made the world a worse place, and you're just running towards the bottom.
So it's going to punish the leaders.
Yeah, what it'll basically
No more
do
private
is
jets.
even out everything. Like it'll probably have to eliminate property.
Again, who's programming the now?
It's probably going to assign us a certain amount of things that we can have in our life, and no one can get greedy, and no one can earn more. So there's no reason to get
And who's
inspired.
making this? You think
AI.
the person making?
No,
okay.
AI is going to do it for itself.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I know the problems. Do you know what a golem is? A golem?
Yes.
Okay.
Made out of clay, right?
Yeah, like a dreidel, but it's a Frankenstein made of mud. And there's a story of this guy Esoterica, or his channel's good. It's very academic. He's not like conspiracy or anything. He just studies the stuff. But the theme of it is like one rabbi makes a golem and he puts Tav. I can't remember the letters, the name of God on his head.
Right.
So it's alive, and sends it to another rabbi. And that rabbi, I'm really paraphrasing, but he's like, "Oh, this golem's a good guy. That must have been a righteous rabbi who made this golem." And then he erases it, and it's not alive anymore. And there's more to it, but here's the theme of the story. If you're a righteous person and you do that, the thing of putting life, then your creation will be righteous. Okay? But if you're not, like let's say you pour hate and fear and anger into it, right?
Right.
Or whatever the hell you do, it's going to be a reflection of that. So this AI God, I don't think is being programmed by anyone, by God. It's being programmed by creeps. Weird, uncanny valley looking, mutated dick motherfuckers with variation on the Epstein dick. You want to believe in aliens? I want every tech billionaire to whip their dick out, and I want to look at what the fuck their dick looks like, because I'm a dick phrenologist. You know phrenology? I don't think it works, but I'll bet on somebody's dick.
What is phrenology? Isn't that like
the bumps in your
disease?
skull
Oh.
determine your behavior. So
Is that pH phrenology? Is that what it is?
Yeah, phrenology with pH. Yeah, and I want to, and I think all
phrenology, pH
when
phrenology.
you get your security clearance, they should really analyze. And I'll be glad There's analyzed to see if your dick is weird. I feel like you're gonna be weird.
You know what's weird about the whole phrenology thing is like we're the smarter ones, right? But the Neanderthals had a bigger brain. So what the fuck happened?
Well, when you told me that, I thought you were exaggerating your Neanderthal DNA. and then when you showed me your hand, because you have the same size hands as me, right?
Yeah, they're basically the same size.
They're like 6'4".
The freaky thing is the fist size. My fists are crazy.
It just does.
It's bizarre. But they were when I was like 15, 16
That's
years
so.
old.
I believe you're a
Giant
Neanderthal.
fists.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I there's more like people that live in like Nordic countries and Danish countries, like Northern Europeans. There's a lot of Neanderthal DNA out there. People started fucking each other, and then I guess it was probably whatever it was like Neanderthal males and human females, or human females or human males and Neanderthal females. I wonder like which one made, because like there's certain hybrids that can't breed, you know, and then there's certain ones that can.
Right.
So I wonder how close we were to them when we could breed.
You have to be very close to breed.
How do they do that?
And not have a mule?
Right. Exactly. Mule. It's
I
a
don't think
perfect
they're
example. They're
probably,
sterile.
Yeah.
They can't make more mules. You have to make a mule with a horse and a donkey.
Now, I thought Neanderthals died out because they spoke out against an experimental gene therapy posing as a vaccine, and they were destroyed by Cro-Magnon corporations.
I wonder if we're like the upgraded for, we're the iPhone 16 of people, you know? And like they probably had a bunch of other ones before.
That's
all. Try it
that's
that
in
way.
The cult shit. The fifth root race and all that bullshit from Madame Blavatsky.
Well, man, imagine if you're creating a human and you have a bunch of different versions of it. If you're the Anunnaki, you're these 9-foot-tall gods from planet Nibiru, and you come down here, you try 6%. You try 6% with the Neanderthals, and then maybe you try 7% with the Homo sapiens. And what's the difference?
Well, the lore.
Let's see how it works out.
I'll tell you the lore, as I understand it, is they did all that and all kinds of wild, gross shit.
Right, but just think about the timeline of Neanderthals. So Neanderthals existed unchanged for half a fucking billion years, right? Or 500,000 years. It was like 500,000 years of Neanderthals existing.
Right, and then in a very
sapiens.
Short burst, all of a sudden, the brain.
Right.
I've heard cooking food. There's a lot of ideas of why.
No.
It's
no,
not that,
but Neanderthals had bigger brains, so it doesn't make any sense. So it's even weirder, right?
The beta's better than VHS, but guess who fucking won?
Yeah, but imagine if you're Nibiru people, you're these aliens, and you're like, these motherfuckers aren't learning shit. They're too animalistic.
Right.
They're too close. Like they had much larger eyes. There's some people speculate they had night vision like a dog does. You know how dogs' eyes glow when they see headlights?
Is that the guy that says that the Neanderthals were scary beasts and we killed them? Because they could see in the dark and we couldn't.
But they think that's probably true. I think they think that based on the size of their eyeballs. Like, have you ever seen the size of Neanderthal skulls compared to humans? The eyeball socket is fucking huge.
You know,
so their eyeballs were bigger, and so why would that be the case? Well, it might be like the case with dogs and deer and all these other animals.
I think that eyeball, and I have zero expertise, but because the size of the brain doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. It's like how deep and wrinkly, which is how I know I have smart balls. And but the eyes, there's something about big eyes that, to me, that indicates some kind of intelligence thing. Because
they were very intelligent. They used tools, so we know all this. But the thing is, there's physical intelligence that they had that's probably way superior to ours. And meaning, like, they're way stronger. Their bones are way denser, and their tendon strength must have been like multiple times what a normal human man is at that size.
Right.
So you're dealing with a physically superior thing that was too primal. So they had to introduce another version, which is slightly less primal but still kind of fucked up, and that's the one that figured out how to make everything. That's the one that figured out how to do metallurgy. That's the one that figured out industrial enterprise and the combustion engine and
you hear what you're
planes.
saying? Those are jobs. So here's what I would say: since human nature is programmability, what they were aiming for
is something curious.
But I don't want, like, you can even see now,
curious and ambitious makes new alien life. That's all it takes.
Right.
Curiosity and ambition, and that's what two things human
So you
beings
might have to
have.
stunt it sometimes in people.
Right.
Like dumping shit up.
It's too late now.
Chemtrails, a goofy thing that I thought was absolutely made up. Those are just contrails. No, that's called geoengineering. That's real.
Listen, it's both. This is what's important when it comes to this one. There's a real reality of jet engines getting hot, passing through condensation, making clouds. That's a fact.
Yes.
Regular jets, like a Delta Airlines, it's filled with people that's not trying to be spraying chemtrails.
Yes.
Will make clouds behind it, and depending upon the amount of moisture in the air, it'll linger for a long time.
Right.
These streaks across the sky.
That's what I thought it all was, but it's not.
It's not. And this is how you know it's not, because Bill Gates has openly talked about experiments where they use reflective particles and suspend them in the atmosphere to cool off the Earth.
We have a treaty.
But also,
yeah,
that's a crazy fucking idea.
Wait, I told you we have a treaty for weather weapons that was signed in the 70s to agree not to use weather weapons.
Oh, yeah, well, we've been able to cloud seed forever.
Right.
Making it rain, how weather manipulation and geoengineering are fueling global tensions. Well, listen, we talked about it the other day, what they did in Dubai. They fucked up.
And then they didn't want people filming it.
It was crazy flooding they had, because they're not set up for that kind of rainfall. They're in a fucking desert.
They're like something out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, like the crazy print. Palace. It's like that.
Yes.
Dubai has all the money in the world. Because I have friends that are from Dubai, and like I found out, my buddy, she's the coolest chick. I like her, dude. But they're so rich that to distinguish yourself from other people, you have to have the lowest license plate number.
Right. Yeah, you want number one.
Because everybody has all the other crap. So how do you even distinguish?
That's Saudi Arabia as well. They do Saudi summers in LA. Have you ever been around for that? So in Saudi Arabia, the summer is so hot that LA summer seems like a bargain.
Yeah.
So these guys, they all buy these beautiful houses in Beverly Hills, and they all drive these crazy Lamborghinis with Saudi plates.
Right.
So they have like some sort of a diplomatic community.
You can really drive them.
So there's videos of these guys in Beverly Hills before the pandemic racing down local streets, like having drag races in Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Have you seen it?
No.
And one of them fucked his car up. His car's like smoking. He pulls it into the driveway. Everyone's filming. All the neighbors are filming, and then the guy just gets on a plane and gets out of the country.
Yeah, a whole bunch of Hunter
jets
Bidens.
before they get caught.
It's
And
like
they have like some weird diplomatic immunity too.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why they're doing it.
Diplomatic immunity is a trip. Like, that's a crazy thing. Like, you just come to the country, just go wild, run stoplights, race down the street, and
Have a
Ferrari.
slave. Dude, when I was in New York, this happened like at least 2 times. But so it was always like an Indian diplomat, and they had some Bangladeshi girl that they took her passport. And I remember it was a big controversy because this is in, so that's like almost 20 years ago. But anyway, there was a bunch of Indian newspapers at the time, 20 years, they were outraged that this woman was even arrested because that diplomatic. Because I don't know if you know, people that come from a lot of money, they think they should have slaves. They genuinely, when they learn Aristotelian philosophy, learn that some people are the controllers and some people are the peasants. And it's for the best. And did you hear that guy at the beginning, Braddock, where he goes, the few have to be sacrificed for the many?
Yeah.
That cokehead, allegedly, in my mind, is saying...
Could have just been nervous.
But the way he said that to me sounds like things I would recite from being in church that are drummed in my head.
That's why it was so important that you said that before the pandemic. Like, I see it. I see the same fucking shit. I see the same shit.
So I've already been like, my mother, I still talk. Some people leave and their Scientology cut off. But that wasn't the case with me. Everybody does how they get do. But I already went through the thing of like, this is the only thing I've ever known that to be true. And then if I turn my back, then I'm losing like all. So I've done that.
Right.
So I don't give a fuck about it ever again.
Right.
I don't care if everybody's mad at me. I don't care if somebody if somebody Coaches Coleman used to come on and refute a thing I said. Who I like that guy, but like I would never do that. I would never, dude. If I'm wrong, you could be sure I'm wrong because I'm wrong and not because I got paid to be wrong.
100%. I back you on that 100%. I got to take this so bad. So let's do it. We'll come right back. We're back. So where were we? What were we talking about? Remember Jamie?
Yeah. know.
Something about the world falling apart.
Well, guess what?
AI.
If we go to
Project Sycamore, Dubai.
Oh yeah, Dubai. Listen, if we go to Iran, because I was going to get rid of this joke with the 20-year-olds in the audience that they were bringing back the draft and get going for sure. They're trying to get your way out. We're going. Iran, they want that Iran war so bad, and Trump has brought so many snakes to his bosom again, like that Mike Waltz dipshit.
Why do you think they want to do that?
The Greater Israel Project, the thing Wesley Clark talked about back when they mapped out all the countries they wanted knocked out. Libya, Iraq, we've got all of them except Iran, I think. Syria, we got our Al Qaeda guys in there. So great job, everyone.
Jesus Christ.
People from Syria, if you ever talk to them, yeah.
Exactly. Out of all the things that the government has fucked up, this regime change thing, they fucked that up more than anything. Because it ever worked out better for the people that worked there. Think about how many people died during. I don't understand.
Yeah.
But I think about like trying to sell the same thing over and over and over
It's
again.
insulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Because
Yeah.
every single time it's been a fucking disaster.
Even an idiot could put it like me.
Yeah.
When I remember the day where I was like, it was probably 2015, 16, I was like, are we still in Iraq yet? Like if I left the oven on.
And we're hearing the same thing, like weapons of mass destruction, they're this close, they're this close.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if we do go to war, and if you're dumb enough to sign up to go to Iran, just, you know, we can't beat Iran. We haven't won a war in 80 years. I don't know why everybody seems to forget that we don't win these wars. I mean, somebody wins. It ain't you. It ain't you fighting it. That's for goddamn sure. But all of them have hypersonic. If we go to bomb Iran, Iran has hypersonic missiles that we do not have. So think of how much money.
They do?
Oh, yes.
How do you know what the military has?
Oh, we did a story on it, and I was like this. I'm like, are you shitting me? We don't have the best missiles? No. We were doing things like
Well,
using
wait a minute.
Ukraine
There's a
as
lot of
missiles.
stuff that the United States always possesses that are top secret. Like there's certain videos that they will not show allegedly of UFOs because then it would reveal the kind of surveillance equipment that they have available and where the surveillance equipment is, including underwater stuff.
Well, the really good stuff I doubt America has. It's the people in charge of America have, but not America. But these missiles, they can't stop them with like Iron Dome kind of shit. They
They're
can't.
too fast.
And so
they change direction.
Yeah, Russia has. It's not the same as like a NATO alliance, but they have signed a thing with China and Iran.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so the war with Russia that we're supposed to avoid by this Ukraine thing, that's, I guess Zelensky gave the minerals already to UK a long time ago, which is why Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace deal before, I'm guessing, among other crazy reasons. And so if we go bomb Iran, that might bring Russia into his world. Somebody wants World War III real bad.
Jesus Christ, freaking me out.
Well, I believe in God, so I'm like, I can't wait to tell on everybody. Please kill me. I cannot wait to tell God on you. I can't wait. I'm not telling you what God believe. I'm just saying.
How bizarre is it that you're kind of right? How bizarre is it that you're right that we're inching closer and closer towards World War III? And that's not what people are concerned about. They're concerned with putting a swastika in a Tesla.
It's because it's called mind control. I bring it up nonstop, actually, to the point of annoying, I would say. MK Monarch was the one in the 90s that probably most of these actors and all these figures that are like, why are there like hotter people in government all of a sudden?
I want to show you something. Jamie, put that thing I just sent you. These are the same people that are getting paid to go to the Tesla demonstrations.
Yeah.
Same people that get paid to go to the Tesla protest, they do human dog obedience shows. Like
Right.
this. These are the people.
That Matt Damon cross-dresser from the Nuclear Commission that was stealing luggage,
Yeah,
he was
that
one
guy.
of these. I thought it was him, but they put a thing on.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is a crazy conspiracy that I made up. But
Okay.
you know how Disney, you were talking about Disney, they couldn't find the dwarves?
Right.
There's a story about Walt Disney. They wanted Pinocchio to be on a bat, so he hired little people to be Pinocchios, and he just left some food and wine up there. And it got real hot, and I think they were stuck on the roof, so they just took off their hats, and these drunk dwarves yelling curses at kids at Disneyland. But you know how the employees have to keep their suit on at all times,
Right.
and to the point of it's like some kind of Guantanamo torture.
Right.
So where did furries come from? I think that and Disney's part of it. Now, I'm just pulling this out of my ass. But
I like where you're going.
They're genetically engineering employees who like to be in a fursuit. It's almost erotic to them. They have the mind. They're smart, right? And they know math. They love products. Ooh, there's a new lightsaber for. I'm 40, but I'm excited as a child, and I love wearing this suit because that's how I come. And they genetically, with all this stuff they put in is making these employees for the theme parks. That's what furries are for. People that want to be in that hot, awful suit. I'm just making that up as a joke, but
you might be right. It might be like one of them MK Ultra things.
Well, Disneyland was 100% involved in that. There's no underneath Florida Disney because it's a swamp, but Disneyland, of course, they're patriots. Walt Disney's a patriot. If the intelligence agency wanted to do something there, and we're doing a thing with kids, of course he's going to be involved in it. You know, he didn't create all that. It's like Bill Burr's joke about Steve Jobs. Like, you just yelled at a nerd to keep soldering to make the iPhone, but they act like, you know, this Ayn Rand bullshit where it's like a great industrialist came up with this. Like, did you just tell people what to do, dickhead? That's important. You need that, but you get all the credit. It's all on you. That seems weird, like a feudalism of some kind, doesn't it?
Well, you know, someone was pointing out all the different companies that were actually started by Nazis while people were freaking out about Tesla. And one of them that I didn't know, did you know that Audi used to make camps? Like, Google,
were they reliable
Auto
automated camp?
And before Audi, the parent company, the original company Audi was Auto Union. And in 2014, I believe, it was revealed that they were making camps for the SS in World War II. Like, this is one of the ways they got started. And they made a fucking car for Hitler. They made a race car for Hitler.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ford did that. And
Ford did that? Yes. What do you mean, made Hitler a car?
He made cars for the Nazis. Well, Rick Overton's dad in World War II, they had some car, they popped it open, it was American. People were like, wow, okay, this bullshit.
What? Hold on a second. We'll get to that. Nazi SS did 7 labor, 3,700 prisoners were put to work for Auto Union. So this was like for Audi. They had people working at factories in the eastern German cities of, say that word. How do you say that word?
Where?
Zwickau.
Zwickau.
No, it's below, Jan. Right there.
Zwickau.
And Chemnitz, what were we pointing out? Historical investigation commissioned by the company found that thousands of concentration camp inmates had been forced to work for Auto Union, an automobile manufacturer founded in 1932, and a forerunner to the company of today's Audi AG. That's wild. There's a bunch of them. Yeah,
They were Archie Farben.
Right.
Remember the poisoning of Tylenol back in when I was a kid? So
Yeah.
it was putting cyanide in Tylenol.
Yeah.
That's
And
why we have
people
the
are
caps.
dying. Yeah.
Now we have those smart child caps, right? So the guy from Control History has a great video on it, and it might have been sabotage from IB Farben, the makers of Bayer aspirin, because Tylenol was beating them. So an act of corporate sabotage on a corporate competitor was a theory he put forward that I think is very believable, considering it's a Nazi company.
There's so many psychopaths out there. I wouldn't put it past people to do something like that. That's a total.
Well, look at our foreign policy, and then you know, look. Jimmy said, not me, but if they do it to other people, they're going to do it to you. That's why if you're laughing when they grab somebody who wrote an article about Gaza being deported, like, well, she's not from here, get her out. Stupid. You just got done watching the Democrats do this.
Right.
You just got done watching it. And now you're going to go, because you don't want to let go of the green. But the most important thing, if you want MAGA, is to hold your principles and make it much bigger than Trump himself. The whole mistake is to get hooked on the cult of personality.
Right.
And who do you like? I like them all. I bet they're nice. Who gives a shit who I like? What do they do? And I'm not seeing the results I should see. Not blaming any one person, but a lot of promises made, promises kept to not anyone here, but Israel definitely. Whoever he promised Greenland to, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I think they're trying to make an example of kids to keep people from protesting.
Of course they are.
Okay. Of course, obviously. I forgot what I was going to say.
They want to make an example, not to.
No, I was going somewhere with it, but it's one of the problems with this is people can't see this being used against them.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems. And people only look at it like, oh, this is a hard, fast thing. Hamas is a terrorist group. This lady supported Hamas. But did she? Like, I want to know what she fucking said. Like, exactly what she said. There has to be a way to read it. Because
they didn't put the charges out. So the first guy,
this is what I was going to get to. Oh. There's a difference between someone that has an opinion and people that protest organically because they all agree on this opinion versus something that's organized. And a lot of people are spending money on, and they're organizing it, and they're figuring out how to get people there on time, and they're giving them food, and they're giving them signs, and they're giving them, like, the Musk ones, the Tesla ones. Have you seen the list? Have you seen the list?
I assumed it was fake. I didn't believe it was organic.